The system asked me to choose between the Sharingan and the school beauty wife. But I just want to exploit the system bug and have both the Sharingan and the school beauty. It was the introduction class of awakening abilities, and the school belle Lin Luoxua rushed into the class I was in with a marriage contract in her hand. Meng Hang, you must marry me, this is our marriage contract. Before I could react, Lin Luoxua had already slammed the marriage contract in her hand on the desk. I went. Is it so exciting to play right after crossing over? The school flower got married as soon as she came up, and all the classmates in the class were stunned. Oh my god, I thought I would have a chance, but I didn't expect the goddess to have been taken long ago. What kind of luck did Meng Hang have? I felt a little embarrassed with my eyes twitching. The school flower said it's fate not to be moved. But just now, the system in my mind released a task. Accept Lin Luoxua's proposal. Reward 5 points of strength attribute. Reject it and get a pair of hook jade writing wheel eyes. Looking at the charming school flower in front of me, I started a psychological struggle. I'm sorry, we are not suitable. What? Did I just hear things? Lin Luoxua's little fan was a bit stunned. Is he blind? That's the goddess Lin Luoxua. With a prominent family background and excellent grades, he actually directly rejected the pie falling from the sky. I looked disdainfully at the group of people who were making a fuss, silently cursing in my heart. Do you guys understand anything? Isn't the Sharingan better than the school flower fragrance? Lin Luoxua was also in a daze, looking incredulous. She thought that as long as she spoke, the unremarkable young man in front of her would definitely agree without hesitation. Are you sure? She asked incredulously once again. Yes, I'm sure, I nodded, my eyes clear. Lin Luoxua took a long breath, feeling as if a huge stone had been lifted off her heart. She came to fulfill this engagement as her grandfather's dying wish, and now that the other party had refused, the burden in her heart had also lightened considerably. However, she felt a bit embarrassed afterwards. As the proud daughter of the supernatural family, she was always the center of attention wherever she went. Yet, she was rejected by this ordinary young man in front of her, which made her feel a sense of defeat. Meng Hang, I hope you won't regret today's decision. With that, she turned and walked straight out of the classroom. What the heck? Who have no idea what Lin Luoxua is thinking, just find it inexplicable. Clearly, Lin Luoxua herself is not very willing to go through with this marriage, so why did she show that hint of resentment just now? Alas, a woman's mind is too difficult to guess. The classmates in the class are still discussing, looking at me with envy, disdain, and ridicule. In their minds, rejecting Lin Luoxua seems to be a very foolish thing. Ding! Mission completed, rewarding the host with a pair of hook jade writing wheel eyes. I didn't care about the strange looks from others. I am now completely immersed in the joy of receiving the reward. I actually received the Sharingan as a reward. I faintly feel a warm flow passing through my eyes. With just a thought, I can activate the Sharingan. Unfortunately, there are people around me now, so I can't test it. I'll have to wait until after school to try it at home. After spending an afternoon, the news of Lin Luoxua's proposal to me being rejected has spread in school, with various versions of gossip circulating on campus. Look! That's Meng Hang. I heard that Lin Luoxua is already pregnant with his child. That's why she publicly proposed to him. I didn't expect that scumbag to reject her. No, I heard they were childhood sweethearts. But that Meng Hang is not genuine. He rejected her because he doesn't have feelings for girls. Oh my, is it really that sensational? But why is my information different from yours? I was speechless. I couldn't understand why in just one afternoon, this matter would become more and more exaggerated. I decided to ignore it and quickened my pace towards home. The original owner's parents died in an accident 2 years ago, leaving only a dilapidated house. After quickly finishing a bowl of instant noodles, I began my research on the Sharingan. Open, 2 flashes of crimson in the eyes. Ha ha, it's really the same as the Sharingan in the anime. Although it's just a pair of Sharingan, I clearly feel that my eyesight has improved significantly. I can clearly capture the trajectory even if a fly flies past in front of me. With a chopstick, I can easily catch it. It's extravagant to catch a fly with Sharingan. Before I could recover from the surprise, 5 minutes later, I suddenly felt a splitting headache, and the Sharingan disappeared with it. It seems that although the Sharingan in this world does not consume energy, it consumes mental power. My mental power is still too low, and the Sharingan can only be maintained for about 5 minutes. The school will hold a superpower awakening ceremony tomorrow. I wonder if my mental power will increase after my superpower officially awakens. Unable to resist the exhaustion of mental power, I fell asleep shortly. The annual awakening conference is the coming-of-age ceremony of this world. In this world where monsters roam, espers are the high-end combat power to resist them. The higher the talent at awakening, the higher the various attributes of the body in the future limit will be. I just don't know what surprises these Sharingan will bring me in the future. Early the next morning, There was already a huge crowd at the gate of Sanjong. Most of the parents here are concerned about their own children's awakening. It took me a lot of effort to squeeze into the school. As soon as I appeared, it caused a small commotion. But fortunately, today is a very special day. And now no one has much attention to spare for the rumors about me and Lin Luoxue. F-level superpower is visual enhancement. When the students who had just awakened learned that it was only an F-level ability, their faces turned pale and they almost collapsed to the ground. The so-called visual enhancement means seeing farther, having slightly better vision than ordinary people, a proper auxiliary superpower, and the lowest talent level. Just as he was about to fall, Principal Lin Xiaowen just gently waved his hand from a distance, and the student felt an invisible force stabilizing his body. "I'm sorry, Principal. I just lost my temper." And then he staggered off the stage. I didn't expect this middle-aged uncle-looking principal to have such strength. I was momentarily shocked by the principal's effortless action. There is no ability for waste, only waste-powered individuals. It seems to encourage students with low ability levels. The principal began to comfort. "You will work hard to cultivate in the future. Even if it is an F-level ability, it will exert unexpected strength." Although the words are comforting, all the students present know that this is just the principal's words of comfort. The awakening ceremony continued to advance, and half an hour later, a B-level talent appeared. But I always feel that the boy who awakened the B-level ability is looking at me with the eyes of a prey, as if he is saying to me that you are finished. Before I could even process it, the next name caught my attention. Lin Luoxue, a tall silhouette with long hair reaching her waist, walked to the podium unhurriedly. Hearing Lin Luoxue's name, all the boys' spirits shook in unison. Lin Luoxue was the recognized school beauty of the 3rd middle school, and everyone was curious as to what level of psychic ability she would awaken. "What level of psychic ability do you think Lin Luoxue will awaken?" one boy whispered to the classmate next to him. "I'm guessing it has to be B rank anyways. Otherwise how can she live up to her title of school beauty?" "Bullshit. It's not like the awakening level is based on face value. It's impossible for God to open a door for her and then open a skylight for her. Maybe it'll just end up being an F-class psychic loser," a short-haired girl in the back said conspiratorially. Jealousy was overflowing. Lin Luoxue, who came to the podium, looked at the crystal ball in front of her and let out a long breath. Obviously she was not as calm as she appeared to be at the moment. Settling her mind, she gently placed her slender right hand on top of the crystal ball. Just then, the originally unobtrusive crystal ball radiated an incomparably dazzling light in an instant. The light shot straight up into the sky, so conspicuous even in the clear daytime sky. Lin Xiaowen, who was still calm and collected, stammered for a long time, but in the end that one plant name made him hold back. He stared at Lin Luoxue in shock, his eyes filled with ecstasy and incredulity. "SSSS ranked psychic ability, summoning faculty." Lin Xiaowen's voice was pitched several degrees higher when he uttered these words, nearly breaking his voice. "Wow!" Hearing the principal say that, the field instantly boiled over. Both students and teachers seemed to explode in conversation. "Did I hear it wrong? Lin Luoxue has awakened SSS ranked psychic abilities? That's a SSS ranked ability. We haven't had an ability above SSS level in Yunxue City for how many years? This is a proper guarantee for the 4 major academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Not only are they SSS ranked powers, but they're also rare summoning faculties. God is not opening a door for her. This is tearing the whole house down." Meng Hang was also somewhat surprised as he stared at the incomparably dazzling girl on the stage at the moment. He didn't expect that this girl, who was really good looking, but had a somewhat bad brain and came up to propose/marry to himself, could actually awaken SSS level psychic abilities. Lin Xiaowen was so excited that he left a few drops of tears in his eyes and muttered to himself, SSS class powers. God is going to prosper my 3rd grade. At the same time, just as the light broke through the sky, the rest of Cloudwater City also discovered the abnormality here. Other high schools were also holding awakening ceremonies at this time, and all the teachers and students from the other schools were staring at the direction of the light in shock. Someone has awakened SSS class psychic abilities? Which school is it that actually has a student awakening SSS level psychic abilities? Looking in that direction, it should be 3rd grade. 3rd middle school has gotten lucky to have such a heaven-defying genius appear. If it wasn't for the fact that the awakening ceremony wasn't over yet, maybe they would have rushed to the 3rd middle school in a swarm to admire the genius. The principals of the other schools stood on the podium with complicated expressions. There was envy, and more than anything else, jealousy. It's people who have awakened their top talents. Not you guys. Those who don't know would think that it's you guys who have awakened SSS ranked psychic abilities. Don't delay. Next, the very center of Cloudwater City. Countless skyscrapers line the streets, forming a modern city. It's just that in the middle of all these tall buildings, there's an ancient building that's so out of place and stands out from the rest. This was the residence of Cloudwater City's city lord, Zhao Sanpeng. Since the revival of the aura and the awakening of human beings with supernatural powers, animals have also undergone incredible evolution. Demonic beasts were now rampant outside the city, and some places had even become forbidden to humans, and from time to time, demonic beasts would mix into the city to slaughter the people. Therefore, every city had a city lord of no less than the Huan rank sitting in the city. The city lord, on the other hand, represents the highest war power of the city. Zhao Sanpeng, who was sitting comfortably in his office sipping tea, also noticed the beam of light in the sky. Frozen for a second, he directly crushed the valuable teacup in his hand. SSSS ranked powers? The words just fell. His fat, slightly bloated figure actually disappeared right into the house. In the sky above the third middle school, a figure stood in the air, hands behind his back, staring down. It was the same Zhao Sanpeng who had disappeared into his house. So it's the Lin family's little ninny. It looks like the Lin family is going to rise. After gazing downward for a few more moments, his figure disappeared once more. And during this time, not a single person in the third form actually realized that there was a large living person standing in the air above their heads. Even the principal, Lin Shaowen, is no exception. Lin Shaowen tried to suppress his excitement and looked at Lin Luoxue appreciatively. Good. I remember you're Lin Lu Shui of the Lin family, right? Yes, principal. At this time, Lin Luoxue also hadn't fully recovered from the huge surprise and subconsciously replied, Luo Shui don't mind my nagging. I still need to say more to you here. The SSS class supernatural ability is certainly rare and powerful, but only the support of the realm can bring out its maximum power. One must never slack off on the path of cultivation just because one's heart is arrogant because one's powers are strong. I've also seen many geniuses over the years who relied on their strong psychic abilities and neglected their cultivation, and ended up dying out. Hearing the principal say this, Lin Luoxue's expression was solemn and she bowed deeply to Lin Shaowen. The principal's words will be taken to heart by the students. Well, go on down. Only after another deep bow did Lin Luoxue slowly walk down the podium. Just as she walked off the stage, Lin Shaowen called out the next student's name. Meng Hang. The students who were still excitedly discussing the name were stunned when they heard it, and there was an instant pause of a few seconds in the arena. Put. I don't know who reacted first, didn't control it, and laughed out loud. Put. It was as if the laughter was contagious, and the entire playground followed with this slightly mocking laughter. Due to the awakening ceremony and Lin Luoxue's awakening of SSS rank psychic abilities, yesterday's rumors were spreading, and the various versions of the past events that the schoolgirl and the scumboy had to speak about had been forgotten for the time being. But coincidentally, behind Lin Luoxue, it was actually Meng Hang. This brings back memories of the duo's relationship. Instantly, Meng Hang was once again thrust into the limelight. Ha. I guess now this Meng Hang's intestines are ruined green. Devil's body, angel's face, plus this top-notch psychic ability. In the future, it will definitely be an existence we can't afford to reach. He actually refused Lin Luoxue's proposal/marriage. It's just as well that it's crowded now, or he'd be finding a deserted place to slap himself furiously right now. Lin Luoxue, who was getting off the stage, rubbed shoulders with Meng Hang, who was walking toward the podium. Lin Luoxue turned her head to look at him somewhat apologetically. If he hadn't done what he did yesterday on his own impulse because of his grandfather's death, Meng Hang wouldn't have been the object of ridicule. Opened his mouth to say something, but Meng Hang just blandly walked past him, not caring about himself beside him. This caused Lin Luoxue to open her mouth to say something, and then harden her stomach. Coming onto the stage, unlike the other students, Meng Hang didn't have a trace of apprehension or nervousness, and just calmly placed his right hand on top of the crystal ball. When Lin Shaowen saw his movements, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but secretly praise him. This son is so mentally strong. Couldn't help but feel a twinge of anticipation for his powers. Maybe another genius with a rank or higher psychic abilities will be awakened. In fact, this was really him misunderstanding Meng Hang. It wasn't that Meng Hang was mentally good, but he already knew his talent and naturally wouldn't be as apprehensive as other students. The next moment, a faint glow emanated from the crystal ball. Seeing the light emanating from the crystal ball, Lin Shaowen shook his head with some disappointment. It's your own greed that's eating you up, Lin Shaowen thought with some self-deprecation. E-rank pupillary powers. The pupil type is relatively rare, but unfortunately it's only E-rank. Hearing that it was only an E, another whisper came from below. Ha, an E-ranked scum. Luckily it's not with my goddess, or else it would really be a good cabbage being arched by a pig. That's it. Upon hearing the comments below, Meng Hang remained expressionless as he swaggered back to his position, looking at his ancient well, far beyond the mentality of his peers. Lin Shaowen sighed again. What a shame. It took nearly a morning for all the senior awakening ceremonies to be completed. Lin Xiaowen was a bit happy at this time. Not only did 2 of the students in this class awaken B-level psychic abilities, but there was also one who awakened A-level psychic abilities. The main thing is that there is also a SSS-ranked psychic ability. Ha ha ha. Our 3rd grade school is definitely going to shine in the high school exams this year. Looking at the principal alone on the stage alone smiling lewdly, the teachers and students below got goosebumps in unison. This is definitely not the principal of our school. Well, definitely not. After the awakening ceremony, it is up to the homeroom teachers of their respective classes to take their classes back to their classrooms. There is one more very important thing that needs to be explained to the students next. That's breathwork. For humans to be able to gain a foothold amongst the countless demonic beasts, apart from awakening their psychic abilities, a more important thing is to research breathing methods that can cultivate spiritual energy. Pre-aura recovery, humans also awaken psychic abilities though, but compared to the strong physical body and giftedness of a demonic beast, it was still too much worse. The greatest strength of the solitary human race is its intelligence. Countless great men of great wisdom had taken great pains to create a breathing method that could rapidly increase their spiritual power, improve the power of their psychic abilities, and save mankind from the fire. However, the breathing method must be practiced by an ability who has awakened their psychic abilities. If ordinary people were to cultivate it hastily, they would become fools if it was light, or die with their heads blown off if it was heavy. This is why, to this day, schools are required to pass on breathing techniques to their students. Just as the large troop was marching towards the classroom, a voice abruptly rang in the ears of the crowd. Wait, I want to challenge Meng Hang. This shout directly attracted the attention of all the students and teachers of the entire school, stopping their steps and looking back. I'll go. It's that Li Xingliang who awakened his B-rank talent. Who does he want to challenge? Who knows? Anyway, I know we're in for a treat today. Meng Hang, I want to challenge you. Hearing that he was actually going to challenge himself, the corner of Meng Hang's mouth twitched. Originally, I just wanted to be a melon eater, but I didn't realize that this melon would actually be eaten on myself. Can I ask why? Hearing Meng Hang's question, Li Xingliang stared at him with hatred. How dare you ask me why? What qualifications do you have to refuse Lin Luoxua's proposal/wedding as an E-rank loser? Most importantly, Lin Luoxu. 4. SH. What? Will. Watch. On. You. These words Li Xingliang was gritting his teeth and popping out one word at a time. From this, it could be seen that the main thing was that he was jealous of the fact that Lin Luoxua would actually propose to Meng Hang. Naya, something so doggone, so cheesy could actually happen to me. After hearing his explanation, Meng Hang looked at the sky speechlessly. This is how many novels use lazy terrain. I still have to use the same old stuff. Before Meng Hang could make a statement, he only felt a fragrant breeze hit his nose, and a near-perfect back appeared in front of him. It was Lin Luoxua. Hearing that the cause of this matter was actually herself again, Lin Luoxua rushed out to stop it. At this moment, her face was frosty as she looked at Li Xingliang across the room. Li Xingliang, it's fun to be such a big man and still do such childish things. Li Xingliang, who was originally furious for his red face, saw Lin Luoxua come up and instantly turned from a big gray wolf into a little sheep. He lowered his head in embarrassment, his 2 index fingers actually twirling in front of him. A living, breathing little girl. This scene directly gave Meng Hang goosebumps. Good man. You're a real credit to the male population at large. Meng Hang shouted in his heart. Luo Shui. I'm not taking it out on you. Hearing this, Lin Luoxua frowned. Don't talk so nobly, and you don't need to get involved in either of our affairs. When these words came out, Li Xingliang, who was originally in a little girl state, instantly became furious again. It was just that he didn't dare to lash out at Lin Luoxua, so he pointed his spear at Meng Hang behind her again. Meng Hang, what kind of man are you? Only hiding behind women. If you're a man, fight me fair and square. Meng Hang once again looked at the sky speechlessly. Do all the supporting characters only know how to use these lame-ass lines of agitation? Thinking so, but in fact the fire in his heart did rub off on him. Rumors have been flying about him for the past 2 days, though he's outwardly cloudy. But the clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire. How can Meng Hang not be angry at all? You fucking. Just as he was about to start cursing, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding. System on. Accepting Li Xingliang's challenge. Awarding 1 point of strength attribute. Voluntarily admitting defeat. Awarding 3 points of agility attribute. Meng Hang was dumbfounded and shook his head vigorously, suspecting that he had heard wrong. That's system, brother. Did you say the opposite? Shouldn't it be that accepting Li Xingliang's challenge rewards 3 points of attributes? This system does not make mistakes and does not accept any rebuttals, so please make your choice. Host, the system replied in an emotionless synthesized voice. You're pretending to be a Nimrod with me here. Meng Hang was furious and cursed furiously inwardly. If I hadn't heard you shouting twice before, I would have believed you. Whose system are you anyway? I seriously doubt you're a spy sent by the monkeys. Ahem. The system was a little embarrassed, but continued with forced composure. Please make your choice, host. Seeing this oil and salt in it, Meng Hang couldn't help but give it a nod in his heart. You are awesome. Is face important? Or are attribute points important? That goes without saying. Returning to reality, Meng Hang, who was originally ready to have a seizure, instantly changed into a pandering stance. How's your fucking mom? Meng Hang, don't promise him. Hearing the first three words, Lin Luoxue thought that Meng Hang hadn't held back and agreed to Li Xingliang's challenge. But Meng Hang's next sentence turned so fast that it almost didn't flash her waist. Meng Hang ignored Lin Luoxue's stunned expression and continued to pander. Li, you're a B-rank talent or a rare change system ability. How could I possibly be your opponent? I concede. The other students who were still ready to watch the show cast contemptuous glances at Meng Hang. Crap, it's the first time I've seen a goon so refreshingly unassuming. Meng Hang, are you still a man? Have fought but not fight first. You this not fight and then concede, what kind of man? Li Xingliang also didn't expect him to admit defeat directly and laughed back in anger. Well, Lok Shu, now you know what kind of man he is. With that, he turned his head and was about to leave. Lin Luoxue looked at Meng Hang and didn't say anything. Although she was glad that he didn't accept the challenge, she was still a little disappointed in her heart for Meng Hang. Ding! Mission accomplished. 3 points of agility attribute rewarded. Feeling a hot current surging through his body, Meng Hang knew that the reward had indeed been received. Wait! The people who originally thought that this was the end of the day and were ready to return home were attracted back by Meng Hang's shout. Why? Is there anything else you want to say? Li Xingliang looked at him with disdain. Let you go. Looked at you a long time ago. You're such an old lady eating a lollipop, what a liquor. If you don't want to be a good person, you have to be a lickspill. System, Nima. You're stuck with me here, bug. Meng Hang's series of curses without swearing was heard by the crowd. 1 minute you're groveling. How can you change so quickly the next? Why can't I kind of understand this wave of his operation? Is he schizophrenic? I'd like to know too, but it's time to say no. And he's making my blood boil with this scolding. Actually, I also look at that one called Li Xingliang as being unpleasant. Saying in a nice way that he's taking it out for Lin Luoxue, but actually isn't it because he's jealous that she confessed to Meng Hang? Too hypocritical. Li Xingliang's face was green for a while and white for a while at Meng Hang's words. Meng Hang, you want to die. Showing off your tongue is nothing. If you have the ability, accept my challenge. I accept. Meng Hang obliged without hesitation. Seeing that the two parties had reached an agreement, the crowd of onlookers tacitly withdrew a few meters backward, forming a circle to surround the two in the middle. Not a single teacher came to stop it during this time, all watching the farce with interest. Lin Xiaowen on the podium was even more relaxed, just about to move out a chair and watch the fun while drinking tea. Unlike Meng Hang's previous life, this world was full of danger. That's why the school doesn't prohibit private fights. And a little blood is acceptable as long as no one is killed or an arm or leg is missing. After all, these young men were going to fight on the front lines in the future. And the sooner they were trained to bleed, the better. Meng Hang. Lin Luoxue still wanted to stop it, only just opening her mouth when he interrupted. Meng Hang glanced at Lin Luoxue and said impatiently, "What's a man's business between men that you women keep getting involved in? That's why redheads can't keep a low profile if they want to." You. Lin Luoxue's face was red, and she didn't know if she was being shamed or angry at Meng Hang. No good deed goes unpunished. I don't care about you. Stomping her foot, Lin Luoxue walked back to the crowd in anger. On the other hand, when Li Xingliang on the other side saw Meng Hang actually molesting his sweetheart in front of so many people, his face had long been gloomy to the point of dripping. There was no more nonsense, and with a flash of the four-winged demon wolf shadow behind him, Li Xingliang's figure suddenly charged forward. Although it was newly awakened, the body could not be animalized, but after all, it was a four-winged demonic wolf known for its speed, which still made Li Xingliang, who had activated his supernatural ability at this time, more than double his speed. So fast, the people watching around them couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's worthy of being a B-ranked psychic ability, to have such speed just after awakening. Seeing Li Xingliang launch his attack, Meng Hang didn't hesitate and directly launched his Sharingan eyes. The originally black and white eyeballs instantly became blood red, and two black hooks slowly formed. What kind of pupil art is this? How come I've never heard of it before? It looks so weird. This world is full of supernormal abilities. It's normal that you haven't heard of them. Even if it's weird, it's still just an E-rank supernormal ability. There's no need to make a big fuss about it. At the instant the Sharingan eyes were unleashed, Li Xingliang only felt an icy coldness penetrate right to the bottom of his heart, and the entire world seemed to become blood red. Luckily, the feeling came and went quickly and didn't affect him too much. The distance between the two was not far, plus Li Xingliang's speed skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Meng Hang. Seeing Meng Hang standing frozen in place, unable to use any of his powers against himself despite activating them, he couldn't help but taunt. I see that your punk alien ability isn't even as good as F rank. What are you going to fight me with? Li Xingliang threw out a punch that went straight for Meng Hang's face. His face was livid, as if he had already seen the wretched scene of Meng Hang being knocked to the ground by himself. But just in the nick of time, Meng Hang acted as if he had anticipated Li Xingliang's movements. Simply tilting his head to the side, he easily dodged the power-storing blow. Li Xingliang was still too inexperienced in actual combat, and didn't leave himself the slightest bit of leeway with this punch. The blow missed, his feet were weak, and his entire body lost its center of gravity, staggering a few steps forward. Seeing this scene, the corner of Meng Hang's mouth curled up in an arc. Without giving him time to react, he raised his foot and was about to kick towards Li Xingliang's abdomen. Ow! A mournful scream that resembled a human being and not a human being, resembling a eunuch's general Cockney voice, resounded throughout the playground. Hiss! The surrounding students also came in unison with the sound of sucking in cool air. The boys were all subconsciously closing their legs together, while the girls were all covering their eyes with their hands, embarrassed to see the scene in front of them again. At this moment, Li Xingliang's legs were clenched, both hands covering his crotch, and he was falling to the ground and rolling in pain. Meng Hang also scratched his head in embarrassment when he saw the fallen Li Xingliang. He was going to raise his foot to kick Li Xingliang in the abdomen. However, the distance between the two was too close, and before this stored power kick could be fully lifted, it kicked at Li Xingliang's crotch. Meng Hang looked around somewhat sheepishly and said, "Would you believe me if I said I really didn't mean to kick him there?" How could the people around him believe this set of words of his? They all said with contempt, "Crap, teasing the een kick. It's so brutal. The scene is so bloody. Meng Hang, this old six, actually kicked at someone's lifeblood. His methods are too dirty. Li Xingliang won't break his egg and become the first eunuch in our dragon country. That's not possible. As long as a medical alien ability person makes a move, even if it does break, there's still a chance that it can be repaired for good. All in all, it's better not to mess with Meng Hang in the future, or else you might get caught in his teasing kick someday as well." Those around him nodded in deep thought. Seeing that the farce over here had ended, Lin Xiaowen, who was watching from the podium, finally gave up his voice. "Well, hurry back to class. There are important things to explain next. Come, two men, help Li Xingliang to the infirmary." The crowd returned to the classroom and sat down. Meng Hang's deskmate was a young girl with short hair who looked extremely cute. Although her looks couldn't catch up to Lin Luoxue, she was still a #1 beauty. The young girl's name was Nuoyun, and at this moment she was looking at Meng Hang with her big watery eyes. Meng Hang was made uncomfortable by her look and said to her helplessly, "I say, big sister, don't look at me like I'm an animal in a zoo, okay?" The color of gossip overflowed on Nuoyun's face. "Meng Hang, the rumors about you and Lin Luoxue are all over the place. Some say she's pregnant with your child. Others say you're one. Which version is true? Reveal it to me." Hearing her say this, Meng Hang's heart felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping. "Don't listen to them. It's all rumors." Where would Nuoyun believe his words? Pouting her lips and tugging on the corner of his coat with her two small hands to shake it gently. "Meng Hang, good Meng Hang, just tell me." Just as Meng Hang was getting tired of being disturbed by her, the homeroom teacher, Yi Qianwen, walked in from outside with a pair of long legs, which allowed him to clear his mind. "Well, don't think that just because you've awakened your powers, you can relax. Awakening your psychic abilities is just the beginning. The college entrance exam in 2 months is the moment that will truly change your lives. If you don't cultivate your realm to the human stage within 2 months, even if you are SSS-ranked psychic abilities, you have no possibility of entering a first-class university. Alright, let's get down to business and pass on your beginner's breathing techniques." Hearing about the breathing method, all the students showed excitement. They grew up knowing that the only way to become stronger was to learn the breathing method. Nay, there was no way to cultivate it without awakening their psychic abilities. Yi Qianwen took out a signing pen-sized, blackened pillar-like object from her pocket. Gently pressing the button on it, dazzling light instantly filled the entire classroom, piercing the eyes of all the people who could not open their eyes. This is. Meng Hang covered his eyes with his hand, somewhat puzzled as to why the scene was so familiar. Suddenly, Meng Hang thought of something. Isn't that the scene in the Men in Black movie where the memory is erased? I didn't hear that you have to be erased from your memory when you wake up. In the next second, Meng Hang knew that his worries were superfluous. When the light dissipated, A sprawling breathing method of hundreds of words appeared in his head. This, product of this combination of technology and psychic ability, is not too cool. So much for fictional enlightenment, Manhang exclaimed darkly. He subconsciously adjusted his breathing slowly according to the method in the breathing method. Next, things around them became illusory, and Manhang's consciousness came to a void. Where is this? He surveyed his surroundings in consternation, only to see a drop of crystal-clear liquid silently suspended in the air not far from him. At the same time, there were wisps of mist gathering toward the droplets. Unfortunately, these mists were so tiny that they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Manhang pondered for a while, and then became somewhat clearer. This should be one spiritual world, and that wispy mist was the legendary spiritual power. Ha! And just as the crowd was still studying the primary breathing method with their eyes closed, Yi Qianwen let out a light eep. She suddenly felt a mental power fluctuation in the classroom, which surprised her. It is important to realize that the average person who has just received the breathing method usually takes a night to get started. And now there was actually someone who had just obtained the breathing method and was able to cultivate it. How could she not be surprised? With such a terrifying talent, as long as the alien ability level wasn't too trashy, there would definitely be something in the future. Looking around, he finally landed his eyes on Manhang's body. It's Manhang ah. Yi Qianwen shook her head regretfully. E rank is ultimately too bad. Even a D rank with this terrifying talent would be different. Just as Yi Qianwen was still lamenting, one after another people opened their eyes. Wow, it's amazing. The breathing method is actually transmitted directly into my mind. It's a pity that when I practiced according to the words on the breathing method, there was no half response. What's the rush? I've heard my cousin at home say it takes a night at the very least to get started. That's how long you've been trying to get a reaction. The classroom began to discuss passionately, and the noisy sounds woke up Manhang, who was in the middle of his cultivation. System, open the personal attributes panel. Host, Manhang. Psychic ability, Twin Gemma Sharingan, E-class. Mental strength, 29, human rank. Power, 12. Agility, 18. Physical fitness, 13. The first thing Manhang did when he woke up was to check the attribute bar, and he was a bit speechless as he looked at the spiritual power that had only increased by a little bit. The breathing method is also too inefficient, right? When will this break through the earth rank? Yi Qianwen saw that everyone had woken up, cleared her throat, and said, the path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. You guys aren't geniuses like Lin Luoxue after all, so it's even more important for you to cultivate hard in order to gain a foothold in this world. When he finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Manhang at the bottom. After some more bitter education, Yi Qianwen then told the students that they could pack up their things and go home. After all, the two most important things of the day had been accomplished, and there was no need to keep them in school. And by this time the student's mind has long since flown off somewhere. Can't wait to go home and try out his powers and breathing techniques. Out of the school gate, walking on the street, Manhang was pondering. Just a moment ago, when he opened his Sharingan eyes against Li Xingliang, he was surprised to discover another use for his Sharingan eyes. It is possible to see the opposing ability's mental power running through the body. Is this a mutated use of the Sharingan eye? In the original story, opening the Sharingan eye is able to see the direction and color of the chakra in the opponent's body. I did not expect to come to this world to become able to see the spiritual power. Since we can see people's spiritual power, is it also possible to see spiritual weapons that can increase battle power? Unlike humans awakening their powers, spiritual weapons were not a product that appeared only after the heaven and earth had changed. Rather, after the heaven and earth changed, many subdimensional spaces appeared in Blue Star, and these spirit weapons were then all products from there. It was discovered that most of the subspace was filled with places that resembled ancient battlefields in general. There's debris everywhere. Among these ruins, there were actually many weapons or other treasures that could increase the battle power of an ability user. But these ruins had existed in the interdimensional space for an unknown number of years, and these remnants of spiritual weapons had been baptized by the aura and substances unique to the interdimensional air, and a layer of transparent crystals would appear on their surfaces. The layer of crystals isolates the weapon's conduction of the ability's mental power, and its true power can only be realized if the layer is removed. After removing the crystals, it was discovered that most of the weapons lost their spirituality and became scrap metal apiece. Only a few of them still have spirituality. There was once an expert who made a study on the crystals that encapsulated spiritual weapons, and finally concluded that such crystals could not be artificially produced with the current level of technology. Therefore, the industry of selling such unsealed spirit weapons was born. After all, less than 1% of spiritual weapons still harbor spirituality, so it would be better to let those wrongdoers gamble like a stone, the profits of which were sometimes more lucrative than selling a spiritual weapon. Manhang, who was in deep thought, suddenly saw his eyes light up, and a look of eagerness appeared on his face. Say it and do it. He directly turned around and headed towards Cloudwater City's most famous ghost market. It was said to be a ghost market, but it was actually a place where stalls were set up to sell spirit weapons that had crystals wrapped around them. Inside, not to mention the spirit artifacts that still had spirituality, the ones that were actually obtained from the relics were in the minority. More still, some ordinary weapons wrapped in artificially imitated crystals are used to impersonate and fool the uninitiated layman. An insider can tell it's a fake at first glance, but that's how it was. There were still many people who came forward in an endless stream every day to go bargain hunting, hoping that they would be able to find a real spirit weapon and become rich overnight. In order to pan for spirit weapons that actually flowed out of the relics, you'd have to go to one of those big merchant houses, but there was no way. Meng Hang was too shy to go to that kind of place, so he could only go to the ghost market and try his luck. After sitting on the bus for nearly half an hour, Meng Hang arrived at the ghost market. Seeing the scene inside made him sweat a little. Each stall took a piece of rag and spread it on the ground, and just placed all sorts of weapons wrapped in crystals randomly on it and started peddling them. Meng Hang was skeptical. Could there really be a real spirit weapon in just this kind of place? As the saying goes, a thief can't be a thief. Nope, it's both. Now that I'm here, I'm going to have to go in and sneak around a bit eventually. Meng Hang first bought a pair of sunglasses from a $2 store and put them on. After all, it was too obvious to activate the Sharingan eyes, so it was better to keep a low profile. Walk by. Don't miss it. I've got all the good stuff here from the Windlark ruins. 100% of them can open up spirit weapons. Today don't 99998. Don't 9998. Just 998. Blood drop sale coming up. Just as he walked into the ghost market, he saw a big man with a full beard yelling. Meng Hang just activated his sharpening will eye to make a cursory sweep and hastily cancelled it. After all, with his current strength only lasting for 5 minutes, he didn't dare to use his powers at will. Shaking his head regretfully, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary and continued on to the next stall. In this way Meng Hang had been around the ghost market for more than 10 minutes and still had not found any signs. Just as he was wondering if his guess was correct, a stall not far away caught Meng Hang's attention. Under the Sharingan eye, a weapon in that booth gave off a faint glow. Found it! Meng Hang was overjoyed, but on the surface, he didn't move, pretending to walk to that stall unintentionally and take a casual look. Emitting light was an ancient dagger wrapped in transparent crystals, and if not for the Sharingan eyes, no one would be able to tell that it was a rare spirit weapon. The stall owner was a monk in a robe with a scarred head. Seeing that the visitor was a boyish student, he looked like a layman. His eyes lit up, thinking that he was finally going to open today, and he couldn't let this little fat lamb get away. Amit Ba Buddha. I don't know which spiritual weapon the young cultivator has his eye on. Just tell the poor monk. I'm not going to hide it from the young monk. These weapons are all things brought out by the poor monk's elders when they explored the relics back in the day, and they are absolutely genuine as relics. If it weren't for the fact that the temple has recently had to remodel the golden body of the Buddha, the poor monk would not have said anything to put these things up for sale. Hearing the monk say that, Meng Hang disdainfully skimmed his lips. He had long ago checked with his Sharingan eyes, and other than the dagger that emitted a faint glow, everything else was a pile of broken brass. Meng Hang pretended to pick and choose carelessly before finally picking up the dagger. Master, how much is this dagger? The monk in the robe waved his hand in a hurry. AI, that's not a good thing to say. Little master, how can a poor monk, as a monk, talk about money? Say edge, $18,000. How much? Master, it seems that you really want to use gold dust to mold a golden body for the Buddha in your courtyard. The corners of Meng Hang's mouth twitched as he spoke out in mockery. The great monk was not embarrassed, and with his hands clasped together, he sang the Buddha's name and returned. These are what we who are disciples should do. I see your cheeks are also made of gold. Meng Hang also stopped talking and got up, pretending to leave. As soon as the monk saw that the duck in his mouth was about to fly away, he got up to stop it. Little monks, why be in such a hurry? It's fate to meet. The price is negotiable. This way, you name the number. Hearing this monk say that, Meng Hang was not polite. Then erased the zeros. The great monk's mind flew into a quick calculation, and then without hesitation, he agreed. Deal. 1800 is 1800. Meng Hang glanced at him oddly and said, I'm talking about wiping zero. Doesn't 1800 just erase the zeros? I'm talking about erasing all 3 zeros. What? After hearing Meng Hang's words, the great monk really quit. Little monk, there's no such thing as bargaining. Oh, never mind then. It was just supposed to be a day to sneak around. After saying that, he was about to leave again. The big monk hastened to pull him back again. After some bargaining, and finally Meng Hang to 20 yuan large sum to take the dagger. Little brother, I still have the relics left by the Buddha back then. Are you interested in taking a look? It's absolutely fair and square. Pull back. You might as well keep it for yourself. Manghang left behind a sentence and turned his head to leave without the slightest bit of lingering. Tucking the dagger into his pocket, he couldn't stop his heart from pounding. With this ability, if there was a chance to slip into the ancient battlefield in the future, it wouldn't be an overnight fortune. After circling around the ghost market for nearly 20 more minutes, turning around all the floor stalls, and failing to find another spiritual artifact, Manghang could only leave unwillingly. Instead of going straight home, he came to an isolated alley. Looking around to make sure no one was there, he brought out the dagger he had bought for a huge sum of money, slamming the dagger hard against the wall. Click! There was a crunch, and the crystal on the outside of the dagger shattered inch by inch. Manghang held the dagger that had seen the light of day again in his hand, and an icy coldness came from it. When he poured his meager spiritual energy into the dagger, the originally unobtrusive dagger suddenly radiated a flash of refined light. Swinging his dagger, he gently stabbed at the wall next to him. Put! The dagger pierced into the wall as easily as if it was cutting through tofu. Ha! Manghang couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. I didn't expect a spirit weapon infused with spiritual energy to be so powerful. Carefully tucking the dagger away again and looking at the already dim sky, Manghang then rushed towards home with satisfaction. It was a rewarding day. Not only did he learn the breathing method, but he also got a spiritual weapon. Although he didn't know what quality of spirit weapon it was, even a lowest grade spirit weapon was not something an ordinary family could afford. Hurriedly rushing back home, he put the dagger away carefully and began to cultivate cross-legged on the bed. Manghang didn't fall in love with a spiritual weapon just because he got one and played with it all the time. He knew that no matter whether it was a psychic ability or a spiritual weapon, it required spiritual power to support it. Adjusting his breathing according to the breathing method, Manghang once again entered the void space. The crystalline droplet remained suspended in the air, wisps of mist slowly coalescing towards it. In this way, the night passed without realizing it. It was only when the alarm clock rang that Manghang woke up from his cultivation. I can't believe it's been a night. Manghang was a bit surprised, not being able to feel the passage of time in the void of space. He thought that only a few hours had passed. After a night's sleep, he didn't feel mentally exhausted, but rather refreshed. And with this night's cultivation, Manghang's spiritual power had also changed significantly. The liquid formed by the spiritual energy went from 1 drop to 2. And the spiritual power column in his attribute panel changed from 29 to 61. Growling. Originally, Manghang was still immersed in the thrill of cultivation, but he was interrupted by his indisputable stomach. Thinking about it, yes, I hadn't eaten since last night, so no wonder my stomach was protesting. After a quick wash, he headed out the door and headed for school. As for the dagger, he gave it some thought and decided that it wasn't safe to leave it at home, so he decided to carry it with him. Halfway through, he ate 6 buns at a breakfast place feeling unfulfilled, and Manghang sweated a little. Usually, I'm already 8 points full after eating 2 on my own, but today I actually ate 6 before I was half full. It seems that cultivation is a real physical drain. Feeling his pants pockets, which were cleaner than his face, he could only gulp and leave helplessly. The beautiful and moving Yi Qianwen stood on the podium and looked at the students below with a smile. I'm sure that with last night's cultivation, you have all learned the breathing method and felt the wonders that cultivation brings. As soon as these words came out, voices of agreement came from below. Yeah, a bowl actually appeared in my mind when I was practicing according to the breathing method, and it was actually holding droplets of my spiritual energy condensed into it. I saw that bowl too, and after practicing all night, I actually don't have a trace of sleepiness. All the students in the class were chattering and saying they saw the bowl. Only Manghang looked around with a confused face, not understanding what they were saying. Bowls? What bowl? Isn't it a void? Could it be that my spiritual world is different from theirs? Not noticing Manghang's abnormality, Yi Qianwen nodded in relief. That's right. Every ability practitioner visualizes a bowl-like container when practicing breathing techniques, and practicing is striving to fill that container. Hey, so what's my goal? Fill up the entire void? That wouldn't be the Milky Way. Hearing Yi Qianwen's explanation, Manghang not only did not get over it, but became more confused. In fact, for 3 years in high school, all the theoretical knowledge that should be given to you has been given to you, and the rest is up to you to practice on your own. Saying that, Yi Qianwen took out a bunch of crystals emitting faint fluorescence from her spatial ring. Crap! Space ring! Someone exclaimed in shock, and Manghang also looked at the ring that Yi Qianwen wore on her hand with glowing eyes. Space rings were not particularly rare in this world, but a 1 cubic meter space ring would cost hundreds of thousands. Manghang didn't realize that Yi Qianwen was actually a hidden rich woman. Teacher, I don't want to try. And when the crowd's eyes landed on the small pile of crystals on the table, they couldn't help but let out another gasp. That's an essence core. What's an essence core? Meng Hang was a bit unresponsive and inquired about Nguyen, who was at the side. Nguyen looked at him with a look of contempt, as if he was looking at a fool. You've spent the last 3 years learning to be a dog. Dog, I'm not taking the blame for this. Essence cores are a special kind of mineral produced after the revival of the boom. The special energy contained within can be absorbed by the human body and thus converted into spiritual power. A single essence core can be worth several days of hard cultivation. Nima. So awesome. Meng Hang's eyes burst open, emanating a greedy gaze from within, staring at Nguyen, who was somewhat at a loss for words. That, Meng Hang, I know I'm quite pretty, but you shouldn't stare at me so nakedly. Even if you do look handsome, I won't agree if you don't formally confess your love. Meng Hang. That's right, it's an essence core, Yi Qianwen said solemnly. It's just that these aren't complete essence cores, but essence core fragments. After all, a piece of essence core is worth $100,000, and no matter how wealthy the school is, it's impossible to give each of you a piece. Meng Hang couldn't help but smack his lips. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts, a piece of essence core actually cost $100,000. Since we're talking about essence cores, perhaps your families have warned you, but I'll instruct you anyway. Although the essence core is good, everyone's physique is different, and the amount of spiritual energy that can be absorbed each day is also different. So remember not to absorb it without restraint. Of course, with your current absorption efficiency, that is, if you put thousands or hundreds of essence cores in front of you, you won't be able to absorb much. After saying that, Yi Qianwen distributed the essence core fragments to each student. Meng Hang held the fingernail-sized fragment in his hand and looked at the waves of light flowing inside, unconsciously mobilizing his spiritual power. It was as if the spiritual energy inside the essence core was pulled by an invisible force and surged into his body. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Hang retreated from the spiritual void, looking at the time and then at the essence core fragment in his hand, which had already turned into powder. A frenzied look appeared on his face. It had only been a mere 10 minutes since then, and one's spiritual power had actually increased by another droplet directly. It was comparable to a night's worth of practicing on your own. And it's just a piece of debris. He didn't dare to imagine how much progress a complete essence core would make. Make money, make money. Meng Hang's eyes were glowing red at this time, and his mind was full of how to make money. Like a male dog in heat. Meng Hang, this is a classroom. Don't mess around with me. Nguyen, who had just opened his eyes, saw Meng Hang breathing heavily and his eyes glowing red, and thought he was going to plot against himself, so he opened his mouth to warn him. Meng Hang shouted in his heart, "Big sister, you have to be so self-absorbed." At the same time, one after another, people woke up with excitement permeating their faces. I'm sure you've all felt the wonders of the essence cores, but the school can only provide you with them this one time. Going forward, it will be necessary for everyone to work hard on their own and strive to have the strength to go out and hunt demonic beasts to obtain essence cores as soon as possible. In fact, there was one more thing she didn't say for fear of hitting her students. That is, in addition to themselves going out to hunt demonic beasts later on, some wealthy families had prepared cultivation essence cores for their family's children early on. Society is just so unfair and there are many things that are not an option. The school bell had just rung when Meng Hang couldn't wait to stop practicing and ran outside the school. Yi Qianwen looked at some of the students below who were still practicing, and then turned her head to Meng Hang, who had already run away, and snorted in anger. The distance is how the distance gets further and further away when the level of the alien ability is already low and you don't know how to work hard. In fact, Meng Hang also thought about practicing a little longer, but he had more important things to do. Currently, the spiritual power liquid in his mind had reached 4 drops. In the morning, by virtue of the crystal core, a drop of spiritual power liquid was condensed in just 10 minutes. And it's only taken a day of practice to cultivate a single drop of. This further made Meng Hang realize the importance of the essence core. So after some hesitation, in the end, he decided to sell the spirit weapon dagger he had just gotten his hands on in exchange for the essence cores. After all, with the writer's eye, there was plenty of time for spirit weapons to be acquired later. Instead, the priority is to increase strength. The Tianfu Merchant Bank was one of the top merchant banks in the Dragon Kingdom, and there were branches of it no matter how many tier cities there were. The Heavenly Mansion Trading House not only sold unsealed spirit weapons, but even real spirit weapons were also sold. It's just that the prices of the two are really worlds apart. After all, it was still a toss-up whether the former could open intact spirit weapons or not. But what can be guaranteed is that the unsealed spirit weapons sold from here were all obtained from the ancient battlefield. It's not like there at the ghost market, where 80% of it is artificially imitated junk. Meng Hang arrived at the Tianfu Merchant Bank, which was located in the center of Yunshui City. Standing in front of the opulent gate, Meng Hang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. worthy of being one of the leading merchant houses in the Dragon Kingdom. The two sides of the main entrance actually had two nearly 2-meter-high sculptures of true fireflame lions standing on them. The key thing was that the outside of the sculpture was actually plated with a layer of real gold. When he walked into the merchant bank, he was greeted by a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam with a tall figure and an unassuming temperament. She didn't let the fact that Dreamhaven was dressed as a student slow her down. "Hello sir, I wonder what you need to order. I can introduce you." Meng Heng didn't look at the wide array of items on the surrounding booths for fear that he would drool. Asked, pulling an unobtrusive dagger from his pocket. "I wonder if you take weapons here." Looking at the dagger in the hands of the youth in front of her, a trace of imperceptible contempt flowed from the woman's eyes, but due to her professionalism, she kept her smile and said, "I'm sorry sir, we don't take weapons here." "Oh, spirit weapons aren't accepted either?" With that said, Meng Heng poured a trace of spiritual energy into the dagger. Moment. The originally unobtrusive dagger emitted a biting cold aura. Spirit weapon. The Cheongsam woman let out a low, soft whimper. Although spirit weapons weren't so rare that they would be hard to come by in 100 years, they weren't something that an unusual family could just take out, and most people who acquire spiritual weapons don't sell them, but keep them for their own use. "Excuse me, sir, spirit weapons are too expensive. It's not for me to decide. You please follow me." With that, he led Meng Heng towards the second floor. Quite different from the gilded splendor of the first floor. The second floor is more ancient. An old man in a tang suit was sitting on a chair of valuable golden nanmu and sipping tea, as if he didn't notice the duo's arrival. The Cheongsam woman carefully came in front of the old man and bent down to whisper softly, "Elder Tang, there are people selling spirit weapons. Please also take a decision." "Oh, a spirit weapon?" The old man in the tang suit let out a light eep and put down the teacup in his hand. "You go down first. This little friend will be entertained by me." He waved his hand, dismissed the women, and rose to arch his hand toward Meng Heng. "My humble self, Tang Guoqiang. You can call me Tang Lao. My humble self is the principal of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Banks branch in Cloudwater City. Please forgive me for slowing down little friend just now. Tang, what's the best excavator technique?" Meng Heng had a brain fart and said it in passing. Even Tang Lao, who had seen a lot of things and was unperturbed by events, was stunned by Meng Heng's inexplicable words. It's fine. Let's get down to business." Meng Heng smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the subject. "I can't blame Meng Heng for this. It's mainly because Mr. Tang's quote is just too classic." The two of them took their seats, and Elder Tang made another cup of tea for Meng Heng before picking up the dagger and examining it carefully. Gently gripping the dagger, Tang Lao gently swung it, and the dagger immediately emitted a dazzling light. The glow was several times brighter than when Meng Heng used it. Meng Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised. "I didn't realize that this unassuming old man in front of me was actually a hidden expert." Thinking about it, to be able to become the principal of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, his strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Retracting his spiritual energy and handing the dagger back to Meng Heng, Tang Lao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. It's considered a good quality amongst the low-grade spirit weapons." "A low-grade spirit weapon?" Meng Heng subconsciously asked. He had only heard of spiritual weapons, but hadn't heard of them being divided into grades. Tang Lao looked at Meng Heng with some curiosity. "You don't even know the quality of a spirit weapon. So where did you get this spirit weapon from? It wouldn't be stealing the spirit weapons you have treasured at home, would it?" Meng Heng smiled without answering. Seeing Meng Heng's attitude, Tang Lao didn't care. He was only asking in passing, and had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. The Heaven's Mansion Merchant Company was rich and powerful, and would not yet have any bad intentions because of a low-grade spirit weapon. Spiritual weapons can be categorized into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, epic-grade, holy weapon, and divine weapon based on the power they exert. Although spirit weapons below the advanced level are rare, they are still circulating in the market after all. But spirit weapons above the epic level can be said to be priced and cherished. Meng Heng nodded indistinctly, not realizing that there was so much to be said in spiritual weapons. He then looked at Tang Lao with some apprehension. Then, "Elder Tang, how much can I sell this dagger for?" Elder Tang pondered slightly before continuing. "If little friend sincerely wants to buy it, we, the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Guild, will offer $1 million. I'm sure you won't find a second one in Yunshui City at this price." But Meng Heng, who had been a little thirsty, had just taken a sip of tea and was directly shocked into spraying it all out. "No, I'm sorry Elder Tang, a little out of line. You didn't hear me earlier. How much did you say?" Tang Lao had a black face and wiped his face with his sleeve before he returned. Young people nowadays are not at all composed. "It's only $1 million and you're surprised like that." "Only $1 million?" Hearing him say that, Meng Hang really wanted to spray him in the face with tea again. He had lived for 18 years and had never even seen $100,000, let alone $1 million. Deal. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Hang directly opened his mouth to agree. Ha ha ha, laddie cool. Donald smiled brightly. We have a wide array of items for sale inside the Heavenly Mansion merchant house. I wonder if little friend would be interested. Oh, I wonder what it's all about. Meng Hang's eyes lit up. This time he was here for the crystal cores, but was still interested in what else was for sale here. Spiritual weapons aside, since little friend has come to sell spiritual weapons this time, it means you don't need them for a short period of time. We also sell essence cores here, intermediate and advanced breathing techniques, and reclaiming fluid. Meng Hang had seen the first two, only this last reclaiming liquid he had never heard of. With the attitude of not ashamed to ask, he asked again, God returning liquid? What does this one do? Elder Tang was not impatient because of Meng Hang's shallow knowledge, but instead patiently explained to him, God, the God of the Spirit. As the name suggests, it can quickly restore an ability's mental power. It is, so to speak, a must-have item for traveling at home and killing people. Meng Hang nodded indistinctly and asked again with some confusion, so why don't you call back? Before he could get the next word out, Tang Lao slapped the table fiercely and roared, Shut up, the book will be closed if you tell me. Although he was coveting the advanced breathing technique as well as the reclaiming spirit liquid from old Tang's mouth, Meng Hang didn't forget the purpose of his trip. May I ask how much an essence core costs? The lowest level crystal cores are 100,000 each, which is completely enough for a newly awakened ability like you. With Tang Lao's strength, he naturally saw at a glance that Meng Hang was still a rookie who had just awakened his psychic abilities. Can't it be cheaper? I'll take it here to sell if I have spirit weapons in the future. Do you think spirit weapons are Chinese cabbages? Selling them when you say so. Tang Lao laughed on the surface with a cloudy smile, but in his heart, he was cursing furiously. Little friend is joking. This is already the lowest price. Meng Hang shook his head helplessly and said, Alright then, buy 10 lowest level essence cores. When Meng Hang walked out of the Heavenly Mansion trading house, Meng Hang could only feel blood dripping from his heart. $1 million. A whole $1 million. I didn't even see a shadow and it's gone. He suddenly thought of a phrase that had been circulating on the internet. Tianfu make money, Tianfu flower. A respectively want to take home. He then touched the 10 essence cores in his pocket, and his mood was then improved. Looking back at the 4 big words Tianfu Merchant Bank, Meng Hang thought with hatred, when I have strength in the future, I will definitely buy all the unsealed spirit weapons you have here and sell them back to you. In fact, he had long thought of using his Sharingan to buy a few more unsealed spirit weapons in the Heaven's Mansion trading house before and selling them back. Chickens lay eggs, eggs lay chickens, absolutely instant wealth, to the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, this way is too eye-catching and it's easy for people to notice the anomaly. Meng Hang did not intend to do this until he had the power to defend himself. Gripping his bulging pockets, he hurried towards home. He couldn't wait to hurry up and cultivate. Only, what Meng Hang didn't notice was, after he left the Heavenly Mansion trading house, not far from him was a yellow-haired young man staring grimly at Meng Hang's back, out of the Heavenly Mansion merchants, and with such a bulge in his pocket. Lao Tzu, today I will teach you what it means to not show your wealth. With that, he quietly followed. When Meng Hang walked out of the Heavenly Mansion trading house, the sky had already darkened. As he turned into an alley, the already dim surroundings became even gloomier. Meng Hang, who was still immersed in the joy of having purchased the essence core, suddenly had a sudden lurch in his footsteps. He felt a sudden, unwanted gaze from behind him. Turning around, he found a young man around 25 or 26 years old with a head of yellow hair standing at the entrance of the alley, looking at him with a sneer. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, understanding that the visitor was not good. Before he could open his mouth, the yellow hair on the opposite side took the lead. Hit. Yellow hair held his tongue for half a day but couldn't get out that latter word. Meng Hang looked at yellow hair, who was holding his face red. You can't even speak properly, and you're still out here learning how to rob people, Meng Hang said somewhat helplessly. After being mocked by Meng Hang, yellow hair's face turned even redder. Fight. Robbery. Little kid, dare to taunt you. Your grandfather. Really don't know how to write the word death. As long as you will. Rush. The things you bought from the Heavenly Mansion Trading Company rush to hand them over. And also, and you, all the money in your pocket. I'll let you off the hook. This sentence Huang Mao said almost 2 minutes to finish. Listening to Meng Hang are anxious for him. Big brother, let's do it. Don't push it, okay? I've been home for the time you've been talking to me. Meng Hang said these words to Huang Mao from the bottom of his heart. He is now really anxious to go home to cultivate, which have the heart to nag with this person. 2. Give. Shame on you. After saying that, a blazing flame suddenly lit up in his hand, reflecting the yellow hair's face bright and dark. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! System on. Reward 10 points of strength attribute for fighting hard to the end with yellow hair. Handing over the sperm core and begging for mercy to yellow hair will reward you with 3 hooks of sharpening will eyes. Crap! Seeing the second reward, Manhang directly exploded in shock. I didn't expect the system to be so generous. It had just awakened the double hook jade within a few days, and was going to upgrade itself to a triple hook jade. It's just that the system gives this option. Manhang always felt that the system was unsuspicious and always wanted to cultivate himself into a goon. Seeing that Manhang was directly shocked and directly cursed out, Yellow Hair thought that he had scared him with this hand, so he said with some smugness, How? Scared? Count on. Count you little. Kid has vision. See the little master's extraordinary. I can. But the awakening of D-class fire attribute ability. Can. It's not something that a high school student like you, this kind of high school student can compare. Alright. Manhang hurriedly interrupted Yellow Hair's words. He was really afraid that by the time Yellow Hair finished, it would be dawn. Manhang rubbed his hands against each other in a doggy manner. Big brother is right. As soon as you made your move, little brother immediately sensed that you were extraordinary. My admiration for you, big brother, is now like that torrential river, unceasing. Manhang's ass-kissing made Yellow Hair flutter and flush. Under Manhang's horse's ass, he suddenly felt that SSS-level psychic abilities were nothing more than that, and the Emperor Realm was just a dog on the side of the road. Little kid, count on you having some eyesight. Hurry up and take the stuff in your pocket too. Take it out, and big brother will spare you. Today I will recognize you as a little brother. In the future to encounter this kind of thing, mention the big brother nickname Absolute. Absolutely good. Yellow Hair patted his chest and said boldly, that, blah blah blah. Somewhat affected by Yellow Hair, Manhang also began to stutter a bit, even spat before continuing the question. Then I wonder what big brother's nickname is? Good. Well said. Lousy line. I'm not changing my name. I'm not changing. Change your name. The Jianghu person Jinsan Shan Chao Jun, and Town 3 Hills, Town 3 Streets don't even know if it's okay. Manhang secretly slandered. So it's Big Brother Chao. Disrespect, out of respect. Hearing Manhang's compliments, Chao Jun nodded in satisfaction. This loud Big Brother is not called for nothing. Want me to accept you? But you have to show something, said the man, glancing once again at Manhang's bulging pants pockets. Understood. With that, Manhang took out all 10 essence cores in his pocket and handed them to Yellow Hair. Essence core. A fine call. Seeing that what Manhang took out of his pocket was actually an essence core, Chao Jun's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. He had thought that Manhang would at most take out some ordinary heaven and earth spiritual treasures, but he didn't expect to come up with essence cores worth millions. With a trembling hand, he snatched the sperm core and greedily ogled it as if he had seen a beautiful woman. These are all I have. I don't know if you're satisfied, big brother, or still care about what Manhang is talking about. To the surrounding carefully looked around, to determine that no one will quickly put the essence of the core into the arms. From now on, you'll be covered by me, Chao Jun. After saying that, he turned his head and was about to leave. He was now thinking the same thing as Manhang before, hurrying home to cultivate. As Chao Jun turned his head, the system rewards arrived at the same time. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward the host with the 3-hook jade sharpening wheel eyes. Manhang's originally black and white eyes suddenly became blood red, and the double hook jades in them turned into triple hook jades, equally distributed around the eyeballs. Unfortunately, this bizarre scene was not noticed by Chao Jun, whose back was turned to his departure. A stream of heat flowed through Manhang's body. Host, Manhang. Psychic ability, triple grain sharpening eye, grade A. Mental strength, 122. Human rank, power, 32. Agility, 38. Physical fitness, 33. Ability users have different bonuses to their physical qualities when they awaken different levels of psychic abilities. Manhang roughly calculated that each physical quality had increased by 20 points from E to a level. He didn't dare to imagine how strong the SSS ranked Lin Luoshue would be. Crunch. Manhang stretched his back, and a sound like fried beans came from his body. Looking at the back of Chao Jun, who was impatient and wanted to leave in a hurry, he suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Hearing Manhang shout, Chao Jun turned back and asked impatiently, "Also, what else?" Manhang smiled playfully, his eyes also transformed into sharpies, and he said in his tone, "Hit, fight, robbery." Chao Jun didn't react for a moment. his eyes a little confused. What? I said rob. Reacting. Chao Jun laughed with such contempt. With his finger, he pointed at Meng Hang and then at himself. You're going to rob me? Meng Hang also nodded as a matter of course. Yeah. No? Chao Jun, who was still laughing maniacally, instantly put away his smile and looked at him with gloomy eyes. Little kid, don't think that just because you've activated your powers, you have a bottom. I'll give you a ride if you want to die. Fire fist. Chao Jun's right hand blazed with flames out of thin air, and with a slight push of his feet, he rushed toward Meng Hang. Although he didn't speak quickly, his speed was indeed not to be underestimated, and in just the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Meng Hang's eyes. Feeling the heat wave that hit his face, Meng Hang stood motionless in place. With a smile on his face, he stared at the figure in front of him with those blood-red and eerie eyes. Chao Jun's fire fist was raised high, about to burn this unknowing brat in front of him to slag, just in time to destroy his corpse. But just then, all he could feel was something suddenly blocking his throat, suffocating him. Not only that, but he felt that the thing in his throat was a living thing that was crawling outward bit by bit down his throat. What the hell? Chao Jun's eyes widened violently, and his eyeballs were about to bulge out of his eyes. No longer able to care about Meng Hang, who could be destroyed by raising his hand, he fell to his knees in agony. A feeling of suffocation came over him, and he clamped his hands around his neck in a death grip, gasping for fresh air. Unfortunately, the spawn didn't work. The contents of his throat slowly crept out and gagged him. Chao Jun opened his mouth uncontrollably. In the next second, he saw a black-bodied crow with blood-red eyes actually burrow out of his mouth. Raven? Chao Jun looked at the scene in front of him in horror, not understanding what was going on. The pitch-black raven turned its head and glanced indifferently at Chao Jun, then fluttered its wings a few times before flying into the air. Why does a crow feel so familiar to me? Wait, bloodshot eyes. As if he understood something, he raised his head and looked angrily at Meng Hang, who was standing right in front of him. It's you. What the hell kind of psychic ability do you have? He had never heard of any powers that could actually control creatures to grow in someone else's body. If this could make a titanic python appear in one's body, it wouldn't burst one's body in minutes. What kind of sick alien power is this? Meng Hang didn't answer him, just lowered his head and looked at the terrified yellow-haired youth. And it was then that Chao Jun reacted to the fact that he was kneeling on the ground like a lost dog. Meng Hang stood in front of him like an emperor, looking down on him indifferently. By now it was completely dark, and the empty alley was even weirder. Chao Jun raised his head and realized that he could no longer see the face of the teenager in front of him, only a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him dead on. When he locked eyes with these bizarre eyes, he only felt chills all over his body, and the entire world seemed to become unreal and distorted. No way, how can I be intimidated by a high school student? Chao Jun's face grimaced as he shouted angrily in his heart. Subsequently, the flame that had been extinguished in his right hand flared up once again, and he unexpectedly threw a punch at Meng Hang's abdomen. In the next second, the flame-wrapped right hand passed through his body. Success? Chao Jun looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. He hadn't expected such a simple sneak attack to succeed. What the heck? It turns out to be a silver gun wax head. Scare the old man like this. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Chao Jun resumed his previous aloofness. Only in the next second, his pupils shrunk, and the bemused expression that had just appeared became incomparably fearful again. It turned out that Meng Hang's body, which had been penetrated, actually didn't shed a single drop of blood, not to mention the scene in which he imagined being burned to ashes by his own psychic powers. Meng Hang stood in place like a ghost, without a trace of a living person's breath. Suddenly, Meng Hang's body suddenly exploded from the location where it was pierced, transforming into a roiling crow that flew in all directions, leaving behind a field of black feathers. Nope. There was also a pair of blood-red eyes that had grown countless times larger still suspended in midair, staring at Chao Jun in death. Chao Jun's face turned white as he sat on his butt on the ground, his legs constantly stomping back in an attempt to get away from those bizarre eyes. He backed up while pointing at the Sharingan eye in midair, shouting as if he was insane. I know, you're not human. You're a ghost. The frightened Chao Jun surprisingly spoke surprisingly fluently. Back to reality. Meng Hang stood in place without moving. But the bizarre scene was that Chao Jun surprisingly also maintained the same act that he had turned around in the beginning when Meng Hang had called out to him. It turned out that when Chao Jun turned his head to meet Meng Hang's eyes, he had already been hit by the illusion of the Sharingan eye, but he just didn't realize it. In fact, Meng Hang wasn't doing well at this time either. With one's current mental power, it was still a bit difficult to force open the three-hooked jade sharpening wheel eyes. The scene where Chao Jun fell deep into the illusion was a long story, but the reality was actually only a few seconds. But that was all it took, and it consumed most of Meng Hang's mental energy. Seeing that his spiritual energy was about to bottom out, he didn't dare to delay and arrived in front of Chao Jun with a few steps, and at this moment, Chao Jun was still deep in hallucinations, with infinite horror spreading across his face. Meng Hang doesn't care and throws a leg kick, a whopping 32 points of strength attribute, a kick equivalent to the strength of 3 adults, directly kicked Chao Jun's chin. Chao Jun didn't even make a sound and fell straight to the ground. Putting away his Sharingan eyes, Meng Hang's eyes once again turned back to black and white. He squatted on the ground and touched all over Chao Jun's body. In addition to his own 10 essence cores, he actually only had a few $100s. Meng Hang skimmed his mouth, disdainfully cursed the poor man, and left, until the next day dawned and the gloomy alley became crowded with people again. Chao Jun Kai, who was unconscious on the ground, was found by a passerby who reported him to the city guard and took him to the hospital. Inside the hospital, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a young girl in her 20s wearing the uniform of the city protectorate was questioning Chao Jun. Although this matter wasn't a big deal, as a guard of the city guard, he couldn't miss the slightest clue. After all, their mission was to guard the security of Cloudwater City. If a demonic beast mixed in, the consequences would be unimaginable. What's more, a White Lotus cultist had recently appeared in the city, and his strength had already reached the empty stage. Although the escort sent out manpower to chase after him, the man escaped at the cost of serious injuries. Now if there's the slightest breeze in town, the escorts won't let it go. Chao Jun, who had awakened, was still in shock when he recalled last night's scene. Seeing that the visitors were from the city guard, they opened their mouths and shouted, "Lord Guard, I met a ghost last night." The young girl, who was still serious, heard him say that and tugged at the corner of her mouth to laugh. But in the end, she forced herself to hold it back. If Chao Jun said that it was a demonic beast, it would still draw their attention. But you come with a ghost. What a time to believe this. Are you sure it's a ghost and not a demonic beast or a middle-aged man? The middle-aged guard asked somewhat helplessly. I'm sure, I'm 100% sure. That ghost also has bloodshot eyes and his whole body can turn into a crow and fly away. Chao Jun replied fluently. The middle-aged guard shook his head and said to the girls behind him, "Let's just go. I guess I hurt my brain and I'm a little disoriented. We'll ask again in a few days." The two of them then turned around and were about to leave. When Chao Jun saw that the duo was about to leave this way, he hurriedly shouted out, "Lord Guard, I'm telling the truth. Hey, how come I don't stutter?" It was only then that he reacted to the fact that he was speaking extremely fluently. His maniacal laughter then resounded throughout the ward. "I won't stutter anymore. Let's see who dares to call me a little stutterer from now on." Listening to the maniacal laughter in the hospital room, the girl following the middle-aged man nodded her head deeply. "Looks like it really hurt my brain." 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. Meng Hang couldn't wait to rush back home after settling Chao Jun. Legs crossed on the bed, a piece of sperm core in his hand. When the breathing method was run, a large amount of mental power mist filled his mental power world. When Meng Hang opened his eyes, the crystal core in his hand had become a pile of debris. Picking up his cell phone and looking at it, it was already 12 o'clock at night. He remembered that it was around 8 o'clock when he came back, which meant that it took about 4 hours to absorb a complete essence core. Not bothering to check how much spiritual power he had grown, he once again picked up a crystal core and began to absorb it. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright and 3 piles of essence core residue had appeared next to him. System, open the character attributes panel. Host, Meng Hang. Psychic ability, triple grain sharpening eye, grade A. Mental power, 1022. Human rank, power, 32. Agility, 38. Physical fitness, 33. Mental power actually increased directly from 122 to 1022. That meant that each primary crystal provided him with 300 points of mental energy. Meng Hang shook his head with some regret as he looked at the 7 remaining essence cores by his side. Only 3 crystals were absorbed this night. The efficiency is really too low. Looks like we need to hurry up and make money to buy a better breathing method. What he actually doesn't know is this. Even if they possessed a better breathing method, no one would dare to continuously absorb the spiritual energy from the essence core like he did. Anyone else's head would have just exploded. Of course those geniuses from the noble families were excluded. They had received the assistance of various heavenly materials provided by their families since they were young, and were not comparable to ordinary people. But it wasn't as perverted as Meng Hang. Moreover, if it was calculated based on the mental power of a normal ability user, a mental power of 1,000 points would make one an Earth rank ability user. And at this moment, Meng Hang actually didn't have a single omen that he was going to advance. Crap, it's 8 o'clock. Open the cell phone to find that actually already 8 o'clock. Meng Hang hastily washed up and rushed to the school. When pushing open the door of the classroom, I found that my classmates had already entered the practice. He looked at Yi Qianwen in front of the podium with some embarrassment. Yi Qianwen looked at Meng Hang with some huff. She thought Meng Hang was late because he was sleeping. But in order not to disturb the students' cultivation, nothing more was said, just signaling Meng Hang with his eyes to hurry back to his seat. At this point in time, there is nothing left to teach in school. It's all up to you. Another day passed in the blink of an eye, and Meng Hang was again the first to rush out of the campus. In this way, another 3 days came and went, and the 10 essence cores in Meng Hang's hand had all been absorbed by him, and his spiritual power had also changed from 1022 to 3185, and his realm had finally turned into the first stage of the Earth stage, with all of his physical attributes doubled. As usual, Meng Hang walked through the dilapidated building, his footsteps resounding through the empty hallways. Since he had run out of essence cores, today he didn't rush back home in a few strides, but instead slowly dawdled his way upstairs. Just then, another footstep came out from behind. Meng Hang subconsciously looked back as a man about 1 meter 8 tall with a hooded head came upwards. The dimness, combined with the gloom of the hood, made it impossible for Meng Hang to see what he looked like. The man's footsteps were extremely fast, and in a few steps he caught up with Meng Hang and swept past him. Meng Hang subconsciously frowned. The building he lives in is decades old, and the people who live here are basically elderly people in their old age. He didn't have the slightest impression of this man, and Meng Hang felt a chill when the man walked past him. Meng Hang's family lived on the 3rd floor, and when he took out his key and prepared to open the door, the sound of a rustling door opening also came from his upstairs. Now he was even more puzzled. He lives upstairs in the home of the childless, widowed grandmother Lu, who got her partner to die a few years ago. Because of the fact that Meng Hang had no one to turn to, Grandma Lu had called him to her home for dinner before when she had nothing to do. He had been indulging in cultivation for the past 2 days, and only today did he realize that he hadn't seen Grandma Lu for several days. Could it be a distant relative of Grandma Lu? But I haven't heard of her having any other relatives, or she couldn't have taken so many years to visit her. Meng Hang frowned, feeling that something wasn't right. I drink wine and light a lonely lamp. A few drunks come and a few mad. Crap, again! Meng Hang cursed, seriously suspecting that his system was a 2-armed one. What the hell was all this listening to? Ding! System on. Choosing to go to the 4th floor to knock on the door and enter Grandma Lu's house. Agreed. Reward for the physical art. 8 gates of evil. Give up and award 5 points of physical fitness. Hearing that the reward was actually Emperor Kai's 8 gates of transportation, this time Meng Hang wasn't ecstatic, but instead squeezed a chuan out of his brow. With the system's temperament, it would never reward itself with something so generous for no reason. Something must have happened upstairs. Grandma Lu treats herself like her own grandson. Knowing that something happened upstairs, even if there is no reward, Meng Hang will go up to check. And upstairs at this moment, Yang Tang was holding an essence core and meditating on his knees. Originally, he had received orders from the helmsman to come to Yunshui City to do an important thing, but I didn't expect the Cloudwater City escort guard to be so sharp, and they found out halfway through the matter. He himself was seriously injured before escaping from the heavy siege. Glancing at the corpse of an old man frozen on the ground, Yang Tang didn't have a trace of pity in his eyes. Lifeless old mother, vacuum home. It is an honor to give your life for the Church of God, and in the future your soul will return to the kingdom of God. The White Lotus sect had appeared in the last era, before the global aura was revived, only to have long disappeared into the river of history. However, in recent decades, the White Lotus sect has been fighting against the Qing dynasty to restore the Ming dynasty. Nope, it was the banner, purification of the world, descent of the kingdom of God, that once again appeared in the eyes of the public, and it quickly absorbed a large congregation, including many powerful abilities. In order to achieve their goals, the followers of the White Lotus sect went out of their way to cooperate with demonic beasts and committed so many murders that they were soon wanted by the government and became an unabashed cult. Yang Tang felt the sword intent running amok within his body, and he could only forcefully suppress it with his spiritual power. Otherwise, just with this sword intent, he would be able to open up a few holes in his body. Good Zhao Sanpang. Worthy of being a Huan rank powerhouse, a casual sword actually has such power. Luckily, I have the one-time secret treasure of escape handed to me by the helmsman. Or else I really would have been accounted for here. Dang, dang, dang. Just then, there was actually a knock at the door. Yang Tang frowned and didn't make a sound or go down to open the door, pretending that no one was in the house. He was now focusing on recuperating from his injuries and didn't want to expose himself because of a little accident. However, the owner of the voice outside the door wasn't going to give up like that and continued to knock. Dang, dang, dang. Are you home, Grandma Lu? Yang Tang still didn't respond, thinking that the teenagers outside would leave when they saw that no one was responding. Grandma Lu, I bought some fruit to see you. Looks like it's out. So I'd better come back later. Yang Tang let out a long breath, thinking that Meng Hang would just leave. Who knew that before this breath could be exhaled? The knock at the door sounded once again. Naya, didn't you say you'd be back in a while? And this breathtaking is a while? 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping in Yang Tang's heart, cursing all the ancestors of the teenagers outside. It's not right. I remember that Grandma Lu didn't go out today. Could something have happened? No. It's better to call the police if something happens to her at home by herself. Who knows? Hearing that the people outside were going to call the police, Yang Tang finally couldn't sit still. The police came without incident, but when they ended up messing with the city guard, with their current strength, they really just couldn't escape with their wings. Squeak! When Meng Hang raised his hand again and prepared to knock on the door, the old iron door was finally opened a crack. A grim-faced middle-aged man poked his head out to survey him. Meng Hang pretended to be stunned, turned his head to look at the number of floors on the wall, and then turned back to look at the middle-aged man suspiciously, and then it was as if he came to a realization. Ah, I see. You're her son that Grandma Lu always mentions, aren't you? The corners of Yang Tang's mouth lifted upwards, nodding with a leathery smile. Yes, I am her son. My mom, she's not feeling well today. She's sleeping in the house. I'll tell you in a couple days when she's feeling better. Hearing the man in front of him admit that he was Grandma Lu's son, a hint of coldness appeared in Meng Hang's eyes. Now he was even more convinced that something must have happened to Grandma Lu. With his face unchanged, Meng Hang pretended to be eager and worried and said, Grandma Lu is actually sick. All the more reason for me to go in and take a look. My parents died when I was a child, and Grandma Lu treated me like her own grandson. Hearing that the teenager in front of him was actually an orphan, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yang Tang's mouth. Originally, he hadn't wanted to cause more trouble, fearing that solving the teenager would invite his family to look for him. But since he's an orphan, who cares if he lives or dies? It was as if the big bad wolf had smiled at Little Red Riding Hood. The corners of Yang Tang's mouth tugged upward again, putting on a kind face. Since my mom treats you like a grandchild, I'm considered your elder. Hurry in, I'll get her up. Yes, uncle. Meng Hang smiled innocently and walked in without the slightest doubt. Lightly arriving at the bedroom, Meng Hang's smile stuttered, only to see the bedroom floor. Grandma Lu was being frozen inside by a huge piece of ice, and it looks like it has not been breathing for a long time. Squeak! Bang! The sound of the door closing sounded, and the room became eerily silent, with only the sound of footsteps stepping outside toward Meng Hang's place. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward for the 8 doors of evil. When the rewarding sound rang out, Yang Tang's figure also appeared in the bedroom doorway. Lifeless old mother. Vacuum home. Your Grandma Lu has returned to the arms of the lifeless old mother, and I will give you a ride next, so that the two of you can meet in the kingdom of God. When he said these words, Yang Tang's expression was no longer gloomy, but filled with frenzy and sickness. Meng Hang turned his head violently, his eyes emitting a faint red light in the gloomy room. It was as if an evil spirit had crawled out of hell and was staring at the food in front of him. Yang Tang, who was still caught up in his self-importance, was also stunned by the strangeness shown by Meng Hang, and it was only after a long time that he came back to his senses and said with a cold smile, Pupil-type powers? It's still a bluff. Too bad you met me. The temperature in the room plummeted, and even the air Meng Hang exhaled turned into white mist. Just then, an ice cone suddenly appeared under Yang Tang's feet and quickly extended towards Meng Hang. Although this move did not have a strong killing power, it could instantly freeze opponents who were less powerful than themselves until they froze or suffocated to death. Yang Tang was confident that with his empty stage realm strength, he would still be able to deal with a teenager dressed as a high school student. But the next moment, Yang Tang's face changed wildly. The icicle that had originally attacked Meng Hang suddenly twisted a few times, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a bull-sized python. The giant python turned its head and hissed at Yang Tang, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. His body then exerted itself and bit straight into Yang Tang's neck. This scene came too quickly for Yang Tang to react, and he could only subconsciously raise his right arm to fend it off. No! As expected of an empty stage powerhouse, Yang Tang was extremely experienced in actual combat, and instantly reacted to the fact that he had been caught in an illusion. Although he was already deep into Meng Hang's illusions, the two of them were separated by a large realm, and he had already broken free of the illusions at the same time he reacted. Meng Hang had sensed an aura of danger from this man's body from the moment he entered the door, so even though he had activated his sharpening wheel eyes, he still hadn't let his guard down. The 8 gates of evasion. The first gate. Open the door. Open. Spiritual energy instantly filled the entire body, driving the blood of the entire body to boil. Bang! With the force of his feet, he instantly dodged the incoming icicles, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Yang Tang's side and kicked out. It was at this time that Yang Tang also broke free from the illusion. Feeling the whistling sound coming from his ears, his face changed wildly. It was too late to think about it, and a wall of ice formed instantly, blocking his side. Next, the ice was shattered by the tremendous force of the kick, but it also managed to block Meng Hang's powerful blow. Yang Tang, who had almost flipped over in the gutter, grimaced, but the fine beads of sweat on his forehead showed that he wasn't at peace at the moment. He himself was able to escape from Zhao Sanpeng's hands, but he didn't expect to almost die at the hands of a high school today. Good boy, playing piggyback with me. His right hand grabbed in the air, and an ice blade appeared in his hand, and it slashed viciously toward Meng Hang. Meng Hang didn't choose to take it hard and violently bounced backward, managing to dodge the blade. Meng Hang, who had stood on his feet, gazed at the ice crystals that had formed on his clothes. Just the cold could freeze one's clothes, and one couldn't imagine what would happen if they were cut. Kid, I admit that you're strong among your peers, but unfortunately, I'm an air rank powerhouse. Dare to sneak up on me, let you taste the pain of lynching. After saying that, Yang Tang's right hand fiercely pinched, and the ice blade in his hand instantly turned into countless ice shards. These ice shavings emitted a crystalline cold light, like countless sharp blades flying towards Meng Hang, vowing to remove the flesh from his body piece by piece. Looking at the flying ice shards, Meng Hang's face was incomparably cold. Is the empty order awesome? Second door. Hugh's door. Open. The third door. The door of life. Open. Fledgling is not afraid of the tiger. Yang Tang sneered, thinking that the teenager in front of him had no idea how powerful the empty rank was. Just as the ice shards in the sky were about to wrap Meng Hang's blood seemed to boil, causing his entire body to turn red and wrapping a faint layer of green light around the outside of his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Meng Hang ejected out, sending out a huge force that crushed the entire floorboard. Yang Tang only felt his eyes blur as Meng Hang's figure actually disappeared in place. At the same time, Meng Hang's voice with mockery came from behind him. Empty rank, that's it? Yang Tang's face changed drastically, not understanding why the teenager's speed had increased so much in an instant. Ice barrier. Not daring to think too much, he quickly activated his supernatural ability, wanting to condense an ice barrier behind him to block Meng Hang's attack. Too slow. With a cold shout, Meng Hang kicked out, and the air actually sounded like a sonic boom. Yang Tang only felt a huge force coming from him, as if he had been hit by a large truck traveling at high speed, and his body involuntarily flew backwards. Boo! The old wall was directly smashed through a hole, and Yang Tang's figure still didn't pause as he flew towards the outside of the building. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Hang pushed his feet and chased after him as well. Yang Tang, who had been kicked out of the building, spewed out a mouthful of blood in midair as he tried to adjust his posture. Nay, at this time he was in the air, without a single borrowing point. He could only watch himself fall towards the bottom. The good thing was that it was only the 4th floor, and even if he fell, with his physical fitness, he wouldn't cause too much damage. Yang Tang thought so. I didn't expect that the tiny cloud water city, apart from the SSS-ranked Lin Luoxue, actually hid such a demon, who was able to cross over and defeat himself, an empty-ranked ability user. Little brute. I'll play with you again when I escape from Cloud Water City and recuperate from my injuries. He was now beginning to think about how he would escape after he fell to the ground in a moment. Although Meng Hang's kick had made his original injuries worse, he was still confident that he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. It's really not possible to use the lives of the people in the whole street as blackmail. A desperate blow from the air order. I don't believe that they dare to let so many people bury me with them. Although countless thoughts flashed through Yang Tang's mind, only a few seconds had actually passed. His body was still suspended in the air, just about to fall downward. Just then, his originally gloomy eyes blinked and he realized that a silhouette glowing with a light green color appeared to appear beside him. No need to guess. It's Meng Hang again. Looking at Meng Hang, who was like a maggot in his tarsus, Yang Tang cursed in his heart. He thought Meng Hang would just jump down and wait for himself on the ground. That way he would still have time to think about countermeasures. I didn't expect this kid to not follow the rules and actually run directly next to himself. Looking at Meng Hang's expressionless face, a chill involuntarily rose in his heart. Bang! Meng Hang, who was also suspended in the air, kicked again, directly sending Yang Tang's body out. At the same time, Meng Hang's body quickly fell to the ground. Boom! Bending his legs and pushing upward one more time, the ground instantly collapsed. He utilized the force of this recoil to transform into a residual shadow once again. Being hit by this kick, Yang Tang's body once again slammed uncontrollably towards the opposite side of the building. Just before his body hit, Meng Hang's body had already come over his head again. How could it be so fast? Just in his mind just Vice-Governor this thought. He heard the teenager in front of him faintly said, empty rank, that's it? The airborne Meng Hang lifted his right foot high in the air and smashed it hard into Yang Tang's stomach. Whoosh boom! The ground cracked inch by inch and was instantly smashed out into a huge pit about a meter deep. Yang Tang lay in the air like mud, blood lying outward from his mouth like no money. At this point, all the bones in his entire body had been shattered by Meng Hang's kick, and he couldn't move a muscle. He stared unbelievably at the teenager in the air, not believing that he was able to escape from Zhao Sanpong's hands and that he would actually fall into the hands of a high school student today. Looking at the dying middle-aged man in the pit, Meng Hang did not intend to stop there. With his feet in the air, he was actually able to borrow strength from the air and swoop down as if he was stepping on a wall. Borrowing the huge impact from the high-speed dive, Meng Hang drove another knee into Yang Tang's body. Yang Tang's body bowed like a prawn after receiving such a large impact, and a mouthful of blood sprayed Meng Hang all over his body, and it seemed that the blood was still mixed with the broken flesh of his internal organs. Kid, the White Lotus sect won't let you go. Wait for the White Lotus sect's sanctions against you. I am about to return to the arms of the lifeless old mother, and you, on the other hand, will receive the old mother's most horrific punishment. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Ha. Yang Tang laughed madly, then was silent again. Just no more fear of death in the eyes, only infinite fervor. Meng Hang, who cares about his dying words of madness, to see the person under the body finally did not breathe. Which will be relieved? Will be the 8 doors of the recluse put away? It just didn't matter if he put it away. A sense of weakness instantly flooded through his body, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably, crushing Yang Tang's body underneath him. What followed was an immense amount of intense pain. He gritted his teeth hard against the pain that came like wave after wave, trying not to make a sound. Is this a side effect of the 8 gates of evil? Meng Hang thought so before he lost consciousness, and at the same time, he vaguely heard the voice of the system. Ding! Host crosses the ranks to kill an empty ranked ability. Rewarded with Dual Shin Megami Tensei Kaleidoscope Sharp Eyes. Kill shop begins. Go back in time a few minutes. Su Xiaoxiao is a webcaster who has gained nearly 1 million fans on the internet with her pretty appearance and big personality. She usually broadcasts indoors. Only today she had a date with a friend to come out for dinner and claimed to be an outdoor anchor. Brothers, am I good enough to come out to dinner and think of you? I'll show you those girlfriends of mine in a minute. They're a little less than me, but they're all gorgeous. Don't say I'm not being polite. The fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. Let the brothers in the broadcast room open their eyes first. Hearing her say that, the pop-ups in the broadcast room bristled. It's still my little. Something is really on. Don't look. No looking. Seeing tiny is enough. Other women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Upstairs is right. As long as she doesn't open her mouth, she's my goddess. Just then, a loud noise came, startling the passers-by walking below and stopping to look up. Su Xiaoxiao was no exception, and was scared out of her wits by the loud bang. Luckily, she was still in a good place mentally and slowed down right away. As a network anchor, she has a natural instinct for heat. She had a feeling that she was going to run into big news today, so she quickly flipped the screen of her cell phone and aimed it at where the noise was coming from upstairs. Only one person broke through the wall, while a figure with a green light all over its body and an unrecognizable face also appeared as if out of thin air. Crap, that was fast. How did that figure with the green light appear? The scene where Meng Hang appeared happened to be captured by Su Xiaoxiao's camera, causing a commotion in the live broadcast room. Good guy. It's a speed faculty ability user, right? How else could he be so fast? The one who was kicked was also miserable. The wall was smashed out of a big hole. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge must this be? Before the people in the live broadcast room could finish, the next maneuver of the figure with the green light caused the crowd in the live broadcast room to suck in cold air. The crowd only saw the middle-aged man who had been knocked out of the house being kicked again, and then the bubbling green figure disappeared into the air. Where are the people? Where are the people? Anchor, the shooting level is not good. Cannot even shoot people's figure. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mouth grew up with a shocked expression. It's not that he can't be filmed. It's that he's too fast for cell phones to capture. With Su Xiaoxiao's eyesight, she could only see a flash of green light and could not follow Meng Hang's figure at all. Upon hearing her explanation, the broadcast room exploded once again. Holy shit, too fast for a cell phone to capture? What realm of ability does this have to be? It would have to be at least air rank, and it would have to be an ability and speed to do it. Holy shit, empty rank. Gods and goddesses fighting. Gods and goddesses fighting. Fighting? No, it can't be considered fighting. The one-sided abuse came and went quickly, ending after tens of seconds with a loud bang. The ground was smashed with earth and rocks, but fortunately the onlookers had all withdrawn more than 10 meters, and there were no accidentally injured people. When Meng Hang cancelled the 8 gates of evasion, the crowd was able to see that the figure bubbling with green light was actually just a handsome-looking teenager. I blew a big grass. Just now who said at least is empty rank ability person? Have you ever seen such a young ability person? Good guy. Still wearing a high school uniform? Should be a high school student. Are all students so perverted nowadays? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's only been a few days since this senior class held the awakening ceremony. How is it possible for them to reach the empty stage? It's unreasonable. Maybe people are naturally awakened. I can't believe I'm speechless. 10 minutes after Meng Hang fainted, the city guard arrived in great numbers, led by the same middle-aged man who was in the hospital that day. At this time, the number of people watching was increasing, surrounding Meng Hang. The members of the protectorate quickly dispersed the crowd and drew up a boundary line around the perimeter. When the middle-aged man saw the body in the pit, he first froze. Then his face changed drastically. Is it the remnants of that demonic sect? There was another look of disbelief when he saw that it was actually a teenager above him. No, it couldn't have been this teenager who killed him. Although this person was injured by the city lord, he is at least an air rank powerhouse. The other members of the team around them were also talking and speculating about how exactly Yang Tang had died. At that moment, one of the team members who had just finished inquiring about the situation from the surrounding crowd walked back dully to the middle-aged man. Captain, after asking clearly, it was really this teenager who killed the remaining members of the demon cult. Holy shit, how old is he? If only we could recruit this teenager to our team. Don't think about it, look at the dress or a high school student. In the future is definitely a promising future. How will be willing to harbor in our small city? After the shock, the protectorate personnel quickly dealt with the battlefield and carried Meng Hang in an ambulance to the hospital. The crowd of onlookers saw that there was no more action to watch, so they dispersed, and the surrounding area instantly became empty. Although the crowd dispersed, the fight was recorded and sent online by the viewers of Su Xiaozhao's live broadcast, and it quickly hit the hot search. Holy shit, that was fast. An ordinary high school student can actually have such speed. He's turned on. Is this the difference between me and a genius? The speed is actually so fast that I can't even record it on my cell phone. Lin Lixue ended her day's cultivation and spent her free time taking out her cell phone to see what was new on the internet. Due to her SSS level talent, coupled with her family's solid conditions, which provided her with the required essence cores, she had now reached the late human stage and was only half a step away from stepping into the earth stage. Even with her heart, she couldn't help but get a little excited. Just opened her phone. A video at the top of the hot search caught her attention and curiously clicked on it. When he saw the unrivaled speed and power of the green figure, there was a slight surprise in his heart, but it wasn't to the point that it could surprise her. After all, there were countless strong people in the Dragon Kingdom, and although air rank powerhouses were powerful, they were not that rare. It was only when he saw the final scene that he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Why did the figure feel so familiar? And so on. It's Meng Hang. Lin Luoxue jumped up from the bed with an incredulous face. She rubbed her eyes hard and dragged the progress bar to the end, trying to be sure again. How is that possible? It's only been a few days since his awakening. How could his strength reach this level? Comparing the strength shown by Meng Hang in the video with her own current strength, she helplessly realized that she had no chance of winning at all. Yi Qianwen ended the day's lessons, took a beautiful bath, wrapped in a towel and walked out of the bathroom. At this time, the long wet hair was casually cascading down, and her perfect curves were on display. Ah, comfort! Plopping down on the bed and letting out a small moan, Yi Qianwen felt no more relaxed than at this moment. Ding! Seeing a tweet from Twitter, she clicked on it out of habit. Originally, Yi Qianwen's eyes still had some confusion in them. The more she looked at them, the more they stared, and in the end, they turned into confusion, bewilderment, and incredulity. This is Meng Hang, my student Meng Hang? Impossible. He's only an E-rank talent. Well, it must be just a resemblance. No, I'll have to ask him about it at school tomorrow. Li Xingliang was gripping his cell phone fiercely at this moment, veins rippling on his brain. Impossible. He's just an E-rank loser. How could he suddenly become so powerful? Li Xingliang had wanted to re-challenge Meng Hang in the next 2 days to recover the ground he lost in front of the whole school a few days ago. It was just that after seeing this video, the shock to him was so great that he couldn't even bring up a hint of a challenge. City Lord's Mansion. Zhao Scatterpole was comfortably sipping his tea when a figure pushed the door in panic. And it was the middle-aged man from the City Protectors team. Seeing Lu Zhaoliang in such a flustered figure, Zhao Sampang's face showed a hint of helplessness. I say old Lua, are almost 40 years old. How is still like a 20-something-year-old brat a little calm? You're going to have to learn from me in that regard. To be titanic and not change your face. Lu Zhaoliang's face showed a hint of embarrassment and he could only give a sarcastic smile before continuing. What the city lord said is true. It's just that I'm a bit out of sorts because the demon cult's demon has died today. Hearing that the remaining members of the demon sect who had been injured by himself 2 days ago were dead, Zhao Scatterpole's eyebrows couldn't help but raise, then said with some smugness, "Ha ha ha ha, everything is as expected by me. How can an air-ranked ability person resist one of my swords? Tell me, old Lu, did he end up dying because his sword chi penetrated his body?" Hearing Lord City Lord say this, Lu Zhelian's face couldn't help but become even more embarrassed. My lord, he didn't die because of the sword chi penetrating his body, but he was killed. The corners of Zhao Sampang's mouth twitched, but he still barely maintained his majesty as the city lord. Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you earlier. An ability that can kill an empty rank. Which one of our experts in the city guard found his trail and struck? My lord, it's not someone from our city guard, but a high school student. Well, high schoolers are good heroes. Wait, high schoolers? Originally still calm and unperturbed, Zhao Sanpang suddenly raised the pitch of his voice by a few points, and all his fat meat shook with him. A high school student killing an air order ability? Did you read it correctly? This battle record is something that even the naturally awakened geniuses from those great worlds in the Dragon Kingdom may not be able to do. Seeing this surprised look on the city lord's face, Lu Zhaolin couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. Saying goodbye to calmness and not changing your face when Tarzan crumbles on top. My lord, it's been checked out and it is indeed a high school student from the 3rd middle school. Third grade? Hearing that it was a student from the 3rd middle school, Zhao Sampang raised an eyebrow. A student of the 3rd middle school, and just awakened can kill an air rank powerhouse. Even though it's a severely injured air rank powerhouse, that's not something that can be matched with a newly awakened student. Unless it's that little girl child who awakened her SSS rank talent. Then it makes sense. Zhao Sanpang said to himself with a look of sudden realization. Lu Zhaoliang really couldn't stand his look of guessing, and directly tapped on a video saved in his cell phone and handed it to him, and opened his mouth to explain on the side. Meng Hang, 18 years old, parents dead, currently living on his own. The one that was awakened at the Awakening Conference a few days ago was an E-rank pupil type ability, and guessing by the contest between him and his classmates, it should be an illusion type. Zhao Sanpang looked at the ghost-like figure within the video, and his head was a bit unresponsive. You're telling me it's an illusionist power? Did he use his psychic powers to hypnotize the people watching the video? The more Zhao Scatterpole looked at his face became more and more grave, until the short 10 seconds of the video was finished, or silent for a long time. When Lu Zhaoliang saw that he didn't say anything, he didn't dare to open his mouth to inquire, so he could only stand aside silently. It was only after a long half-day that Zhao Sampang opened his mouth again. It should have used some secret technique to forcefully increase its physical quality. It's just that this kind of secret technique usually has a lot of side effects. By the way, how is this kid? Nothing serious, right? Don't worry, City Lord. If he relies on his own self-healing, he won't be able to get out of bed without a few months. I've already sent a wood-type ability to heal him. There's a 2 or 3 days for him to recover more or less. Lu Zhaoliang hesitated and then continued. City Lord, does this video need to be notified to the operator's side to be taken down? With the way the White Lotus/Cults gang of crazies do things, if they see this video, it's hard to say what they'll do. Hearing him say that, Zhao Scatterpole's aura changed, sending shivers down people's spines. Out of place with his bloated figure, a cold smile appeared on his greasy, obese face, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his green bean eyes. A bunch of shrunken-headed turtles. If they dare to show their heads again, it's just as well to directly chop its head off. And while Zhao Sanpang was discussing the White Lotus sect, inside a secret stronghold of the White Lotus sect, there were a few people shivering and kneeling on the ground, while a man without a white beard and with a gloomy face was looking at Meng Hang's video with a gloomy face. There wasn't another sound in the room except for the sound of the fight on the video. Until the end of the video, the atmosphere in the room became even more stagnant, and even the sound of sweat dripping from the foreheads of those kneeling on the floor could be heard. I don't know how long it took, but just as the crowd was about to be driven crazy by the oppressive atmosphere, the feminine youth finally opened his mouth to speak. Well, the White/Lotus sect's hallowed air rank expert was actually beaten by a high school student without any power to fight back. Well, the feminine youth's tone was flat, with little rise and fall, but the few people kneeling on the ground lowered their heads a little deeper when they heard this. That punk Yang Tang deserved to die. Originally I was worried that we too many people into the city will be Zhao Scatterpang and that crazy pig noticed. I did not expect this waste not only did not succeed in assassinating that SSS level Lin Luoxue, but also was to a high school student on the street in seconds. Well now, we become a joke to the other rudders. What do you think I want you for? The more he spoke, the more angry he became. Qiu Guang roared, his big hand slapped, and the marble table beside him was like a bubble, instantly turning into crumbs. The crowd below didn't dare to utter a single breath, and only one person clenched his teeth and opened his mouth. Helm Master, calm your anger. We will enter the city overnight and kill the kid in the video and the genius who awakened the SS rank. Listening to what this person said, not only did Xiao Guang not subside his anger, but he became even angrier. Can you guys grow some brains? Right now Zhao Sanpang said it's not good that he has already laid a dragnet, just waiting for us to stretch our heads and go in. The face of the person who spoke before also changed, and he said with some indignation, so we're just going to eat our words? Xiao Guang suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled grimly. Is the reputation of the White/Lotus sect not to be tarnished by a brat with no hair on his head? Shame must still be washed away with blood, and I'll have the lives of the people of the entire Cloudwater City pay for it. Alright, you guys go down first, I'll have my own way of dealing with this matter. After saying that, he waved his hand and dismissed the crowd, and Xiao Guang took a step and disappeared into the room. The aura revived, the world changed, and the original highway connecting the cities had long since turned into a dense forest. Except for the great aptitude abilities who were not afraid of the powerful demonic beasts in the depths of the forest and dared to fly directly through the air. More people still needed to take specialized trains that traveled through passages opened up by countless great powers with countless hours of effort. Yunshui City was no exception. There was an infinite mountain range just to the southwest of it, and no one knew exactly how many demonic beasts were coiled up in it. When Xiao Guang reappeared, he had already appeared in front of the entrance of a huge cave deep in the mountain range. With a wave of his hand, dozens of corpses appeared out of thin air. As far as the eye could see, there were both old and young among these corpses, and a pungent odor of blood came over them. The cave that was originally so dark that it was impossible to see inside suddenly lit up with two lantern-sized blood-red lights. At the same time, a huge suction force arose out of thin air from within, sucking all these corpses into the hole. The next moment, there was the numbing sound of swallowing food from inside the cave. Instead, Xiao Guang had his hands behind his back and looked at all of this blandly. After several minutes had passed, the sound of swallowing food disappeared. Then a huge python with a length of tens of feet and a blood-red body crawled out from the cave, and the two lantern-sized bloodlights just now were actually just its two eyes. Fourth-ranked demonic beast, Red Blood Python. The Red Blood Python lowered its head and looked at Xiao Guang, who was like a mole cricket, and actually spat out human words. How long has it been since I've tasted this? Or is it your human flesh and blood that is the most delicious? Looking at the towering Red Blood Python, a hint of displeasure appeared in Xiao Guang's eyes. A beast is just a beast. How dare he look down on himself? A fourth-ranked demonic beast was equivalent to a U-ranked ability, but with his pride, an animal was an animal. If it wasn't for the need to fulfill the great plan of the holy sect, he wouldn't care to work with these blood-drinking beasts. I don't like your condescending attitude, Xiao Guang said coldly. Oh, the Red Blood Python wasn't angry either, and a hint of anthropomorphic teasing appeared in its huge triangular eyes. I'll begrudgingly accommodate you, seeing as you brought me a blood meal. Saying that, his body rapidly shrunk, finally turning into a monster of about 2 meters with a human head and snake body. When Xiao Guang, who originally had a calm face, saw this scene, his face changed drastically. You've advanced to the 5th rank. Xiao Guang's face was shocked and he subconsciously took a step back. Being able to transform a part of your body into a human form was the ability of a 5th-ranked demonic beast. So the Red Blood Python in front of you should be called the Red Blood Demon King. Don't look at his heart's disdain for demonic beasts. But this was predicated on the premise of reciprocal abilities. Now that this beast in front of him had actually advanced to the 5th rank, it would be tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger. Strongly calming himself down, Xiao Guang said as if he didn't see the teasing eyes of the Red Blood Python, coughing lightly twice. Ahem, I was a bit abrupt just now, but I still hope that you will honor the agreement between our divine sect and the Demon Emperor and be able to help each other. The Red Blood Demon King stretched out its slender snake core and licked its lips, looking greedily at the human in front of him. The blood and flesh of a U-ranked ability person could be much tastier than that of an ordinary person. If it wasn't for the existence of the Demon Emperor, he would have eaten this human in front of him. There's nothing to do. I don't know what Servant Master Chio's business is this time? Seeing that the red-blooded Demon King didn't bother with himself because of what happened just now, Xiao Guang secretly sighed in relief and laughed. Of course there is something to ask for your help. My religion desires to sacrifice the souls of all of Cloudwater City to Old Mother, so I would like to ask for your help. The red-blood Demon King's eyes widened, his triangular eyes staring at the human in front of him with disbelief. Are you lifeless sect crazy? Although Cloudwater City is only a small city, it still has a population of several million. If you really want to massacre the city, the Dragon Kingdom will not let you go. Xiao Guang didn't care about the Red Blood Demon King's shock as he continued. You don't have to worry about this. Right now the human race has Huan rank experts sitting around except for a few big cities. Huan rank experts and above are basically at the frontline battlefields. When the time comes, I'll stall the Zhao Sanpang, And even if any other city lords come to your aid, they won't be a match for you. We have plenty of time to exterminate the entire Cloudwater City. The Red Blood Demon King narrowed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Back then, I managed to escape that madman's pursuit and hid in this Cloudwater mountain range for nearly 10 years, just with these few words of yours. You want me to go out at the risk of being discovered by him? Isn't your lifeless sect a bit too arrogant? Xiaoguang smiled confidently. Don't worry about this. As long as you agree to make a move, we will use the White Lotus secret method of the 10,000 ghosts refining blood formation to use the essence blood of millions of people to practice a single essence blood pill. I believe that with this essence blood pill, your strength will again improve drastically. The essence blood pill is the product of the lifeless cult's evil method of refining, which can increase the strength of an ability. The more essence blood contained in it, the better the effect. And even the Red Blood Demon King had heard of its great name, refining an essence blood pill with the essence blood of 1,000,000 people. Thinking of this, the Red Blood Demon King couldn't help but see a great light in his eyes. At its level, it was extremely difficult to raise its realm even by a small step. With this essence blood pill, I believe that my own realm, which hadn't been refined for a long time, would be greatly improved. This risk is worth taking. The big deal is that after this incident, he escaped from the range of the human race, and he is a good man again. Thinking about this, the Red Moon Demon King no longer had a single moment of hesitation. Well, it's settled. Then his eyes narrowed and stared grimly at Xiaoguang. If you don't keep your promise by then, don't blame this king for turning the other cheek. Chao Jun opened his eyes after a beautiful sleep. Ever since going through the encounter in the alley and surprisingly and inexplicably changing his stutter, he had felt that life was so much better. Chao Jun sat up and stretched comfortably. His injuries had basically healed and he could almost be discharged from the hospital today. Turning his head to look at the hospital bed next to him, he noticed the extra person and looked at it a few more times, then withdrew his eyes with a dismissive skim. On the hospital bed was an angular, handsome-looking, but extremely pale teenager. Chao Jun is most unable to see this kind of white boy. Why can they rely on their face to eat, while they can only rely on their strength? Only the next moment, the seated man stiffened, as if he had thought of something horrible. Chao Jun mechanically turned his head slowly again, his eyes widening as he stared in some disbelief at the teenager on the bed next to him. Ah! A heartbreaking scream came from the entire ward. He chased after him. Doctor, I want to be discharged. With that, he couldn't even put on his shoes before running out of the hospital room. Awakened by this ear-piercing scream, Meng Hang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Meng Hang only felt weak and his head hurt like it was exploding. Looking around, he realized that he was actually in a hospital and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It's worthy of being Emperor Kai's 8 gates of transportation. The strength after opening it is certainly increased by a large margin, but the after effects are also obvious, and then couldn't help but look forward to it. If only we could have Juma's cells, wouldn't this problem be solved perfectly? Shortly after he awoke, a fat man with a bloated body and a center parting walked in hurriedly, followed by a vast group of people. The bloated fat man looked at Meng Hang appreciatively and opened his mouth in the midst of Meng Hang's dumbfounded face. Hello little Meng. Let me introduce myself. I'm the city lord of Yunshui City, Zhao Sanpang. This time, you've made a great achievement, actually killing a remaining member of the lifeless sect on your own. You know that's an air-ranked ability. What a hero. Meng Hang stared at Zhao Sanpang with the oddness of his face, suddenly wanting to laugh a little. 3 fatty? This figure, this head shape, this name, it reminds him of a certain character from a previous life. I didn't expect Cloudwater City's city lord to be so joyful. Zhao Scatterpole looked at the young man with a dull expression in front of him and thought that he hadn't slowed down from the big battle, and didn't care, continuing to smile. In light of the fact that you defied life and death and managed to kill an empty ranked ability, the Cloudwater City government has decided to reward you with 10 essence cores and 10 tubes of branching back divine liquid. I hope you'll cultivate well in the days to come, and strive to win glory for Yunshui City in the college entrance exams. With that, he pulled out an anciently decorated ring and handed it to Meng Hang. The stuff is all inside, and also, this spatial ring is also considered a reward. It's given to you all together. Hearing the reward, Meng Hang couldn't help but widen his eyes. The 10 essence cores were worth $1 million alone, and each spirit recovery liquid was also worth $100,000, which added up to a total of $2 million. Although it was unknown what grade this spatial ring was, the lowest grade was worth $500,000. Meng Hang instantly felt that his value had skyrocketed, and he was on his way to the pinnacle of his life, winning a rich white woman. The people behind Zhao Scatterpole also began to talk to each other. I didn't expect the city lord, who has always been stingy, to be so generous this time. This is more than $2 million going out. My salary for a month is only 1 essence core. This reward tops my salary for 2 years. AI. People are more than people. If you can kill an empty ranked ability, you can be rewarded with these things as well. Forget I said that. You're welcome, City Lord. Killing the remaining White Lotus sect members is the responsibility of every one of our citizens. Meng Hang straightened his back and put on a righteous look. Meng Hang then suddenly covered his forehead and acted like he was in severe pain. It's just that the City Lord exhausted my spiritual power in this battle. Can you first give me a rejuvenating liquid to restore my spiritual power? The people present were dumbfounded, and even Zhao Sampang twitched his mouth. I just gave you 10 reclaiming liquids and you didn't use them. And this turn of events, you're still asking for them? Are all young people so shameless these days? He thought so, but he still had to maintain the majesty of his City Lord, and could only forcefully resist the urge to curse, pulling out another recovery liquid from his spatial ring and handing it to Meng Hang. Ha ha ha, little Meng, you recuperate well. The rewards that should have been given to you have been given to you. You rest well. We won't bother you anymore. After a few more polite words, Zhao Sanpang turned his head and left. He was afraid that Meng Hang would say which hurt again and blackmail himself a little more. Hey, okay. City Lord and all the other lords, take care of yourselves. I'm not going down to see you all off since I'm physically unable to do so. With the spirit recovery liquid in hand, Meng Hang immediately transformed his appearance, where there was still the appearance of a mental energy overdraft just now. Crowd. When the crowd left in great numbers and Meng Hang was the only one left in the ward, it became quiet. Gulp. Gulp. Feeling his head spinning, Meng Hang didn't hesitate and swallowed the reclaiming liquid in his hand in one gulp. All he felt was a surge of energy going straight to his head. It was as if a bucket of cool water had been poured over his head, and his entire being instantly became sober. Good stuff. Good stuff. Meng Hang muttered to himself, greedily caressing the glass bottle that was only empty. Not bad for a must-have item for traveling at home and exploring out of town. One could say that having it is an extra life at some point. After moving his body around a bit, Meng Hang realized that his body was no longer in any serious trouble, and with his mental strength also recovering, he expected to be discharged from the hospital today. There were only 10 days left before the college entrance exam, and he didn't want to lose time in his hospital bed. Hey, right. Meng Hang slapped his face. He vaguely remembered that when he was unconscious, the system seemed to remind him to open something. System, open the personal attributes panel. Okay. Meng Hang was speechless for a while. Why did it feel like this system of his was getting more and more unorthodox? Ding. System on. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, Kaleidoscope Rider's Eyes, Dual Divine Might, SS level. Mental Strength, 3185, first stage of the Earth Order. Power, 79. Agility, 91. Physical Fitness, 81. At this time, if there were outsiders in the room, they would have seen that at this time Meng Hang had a demented look on his face, and there were a few drops of crystal liquid at the corners of his mouth. Boy, this is the advancement of the Kaleidoscope Rider's Eye? In the original, the Dual Shin Megami Tensei Sharingan can be considered a buggy existence, and Kakashi only used the trial version once. In other words, right now, as long as Meng Hang had enough spiritual power, he could fully utilize the full power of the Dual Divine Might. How could this not excite him? Ha! With a soft eek, Meng Hang realized that there was another kill shop next to his personal attributes panel. System, what is this kill shop? For every demonic beast or ability that the host kills, he will gain points accordingly. Each kill of an Earth-ranked ability or corresponding demonic beast awards 1 point. Empty rank awards 50 points. U rank 2, 500 points. And Huan rank 25, 000 points. The higher the points, the rarer the item or ability that can be redeemed. Of course, the points will decrease according to the host's realm increase. Hearing this, Meng Hang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and tap the kill shop open expectantly. Only a wide array of items were displayed in the kill shop, and the more Meng Hang looked at them, the more shocked he became, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Current points, 50. Magic Knife 1000 Blades, 50 points, as the host is opening the kill shop for the first time. This item is used as a newbie benefit. The next time the store is opened, the Magic Knife 1000 Blades redemption points will be restored. Great Self-Realization Breathing, 500 points. Spiritual Power 5 Attributes, Gold, 1. 000 points. Spiritual Power 5 Attributes, Wood, 1. 000 points. Spiritual Power 5 Attributes, Water, 1. 000 points. Spiritual Power 5 Attributes, Fire, 1. 000 points. Spiritual Power 5 Attributes, Earth, 1. 000 points. Shadow Diversion, 2000 points. Ho-Ho Fireball Technique, 2. 000 points. Eternal Kaleidoscope Rider's Eye Moon Reading, 50. 000 points. Eternal Kaleidoscope Writers I Amaterasu, 50,000 points. Intercolumnar Cells, 50,000 points. Numb. Completely numb. Manghang felt his blood boiling all over his body. This is a proper opening. As long as there were enough points, even if it was a god, he had the confidence to give it a beheading. Points. Points. This is forcing me to go out of the city to kill demonic beasts. Looking at his 50 points, Manghang hesitated. Should I save up and redeem the goodies together? Or just redeem them first? His heart crossed. What comes to hand is his own. And he directly chose to redeem the magic blade 1000 blades. Only offense, not defense. The world is unmatched. The corner of Manghang's mouth quirked. Defense? It doesn't exist. With dual divine might, one still needs to play defense? This knife is literally for yourself. In the next moment, a long knife with a black hilt and a lavender glow emanating from its body appeared in Manghang's hand. Manghang gently stroked the blade, and a coldness came from between his fingers. Upon closer inspection, one realizes that the blade is indeed made up of countless shards. Swinging gently, a sound of breaking wind came. The more Manghang looked at it, the more he liked it, and played with it in his hands for nearly 10 minutes before taking it back into space. Of course, this space doesn't refer to retrieving the spatial ring, but the alien space that unleashes God's might. Manghang himself had space, so how could he look at a space ring that was less than a cubic meter? Looking at the time, it was only about 8 in the morning. Being idle, he simply took out an essence core and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. At about 5 p.m., feeling that he was no longer in any danger, he asked for his clothes from the nurse and hurried to his home. This daylight was so immersed in the joy of the great harvest and in cultivation that he forgot one particularly important thing. His home was demolished by himself. Fighting back the heartache, he took a cab straight to the house. You know, he's usually the one who can take public transportation and never take a taxi. Just after getting off the bus, Manghang first froze and surveyed his surroundings, making sure that the driver's master hadn't sent him to the wrong place, before staring with a stunned face at the old building in front of him that he had lived in for almost 20 years. The walls, which had been in a state of disrepair, had been made new. Even the paint on the outside was freshly applied, not to mention the holes made by his kick, of which not a trace could be seen for a long time. Just as Manghang was staggered and didn't know what was happening, a cry of alarm came from his side. Gu, isn't this little Meng? Weren't you in the hospital? How come you're out in just one day? Manghang turned his head to see that it was Aunt Lin from his own downstairs. Aunt Lin stared at the teenager in front of her with a surprised expression. Yesterday, when she saw Manghang kill that White Lotus cult, she almost didn't recognize that powerful and ruthless teenager as the child she had watched grow up. But though surprised, there was no fear or alienation within. In this day and age, although it looks peaceful, that's relative. Chivalry is a violation of the prohibition by martial arts. Once a person has extraordinary strength, they will always use their ability to challenge the law, not to mention the prying eyes of demonic beasts outside. So the people of this world were kind of used to this kind of thing, and didn't feel fear because Manghang killed people on the street. On the contrary, being powerful will make people respect him more. Why are you out here if you don't get better? Are you worried about spending too much money on hospitalization? You're a child with high self-esteem from a young age. When I let you come to my house for dinner when you were a kid, you'd rather starve than come. Now also, if you have any difficulties, just tell your aunt. I can still afford to pay for your hospitalization. Looking at Aunt Lin's broken and caring face, Manghang couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart and hurriedly interrupted her. Aunt Lin, don't worry. I was discharged after I recovered from my injuries. Is it still hard to earn money with what I have now? Listening to Manghang's explanation, Aunt Lin then put her heart down. By the way, Auntie Lin, I haven't been back for just one day. How come the house has changed so much? Hearing Manghang's question, Aunt Lin explained to him with a proud face. Little Meng, you are unaware that you can be considered the man of the hour in Yunchue City right now. The city lord has already sent out an announcement about you, praising you for not fearing danger in killing the white/lian/cult/remnants of the empty order. This house is the one that the city lord specially arranged for the earth-type ability to patch up overnight. I usually see you as soft and weak, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Manghang smiled awkwardly, but in his heart, he was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that the fat man who looked greasy on the outside had such a delicate mind. When he returned home and saw that the room that had become a mess due to the fight had been cleaned up, he couldn't help but feel a trace of gratitude towards Zhao Sanpang. After hastily placing down a bowl of noodles to eat, Manghang didn't rest for the night because of yesterday's battle. Instead, he took out his essence cores and started cultivating again. Coming into this world has shown him a different world. The opening of the system gave him a chance to see the view from the top of this world. If that's not an effort, it's really hopeless. There was no talk all night. The next day Meng Hang got dressed as usual and headed towards school. It was just that unlike usual. Whether he was walking down the street or riding the bus, the people around him were staring and whispering as if they were seeing some rare species. This made Meng Hang squirm all over, feeling like he had turned into a monkey being viewed in a zoo. Hey, look, isn't he the one who killed the white/Lian/teacher/ in yesterday's video? Where? It's somewhat similar, but it doesn't feel like it. That teenager in the video has a chilling killing intent on his face. And this one is white and clean. Looks like he's pampered at home. It's also true that how can you fight an air-ranked ability without getting hurt and get out of the hospital and go to school so quickly? Of course, there are those who take a different view. I'm sure it's him. I've watched that video no less than 10 times. And I'd recognize him even if he was burned to ashes. Keep your fucking voice down. What if he hears you? Don't forget that he's a genius who can kill air-ranked ability users. And burn to ashes. So you won't even have a place to cry if someone hears you and beats you up. Meng Hang rightly ignored the conversations around him and accelerated his pace towards the school. I thought I would be able to clear my head when I got into school, but I didn't realize that the students were even crazier. Holy shit, Meng Hang came to school. A cry of alarm caused the playground, which was still in order, to become chaotic. Where is my idol? No one can steal it from me. Meng Hang will be my man from now on. Pull yourself together. She's someone who even rejected the school flower Lin Luoxue. Would she look at you? No wonder you rejected Lin Luoxue in the first place. Now it does seem like you have pride in your capital. Why no? Maybe he just likes the old lady one. What do you see in you? Your 180 pounds? Or your F-rated talent? Qin Feng, if you have the ability to say that again, I'll fight you today. Originally, because of Lin Luoxue's matter made him a household name in the whole school. There wasn't a single person who didn't recognize him. Combined with getting things the day before yesterday, even the city lord personally issued a proclamation honoring him, and that video that exploded on the internet, once again pushing him into the limelight. Some people who were familiar with Meng Hang had gathered around to ask him about the specifics of the day. I say Meng Hang, quickly tell your brothers what really happened that day. How did you meet up with the people from the white/Lian/teaching/ and how did you kids suddenly become so powerful? Did you open up? Where did you get that hang from? Introduce me to it and I'll get a whole one. Looking at his classmates who surrounded him in the center, Meng Hang couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Can't keep yourself quiet for a while this early in the morning. Before he could answer, a stocky, tall boy pushed his way in from behind the crowd. Who's there? Don't have eyes. What's the point of squeezing? The man who was squeezed down cursed and turned his head, but as soon as he saw the visitor, his complexion changed drastically, and he stiffly held back the next series of nationalisms. The person who came was no one else. It was the one with the highest talent among the senior students of this session of the 3rd middle school besides Lin Luoxue. Ta Hu, Class A alien ability, power supernaturalization. In fact, greatest psychic abilities were already considered the top of the line amongst all the previous 3rd grade students. Nay, this year a Lin Luoxue came out as a demon, and then a Meng Hang came out behind him to mess things up, causing outsiders to subconsciously ignore him. But just because we're talking about outsiders here who are outside of the school doesn't mean that the students of the 3rd grade haven't heard of his great name as well. Unleashing his A-ranked psychic ability, his power supercharged, he was a complete humanoid ferocious beast. The bottom line is that he's a fighting maniac. As long as the person who could get into his eyes, he would challenge the other party at any cost. And he didn't care if the other party answered or not. He would fight first. And the hand never mercy. There are a few times if it is not the school teacher to stop. Say bad opponent directly let him crippled. That's why the students saw him like the plague and stepped back, afraid of being looked at by him. Tai Hu stared straight at Meng Hang, his blazing eyes seeming to melt Meng Hang. Meng Hang shuddered at the look and got goosebumps all over his body. This student. I'm straight. I'm not good at this. Meng Hang's words caused Tai Hu to react to the fact that he was a bit out of line, and he quickly straightened his demeanor and said, "Hello, my name is Ta Hu." Hearing that the person in front of him was Tai Hu, Meng Hang raised his eyebrows. He had also heard of this person's great name, and had probably guessed Tai Hu's purpose this time. Meng Hang pretended to show a hint of surprise and nodded in response. I watched the video of you killing an air-ranked ability. You're strong. Everyone in the family says that you used some secret technique to exert such terrifying power. But that doesn't matter. Secret technique or not, that's part of your strength. I also want to feel the power of killing an air-ranked ability today. So I'm going to challenge you. Ta Hu briefly introduced himself, and without ink, directly stated his purpose. Meng Hang helplessly held his forehead, knowing that this was the thing. To be honest, right now Meng Hang really couldn't look at these over-the-top bouts in school. It's not like you can kill people to save up points, and there's no benefit. So isn't it good for you to have that time to cultivate? As if hearing Meng Hang's heart, The system's voice also appeared at that moment. Ding! System on. No reward for accepting Tattoo's challenge. Rejecting Tattoo's challenge awards 10 points of physical attributes. Hearing the options given by the system, Meng Hang all but laughed. Just tell me no. It was clear at a glance what Meng Hang would choose, so he opened his mouth and refused at that moment. I'm really sorry. I just went through a big battle the day before yesterday and my body is still weak, so I really can't accept your challenge. Ding! Mission accomplished. 10 points of physical attributes rewarded. Hearing him say that, the smile on Taihu's face not only didn't disappear but became even more hideous. You don't get to say whether it's false or not. I'll have to try it to find out. After saying that, the muscles of the whole body instantly expanded, and the original height of nearly 1 meter 9 directly turned into a small giant of nearly 3 meters, just like a faded Hulk. You're going to have to answer it today or not. With a loud roar, he threw up his huge fist and slammed it at Meng Hang. Meng Hang's brows furrowed, not expecting Taihu to actually make a move when he said he would, and quickly took a step back, not choosing to take a hard hit. In fact, he could completely Divine Might to avoid this strike, but Divine Might's skill was too perverse, and he didn't want to expose it prematurely yet. Boom! Sand and gravel were flying about. Taihu's punch was extremely powerful, directly smashing a huge deep pit out of the location where Meng Hang had just stood. When Meng Hang saw this scene, his expression, which was still bland, instantly clouded over. From the looks of the power, Taihu's punch didn't hold back at all. Even a late human-ranked ability person wouldn't dare to take this punch hard. Humph! For your face! With a cold snort, his Sharingan eyes activated. Of course, Meng Hang had only activated the 3-hooked jade sharpening mill eyes. He didn't want to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. Against just a late human-ranked ability, he didn't bother to use his kaleidoscope rider's eye yet. Meng Hang's brown eyes instantly turned a blood-red color, and the 3-hooked jade runes turned slightly. A punch that didn't land didn't bother Taihu, but stood still after the blow and looked provocatively at Meng Hang. But just at this moment, he suddenly felt that the originally noisy playground was all of a sudden devoid of sound, and the silence was terrifying. Before he could react, boundless darkness swept in and surrounded him. Taihu surveyed his surroundings and realized that he could no longer see anything but darkness around him, and even the students around him had disappeared. At this moment, he felt like he was in a black hole, putting his eyes into nothingness, coupled with the dead silence that made him gasp for breath. No, there's another one. With a stony face, Taihu realized that not all of them had disappeared, and not far from him Meng Hang was still staring straight at him, along with a pair of crimson eyes. In this out-of-reach environment, Meng Hang's pair of eyes that emanated a red haze were so bizarre that they stared straight at Taihu's entire body, chilling. In the next moment, Taihu's eyes widened as he looked at Meng Hang with some incredulity, only to see a pair of eyes on Meng Hang's body suddenly open, their blood-red pupils staring straight at him. That's not all. The second pair, third pair. In just a few seconds, Meng Hang's body was already filled with densely packed eyes. Not only that, the entire pitch-black space had hundreds of pairs of eyes open, staring at Taihu in unison with their emotionless crimson eyes. At this time, Taihu finally stopped being calm, his face pale and looking at all this with fear. Although he vaguely guessed that Meng Hang was using an illusionist ability, the scene before him was just too bizarre. Playing God, is that all you've got? After being stared at by these eyes for nearly half a minute, Taihu, who was already sweating profusely, finally couldn't stand up to this pressure, and his feet powered up, charging straight at Meng Hang. Illusion or not, as long as you defeat the person who unleashed this ability, everything in front of you is solved. With this thought in mind, Taihu, who had arrived in front of Meng Hang, did not hold back in the slightest and kicked at his head. The sound of breaking air rose at first, and the air currents generated by the immense force blew Meng Hang's hair a bit out of place. But Taihu realized that he wasn't dodging. Instead he was giving himself a wry smile. This laugh made his scalp tingle. It was just that the arrow was on the string and had to be sent, and the kicked-out foot could not be retracted. So he could only curse to give himself courage. Laughing nigga laugh. Come die for me. Bang! The foot that was like a cannonball kicked directly at Meng Hang's body. Only the Taihu who had gotten a good hit did not show joy. Instead, his face changed greatly and he quickly retreated backward. It turned out that Meng Hang, who had been kicked, did not fly backwards, but instead his body shattered inch by inch like glass, and then turned into countless black crows. Only unlike ordinary crows, these crows had blood-colored eyes. Flocks of crows circled in the air, not flying away, but staring at the Taihu below. Looking at these crows, Taihu actually absurdly felt mockery from them, just like the way Meng Hang looked at him just now. Just as Taihu raised his head and stared at the crows in the air in a daze, he suddenly felt his feet tighten and hurriedly looked down. Not knowing when, a giant python the thickness of an adult man's arm actually appeared out of thin air under his feet. The python, which was earthy yellow in color, quickly wrapped itself around Tahu's feet and crawled up his thighs. In just the blink of an eye, the giant python wrapped Taihu's entire body in a death grip, making him unable to move. Taihu's forehead veins rippled, and his whole body's muscles were gnarled, wanting to break free from the python with his terrifyingly huge strength. Nay, no matter how hard he tried, the python's body was as motionless as a chain made of fine steel. The python's head stood in front of Taihu, spitting out its core and staring at him with a pair of triangular eyes eerily. The python spat out its core on Taihu's face, and he could even clearly smell the fishy odor emanating from the python's mouth. How it's so real. The next moment, Taihu's eyes blinked. The python's body hadn't changed. Only its head had actually turned into Meng Hang's. Without giving Taihu a chance to react, the human-headed snake-bodied Meng Hang actually opened his mouth at a weird angle like a snake, and revealed a pair of sharp fangs to bite towards Taihu's neck. Ah! A mournful scream echoed in this pitch-black space, and on the outside, the crowd that was originally eager to try had long been impatiently waiting and began to whisper, "I've waited for the flowers. Fight or not? I'll withdraw if not." That's right, they've been standing there for almost 5 minutes. Are they fighting or just eyeballing each other? Hold on a little longer. Maybe this is a battle between masters. They're both watching each other and are looking for an opportunity. Holy shit, real or fake? I'm credible. Ah, right at this moment, Taihu, who was originally standing still, suddenly showed panic and let out a shriek, sitting on his butt on the ground. This sound scared all the people present and subconsciously took a few more steps backward. Crap, what's going on? How did Taihu just lay down? Meng Hang, to what did he do? Just knocked out Taihu with erranked psychic powers. Could it be that these two were just fighting in a celestial battle, and Taihu was undefeated and defeated? One boy narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin with his hand, as if he had seen it all. Pull yourself together. Just a moment ago you said the two of them were observing each other, and now it's a celestial war. The other boy struck out unmercifully. Sitting on the ground, Taihu's originally lax eyes slowly recoalesced and froze as he looked around for a long time before reacting. Meng Hang looked at Taihu, who was sitting on the ground, and said with a slight smile, "This is kind of a win for me, isn't it?" Hearing Meng Hang's question, Taihu's face was unsightly, and despite his heart's reluctance, he nodded. "You win. Wow." Taihu's reply caused the surrounding people to clamor, all revealing unbelievable looks. The big guy with A-class psychic powers just lost? What the hell did those two just do? And how did Taihu lose? Impossible. Impossible. How could Meng Hang, an E-ranked gifted ability user, make Taihu concede without making a move? I would have recognized it if he had won using the secret technique he used that day against the air-ranked ability user. The point is that he won too bizarrely. In fact, the crowd of onlookers started out thinking that Taihu had a better chance of winning. After all, it was widely believed that Meng Hang had cast some sort of secret technique that day, but the side effects of secret techniques were also extremely large, and none of them thought that he would have used them in such a normal competition. But the result was really out of the crowd's expectation. Not only did he not use the secret technique, he was able to make Taihu admit defeat by simply standing in place, which was something they could not understand. Hearing Taihu admit defeat, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction and put away his Sharingan eyes before turning his head to leave. Wait! But just as Meng Hang turned his head, Taihu's voice rang out behind him again. Meng Hang turned his head somewhat impatiently and asked, "What again?" Taihu, who had already stood up, had his teeth clenched, and his face was full of unwillingness. "I admit defeat, but I'm not convinced." Meng Hang rolled his eyes, thinking in his heart that if it wasn't for the system's temptation, who would have the time to ink him here? He didn't give Taihu any face either and directly opened his mouth to dislike him. "It's none of my business whether you serve or not." Taihu's face reddened at his words, but he still said relentlessly, "I admit that your illusions are strong, and I lost. But what kind of man is it to play with illusions? A real man should fight with his fists." Illusion? When did Meng Hang he awakened his illusionary powers? The crowd began to talk again, and from Taihu's words they realized the reason why he had inexplicably lost. Meng Hang was so thunderstruck by his words that his white eyes rolled up to the sky. "You two arm it. Who cares what method you use on the battlefield? No matter what it takes to kill the enemy? Then I don't care. If you don't say yes, I'll rely on you every day. I'll follow you in class. I'll follow you out of class. I'll follow you to the bathroom. I'll follow you home. I'll follow you even if you get a girlfriend." Meng Hang laughed at his rogue words. "You're crazy, aren't you? Well, they all call me martial maniac. You're not a martial arts nut. You're a scoundrel." Meng Hang opened his mouth to mock. Taihu didn't care in the face of Meng Hang's taunts and shrugged his shoulders, looking like a dead pig. Fuck. Fuck. These words were not spoken by Meng Hang, but a system voice appeared in his head. "I can't watch this. System on. Defeat Taihu with physical arts. 5 attribute points will be awarded for all attributes. 5 attribute points will be deducted from all attributes for failure. Fuck. Ergo, this time it wasn't the system that said it, but rather Meng Hang shouted out in excitement after hearing the system's reward. That's a bonus of 5 attribute points for each attribute. Meng Hang's eyes were a little red as he looked at Tai Hu as if he was seeing a plate of food. Come on, don't you want to fight? Today I'll let you know why the peach blossoms are that red. First door open. Second door. Hugh's door open. All of a sudden, his entire body was enveloped by a light green energy. Opening to the third gate against an upper human ranked powerhouse would kill the opponent in seconds. Opening the second gate against a late human ranked Tai Hu was already giving him face. Meng Hang raised his arm and hooked his hand toward Tai Hu. The meaning of provocation was self-evident. Just short of shouting, "Come over here." Used it. Meng Hang really used that day's secret technique. It seems that this secret technique doesn't do much damage to the body. Otherwise how could it be used so easily? That's not necessarily true. Look at Tai Hu's shameless look. If it were you, could you not be angry? That's true. Just now he looked like a scoundrel. If I could beat him he would have gone up and given him 2 slaps. But people around them couldn't help but see Meng Hang actually using the 8 gates of transportation in his eyes, knowing that this time there was finally going to be a good show. Who do you think would win if the two of them fought? I say, can you ask some leveled questions? That secret technique of Meng Hang's is in existence that can take out A-ranked ability users in seconds. Although Tai Hu is an A-ranked ability then, don't forget that his realm is still only human rank. You should ask how many moves Tai Hu can last under him. Then how many moves do you guys think Tai Hu can last in Meng Hang's hands? I think 5 minutes. After all, the person's powers are A-ranked, so we have to give him some face anyways. 3 minutes, no more. Tai Hu didn't get angry at Meng Hang's provocative actions. Instead, his eyes showed endless battle intent. Although his heart was incomparably excited, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Ah! With a wild roar, Tai Hu's body was covered with veins, and the muscles on his whole body even increased by a circle, completely becoming a muscle monster. Is Meng Hang ready? I'm coming. Ha! The berserk Thai tiger didn't charge directly towards Meng Hang as the crowd expected, but instead roared at him. Holy shit! How much power must these muscles explode? It's not a matter of blowing a few of us away with one punch anyway. This sense of oppression alone makes my legs tremble, and I don't know if Meng Hang can withstand Tai Hu's strike. That said, why did Tai Hu yell if he didn't rush out to subdue Meng Hang with his aura? So who knows? Maybe the muscles have grown into the head and there's no IQ. Not hearing their whispers, he wrinkled his eyebrows as Tai Hu yelled at himself, his body instantly flashing to the side. Just as he dodged, a wave of air brushed past him, instantly blasting a small tree behind Meng Hang that was as thick as a man's ring to smithereens. Crap! The crowd of onlookers let out a gasp of surprise, shocked by Tai Hu's sudden tactic. It can still do that? How much power would have to instantly erupt from within the body to send out such a powerful wave of chi? Worthy of being an A-ranked psychic ability, a common roar can deliver such a bizarre yet powerful strike. If I were to receive it I wouldn't even be able to catch this roar. Just as Meng Hang dodged, Tai Hu's eyes lit up and he roared in his heart. Good chance! With his feet powered up, he leaped toward Meng Hang's body with lightning speed. Don't look at Tai Hu at this time, covered in muscles, but not at all bulky, instantly leaped to Meng Hang's head, right leg raised high, toward his head smashed down hard. Tomahawk! Feeling the overwhelming wind pressure coming from above his head. This time Meng Hang did not dodge, but raised his right arm to block upwards. Bang! A thick thigh like an elephant's leg collided with an ordinary arm, actually creating a wave of air that spread in all directions. Kazug! Meng Hang stood in place without moving, still as upright as a pine or cypress. But because Tai Hu's kick was too powerful, it directly caused the tiles on the bottom of Meng Hang's feet to shatter by inches. Hiss! The aftershocks created by the two people exchanging hands made the surrounding people couldn't help but suck in their breath. What kind of perverts were these two people? It had only been a few days since their awakening, and their strength was already horrifying to such an extent. This can't be right. Seeing that his kick actually produced no effect on Meng Hang, waves of shock surged through Tai Hu's heart. He naturally knew the strength of Meng Hang to unleash his secret art, so he didn't hold back in the slightest, and was directly his strongest strike. He did not expect to defeat Meng Hang with this move, but with his estimation, more or less will produce some damage to Meng Hang, really did not expect him to actually receive his own attack so easily. Facing the roguelike Tai Hu, Meng Hang didn't give him any face and directly opened his mouth to taunt him. Who are you to challenge me with this much strength? You can't do this either. You've grown so big for nothing. Why do you act like you haven't eaten? Use your milk strength. Even with Tai Hu's face, his face turned red with anger at Meng Hang's words. When had he himself, an A-ranked ability user, ever been taunted like this? You can call me shameless, You can call me a bully, but you can't say I can't. A man can't say no. Meng Hang, don't be complacent. It's not certain who can't. With that, he wanted to continue charging towards Meng Hang, but before he could do anything, his eyes blinked and Meng Hang's figure in front of him actually disappeared out of thin air. Back! I don't know who yelled out, and only then did Tahu feel the sound of the breaking wind coming from behind him as an afterthought. He screamed that it was not good, and could not think too much, so he dodged to the side, and only then was able to avoid Meng Hang's incoming punch. Yikes! That's a pretty quick response. Meng Hang let out a light eep, not expecting Taihu to react so quickly, but he didn't care too much. Taking advantage of Taihu's lack of strength, his right hand changed from a fist to a grab, and grabbed Taihu's right arm. Dare to compete with me in strength? Taihu, who had been grabbed by Meng Hang's arm, was not surprised but pleased. Compare your strength with your own? I'm afraid you've forgotten what my powers are. Class A ability, Power Frenzy. The one thing he wasn't afraid of was comparing his strength with others. But the next moment, he was desperate to feel an unrivaled strength coming from the slender hands on his arms. Meng Hang's subsequent action stunned everyone, and they didn't dare to come out of the atmosphere, only to see Meng Hang, who had grabbed Taihu's right arm, surprisingly pick up the 3-meter-tall human-sized beast as if it were a chicken, and then ruthlessly slammed it on the ground. Bang! 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 Taihu was like a broken rag, thrown around by Meng Hang and then smashed hard on the ground, enough to smash dozens of times. Will be around the asphalt road has been smashed into smithereens. Meng Hang this only to solve this breath. No longer care as a dead dog like Taihu. At this moment, Taihu was lying motionless on the ground, his eyes lifeless. With his physique he didn't suffer multiple injuries. It was just that he couldn't accept this result. I can't believe I was killed in seconds, or in the area of strength that I was most proud of. The playground was silent at this moment, and the crowd looked at Meng Hang as if they were looking at a monster. Which one of you two is the power psychic? I'll let you have the title of human Tyrannosaurus Rex from now on. After nearly 2 minutes of silence, the crowd finally clamored like a pot exploding. Holy shit, that's strong. Is this the strength to kill an air-ranked ability? Perverted. Too perverted. With this secret art, what need is there for supernatural abilities? One can directly use physical techniques to fuck up ability users. I don't know what kind of luck Meng Hang had in picking up this kind of secret art. Let's not think about it. Yes, the unruly and heroic voice of the system came out of Meng Hang's head, who had just finished the battle. Dare to call out the old man's host. If you don't teach him a lesson he really doesn't know who is the father. Meng Hang sweated profusely. What's this all about? How do I feel that this system of mine is getting more and more unorthodox? That, brother Tuanzi, can we keep a low profile? Low profile? It doesn't exist. A famous person said it well. It's the people without power who need to lay low. How come I haven't heard any famous person say that? Lu Sun. Meng Hang had a head full of black lines. You fart. Lu Sun. His old man didn't say that. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward the host with an increase of 5 attribute points in all attributes. The battle was settled. So Meng Hang put away the 8 gates of evil. The crowd only saw Meng Hang, who had put away his secret techniques, suddenly turn pale and stagger, about to fall to the ground. A silhouette flashed by and came to Meng Hang's side, steadily holding him up. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and it was actually Lin Luoxue. In fact, Lin Luoxue had been mingling in the crowd to watch Meng Hang's fight, and had been horrified by the strength he had displayed. Just now, when he saw Meng Hang's unsteady feet about to fall, he didn't think much about it and subconsciously stepped forward to assist him, although he did not fulfill his grandfather's wishes. But after all, Meng Hang's grandparents were kind to his grandfather, and he was able to help out. Is everything okay, Meng Hang? Let me take you to the infirmary. Meng Hang pretended to be weak and waved his hand as he opened his mouth. No big deal. This is just the aftermath of me using a secret technique. This secret art is powerful, but it does come at the cost of longevity. The longer the secret art is used, the more power it exerts and the more it consumes my life force. Just those few short minutes of fighting just now consumed nearly more than a month of my lifespan. But other than that, it doesn't cause much damage to my body. I'm just a little weak now that I've used up my mental energy. The crowd shook their heads regretfully at his words. The fact that it was actually a secret technique that used life force as a price could not help but discourage people. This secret technique is used too much. Maybe one day it will just crunch past. Who accepts this? The envious glances that the crowd had originally cast toward Meng Hang had turned into pity, teasing, and regret. Once Lin Luoxue heard this, she was also a bit anxious for him and hurriedly advised him. Meng Hang, the strength that the short period of time that the secret art gives you is certainly fascinating, but it's not a long-term solution. After all, you're still young, and your future in the future is unlimited. There's no need to rely on secret arts. What he said just now was naturally a bunch of nonsense on his part. With his current physical quality. In fact, even if he cast the third of the 8 gates of recluse again, he would not pass out from the pain like before. The reason why they had to say that was because harboring a secret art was a sin. And such a heaven-defying secret art would definitely cause various forces to covet it if there were no after effects. Even if he said that now, there was no certainty that certain people would no longer have any thoughts about the 8 gates. Listening to Lin Luoshue's elder-like teaching, Meng Hang felt that his head was too big to understand why she was so concerned about himself. Is it because of this unrivaled charm of my brother? Meng Hang thought somewhat narcissistically. Well, what you said, Lin-san, is very true, and I will keep it in mind. You care so much about me. I can't believe I rejected your proposal in the first place. Or we. Before he could finish, Lin Luoshua had already turned red, fiercely pinched him on the arm, said something about rascals, then no longer cared about him and turned her head away. Meng Hang looked at her back a little confused. You were the one who forced/hunted me in the first place. Now how can you call me a hooligan? The crowd watched the flirting between the two, especially the boys, who all looked envious, worthy of being the one who rejected the goddess's force/hun. It's just bull, actually molesting her in front of so many people. Oh, model of my generation, I am far behind him. The two men were standing in front of a window overlooking the scene in a fairly lavishly decorated office. The principal's face was constrained and he stood at the side respectfully, while the person at the head had a bloated figure, and it was none other than the Cloudwater City Lord, Zhao Sanpang. The corners of Zhao Scatterpole's mouth hooked slightly as he looked at the battle below with satisfaction, his eyes full of praise. I say, old Lin, you've picked up a treasure this year. Not only do you have a SSS-ranked genius in Lin Luoshue, but these two students are also rare and good seedlings. Hearing the city lord's praise, Lin Xiaowen also couldn't help but show pride on his face, but on his lips, he still said modestly, City Lord is too kind. The strength Meng Hang exerted just now was certainly powerful, but he also said just now that it was at the cost of consuming his life force, and that he couldn't use it too much if it wasn't a crisis situation. Zhao Scatterpole also showed pity on his face. Yeah, it's a pity about this secret art. Originally I wanted to find that kid in a while to discuss whether he could sell the secret art to me, but it's not the secret art that concerns me the most, it's those eyes of his. At the mention of Meng Hang's eyes, Lin Xiaowen also nodded with a grave expression on his face. Zhao Sanpang continued, as I recall, he awakened E-rank pupil-related powers during the awakening ceremony, right? That's right, Lord Citadel. But judging from what happened just now, to make that Taihu kid get hit by an illusion without even realizing it, and to make it impossible for him to struggle out, it's obvious that Meng Hang's kid's psychic ability isn't as simple as grade E. Lin Xiaowen also had a puzzled look on his face. At that time, I personally presided over the awakening ceremony. I was watching him awaken his powers with my own eyes. There's no reason for it to be wrong. Unless, when he said this, Lin Xiaowen seemed to think of something, and his words came to an abrupt end, looking at Zhao Sanpang with an unbelievable expression, as if he was waiting for his affirmation. Lin Xiaowen narrowed his eyes and nodded. I'm thinking the same thing as you. If I'm not wrong, what this kid has awakened is probably an extremely rare growable ability. Hearing the city lord's affirmation, Lin Xiaowen's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. In that case, 2 SSS-ranked geniuses might come out of our third middle school at the same time? Hey, old Lin, don't get too happy too soon. Although there's a high possibility that Meng Hang has awakened a growable psychic ability, no one knows where the end of his growth will be. It could be SSS level, or it could be a level, and it takes time for powers to grow, so we all need to put our minds at ease. What the city lord said is, the crowd took Tahu, who was lying on the ground, into the infirmary. Injuries from bouts were considered commonplace for the students here. The only difference this time was that this time it was Tahu who was sent to the infirmary. If we were to see it the way it used to be, he would be the only one sending people to the infirmary. Okay, it's almost time. Seniors rushed to the gym. A teacher's voice rang out over the loudspeaker. The crowd rushed toward the gym as if they already knew. Only Meng Hang was dumbfounded and hurriedly dragged his tablemate, Nuo Yun, from the crowd and asked, what's the point of going to the gym? No practice today? You don't know? Nozomu looked at him with a puzzled face before remembering that he didn't come to school yesterday due to an injury and hurriedly explained. Today is the senior year send-off assembly. In fact, right now there's no difference between us practicing at school and practicing on our own at home. And even practicing together will disrupt some of our classmates' cultivation plans. So the school has decided that we don't have to come back to school until these days of the entrance exams. Meng Hang nodded indistinctly, and his heart was extremely happy. Originally, he was still thinking about what excuse to take leave from school. He couldn't just say that he went out of the city to hunt demonic beasts. then the school would definitely not agree. Schools in this world are extremely exercise-oriented, so high school gymnasiums cover an extremely large area and can be said to be more than enough to accommodate several hundred people. As soon as the students entered, they were overwhelmed by the scene before them. Originally empty and simple. Simply for the students to practice, the gymnasium at this time is actually like a 5-star banquet hall. The huge diamond chandelier in the ceiling shed a gentle glow, and the tables were filled with food, drinks, and wine for the students to choose for themselves. The most conspicuous thing was still a huge stage at the very front of the venue, with neon lights emitting colorful light, rendering the place gaudy. Wow! It's going to be New Year's Eve. Upon entering, the crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp. Lin Xiaowen walked to the front of the stage unhurriedly, picked up the microphone and began his speech. I still remember the scene when you were enrolled in the school, and I didn't realize how fast time flies. And in the blink of an eye you will be graduating and moving on to a broader stage. Sooner or later, the eagles will soar into the sky, and the future is yours. Our era is not peaceful, and the cruelty of the first-line battlefield needs to be experienced by you yourselves. That is why this age does not allow us to be ashamed of those martyrs on the battlefield. May you continue to open up and advance with superior intelligence, strong will, and fearlessness. But there is tension and relaxation in cultivation, and life is not only about cultivation. There is also the passion of youth. That's why the school has organized this event. I hope you can put down all your baggage and enjoy yourselves today. The Dragon Kingdom's tomorrow is yours, and I hope you all shine in the future. After saying that, Lin Xiaowen bowed deeply to the stage. In an instant, the entire venue applauded for a long time. The students all had tears in their eyes as they looked at the stage to get the principal. After Lin Xiaowen's speech, all the teachers withdrew from the meeting, leaving the place truly for the students. At first the crowd was a bit formal and awkwardness pervaded the atmosphere of the meeting, but after all, they were all young people, and after a few drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Some of them even drank red and spoke eloquently through their drinks. Others took advantage of the booze to confess their love to their longtime high school crush of 3 years. Some embraced passionately, while others left the scene forlornly. Youth is beautiful, with young love and innocent friendship. When the atmosphere reached its peak, some people even ran to the stage and expressed their inner feelings with their songs. The song expresses their disenchantment, adoration, sadness, various emotions. Just as the crowd was immersed in this parting reluctance, a man suddenly shouted from the venue, "Meng Hang, as a celebrity of our school, go up and sing a song too." In fact, he was right. From the very beginning of the schoolgirl's confession to the latter even killing an airstage powerhouse, he could be said to be the man of the moment in the third middle school. Meng Hang was also infected by the mood of the venue at this time, and did not excuse himself, walked to the stage with great generosity. "Meng Hang, what song are you going to sing? I'll play the accompaniment for you." One of the students who had volunteered to be behind the scenes spoke up and asked, "No need, I'll just play the guitar myself." Meng Hang smiled and picked up one of the guitars on the stage. In the previous life, students were highly competitive, and parents were afraid that their children would lose at the starting line, so they let them learn all kinds of talents from a young age. Meng Hang is no exception. A body of talent to come here has not had the opportunity to play. Today can finally be used. Here's a song for you, you at the same table, and I hope you'll remember your 3 years of high school friendship for years to come. After saying that, his fingers lightly plucked the strings of the zither, and a simple melody rang out, instantly stirring up the heartstrings of the people present. Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday. Will you still be thinking of you tomorrow? The one who used to cry. Who went sentimental on you? Who read your diary? Who put your long hair up? Who made your dowry? A simple guitar melody with shallow lyrics, but exactly what is hidden in the darkness of many people's hearts. Unlike most of the current pop music that was filled with commercial flavors, Meng Hang's low and slightly vicissitudes of poetic interpretation silenced the entire banquet hall. The crowd was immersed in this melodious song for a long time, and some even had tears in their eyes long ago. Tablemate Nguyen stared blankly at Meng Hang in front of the stage, and a few drops of crystalline liquid flowed down unconsciously. Could it be that this song is for me and this is what he wants? Was it because of me that you rejected Lin Luoxue in the first place? I can't believe I didn't realize that at all. Silly, why didn't you tell me? Lin Luoxue under the stage was now staring blankly at Meng Hang on the stage, her eyes somewhat lax. Meng Hang's low voice slowly sang the memories of youthful adolescence into her heart like a narrative. She hadn't expected Meng Hang to not only not be underestimated in terms of strength, but also be so talented in the area of singing. When the song ended, Meng Hang bowed slightly and walked off the stage. The stage remained silent until the end of the song. The crowd's eyes were misty and moist, remembering the 3 years of their high school careers in dribs and drabs. Pop, pop, pop. I don't know who slowed down first and applauded intermittently. The The sound instantly yanked the others back from their reminiscing thoughts and they too began to applaud desperately. All of a sudden, the whole venue applauded thunderously and endlessly. Some secretly wiped the tears from their own eyes and opened their mouths. This song is just so good. Obviously there's no fluff, no gorgeous music, but it sings to my heart in every inning. Ooh, I'm so sad to see you guys go, so don't forget about me from now on. Everyone, don't worry, we're friends for life. Woo yeah. I want to tell you that we've been at the same table for 3 years, and I've always liked you. Originally still a little embarrassed to confess to their favorite people were deeply moved by this song, and finally could not suppress their inner feelings, loudly confessed to their favorite people. He didn't want to regret his life and literally watch his favorite person being dressed in a wedding dress by someone else years later. The girl named Wooya's face was filled with tears as she said excitedly, "Asshole, you're finally willing to talk. Do you know how long I've been waiting?" The two then embraced each other tightly, despite the fact that there were still outsiders present. "Lin Luoxue, I like you. Be with me." There was a fairly good-looking boy who saw that confession really worked and also gathered the courage to confess to Lin Luoxue. "Lin Luoxue, I like you too. I'll do my best to give you happiness." The other man, seeing that someone actually confessed to his goddess, "We're willing to do so," also shouted out loudly. With these two people to start with, those who had crushes on Lin Luoxue were also foolish enough to join the confession brigade. All of a sudden, the whole venue was shouting Lin Luoxue, "I like you." The culprit, Meng Hang, looked at the scene in front of him with a dumbfounded look on his face, not realizing that one of his songs would cause such a big reaction. At this time, a little girl timidly came to Meng Hang's side and stammered, Meng Hang, I recorded the video of you singing just now. Can I send it to you online? I'm sure with this song, you'll be on fire." Meng Hang thought about it and felt that it didn't affect him much, so he agreed. Hearing Meng Hang's agreement, she gleefully ran away, took out her cell phone and sent the video she had just made to the internet. She had a feeling that the song was going to blow up the internet. The farewell meeting was held until the afternoon, when the people finally finished venting their inner reluctance before bidding farewell to each other reluctantly. Meng Hang also followed his classmates to say goodbye to his homeroom teacher, during which, needless to say, there were some touching scenes of difficult separation. After all this fuss, it was already around 5 in the afternoon when Meng Hang walked out of the school. What he doesn't know yet is that his song You at the Table has already caused a huge stir on various online platforms. What kind of divine song is this? A few simple lines actually brought tears to my eyes. The first time I heard it, I didn't know the meaning of the song, but when I heard it again, I was already a member of the song, so I missed the light of the youthfulness of the beginning. After listening to the song, all those things that have sunk in the bottom of my heart will always suddenly come to my mind. Blurred faces start to become clear. Unfamiliar voices gradually become familiar. I feel that the memories of my youth have been awakened in this song. Is that boy singing? Is he a trainee from any company? I'm suddenly not so averse to fresh meat. Why haven't I heard this song before? Did the boy write it himself? With talent and face, the entertainment industry nowadays lacks such a clear stream. Xia finally returned to her house after a busy day. As the most popular actress in contemporary times, she has a comprehensive development in film, television and song, and has a large group of loyal fans, so it can be said that she is a frequent visitor to the online hot search. Whenever she has the slightest activity, she becomes the center of attention for the entire population. Today was the day her third album was released, and she knew she was going to top the Hot 100. Xia excitedly opened her cell phone, only to see the hot search when her face stiffened. A nameless anger surged from her heart. I can't believe my own album release news is only number 2. And number 1 is actually a song I've never heard of called something like You at the Same Table. Xia didn't understand why a song would be hotter than her own with the heat she was currently experiencing. Suppressing the fire in her heart, she clicked in, and she wanted to see who had spent a lot of money on the hot search to be able to suppress herself. Clicking on the video was a handsome boy in a high school uniform. When the boy gently plucked the strings, for some reason, Xia Yi's heart inexplicably fluttered. Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday. Simple lyrics, melodious melody, unconsciously opened her dusty door gradually. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who put your hair up? Who made your dowry? When she heard this, Xia touched her cheeks, not knowing when she had already burst into tears. After so many years in the entertainment industry, I have seen the darkness of society, and I have long since ceased to be that young and astringent girl. But then the song came on, and it brought back memories of the good old days on campus, and the good old him. Are you okay? Xia Yi's eyes were confused and she muttered. She clicked on the comment and left this below. Anyone who knows this teenager, I'd like to ask the writer of this song to write a song for me. Xia Yi's comment was like a boulder thrown into the middle of a lake, splashing a huge wave. Holy shit, Xiaoyi actually commented, with the, "It's a real person." I didn't realize the song had lured Shays in. Thanks to Xiaoyi's comments, the heat about Meng Hang was once again pushed to another climax. At this time, Meng Hang did not know that he was on fire all over the internet on a whim. Returning home, he didn't rush to cultivate, but instead prepared for tomorrow's trip out of the city. Went to the supermarket to buy the essential mineral water, food and other items, plus their own clothes, shoes and so on. A brain thrown into the space. After all, he didn't know how many days he'd be outside the city, so it was better to be prepared for anything. By the time he had packed all his bags and had a hasty meal, the time was nearly 8 o'clock and the sky was already dark. Listening to the principal's speech touched him a lot. These days since his awakening he had either been cultivating or fighting against people, without a single day of proper rest. Cultivation is about one thing. Not one thing is good. That's why he wasn't going to cultivate today, and nourish his spirit to be in the best condition for tomorrow. Meng Hang sat on his bed bored, suddenly realizing that he actually didn't know what to do without cultivating. On second thought, since I don't know what to do, I might as well go out for a walk. Taking off his school uniform and changing into a set of casual clothes, he walked downstairs. He didn't take a cab or public transportation either. He just walked aimlessly and looked around. Although Yunzhui City was only a third-tier city, the city's prosperity could not catch up with those big cities, but the greenery here is very well done, and the lush parks intertwined with the high-rise buildings are surprisingly unique. Meng Hang walked forward while admiring the scenery around him. He didn't have a destination in mind. He just wanted to simply walk forward and return when he got tired. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Hang was attracted by a moving song and unconsciously stopped in his tracks. It's a song sung by a girl, and the singer has a clean, refreshing, ethereal voice. In contrast, her voice was not only not soft, but extremely explosive, which surprised Meng Hang. Looking up, it was actually a music bar, and it looked like the source of the song was the resident here. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Hang still didn't suppress the singer's curiosity and lifted his steps to walk in. This clear bar, and not the kind of main bouncy place. So the environment is not only not noisy but especially elegant. The people who come here are all trying to relieve themselves of the day's fatigue after work, so they call up 3 or 5 of their buddies to come along for a drink and a chat about life. Meng Hang just walked in and realized that the bar was already packed. All the patrons looked at the singer singing on the stage in fascination, as if they were being sucked out of their souls by the wonderful person on the stage. Holy shit, is that charming? Meng Hang let out a dark sigh of emotion and also cast his gaze on the person singing on the stage. Just see the stage of the girl's skin snow, eyes like a clear water, looking at the time, has some of the elegant and high temperament, so that people are self-conscious, ashamed of themselves, do not dare to blaspheme. In particular, a pair of tight jeans with a simple white shirt showed off her luscious curves. Meng Hang was also attracted by the looks of the girl on stage for a few seconds. It was just that the more he looked at it, the tighter his frown became, and in the end it became extremely odd. How is she? Since listening to Meng Hang's song during the day, Lin Luoshua's mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. It's not because of one song that she fell head over heels in love with Meng Hang, but because her own biggest hobby is also singing. Before she was awakened, she took advantage of her vacation time to sneak a part-time job as a resident singer at a bar behind her family's back. Lin Luoshua's family was one of the best in Yunzhui City, so it wasn't because she wanted to make money that she went to work. She simply wanted to find a stage to sing for others to hear. It's just that after she awakens her SSS-ranked powers, both the school and her family are full of hope for her. It is an expectation but also a heavy pressure. Lin Luoshua didn't want to disappoint the expectations of the people around her, so after her awakening she cultivated day and night. Even her biggest hobby was given up. It's just that when she listened to Meng Hang's songs, that love for singing finally became too much to suppress, so she came back here to sing again tonight. Just as Lin Luoshua was immersed in the joy that singing brought her, her voice couldn't help but lurch as her afterglow caught a glimpse of the person who walked in the doorway. What's he doing here? Fortunately, her professionalism was quite high, just a pause in her face to return to normal, and continued to sing. Meng Hang didn't expect the hallowed grand schoolgirl and awakening SSS-level genius to actually be stationed at the bar, so he first had an odd face, followed by a teasing face. He didn't despise Lin Luoshua because of this job, he just simply found it interesting. There was no rush to leave, so he casually found a corner to sit down, ordered 2 beers, and took his time to enjoy her song. Listening to her melodious singing, Meng Hang unknowingly had already drunk 4 bottles of beer, and his head was actually slightly dizzy. I don't know if it was because the alcohol was too strong or Lin Luoshua's voice was too intoxicating. I can't believe this asshole isn't leaving. Seeing that Meng Hang didn't leave, but instead drank wine, Lin Luoshua couldn't wait to give him 2 punches, but there was no way around it. Having already made a deal with the barman to sing 5 songs tonight, And Lin Luoxue also knew that many people here were regulars at the bar, all of whom had heard that she was back again and had rushed over tonight on purpose. It wouldn't be smashing to the boss here if he just left it at that. So stiffly, she finally finished all 5 songs, then hurriedly walked off the stage towards Meng Hang. When Meng Hang saw Lin Luoxue walking towards him, he smiled slightly and raised his hand to greet him, but Lin Luoxue didn't give him a chance to open his mouth, yanking up his arm and pulling him towards the back door of the hotel. What are you doing? Why did you come up here and make a move on me? Wait, I haven't checked out yet. Rico, I'll put him on my tab for tonight's expenses. After Lin Luoxue shouted, she continued to pull Meng Hang toward the back door. Meng Hang felt the power coming from his arm and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. It was worthy of being a SSS level ability user. This power without activating his ability was actually so high. Just as Meng Hang was secretly surprised, he didn't know that Lin Luoxue was actually even more surprised. What's the situation? My realm is at the Earth stage, plus the attribute bonus that my supernormal ability brings to my body. He can actually fight me hard. This asshole definitely has something he's still hiding from us. Lin Luoxue also ignored Meng Hang's resistance and kept dragging him to the back of the bar in the middle of an alley before dropping her hand. Meng Hang pretended to be a poor little girl, covering his chest with both hands and looking at Lin Luoxue in horror. You? What are you dragging me here for? I'm telling you, I'll yell molestation if you try anything. Lin Luoxue was amused by his look and matched his feigned ferocity, saying fiercely, go ahead and scream. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. After saying this, Lin Luoxue waved her little pink fist and warned Meng Hang, you'll have to keep my residency at the bar a secret, and if I find out that you've told someone else about it with your big mouth, don't blame me when the time comes. Ha! Although there was nothing dishonorable about the bar residency, after all, it was still a bad influence for a high school student to come to such a place by himself. Hearing that Lin Luoxue had dragged herself out because of this matter, Meng Hang hurriedly nodded. It's not like he's got a big tongue, so naturally he wouldn't have nothing to go on about it with anyone else. Seeing that his attitude was still sincere, Lin Luoxue nodded with satisfaction. Count on your kid to know what's good for you. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner sometime, just as a thank you for keeping things secret for me. That let itself go? Meng Hang was a bit reluctant and said, after what was just said, you're more than a little disrespectful to me if you don't do something to me. Lin Luoxue's pretty face flushed red at Meng Hang's shameless words, and she spat lightly. Bah! Rascal! Seeing Lin Luoxue's shy appearance couldn't help but make Meng Hang want to tease her, so he pretended to be secretive and said, I'm telling you, I have cats at my house that do backflips. Wanna go check it out? Lin Luoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. A cat can do a red cartwheel? Really? Is that cat in your house some kind of demonic beast? Meng Hang was directly rendered speechless by her naive appearance, not realizing that this little ninny had such contrasting moments. Only after a long time did Lin Luoxue react to the fact that Meng Hang was tricking himself into going to his house, and with her slender little hand she pinched Meng Hang's arm fiercely, threatening viciously, Bastard! If you keep molesting me like that, I'm really going to be rude to you. Don't forget that I'm a SSS ranked ability. Even if you use that secret technique, you're not necessarily a match for me. Ouch! With a cry of pain, Meng Hang hurriedly begged for mercy. Goddess Lin is right. I definitely won't dare next time. How dare there be a next time? Unconsciously, the two became much more cordial in this jostling. Hey, the young couple is flirting here and envying the others. Tonight is just the right time to send the two of you on your way together, and you'll have a companion to kill in the Yellow Springs. A grim voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time, a man in a black robe with an unreadable face appeared in the shadows at the end of the alley. Meng Hang and the two of them both sensed that this person was not coming from a good place, and their faces were solemn as they questioned loudly. What are you? Lifeless old mother. Vacuum home. The person who killed my White Lion cult, a name that the system always fails to give a pass on. So in the future it'll be changed to the Lifeless cult. Won't think that things are just going to go away, right? Hearing that it was actually someone from the Lifeless sect, Lin Luoxue took a step forward and protected Meng Hang behind her. Meng Hang, don't make a move. Your secret technique has too many side effects. It's enough for me to make a move. Kid is blessed with good fortune. Such beauties actually stand out to protect you. I don't know what kind of luck you've had, but you don't have to fight. Neither one of you will get away tonight. After saying that, he waved his right hand, and the sound of breaking wind started, and a wind blade came towards the two of them. Feeling the power of the wind blade, Lin Luoxue's face was solemn again. Empty ranked ability. Not daring to be careless, the space behind her twisted and a fire-bathed phoenix flew out of it. Phoenix! The black-robed man let out a cry of surprise, and even Meng Hang behind Lin Luoxue smacked his lips. Worthy of being a SSS level summoning faculty ability, This comes up to summon a legendary divine beast. Sorrowful. The fire phoenix that flew out of the void let out a sharp chirp, and a ball of blazing flames instantly coalesced in its mouth, charging straight at that wind blade. Boom! The two berserk energies collided in mid-air, generating a huge amount of energy that directly toppled the surrounding buildings, leaving only an empty space. Even the tavern next to it was not spared. Seeing this scene, Lin Luoxue didn't say anything, although her heart felt guilty. It was a matter of life and death, and there was no time for her to think otherwise. Had. Worthy of being an awakened SSS-ranked genius? Actually able to block this strike of mine. However, killing this kind of top genius is the most fulfilling. After saying that, his right hand slashed forward, and a wind blade that was several times larger than before coalesced, and the violet energy contained within it caused Lin Luoxue's heart to be shocked. Late empty stage. Manhang run. I can't catch it. As an ability user at the beginning of the Earth rank, Lin Luoxue was confident that she could fight with or even defeat him with her SSS ranked ability. But the black-robed man turned out to be a late empty stage ability, which could not be compensated for by his powers alone. At this moment, although Lin Luoxue wanted to dodge, but the speed of the huge wind blade was so fast that it came to her body in an instant. It's dying. Seeing that she could no longer dodge, Lin Luoxue showed a look of despair. Hey! Right at this moment, Lin Luoxue suddenly heard a soft sigh coming from behind her, and then surprisingly realized that the space around her actually began to distort. What's the situation? She only felt her eyes blink, and when she reacted again she found herself in a strange space. Then there was another blink of the eye, and he was somehow standing behind Meng Hang, and that huge wind blade was actually behind them, the tremendous power directly slicing a 10-meter or so gully out of the ground behind them. At this time, Meng Hang's crimson eyes had a blood tear slowly left behind. It was the launch of the divine might that saved Lin Luoxue's life by teleporting her into a different space. Originally, he didn't want to be exposed too early, but he couldn't see death. The pale-faced Meng Hang took out a rejuvenation liquid and drank it, and only then did his face improve. He hadn't thought that teleporting this person into the middle of an alien space would consume so much, directly consuming 2/3 of his spiritual energy. As for the damage caused by the kaleidoscope sharing wheel, the side effects weren't really noticeable since it was only the first time he had used it. Lin Luoxue stared blankly at Meng Hang in front of her, her eyes filled with gratitude and shock. She couldn't have imagined that the person who needed her protection just a moment ago would actually save her life now. Meng Hang, were you the one who saved me just now? Meng Hang didn't turn around, but only spoke faintly. I'll explain it to you after we settle the remaining members of the lifeless sect. At this moment, the black-robed man stood in place in shock, his eyes filled with shock. Little beast, what the hell are you and why can you still activate spatial powers? As the party who had been teleported away, Lin Luoxue didn't understand what had happened, but the black-robed man had clearly seen the entire process. Meng Hang, whose face had recovered, looked at the black-robed man bitchily and said, "Come and get me. If you can catch me, I'll hey. Behind him, a black line flashed across Lin Luoxue's brain. What time is it? Can you be decent? The black-robed man who had been idly walking around finally stopped being calm at this moment and shouted, "Old Six, make a move. There's something odd about this little beast." As soon as the words fell, a silhouette unexpectedly appeared out of thin air beside Lin Luoxue, holding a short blade that directly stabbed towards her neck. Surprisingly, he was a change ability, a natural-born killer, lurking around the duo for many hours for this moment of certain death. Look out! Meng Hang's face changed greatly, and he directly opened the third door of the 8 gates of transportation. His speed skyrocketed, and he instantly came to Lin Luoxue's side. With a firm shove, he pushed her straight out. Lin Luoxue, who flew out backwards, but saw that the place where she originally stood was replaced by Meng Hang, and the dagger that should have slashed her throat was stabbed straight into Meng Hang's neck. Meng Hang! In midair, Lin Luoxue let out a heartbreaking scream, and the tears in her eyes gushed out furiously. He actually willingly took that stab hard in order to save me. At this moment, Lin Luoxue's mind wandered to these words, and a flutter arose within her heart. With a plop, Lin Luoxue fell hard on top of the ruins, splattering a cloud of dust, with the full force of an air-ranked powerhouse, and aiming at Meng Hang's fatal part. Meng Hang had no chance of surviving, not caring about her white shirt, which was already tattered and disheveled. She hurriedly got up and was about to go forward to fight with those 2 people from the lifeless sect to avenge Meng Hang's death. Even if we all die together. It was only when her gaze fell on the spot where Meng Hang was standing that she couldn't help but stop in her tracks, a bit confused as to what was going on. Only Meng Hang stood intact, holding a long sword that was purple in color. In contrast, the body of the person who had just sneaked up on him had already been cut in half, and he collapsed in a bloody heap next to Meng Hang's feet, and the black-robed man stood not far away, with terror in his eyes. What's going on here? Lin Luoxue felt that her brain was a bit inadequate. Meng Hang had brought her so much incredulity tonight that it made her a bit numb. The scene returns to the moment when Lin Luoxue collapses to the ground. This assassin of the lifeless sect possessed a chameleon-like ability to turn himself into the color of his surroundings and merge with it, making it undetectable. This assassin didn't expect Meng Hang to react so quickly, to push Lin Luoxue away from such a close distance and make himself miss. The good thing is that these two kill anyone. The killer was concerned about killing with a single blow. Looking at Meng Hang, who was close at hand, the killer gave a hideous smile. The dagger turned and stabbed directly at Meng Hang's carotid artery. Just as the dagger stabbed into Meng Hang's neck, the killer smiled morbidly, sucking deeply in anticipation of the thrill of blood bursting into his face. However, the next moment, the dagger passed through the body without the obstructive feeling of the blade piercing into the flesh, which couldn't help but make the assassin's brain stutter slightly. You're a fucking old six. You really deserve your name. Meng Hang was furious in his heart. He actually didn't notice that there was actually someone lurking around him all the time, which made him fearful. The magic sword Thousand Blades instantly appeared in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment this old sixth man froze, he slashed down. Killer Old Six merely froze for less than a second. The light of the slashing blade made his scalp numb, and a threat of death came over him. However, Old Six was worthy of being an air rank expert, a long-time assassin, and instantly reacted by raising his dagger to block. Put! Blood splattered everywhere. The purple long knife in Meng Hang's hand unexpectedly shattered a gap where it touched the dagger, but the entire blade actually strangely did not have two halves, still maintaining its original appearance, and slashed at Old Six. The thousand blades infused with spiritual energy were incomparably sharp, and surprisingly, they directly split Old Six's body in two. Holy shit, so strong. Meng Hang hadn't expected the knife to be so sharp, and it had taken care of the late empty stage expert with a single slash. He wasn't proud of it, knowing that this encounter was won because of his ability to be weird and catch this killer off guard. The battle between the two was a long story, but it was actually only a few seconds, so fast that even the black-robed man didn't react, and his companion had already gone to his soul. Little beast, what kind of monster are you? And what the hell is that knife of yours? You can't afford to play. You're open. The black-robed man chortled hysterically and loudly, trying to hide his inner fear in this way. Originally, when the helmsman had sent them two late empty stage experts to deal with two high school students, one of whom was also an assassin who made a living out of assassination, the two of them had been a bit indignant at first, feeling that they were too big for their britches. But who would have thought that this little monster's ability was actually so bizarre, which caused a few moments of panic to grow in his heart. Wind Blade Chaos. The black-robed man gathered his whole body's spiritual power to use his own best move. Countless wind blades whistled past, and wherever they passed, they all turned into smithereens and continued to charge toward Meng Hang. Boom, boom, boom. The densely packed wind blades seemed as if they didn't want any money to split at the place where Meng Hang stood. In a flash, flying sand and smoke rose up, shrouding Meng Hang's body within the smoke, making it impossible to see his figure. Seeing that Meng Hang actually stood still and didn't hide, the black-robed man couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, unconscionable little brute. This move of mine is something that an ordinary U-ranked expert would have to avoid. You actually dare to take your body and catch it hard. You don't know what to do. What did you say? It was too noisy just now. I didn't hear you. A faint voice came from the smoke, and then the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figure inside, only to see that within the 10 meters centered on Meng Hang, the ground had actually sunk nearly 5 meters, and Meng Hang, who was standing in the center of the pit, was actually unharmed. Even his clothes didn't have a single tear. The black-robed man's laughter came to an abrupt end, replaced by fear of the unknown. His forehead was in a cold sweat, and he even turned his head to run without saying a word. He was going to go and tell the helmsman that the SSS rank Lin Luoxue wasn't the biggest threat to the lifeless sect, but rather this Meng Hang in front of him. The black-robed man's speed was extremely fast, a few dodges and he rushed out dozens of meters. Although Meng Hang's ability was bizarre, he didn't believe that little monster could catch up to his own titular late air ranked ability person as far as speed was concerned. Little beast, you wait. Your death is not far off. At that time you will be sacrificed to the lifeless old mother along with the entire Cloudwater city. Running away is still so noisy. Meng Hang jumped out of the deep pit and stabbed his ears, with a bemused look on his face, and had no intention of getting up to chase after him. Run. Can you run? I've got my pants down and this is what you're showing me? Divine might. Kaleidoscope Rider's eye is activated. Meng Hang's left eye focus coalesced on the distant black-robed man's head. There was a distortion in space. Bang! Only to see that the head of the black-robed man, who was still moving at high speed in the distance, actually suddenly disappeared, and blood gushed out like a fountain from the broken neck. The black-robed man's body ran forward a few more steps due to inertia, and then fell to the ground with a thud. No more sound. He didn't understand to his dying day how he really died. After resolving the two people from the lifeless sect, Meng Hang's face paled and his feet stumbled as he hastily withdrew his ability. Heartbroken, he took out another reclaiming liquid from the space and drank it before his face gradually improved. Divine Might Unleashed was too much of a drain on mental power, and every time he opened space to send someone else into an alien dimension he would directly drain his own mental power. It seems like we'll have to prepare more reclaiming spirit liquid in the future. Then his eyes lit up as something occurred to him. Meng Hang first came to the one called Lao Lu and unceremoniously removed the space ring from his right hand. Then he picked up the dagger that had fallen to the side and similarly placed it in his spatial ring. This dagger was a spirit weapon to the naked eye, so Meng Hang naturally wouldn't let it go. He then ran his ass out a few dozen meters and put away the black-robed spatial ring before arriving in front of Lin Luoxue. At this time, Lin Luoxue had not yet recovered from the great shock and looked straight at Meng Hang. Meng Hang waved his hand in front of her eyes and said, "Even though I'm handsome, there's no need to look at me like that. If you just can't get enough, I can begrudgingly go home with you so you can see it all at once." Lin Luoxue didn't care about Meng Hang's flirting, and mechanically stretched out her hand and gave Meng Hang a hard pinch on her arm. Ow! With a scream of pain, Meng Hang jumped backward a few meters. "Lin Luoxue, are you crazy? Old me just saved you. You this in turn actually pinched me. You're unloading." "No, I'm not calling myself an ass. Lin Luoxue, you crossed the river and broke the bridge," Meng Hang rebuked loudly. At this time, Lin Luoxue's eyes gradually gained a gleam in her eyes, nodded, and muttered to herself, "He knows it hurts, so he's not dreaming." Hiss, that's if it wasn't a dream how it feels even more unbelievable. Lin Luoxue then looked at Meng Hang in incomparable shock with a pair of big watery eyes. "Meng Hang, tell me the truth. What kind of supernatural ability have you awakened?" That's a long story, so hear me out. Here's what happened. Boom, boom. Just as Meng Hang was still thinking about how he was going to stonewall his way through, a few booms came from the distance, drawing both of their attention. It was then that they realized that it wasn't just the area near them that had been reduced to rubble. Looking around, there were flames from time to time in all parts of Cloudwater City. Lin Luoxue's face changed drastically as she exclaimed, "This is the lifeless sect attacking the city in force? Have they gone crazy?" Meng Hang couldn't help but look up as he realized that the place with the loudest roar was actually the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The roar was unceasing, but Meng Hang could only see the glow from time to time in the pitch-black sky from the collision of abilities, but he just couldn't see what was really going on. Sharingan, out of curiosity, Meng Hang unleashed his Sharingan eyes to gaze at the sky once again. With the powerful dynamic vision of his Sharingan eyes, he finally saw the two men in the sky attacking each other at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The energy glow that appeared then was the aftermath of the collision between the two. Hiss. Feeling the power of the duo, Meng Hang couldn't help but suck in his breath. One didn't need to think about it to know that these two must be U-rank or above powerhouses. U-rank powerhouses are as terrifying as they are. When the two finally separated after another collision, they stood in the air, facing each other. One of them was obese, but he was holding a long, thin sword, and Meng Hang could tell at a glance that this person was none other than Cloudwater City's city lord, Zhao Sanpang. The other was a young man with no white beard and a feminine face. The young man was thin but holding a huge long sword. Meng Hang almost thought that these two were holding the wrong weapon for each other in the battle. Zhao Scatterpole looked at the flames below and couldn't help but sneer. "Sins of the lifeless sect. I didn't expect you guys to really dare to attack Cloudwater City. I will definitely let you guys have no return today." At this moment, Qiu Guang's face was a bit ugly. Although on the outside it seemed that the two were in between in strength, only he himself knew that his strength was one step weaker than finding a Zhao fat pig. "Hey, fatty Zhao, don't just talk big, let's see the truth under our hands." Good, Qiu Guang, let's end our feud today. Open the sky." Zhao Sampang let out a shout, and the long sword in his hand erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. A sword was swung out, and the sword chi carried the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, as if it was really going to cut open the heaven's gate with a single sword, and chopped towards Qiu Guang. Feeling this strong and dominating sword, Qiu Guang was also incredibly grave, not daring to be careless, only to see his body flowing with spiritual energy. The muscles on his entire body expanded piece by piece, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed from a slim youth into a 3-meter-tall giant man. Qiu Guang gripped the giant sword with both hands and slashed out. Broken soul. The blade on was similarly wrapped in 10,000 pounds of force, and met the incoming sword on. The blade and sword awnings met in the air, instantly generating a huge glow that illuminated the entire sky for a short period of time. The aftermath spread in all directions, and even Meng Hang's clothes, which were far away from the duo, were blown around by the energy. In the next second, the blade light dissipated, while the sword unwrapped in the remaining residual power continued to chop towards Qiu Guang. Qiu Guang's face changed drastically, and he hastily raised his sword to block. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and like a cannonball, he descended from a high altitude at great speed, ruthlessly smashing into the ruins on the ground. Ahem! Cough! Cough! Qiu Guang was lying in the ruins, coughing up 2 more mouthfuls of blood uncontrollably, looking at Zhao Sanpang, who was looking down on him in the sky, but his eyes strangely revealed a hint of cunning. He mobilized the last few bits of his spiritual energy in his chest and shouted out, "The hour is up. Start the formation." Qiu Guang's voice was deafening, like the sound of Brahma surprisingly reverberating through this Yunshui city. Woo woo woo. As soon as his words fell, a sound like a ghost's whistle rang out of thin air. Countless black mists appeared around Cloudwater City, enveloping the entire city. The face of Zhao Sanpang, who saw the scene, changed greatly, and his forehead veins rippled. 10,000 ghosts refining blood formation. Qiu Guang, you actually want to refine all of the millions of people in the entire Yunshui city? Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? Qiu Guang really didn't care in the face of his questioning. My lifeless sect only recognizes the lifeless old mother and never believed in any heavenly wrath. I've killed countless people in my life, and to this day I'm still alive and well. Then I'll do it for heaven today. After saying that, Zhao Sanpang slashed at Qiu Guang with his sword. Seeing the attacking Zhao Sanpang, Qiu Guang finally changed his face dramatically and shouted, "Red Blood Demon King! What are you waiting for if you don't show up at this time? Do you really have to wait for me to die before you're willing to make a move? Ha 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 ha! How could this king let you die? I'm still waiting for you to offer up the red blood pill." The moment these words came out, all the people of Yunshui City, including Zhao Sanpang, felt a nameless pressure that overwhelmed them. As soon as the words fell, the already dark sky suddenly clouded over with lightning and thunder. Right in the middle of these dark clouds, 2 beams of blood-red light appeared, as if they were a pair of blood moons. Below, no matter if it was the people of the Supreme Sect or the people of Cloudwater City, they all stopped their hands and stared blankly at the sky. What's that in the sky, and why is there a pair of blood moons? The appearance of a vision must be an omen of great evil, someone exclaimed. But just when people didn't figure out what exactly was above their heads, a huge snake's head poked out of the clouds and looked down coldly, and that pair of blood moons turned out to be just a pair of eyes of the python. Demon beasts have invaded. The faces of the people changed greatly, shouting in terror and running in all directions. The entire city was filled with an atmosphere of panic. For so many years, it wasn't as if Yunshui City hadn't experienced demonic beasts attacking the city. That is, the beast tide had also experienced it once or twice. But no matter which time it wasn't as huge as the sense of oppression that this time brought to Yunshui cities. The demon python size of dozens of feet was hidden in the clouds, as if it was a real dragon that was weaving clouds and making rain. Unfortunately, it was not the auspiciousness that came to send rain, but the demon that reaped the lives of the people of Yunshui City. The python that poked out its head opened its bloody mouth, and a huge suction force arose from the sky. The ground began to fly as if it were a typhoon, uprooting trees and sending them flying into the sky. Countless people were also attracted by this huge force and drifted towards the sky. Some of them grabbed the buildings around them in a death grip in an attempt to resist the force. Unfortunately, it was useless, and I could only watch as I was sucked into the air along with the building. The Red Blood Demon King's huge mouth was like a bottomless black hole, coming and sucking everything into it. That one bite alone nearly sucked hundreds of people into its mouth. The threat that high-level demonic beasts pose to humans could be seen from this, and just by taking just one breath, so many lives were lost. Seeing this scene, Zhao Sanpang's eyes were red. His teeth clenched and cackled as he shouted at the sky, "You're that red-blooded demonic python from back then. You actually dare to come out. You're not afraid that the martial king will slaughter this beast of yours with a single slash." The Red Blood Demon King, who had swallowed hundreds of lives, hiccuped in satisfaction and poked his body all the way out, slowly descending to the ground. It was only then that people clearly saw that the demonic python was tens of meters long and as tall as a dozen stories. The Red Blood Demon Python that landed on the ground merely swung its tail, and the nearby skyscrapers collapsed into ruins in an instant. People near the building desperately ran outward in all directions, but countless people were still killed by the boulders. Strangely, the blood of all the dead people did not seep into the ground, but was pulled by a force to converge into the air, forming a scarlet blood bead. The sky was filled with black mist and 10,000 ghosts hissed. The ground was broken and corpses were everywhere. The entire Yunshui city seemed to have turned into a Shura hell at this moment. Zhao Sanpang's eyes were wide with rage, watching the city he had guarded turn into such a scene. Sinful animal, die and come. Although Zhao Sanpang could already tell that the red blood demon python in front of him was already a fifth-order demon beast, he still didn't have the slightest fear. At this time, Fatty Zhao's lewd aura was gone, but instead showed an aura of a strong man who would never return. With a flash, Zhao Sanpang arrived at the red blood demon king's side, and his spiritual energy was poured into the long sword, stabbing straight at the demon python's body. The red blood demon king looked at the humans that were like ants, and his triangular eyes were filled with mockery. Even the light of the fire dares to compete with the white moon. One's own hallowed 5th-ranked great demon was not comparable to a U-ranked ability. Ding! In the next second, the sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Zhao Zhanpong was shocked to find that his spirit weapon, which had been unbeatable, only sputtered a few sparks on the scales of the demon python, leaving a shallow white mark. A mole is a mole. The red blood demon king let out a cold laugh, and his huge tail wrapped in a mountainous aura slapped at him. Feeling this heaven-destroying strike, Zhao Sanpang didn't dare to take it hard, and his body flickered, dodging the strike. Boom! This tail slammed down and the entire ground began to shake. Zhao Sanpang didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this blow hit him. Taking out a few god recovery liquids from his storage space, if he were to use his usual stingy character, he would definitely not use them as a last resort. But now it's like it doesn't cost anything, and it's poured right into your mouth. Open the sky. Zhao Sanpang, who had dodged the red blood demon king's strike, knew that he couldn't hurt it with ordinary means, so he directly used his strongest means. A sword light chopped out, sword chi raging, cutting through space and chopping at the red blood demon king's huge body. Put! Blood splattered as the red blood demon king's sturdy scale armor was instantly sliced through a huge opening, and blood couldn't stop gushing outwards. Griffin, you seek death. It didn't expect that its 5th-ranked great demon would actually be decapitated by a U-ranked human, and it couldn't help but be furious in its heart. Ow! With an angry roar, the sound wave directly turned into a wave that scattered out in all directions. Ah! Bang! Bang! Hearing this roar, countless people clenched their hands over their ears and knelt on the ground in pain. But this still couldn't resist the immense power of the sound wave, and the heads exploded one by one. The blood of the dead all converged into the blood-red bead in the air, making its color even brighter. The red blood demon king looked at Zhao Sanpang grimly, and a dark light suddenly flashed from his mouth, instantly arriving in front of Zhao Sanpang's body and charging towards his heart. The dark light came too fast, and when he realized it was already on its way to his side, he didn't have time to think about it. Is this what it takes to die? I'm sorry to the people of Yunshui City. A tear crossed the corner of his eye between life and death, not because of the fear of losing his life right away, but the guilt of not protecting the millions of people in Cloudwater City. Divine might. Just then, a faint voice came to his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing next to a teenager, and the place where he had just stood had been corroded by a stream of venom into a deep, bottomless pit, with curls of purple smoke still filling outward from within. Zhao Sanpang couldn't help but touch the cold sweat on his forehead, his heart fearful. At the same time, he was secretly shocked at the strength of the teenager in front of him, to be able to save himself so easily in the hands of a 5th-order demonic beast. Looking at the situation, this person still possessed extremely rare spatial ability. He couldn't help but think back to when Cloudwater City had appeared such an extraordinary figure, but due to the darkness of the sky, he couldn't see the exact looks of the person in front of him, so he could only arch his hand and say, "A great favor is not to be thanked. I, Zhao Sanpang, will always remember in my heart the saving grace of my little brother today. It's fine. Just remember to give me 100,000 or 200,000 essence cores as compensation in the future." Hearing this lazy voice, Zhao Sanpang grew his mouth. His eyes were almost glaring out, and he shouted incredibly loudly, "Menhang?" Meng Hang was also extremely helpless at this time. When he saw such a terrifying demonic beast, his first thought was to run, as far away as possible. A demonic beast of this realm was no longer something that he, a small trash of the earth rank, could fight against. What, with Shin Megami Tensei? As far as the range of distorted space he could achieve right now, hitting the red-blooded demon king's body was no less than snapping quick meat off his own body with a buckling earspoon. Meng Hang estimated that it was the uninterrupted use of divine might, and his own blindness was just enough to make the other party feel pain. As for Susanoo, he felt that if he really used this move, it would not be a problem to deal with that demon python, but with his current pitiful mental power, as long as he dared to use it, he would be able to perform a great bearing to the red-blooded demon python. As for how to bear, of course, the head exploded so magnetic. Ding! System on. Help Zhao Sanpang hunt the red-blooded demon king. Successful. Rewarding the host with 13 life-saving slashes. Failed. Retrieve the host's kaleidoscope Sharingan dual divine might. Meng Hang, who was just about to escape, had his body lurched, and his face was so gloomy that it could have dripped water. System, UXXXXXX. Meng Hang came up with a set of nationalists and cursed the system's ancestors. Not sure if this system has any ancestors either though. Bullying. Naked bullying. A ground-ranked ability user himself to engage in a battle between people's high-ranked ability users? Meng Hang seriously doubted that the 2 tails of meat on his body would be enough to stuff the red blood demon python's teeth. Don't be in a hurry, old iron. I haven't finished yet. Ignoring Meng Hang's tirade, the system said unhurriedly, given that the gap between you and the demon python is too large, this system is now on promotional sale. Number 99.98. Number 998. Now only 98. Only 98. Take home the power of 6 paths experience card. 98 kill points can't be bought, can't be fooled. So you can experience the feeling of invincibility for once. Crap. That's okay? Are you a comedian invited by a monkey? Listening to this passionate sales pitch from the system, Meng Hang's eyes were dumbfounded. And once again, he was conquered by this oddball system. After checking his kill points, it was exactly 100 points, which was still gained from killing those 2 lifeless sect empty rank abilities just now. Brother Tubular, I'm really tethered to Q. You actually left me 2 kill points, Meng Hang said with tears in his eyes. Don't look at his surface heartache for this bit of kill value, but in fact, his heart has long been happy. That's 6 ways. As long as he gained the power of the 6 paths, he was confident that he could activate Susanoo. What's it like to sit on a mountain of treasure and not be able to spend it? Meng Hang had been itching for a long time, and this time he could finally feel it in advance. He no longer hesitated and immediately accepted the lure of the system. Luo Shui, you go home first, I'll go help City Lord Zhao. What? You're going to help the City Lord? Lin Luoxue lost her color when she heard Meng Hang's words and hurriedly advised. Are you crazy? I admit that you are very strong right now. 1 against 2 and still managed to kill 2 air-ranked ability users in seconds. But the battle there is no longer something we can participate in at this level. It's a 5th-ranked demonic beast. Looking at Lin Luoxue's anxious appearance, Meng Hang laughed bitterly in his heart. You think I don't know who told me to get into such an unreliable system? Although he thought so in his heart, on the surface he acted as if he had a deep understanding of the situation. His eyes looked around Cloudwater City, which had already been mostly reduced to ruins, and his eyes were filled with sadness. Yunshui City has been nurtured for 18 years, but now it's been destroyed by demonic beasts in this way, and I can't do anything about it. My heart is filled with guilt. A great man is born in heaven and earth, and does something and does nothing. Since I've encountered such a thing today, I'm going to contribute my meager abilities to fight the demonic beast to the death, even if it means sacrificing my life. This paragraph of Meng Hang's righteous words directly moved Lin Luoxue to tears in her eyes. Meng Hang, I didn't expect you to be such a selfless and noble person. Compared to you, I'm still way off. Meng Hang, whose face was comparable to a city wall, was complimented by Lin Luoxue with some complacency, but his face was still incomparably grave. My goal is to be noble, selfless, and free from the low life. The system's voice sounded in Meng Hang's mind. Meng Hang, you're a real dog. Do you dare to be more shameless? Dog, Nima, I didn't realize you were also the best of my clan. I'm not as good as you by much, Lin Luoxue said with determination after hearing his words with her silver teeth lightly clenched. I'll go with you. Meng Hang hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt Lin Luoxue. Don't, big sister. You're really just going to die if you go. You saw it just now. I've awakened my spatial ability. Even if I can't beat it, I can still run. I'll have to worry about you if you go. Lin Luoxue held her little mouth in an incomparably aggravated manner. He himself was at least a SSS level genius. How could he be said to be so worthless by Meng Hang? But on second thought there was really nothing wrong with what he said. And going there by himself would really only bring him trouble. Well then, you must be careful. After a pause, Lin Luoxue as if under a great awakening before continuing to speak. As long as you make it back alive, I promise you a little surprise. What surprise? You'll see when the time comes. Meng Hang didn't dwell on it too much, and directly opened the 8 gates of evasion, rushing with all his might towards the place where Zhao Sanpang was fighting with the red-blooded Demon King. Looking at Meng Hang's back, Lin Luoxue's eyes were filled with reluctance. Be sure to come back. A scene from tonight replayed in his mind. Meng Hang pushed himself out of the way despite the danger he was in, and he stood in front of her, his upright back giving her peace of mind. Unconsciously, Lin Luoxue's heart quietly opened up to Meng Hang. Meng Hang's face became incomparably grim as he traveled this way. Both sides of the road were filled with corpses that had been smashed to death by falling buildings, as well as corpses that had had their heads shattered by the Red Blood Demon King's voice. There were men on their knees crying out their wives' names in grief, and children searching helplessly for their moms and dads in the rubble. This tragic scene was like a big invisible hand, ruthlessly clutching Meng Hang's heart. Damn you! Endless killing intent erupted in Meng Hang's eyes as his speed skyrocketed again and he continued to rush. When he arrived at the place where the one man and one demonic beast were fighting, he happened to see the scene where the dark light attacked Zhao Scatterpond. Kaleidoscope writer's eye open. Divine might. Without much time to think, Meng Hang's line of sight directly coalesced on Zhao Sanpang's body, teleporting him to his side in the nick of time. Zhao Sanpang was first slightly stunned when he saw that the visitor was actually Meng Hang, and then his face changed drastically. Brat, what are you doing here? I'll hold it off. You hurry. Although Meng Hang's interior psychic abilities had really taken him by surprise, because of this, he was even more unable to let Meng Hang risk his life. He was even more upset that such a genius had fallen here. Without caring about Zhao Sanpang, Meng Hang looked at the distant behemoth and said coldly, "Little Loach, you seek death." Little Loach? On the side, Zhao Sanpang looked at Meng Hang as if he was looking at a monster. Killing him did not expect this young man to dare to call the fifth-order demon king Little Loach. Are all young people so wild nowadays? Zhao Sanpang thought anachronistically. He really couldn't think of who gave Meng Hang the backbone to dare to say this. If the system knew what was going through Zhao Sanpang's mind right now, it would have said proudly. From the old man, Zhao Sanpang hurriedly stepped forward to cover Meng Hang's mouth, fearing that he would say something else that would irritate the red-blooded demon king. He wasn't afraid that Meng Hang would anger the red-blood demon king and get himself involved, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to block its angry strike, and that Meng Hang wouldn't have time to run in the end and be accounted for here. The blood of Meng Hang's generation should be spilled on the frontline battlefields, not here. The red-blooded demon king was also confused by Meng Hang's faint remark. Me, a fifth-order demon? Dozens of meters long? You're a 1.8-meter mole calling me a little loach? Who gave you that confidence? It was a little unsure of itself as it was shocked by Meng Hang's calm aura, and suspected that Yunshui City was hiding an expert of the Huan rank or higher. Who else would he have the nerve to talk about himself like that? It was all ready to turn and run on its own if it really was an expert above the Huan rank. He was able to escape from that person even back then. He was still confident in his escaped kung fu. It was only when it covered Meng Hang with the massive spiritual power of a fifth-stage demonic beast that its expression was suddenly wonderful. Nani? Earth rank? The red-blooded demon king seriously suspected that he had misread the situation, and once again used his spiritual power to check. Still Earth rank? This time he was beyond sure that he was not mistaken. The red-blooded demon king laughed, laughing in anger. Little mudskipper? No one had dared to call themselves that in how many years? Remember the last time someone called themselves that was the crazy one? Back when it was being chased up and down by that madman. That person also called himself a little loach after it, but it didn't dare to talk back at that time. It just desperately ran away like a lost dog. No, a lost snake. I have no way to refute that lunatic calling me a little loach. What gives you, a piece of trash of the earth rank, the right to do so? A wave of humiliation that had been suppressed for years, and anger was all evoked by Meng Hang's words. You're the mole. Your whole family is a mole. Die for this king. The red light in the eyes of the red-blooded demon king flourished as he opened his bloody mouth and lunged towards Meng Hang. He was going to crush this asshole who dared to call himself a loach in the most primal way possible. As the fishy wind pounded on his face, Zhao Sanpang's face changed greatly, and he was about to reach out and tug Meng Hang to escape. Brother Unicorn, redeem the power of the six paths. All right, old iron. In an instant, a majestic power filled the entire body. Instantly an unrivaled aura appeared from Meng Hang's body, and no wind rose on the flat ground to blow in all directions. Zhao Sanpang, who had wanted to reach out and grab Meng Hang, was directly hit by a huge force and flew backwards for more than 10 meters, falling heavily to the ground. Feeling the pressure coming from Meng Hang's body, Zhao Sanpang was incomparably shocked. How the hell is this the kind of pressure an earth rank should have? What's the situation? This kid was all pretending to be a pig before? This is not all. Not waiting for him to slow down from the shock, the next scene as in the top of his head rang a thunderbolt, shocked his scalp numb. With the support of the power of the six paths, Meng Hang's spiritual power instantly doubled countless times, and a sea of ocean directly appeared in his spiritual world. Meng Hang emitted light blue flames around his body, and the flames quickly outlined the form of a giant skeleton. That wasn't all. The skeleton's figure continued to expand, and azure-colored flesh and blood began to be born outside of its body. At the end of the day, it turned into a large tengu that was nearly 100 meters tall, clad in armor, and had wings in the back. Please excuse me if it doesn't match the original novel. Compared to the full-bodied Susanoo who was 100 meters tall, the red-blooded demon king who was a few dozen meters tall was really like a loach. I'm yet numb, completely numb. Zhao Scatterpole's obese face was red, his eyes were glaring, his mouth was wide open, and even his hair was standing on end from shock. What kind of powers are these? What kind of operation is this? Phantasmagoria heaven and earth? Just what realm of ability could cast such a huge dharma heaven and earth? The appearance of Susanoo shocked the entire Yunchue city. The people who were still running away and crying all looked up at the huge figure in disbelief, not understanding how another behemoth came out. Lin Luoxue, who was on her way to her home, also noticed this vision and couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. For some reason, she had a feeling that this giant had something to do with Meng Hang. Shaking his head, he forced the unrealistic thought down. How could it be? How could this extraordinary existence be something Meng Hang could cast? Meng Hang looked at the light blue flames around him and felt the energy that was constantly bursting out of his body, and was horrified in his heart. Worthy of being a full-bodied Susanoo, the compulsion is high. Meng Hang then looked at the red-blooded demon king below, who was shivering with mockery in his eyes. What? You don't want to be called a little loach? At this time, the red-blood demon king was also numb, not understanding why things had changed so quickly. It was clearly a mole cricket of the earth rank. How did it turn into an existence that it looked up to in the blink of an eye? Hearing Meng Hang's question, its hideous face actually revealed anthropomorphic flattery. A great man. No, a great demon king can bend and bend and bend. Save his life before saying anything else. Yes, you're right. I am a little loach. If you don't find it satisfactory, the small one can be smaller. After saying that, the Red Moon Demon King's body literally shrunk a few more points. Below, Zhao Sanpang listened to the conversation between the one man and one beast with confused eyes, and countless grass nymphets raced through his heart. Hey, you're a 5th-ranked demon. Okay, where's your aura as a demon king? Do you dare to show some face? Meng Hang was also rendered speechless by its shameless appearance. He felt that he was already shameless enough, but he didn't realize that this demon python was even more shameless than him. Right at this moment, a cold light flashed in the Red Moon Demon Python's triangular eyes. It didn't believe that just because it was soft, Meng Hang would spare itself and laugh off what it had done today. Make the first move. Countless lavender energies converged in its mouth, forming a huge purple orb. Give face. Meng Hang snorted coldly, and a hand sword appeared in his Susanoo's hand, flinging it towards the red-blooded demon king. Shin Megami Tensei Shuriken. Just as the purple energy ball was condensed, the shuriken had also arrived in front of the demon python. At the same time the sword in his hand struck the demon python, the space around it began to distort, surprisingly transferring the ball of energy along with the Red Moon Demon King's head without a trace. Put! Thick columns of blood spurted out, shooting straight up into the sky and falling to the ground as a rain of blood. Poof! The corpse of the demonic python that had lost its power to support itself pressed heavily on the ground, splattering smoke and dust several feet high. A 5th-stage demon king, equivalent to a Huan-stage powerhouse, was unexpectedly killed in seconds by Meng Hang just like that. At this moment, Meng Hang was controlling the great Tengu form of Susanoo floating in the air. It's like the devil's seed in the sky and the god of the earth. This Susanoo. Bull. Xiao Guang hid in a corner not far away feeling like he was dreaming. A 5th-ranked demonic beast that died so easily? Dreaming? Must be dreaming. He mumbled and whispered, his eyes full of horror. Run. Gotta run. At this time, Xiao Guang, which still had the previous spirit, such as the loss of the dog, generally want to sneak away. Unfortunately, his actions were still discovered by Zhao Sanpang, and he was instantly enraged. Bastard! You still want to run? The lifeless sect colluded with the demonic beasts to massacre the people. Today you're all bound to die. None of you will escape. After saying that, the long sword was pointed straight at Xiao Guang's throat. At this time, Xiao Guang had already been scared by the 100-meter-high Susanoo, and no longer had any intention to resist, but only wanted to run away, and did not dare to take this blow from Zhao Sanpang. Meng stood at Hosananahu's head, still feeling the power of the 6 paths in detail as it brought him strength. He had some regrets that he was only experiencing it once this time. If he really possessed the power of the 6 paths, then he would really be able to kill God in God's way, kill Buddha in Buddha's way, and GA messy kill. The movement on Zhao Scatterpond's side caught his attention. When he saw Zhao Sanpang's long sword immediately stabbing Xiao Guang, his heart was moved. From the beginning, when the two exchanged hands in the sky, it was evident that this person from the lifeless sect was at the very least an expert of the same level as Zhao Scatterpond, a U-rank powerhouse. What does that tell you? Points. That's a lot of kill points. How could Meng Hang watch the points that were so close at hand just slip away from his hands? He's the best at grabbing heads and stuff. Divine might. In the next moment, Xiao Guang's headless body collapsed to the ground without another sound. Hiss! Zhao Zhanpong sucked in a cold breath. Although it was not his head that was twisted off, but he still could not suppress the cold air from the bottom of his heart. Of course he could guess that the one who twisted off Xiao Guang's head was Meng Hang, but this ability of Meng Hang's was really too bizarre. Zhao Sanpang put himself in his shoes and thought about it. If it was him who encountered this move, he didn't have the confidence to dodge it either. What the hell is this kid from? Had points in hand. Just as Meng Hang was still rejoicing, he only felt an emptiness in his body, and the 6 paths of power experience time unexpectedly disappeared at this time. At the same time, without the support of the Rokuda no Heido's massive spiritual power, the Seisaku no form instantly dissipated. That's it? Meng Hang was shocked. From unleashing the power of the 6 paths to resolving the red-blooded Demon King, it was only a few minutes back and forth. You can use your own 100 points for such a short period of time? He then only felt an empty space under his feet, and his body instantly descended. At this time he remembered that he was in 100 meters in the air, and now without the Susanoo, this fall would not be reduced to meat paste. Divine Might. Meng Hang hastily unleashed his Divine Might and tried to teleport himself to the other dimension. However, he helplessly realized that despite using the power of the 6 paths, the battle had still drained his spiritual energy, which was not enough to allow him to open a foreign space and teleport himself there. System, you big shot, why didn't you tell me earlier that the time to redeem the power of the 6 paths was so short, so that I could prepare? You're deliberately punking me, aren't you? 80,000. Touch. The system's unhurried voice rang out from Meng Hang's head. Playing mahjong? Who are you a system playing mahjong with? Countless grass mud horses raced through Meng Hang's mind as he rapidly descended. I say Tai Z, how long do you want to experience 98 kill points? I'm already being very conscientious here. Okay, it's true that cheap is no good. Meng Hang cursed angrily in his heart. Old iron. Hurry up and earn points. This amount of points you have isn't even enough for me to lose in a game of mahjong. What? You used my kill points to play mahjong? This time Meng Hang was really shocked, feeling that he knew something extraordinary. The system also realized that it had let its mouth slip, and didn't make a sound even though Meng Hang asked again. Meng Hang's body was still descending at an extremely high speed, but he hadn't reached the U rank in his realm yet, so he couldn't fly in the air. The U rank? Flying through the air? Meng Hang's eyes lit up and he shouted towards Zhao Sanpang in a loud voice. City Lord, help! I can't fly. Zhao Sanpang stared at Meng Hang in his descent with a confused expression, the corners of his mouth twitching. You've just secured a 5th order demon, and last second you secured a U order powerhouse, and now you're telling me you can't fly? You can't even fly, so should I? I think I'm even less worthy of flying. I thought so, but Zhao Sanpang didn't dare to delay at all. If he really fell and killed this great master, he would become a 1,000-year-old sinner. With a single step, his body rose up in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Meng Hang's side, grabbed his arm, and slowly landed on the ground. When Zhao Sanpang placed him on the ground, Meng Hang directly went limp like a dead dog. City Lord, my mental power is severely overdrawn. Quickly give me 2 bottles of God recovery liquid. As soon as Zhao Sanpang heard his words, his small green bean eyes suddenly turned thievishly. Didn't I just give you 10 bottles 2 days ago? So take them out and use them first. I've already used mine up in the battle earlier. What the fuck? Meng Hang was instantly furious, and his voice tone was raised a few points. I'll believe the hell out of you. You're the head of a city, and you're still almost back to the divine liquid. How is it not bad? Even if I'm the city lord, that divine recovery liquid would have to be something I'd have to spend money on myself at the Heavenly Mansion merchant's house. Zhao Sanpang returned pitifully. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang's anger became even more unbearable. The feeling was that this Zhao Sanfan was not without the echoing spirit liquid, but was heartbroken about his money. I say, old Zhao, you're being too inconsiderate. I at least saved your life just now, and helped Cloudwater City exterminate a 5th-ranked demon. And you're doing this to me now? Zhao Sanpang was so disliked by his words that he lost his temper and could only take out 2 Wuxian liquids from his storage space and hand them to Meng Hang in a heartbreaking manner. Good man. I asked for 2 bottles and you really gave me 2. Meng Hang cursed this iron rooster in his heart for not being a dime a dozen, and then without hesitation, he put 1 bottle into his spatial ring before drinking the other in one gulp. Seeing this action of his, Zhao Sanpang's forehead was filled with black lines, secretly saying that he had met his match today. A few hours later, since the Red Blood Demon King was dead, the helmsman of the Lifeless Sect was also dead. The other remaining members of the Lifeless Sect were leaderless, and were quickly surrounded and killed by the city protectors under the leadership of Zhao Sanpang. Without the control of the Lifeless Sect, the 10,000 ghosts refining blood formation outside of Yunshui City also lost its effect, and the black mist that covered the city dissipated. And along with it, there was also that harsh ghost-like whistling sound. Although the dust had settled, Meng stood on top of a pile of ruins, looking at the displaced refugees. The sadness in his heart was still unavoidable. Before that, he had heard countless people talk about the harm of demonic beasts and the crimes of the Lifeless Sect, but as someone who had traveled from a peaceful world, those were things he hadn't really seen and couldn't do to empathize with. It was only until today, looking at the city as it was after being ravaged by a natural disaster, that he truly realized why humans and demonic beasts were immortal. The lifeless sect and the Fifth Order Demon King teamed up to attack Yunshui City, causing thousands of people to lose their lives and countless others to lose their homes and stray, shocking the entire country. How many years had it been since the territory of the Dragon Kingdom had experienced such a tragic disaster? The top management of the Dragon Kingdom was enraged and issued an order to purge the remaining members of the lifeless sect and sweep away the demonic beasts. Countless experts poured out their nests and swept away the demonic beasts in the mountain ranges outside the major cities, leaving no one behind wherever demonic beasts above the U rank were concerned. For a time, the whole country was in a state of panic, and the lifeless sect was like a street rat that everyone was clamoring for. In just over a month's time, a number of rudders across the country were uprooted and suffered heavy losses. Of course, this is an afterthought. The next day, Meng Hang, who had slept all night, woke up early. Only when he opened his eyes, he was shocked to realize that his original 2 eyes were actually a bit nearsighted. The result couldn't help but scare Meng Hang into a cold sweat. The side effects of the kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes were truly terrifying, and it was fortunate that he hadn't used them many times, or else he would have really gone blind one day. In the future, it's better to try not to use your Sharingan eyes until it's absolutely necessary, Meng Hang thought with hindsight. Right. I haven't checked the reward for killing the Red Blood Demon King yesterday. Brother Tubby, hurry up and give me the reward. Ding. Reward has been issued. Please check receipt by the host. The system's voice rang in Meng Hang's head. 13 life-snatching blades. Supreme blade technique. A knife out to shock the world. 2 knives out to sob the ghosts and gods. 3 knives out to PDD cut success. 13 knives all out. Dare to let the gods of heaven fall to mortal dust. 13 life-threatening knives? What the hell? What an age to have such a corny name. But 3 slashes to succeed in cutting PDD. That's pretty awesome indeed. When the quest was released last night, Meng Hang was only focused on how he could kill the red-blooded Demon King. How could he care about the rewards? Now that he saw this reward, Meng Hang had a great sense of loss. He had expected to at least reward himself with some kind of eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye or pillar cell. Dirt? Your whole family is dirt. Hearing Meng Hang's disdainful tone, the system angrily retorted. What do you know? This is a move that I was inspired by a certain sound and created with all my heart and soul. And you're actually calling it dirt? What the hell? You created a sword technique? Old me worked hard last night to fight a 5th-ranked demon, and in the end, the reward I received was a technique you created? When Meng Hang realized that this reward was actually created by the system itself, he instantly quit. Don't worry, the system will be fine. Meng Hang didn't want to make more of a fuss over this matter, and opened the kill shop beautifully. Old me killed a 5th Order Demon King and a U-rank ability person yesterday. That's a huge amount of points. It's still up to you to feed and clothe yourself. Looking at the 2 points in the kill shop, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction. And so on. How come it's still 2 points? Meng Hang reacted at once, and his eyes were filled with anger. System, come out here. Where are my points? Points? What points? The system asked with an innocent look on its face. Don't get sloppy with me here. Where are my points from killing the Red Blood Demon King and the lifeless sex abilities yesterday? I say Tico, you're thinking about fart food. That was only killed by you by virtue of the power of the 6 paths, not by virtue of your own strength. So why should you be given points? What the hell? What a fallacy you're making. What's wrong with resorting to the power of the 6 paths? Wasn't I the one who ended up killing that person? You didn't say you couldn't rely on external forces in the first place. Hearing the system say this, Meng Hang instantly quit and started yelling. Didn't I say that at the time? Playing mahjong is such a delay. The system was a bit vain and mumbled in a voice that Meng Hang couldn't hear, followed by a serious voice. Not before, but now added. What? You can still do that? All interpretations are subject to this system. Meng Hao was directly exasperated by the system's words, and said through gritted teeth, Well, you're marvelous. You're noble. An hour later, Meng Hang stood in front of an ancient building. Some argument between him and the system, one with the system being shameless, who called monopoly is the truth. And Meng Hang could not drag it out and beat it up, so he changed his mindset and came directly to Zhao Sanpeng's mansion, ready to knock him out and get back all the losses he suffered in the system. Dumb. After waiting for a while, Zhao Sanpeng then sleepily opened the door. Who is it? Knocking on the door this early in the morning? Zhao Sanpeng said impatiently. Last night's battle had exhausted him, and after the battle he had met all night to work out a plan for the arrangement of the refugees and the reconstruction of the city. This had only just closed his eyes for a nap when he was awakened again by a knock on the door. As soon as it appeared that the person was Meng Hang, he was first stunned, and then asked with some curiosity, Meng Hang, why are you kid here? Come on in. Zhao Sanpang leaned his obese body to the side and invited Meng Hang in. Meng Hang, who walked into the house, didn't beat around the bush, rubbed his hands, and said with a sarcastic smile, "I say, old Zhao, it's no big deal to come here today." Last night, Meng Hang also saw what kind of virtue Zhao Sanpang was, and the tall image of the city lord was suddenly gone, so he didn't treat him politely today. Being called old Zhao by an 18 or 19-year-old student, there were black lines drifting across Zhao Scatterpole's forehead, but having seen Meng Hang's strength last night, he didn't dare say anything. What about today's main visit? It's actually just one thing. The 120,000 essence cores you promised me yesterday. Is it possible to give them to me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's eyes, which were still somewhat sleepy, instantly widened. Brat, don't talk nonsense. When did I promise to give you an essence core? Besides, I wouldn't be able to gather that many essence cores even if I sold the entire Cloudwater City. Seeing that Zhao Sanpang didn't admit it, Meng Hang covered his heart and pretended to be sad. I carried a gun for Cloudwater City. I even saved you last night. And this is how you treat the hero who saved Cloudwater City. Zhao Sanpang was rendered speechless by his words. How shameless it is to come up here and brag about being a hero. Although he thought so, in the end, it was indeed Meng Hang who had saved the entire Yunshui city. So Zhao Sanpang clenched his teeth as if he had made a great determination. Then I'll reward you with 5 essence cores. How much? Meng Hang rose up expansively and stared angrily at this iron rooster. I carried a gun for Cloudwater City, and I saved your life. You're dismissing me with 5 essence cores now? The 10. No. 50. Why don't you go and grab it? 15 fucking pills. 45. In the end, after some bargaining between the two of them, Zhao Sanpang agreed to give Meng Hang 20 essence cores, plus 10 bottles of divine recovery liquid, and 2 Being Dan. This Biong Dan was equally good, containing a large amount of wood energy that could quickly repair the body's injuries in a short period of time. Meng Hang contentedly waved his hand with the lifeless Zhao Sanpang and said, "Lord City Lord, go back quickly. Don't catch a cold early in the morning." Zhao Sanpang stood at the gate, gritting his teeth and staring at Meng Hang's back, his hands clenched and creaking. "This time it's a loss. Brat, if you don't show your face for our Cloudwater City this college entrance exam, you'll see how I'll clean you up." Meng Hang left Zhao Sanpang's mansion and didn't go home again. Everything that should be prepared had already been prepared, so he rushed directly towards the outside of the city. Just as he was leaving town, a video also surfaced online and quickly went viral. The video began with the image of a huge demonic python with scarlet eyes poking its head out of the clouds. Those 2 eyes like a red moon, and that huge body that was hidden in the dark clouds. Even through the screen, it also brought an endless sense of oppression. Holy shit, is this the demonic beast that attacked Cloudwater City last night? It's so big. A 5th rank demonic beast, equivalent to a Huan rank expert, is so terrifying. I do admire the blogger that the first thing he did in this situation was not to run, but to take out his cell phone and take a video. Is this deceased person currently okay? All is well at the grave, and there's still internet access to send videos. Some people were shocked at the terror of the Red Blood Demon King, while others teased the blogger for having a big heart. The video continued, and when the netizens saw the power of the demon python just opening its mouth and its angry roar, countless people died under his mouth. Everyone fell silent. On the one hand, there was the shock of the 5th-ranked demon's strength that was like a natural disaster, and there was also the anger at the demonic beast's wanton slaughter of their compatriots. To dare to slaughter the city in such a reckless manner. Is this beast bullying no one in my human race? If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. The government is still too merciful. It should have slaughtered all the demonic beasts outside the city. Isn't there any great power out there to exterminate this demonic beast? Just watching this beast act so recklessly? Do you think that Huan rank experts are big cabbages? Just say it. Other than some big cities that have Huan rank experts sitting around, most of the high-ranked abilities are on the front lines fighting the demon race. And those Huan rank experts in the big cities are too far away from Cloudwater City, so distant water can't quench the thirst of the near. A great demon's destructive power is so terrifying. I really can't imagine how hard it will be for those warriors to fight against the demonic beasts ravaging the front line. Crap! What is this? Just when the crowd was still worried about the future of humanity, a giant that was 100 meters tall appeared out of thin air in the picture, coldly staring at the Red Blood Demon King below. Appeared! The human powerhouse has appeared. The crowd excitedly swiped up on the pop-ups. What the fuck is this psychic ability? It looks so awesome. Looks so awesome? Please remove the word looks, although it's not easy to estimate the exact size on the video, but this giant must be nearly 100 meters, and a third of the city can be destroyed with a single kick. Afterwards, he only saw the mysterious giant just casually strike, and the Red Blood Demon King instantly exploded. This nakedly crushing strength drew another gasp from the crowd. Holy shit! A 5th-ranked demon was just seconded like that? When did another such powerful and strong person come out from our Dragon Kingdom? It's not good to say that it's our Dragon Kingdom's bottom card, which doesn't come out easily and specializes in things like this. Does anyone know who he is? It's been said that it's the Dragon Kingdom's bottom card, so how could it be known? A man who walks in darkness. A man who keeps company with loneliness. Mom, I'm in love. When this video came out, it instantly shocked the entire internet, and everyone was shocked at the terrifying strength of the giant that appeared at the end. Unfortunately, the blogger was shooting from too far away to capture exactly who performed the magic trick. The protagonist of the video, on the other hand, is standing before a deep forest. As Manhwa looked around, the forest was filled with ancient trees that covered the sky. A few hisses of unknown beasts came from inside from time to time, making the already gloomy woods even more eerie and frightening. After letting out a long breath and holding the demonic blade Thousand Blades in his hand, Manhwa took a step into this paradise of demonic beasts. And just as his figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, 2 men and a woman came to the place where Manhwa had just stood. The 2 men were dressed in all black suits and looked competent, and that woman among them was actually wearing a cheongsam, with a pair of long slender legs showing. One of the big bald men skimmed the odd woman and frowned. You may yao. I don't care how you dress or seduce a white boy in the city, but when we reach the outskirts of the city, this outfit of yours will seriously affect your movements. And when the time comes, if it's because you didn't fulfill the family head's account, you know what the consequences are. Don't blame me for not warning you. The cheongsam woman gently glanced at the bald man, and just that glance alone displayed 1,000 flavors. Don't worry, Bossly, I still have a sense of how light things are. Besides, if 3 of us mid-air ranked ability users can surround a high school student and still miss, then we don't have to live. Don't be careless. Don't forget that that kid was the one who cast a secret technique to directly spike that empty ranked ability person from the lifeless sect. The speaker was another man dressed in a black suit. Hearing him say that, the flagstaff woman skimmed her mouth in disdain. I say Wu Lao Air, can you change your timid and cautious character? The events of that day have been clearly investigated. That waste of the lifeless sect was only an early empty stage ability user, and he was also seriously injured by Zhao Sanpang. His ability could not be utilized 20%, which is why that kid picked up the slack. The head of the family sent us 3 mid-range ability users to prevent accidents, so what else do you have to worry about? The man called Wu Lao Air wanted to retort, but was stopped by the bald man. Okay, silence. With that, the big bald man took out a special phone and dialed a string of phone numbers. Do, do, do. After 3 rings, the voice of a middle-aged man with a low voice rang on the other end of the phone. Say, family master, Manhwa has walked into the mountain range. Well, no matter what means are used, the secret art must be pried out of that kid's mouth. As for the kid, make it clean. The tone of the person on the other end of the intercom was indifferent, as if they were talking about something insignificant. Understood. Putting away his walkie-talkie, the bald hunk took a look at the other 2, especially the cheongsam woman. Did you hear what the family head said? The secret technique on this kid is extremely important to the family head. If we miss, we'll just dig a hole here and bury ourselves. The cheongsam woman also put away the contempt she felt just now, and her expression became incomparably grave. Only then did the bald big man nod in satisfaction and said to Wu Lao Air, Junior, you are an expert at tracking in the wilderness, and although it's only an E-rank gift of olfactory enhancement, this ability is immensely useful in the wild. I'm counting on you for the tracking. Don't ever let this kid slip away. Wu Lao Air nodded. He wasn't good when it came to fighting, but when it came to tracking, the other 2 couldn't beat them. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of this. With that, and a sniff, he led the duo towards the dense forest. Put. Just as Manhwa was walking through the woods, a black shadow came at him like a sharp sword. Manhwa didn't hesitate as well. Sheathing his long sword, the purple blade light flashed, directly cutting the black shadow into 2 pieces, taking the 1,000 blades back into their sheaths. Manhwa then saw that it was a rodent rat. Manhwa skimmed his lips. Another first-order primary demonic beast. He had received quite a few attacks along the way, but probably due to the fact that it was the outskirts of the forest, the ones that appeared were all first-ranked demonic beasts, and they didn't even add a single point for him. Manhwa took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It had been almost half an hour since he entered the forest, and it could be said that he had no luck, which made him upset. Just as he was about to raise his steps and continue walking forward, a clattering sound rang out from the originally silent woods. Then the trees around him seemed to come to life, and their branches began to wriggle and elongate, like countless slender vipers coming at Manhwa. What the hell? At first, he thought that he had encountered some kind of wood demonic beast's attack, and his body retreated at great speed to avoid this first wave of attacks. However, the vines that were transformed from this tree branch were like maggots that paid for his bones, and they continued to sweep towards him in an all-encompassing manner. This time Manghang's face really changed, and the entire forest seemed to be awakening from its slumber, holding great malice towards this outsider. He even saw the depths of the woods, where countless vines converged into a wave coming towards Manghang's place. Manghang only felt his scalp go numb as he watched this scene with a look of disbelief. What level of wood ability is this? At the very least, he didn't believe that a demonic beast below the 5th rank could do it. Kaleidoscope Rider's Eye. Not daring to hesitate much, Manghang was prepared to directly unleash the dual divine might and dodge this terrifying strike first. Ha! A soft eek. When he opened his kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, he suddenly noticed a hint of abnormality. Manghang then drifted off, let out a cold laugh, put his kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes away, and stood still. Countless rattan canes instantly arrived in front of him and bullied their way up, directly binding Manghang to death. Cluck cluck cluck. A few soft laughs came from the surrounding shrubs, and then Manghang saw 3 people walking out of the shrubs unhurriedly. The people who came were the 2 men and 1 woman who had been following him. The Cheongsam woman laughed lightly, then said disdainfully, "I was also high on this kid, striking out with the strongest blow. I told you that the family head is making a bit of a big deal out of it, dealing with a high school student and actually sending the 3 of us. However, this little brother is quite beautiful. Let my sister have a good time in a while." Saying that, he also stuck out his slender tongue and licked those scarlet lips. The rest of the duo also didn't expect the trip to go so smoothly, and a relaxed expression appeared on their faces. "First things first, you can play with this kid all you want when you're done." The bald man stared at Manghang and said, seeing the 3 people looking at him, Manghang put on a shocked, overwhelmed look and opened his mouth to ask, "You, who are you people and why did you sneak up on me?" Manghang's acting skills could be described as extremely high, and tears were already welling up in his eyes, as if they were going to flow out the next moment. "Whatever you guys want, just ask. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to whatever you guys want," Manghang said eagerly. The 3 people led by the bald man all skimmed their mouths in disdain, and looked down on Manghang a few more points. Originally, they had thought that the person who could fight to the death with the remaining members of the lifeless sect was at the very least a teenager with a strong heart. Who knew that this teenager in front of him was so unbearable? This just encountered danger and almost scared his pants. But that was just as well. Being greedy was easier to get what they wanted out of him. "Kid, do you want to die or live?" Hearing this question from the bald man, Manghang couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. What kind of idiotic questions are these? And what person would answer wanting to die? Although his heart gave a spat, on the surface, he still pretended to have a glimmer of hope emerging from his eyes. "Brother, I want to live. I want to live." Wu Laosan sneered in his heart. This kid is still too young to have experienced the beatings of society. Whether you want to die or live today, you won't be able to walk out of this forest. The bald man nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Very well, kid, your attitude is something I like. As long as you hand over that secret art that can stimulate the human body's potential, I can spare your life." Manghang suddenly realized that he was running for this. He had already made the side effects of the 8 doors of evasion already sound great, but he didn't expect that he would still be coveted by certain people. "I can't believe you guys came at it. This is my family's secret technique. It's impossible to pass it on to outsiders." Seeing that Manghang was actually uncooperative, the bald man's expression instantly darkened. "Kid, don't give your face away. There are many ways we can make you beg for your life." Manghang pretended to be hesitant, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he opened his mouth and said, "It's okay to make me talk, but you're going to tell me who sent you." "Yes, I'll tell you what you want to know as long as you tell us the secret art." The bald man thought that Manghang was holding on to the idea of coming back for revenge later on when he had achieved success in his cultivation, so he secretly sneered and perfunctorily returned, Yeah, kid, I advise you not to bargain." "Hey, promise?" The 3 men's eyes widened, somewhat unresponsive. They had expected Manghang to argue a bit more and demand that they explain their origins before handing over the secret method. Manghang's promise of such a painful promise made them all feel a hint of abnormality, but right now Manghang was a fish on a sticky board, at their mercy, so he still forcefully suppressed the trace of doubt in his heart. Those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. "In a moment, if you hand over the secret method, your sister will definitely love and dote on you." The Cheongsam woman's charming eyes were like hooks, as if she wanted to hook Manghang's soul. "I said." Manghang lowered his head, and his entire body was wrapped up in the tree vines, unable to move a single bit. "I'm talking about your sister." Manghang, who had originally lowered his head, jerked his head up. "Sharingan, open." The 3 people were shocked at this time. Originally unable to move Manghang, His whole body turned into countless crows, scattered and flew away. And it was as if the tree vines that bound him had come back to life. Only this time, instead of pouncing on Meng Hang, they pounced on the other three. The trailing vines came from the sky, and in an instant, the three of them were bound and unable to move. The bald big man who was tied up used all his strength to try to break free from the vines, but he found that the vines were like a chain, extremely sturdy. Seeing that he could not break free, the bald man angrily shouted to the Cheongsam woman beside him, "Stinky bitch, letting you trap this brat with your illusions. How did you turn around and trap ourselves?" At this time, the Cheongsam woman's face was pale and unbelievable in her eyes. "It's not me. My illusion was countered." At the same time, the crows that had been scattered in all directions reassembled in front of the three. Meng Hang's figure reappeared and stared at the three with a pair of crimson eyes. "Ha! Unself-conscious. How dare you play with illusions in front of the Sharingan eyes?" It turned out that the trio did not use any wood-based powers to keep Meng Hang under control, but rather the Cheongsam woman unleashed her illusion-based powers to make Meng Hang mistakenly think that he was entangled in vines. When Meng Hang opened his Sharingan eyes, he felt a special fluctuation in the spirit of the space around him, and realized that he had been hit by an illusion. His heart was in the right place, so he simply didn't resist, wanting to see what the sneak attacker had in mind. Looking at the three people in front of him who were trapped by the illusion, Meng Hang didn't say any more nonsense and directly drew out his 1,000 blades and chopped at one of them. After all, villains die by talking too much, and it's better to get rid of one first. The purple blade flashed. A line of blood appeared at the neck of the black-robed man called Wu Laosan, and then blood gushed out like a trickle. Wu Laosan's eyes widened incredulously. His eyes were filled with panic, not understanding why things had reversed so quickly. Obviously 1 second the teenager was a lamb to be slaughtered. How come the next second he became a butcher with a butcher knife in his hand? Save! Save! Blood gushed out of Wu Laosan's mouth, and his mouth slurred as he tried to say something. Nay! His throat had been severed, and he could not utter a complete sentence, and then fell helplessly to the ground, struggling for a few moments before he was silent again. The other two also changed their faces when they saw this, not expecting the teenager to be so ruthless, not giving them any chance to explain. "Bite your tongue." After the shock passed, the Cheongsam woman immediately reacted and shouted to the bald man, then bit her tongue without hesitation. A stream of crimson blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and the Cheongsam woman instantly broke free from the illusion by virtue of this sharp pain and quickly backed away. Hearing the Cheongsam woman's voice, the bald big man didn't hesitate and similarly bit his tongue to break free from the illusion. The bald man who had broken free of the illusion had veins rippling on his forehead, and his eyes were red as he stared at Meng Hang and shouted, "We've already promised you that we won't hurt your life. So why are you killing us without saying a word?" In the face of the bald man's questioning, Meng Hang merely laughed, his eyes full of sarcasm. "We're all adults. Do you believe yourself in what you just said? Besides, from the moment you dared to hit me with your ideas, you should have been prepared to be decapitated by me. At such a young age, where did you get such a killing spirit?" The bald man was secretly shocked in his heart, not understanding how a high school student who hadn't graduated yet could be so decisive in killing. Knowing that things could no longer be made good, the big man was not polite, and took advantage of the gap between Meng Hang's words to directly unleash his psychic abilities in preparation for a sneak attack. Ground jabs. The soil under Meng Hang's feet suddenly stirred, and instantly countless earth spikes stabbed out from the ground. If he didn't react, these earth spikes would directly pierce Meng Hang's body. Unfortunately, the result was a big disappointment for the bald man. Right when he had just unleashed his powers, Meng Hang had surprisingly sensed something strange and stepped back, easily dodging the blow. "How come you always like to be the oldest six when you look like a dog and like to sneak up on people?" Meng Hang stared at the bald man with some exasperation. Under the gaze of his Sharingan eyes, the flow of spiritual energy within the bald man's body was clear to him. So when the bald big man mobilized his spiritual power, he already knew that this old six was going to make a sneak attack. "You Mei Yao, what are you waiting for if you don't make a move yet?" 3 empty rank intermediate ability users sneak attacking an earth rank ability user, and in the end, one of them was even killed back by the other, which made the bald big man at this time not have any bottom in his heart at all, so he no longer cared about any face, urging the flag-robed woman to do it together to prevent this kid from making any more trouble. The Cheongsam woman also knew that this was a crisis moment, and with her hands pinching, she was about to launch another illusion. Understanding Meng Hang's bizarre tactics, she no longer had the luxury of hoping that she could control him with her illusions alone. In a masterful fight, a mere few seconds of disorientation can determine a person's life or death, so she only hoped that she could trap Meng Hang for a second is a second, providing the bald big man with an opportunity. At the same time that the Cheongsam woman was preparing to unleash her illusion, Meng Hang instantly sensed the difference and let out a cold snort. Big boobs and no brain. I can't believe you haven't learned your lesson yet. Sharingan, the art of magical yoke voyage. Instantly, the Cheongsam woman felt as if a few huge iron nails had penetrated her body, leaving her nailed dead in place, unable to move. At the same time, she clearly knew that what she had been hit with was an illusion-type ability, but for some reason, she could actually clearly feel the pain of the nails running through her body. Ah! A cry of agony. The immense pain preventing her from concentrating her mental powers. Something's wrong. Hearing the Cheongsam woman's miserable cry, the bald big man already had fine beads of sweat coming out of his forehead. The spirit department's ability was too bizarre, and he was afraid that if he didn't pay attention, he would also fall into Meng Hang's way, and then he would really be screaming for heaven and earth to stop him. Boss Lu, there's something odd about this kid's eyes. Don't look at his eyes, the Cheongsam woman said as she endured the excruciating pain. She was worthy of being a mental faculty psychic, and after only a few exchanges she realized that all of Meng Hang's abilities came from that pair of bizarre eyes. Upon hearing the Cheongsam woman's reminder, there was an essence light shooting out from the eyes of the bald big man who originally had an ugly expression on his face. The unknown was the most frightening, and knowing the weaknesses of his opponent's abilities restored his confidence. Eyes moved down, no longer meeting Meng Hang's gaze, only looking at the lower half of his body. Late is late. The bald man no longer delayed, drew a long knife from his spatial ring and slashed at Meng Hang with his feet. Ding! Meng Hang raised his sword and blocked it, and the two long swords collided together, instantly emitting the sound of gold and iron clashing. Meng Hang only felt a huge force coming from the blade, and his body involuntarily took a few steps backward. Seeing that he had the advantage, the bald man's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and his confidence grew a few more points. In the end, this kid in front of him was merely an Earth-ranked ability user. Although his ability was weird, it was still not enough to look at in the face of absolute strength. He was unforgiving, and countless blades flashed as he kept slashing at Meng Hang. Choke, choke, choke. Meng Hang was losing ground, and even his right hand, which was holding the sword, had begun to go numb. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Without using his Sharingan eyes, his realm was still too low, and he was still too overwhelmed by the physical strength alone against the empty ranked ability users. That day can instantly kill two empty stage late ability to rely on the double godway that open ability, but the side effects of the kaleidoscope writing wheel is too big, not really to the life and death situation. He is not dare to use indiscriminately. Looking at the bald man who had gotten the better of him, Meng Hang's eyes revealed a cold light. You're damn well not done. Seize an opportunity to slash out. Only this time, there was no sound of gold and iron clashing between the long knives, but rather, the 1,000 blades in Meng Hang's hand strangely broke a gap from it. Meng Hang slightly sidestepped his head, narrowly dodging the bald man's long knife that cut through 1,000 blades, and although the magic blade 1,000 blades had broken from the center, it still maintained its original shape to slash at the bald man. How? What a weapon! The bald big man said incredulously with a shocked look on his face. He didn't understand what kind of origin this teenager in front of him had. Not only did he have strong secret techniques and weird supernormal abilities, but even the weapons he used were so peculiar. Seeing that the purple long knife was about to cut himself into two, in the nick of time, the bald big man emitted a light yellow light throughout his body. With a sound, the magic blade 1,000 blades actually made a crunching sound when it slashed against his body. Meng Hang frowned, and seeing that the strike was fruitless, he withdrew his long sword and retreated backward. The bald big man's pale yellow light faded, and his entire body revealed an earthen yellow armor. Hey, kid, you're not the only one with powers. This body armor of mine, which is condensed from earth essence, is so sturdy that even a late-stage air-ranked ability user won't be able to break through it easily, let alone you. Meng Hang looked at his armor that looked like a turtle shell in slight contemplation. With his current realm, there was absolutely no hope of winning against the bald man by relying on the physical art aspect alone, so it seemed that he could only open the 8 gates of evasion, the 8 gates of transportation. Gate 1. Hey, old iron, wait a minute. Just as he was about to open the 8 gates of evasion, the system's voice actually sounded at this time. Meng Hang's eyes lit up. Usually turning on the system at such a time was definitely going to send him extras, so he asked with some excitement, Brother Tuzi, just say what mission you have. Don't be polite to my little brother. There's no mission. I just want you to use the set of life-snatching 13 blades that was rewarded to you. Now this is the right time to let you feel how powerful my lord's original blade technique is. Meng Hang was filled with black lines. I say, Toon-chan, you're going a little overboard here. I'm in a life and death battle with someone here, and you're actually going to make me use your unreliable sword technique. What if it doesn't work well? Not me, Tai Z. When have I ever screwed you over? And you don't believe me, the system said with some exasperation. Oh, there are fewer times you've punked me. The system was a bit vain and didn't respond to him again, but instead turned its head and released a quest. Ding! System on. Use life-snatching 13 blades to kill the bald man, rewarding the host with plus 5 points of strength attribute. Failure, 5 points of the host's strength attribute will be deducted. Nima, do you have any professional ethics? Can you still release tasks like this? Seeing this mission, Manghang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but curse. But this time, no matter how much he cursed, the system didn't make another sound. By now the bald man had already attacked him again. Manghang gritted his teeth and put up a fight. In the end, if you really can't beat them, the big deal is to harden your heart and turn on divine might once more. Manghang held the 1,000 blades in his hand and poured his spiritual energy into it. Ha, kid, no need to struggle. Just with your current realm you can't break through my defense. Manghang ignored him and continued to mobilize his spiritual power. The 13 life-snatching knives emphasize the integration of force and chi and intention, to achieve the realm of unity of human knives. The entire heaven and earth seemed to stand still. The leaves of the trees stopped making rustling sounds. The birds kept their wings spread on the branches. And even the bald big man held his long sword in his hand and stopped in place. Long time thinking and long time remembering. Short-term lovesickness is infinite. The surroundings resumed once again. The rustling of the leaves resounded. The birds on the branches had flown into the sky. And the bald man had arrived in front of him, lifting his sword and about to slash down. First cut. Acacia. As soon as the blade came out, the wind and clouds changed color, and a wave of air swept up around Manghang, bringing up countless fallen leaves on the ground as if it were a small tornado. A blade she chopped out horizontally. The protective armor was chopped up like thin paper, passed through the bald man's body without any obstacles, and continued to chop forward. Click, click. Countless thick trees were chopped off by this blade chi, and in the end, it actually left behind a 10-odd meter open space. And at this moment, the bald man, standing dumbfounded in front of Manghang, did not move, and the long knife raised high did not fall. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the lower half of his body was still standing in place, while the upper half of his body was slanting downward. The bald big man whose entire body was wrapped in hard armor was unexpectedly chopped in two just like that. Crap! Crap! Two cries of alarm sounded at the same time. The first crap was issued by Manghang, who did not expect this blade to be so powerful, and this was only the first blade. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of power all 13 blades would be. Maybe it really was like the system said. It really could cut down the gods in the sky. The second fuck was actually from the system. Nima, unlucky system, I knew you were punking me. Manghang cursed the system as he took out a tube of rejuvenation liquid and poured it frantically into his mouth. As soon as he heard the system's exclamation of surprise, he instantly realized that it didn't have a bottom before either, and that it was using himself as a guinea pig. Don't care about these details, just tell me if the power is overbearing or not, and if it's bullish or not. Hearing this, Manghang was speechless and nodded approvingly. After settling this side, Manghang cast his gaze wistfully on the Chongsam woman who was still under the control of the shackled voyage technique. At this time, Yumeyao's face was pale and incomparable. Her upper and lower teeth collided, cackling and trembling, which still had the beginning of the style. The shock this blade gave her was too great. She couldn't imagine how such a stunning yet incomparably terrifying blade could have been issued from the hands of an Earth-ranked ability user. Seeing the Chongsam woman in such a state, Manghang couldn't help but playfully hook her chin with his hand. Yo, good sister, it's really the wind and the water. A moment ago I was still trapped. How did it turn so quickly into you being trapped while I'm standing here? Yumeyao's pale face barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she said to Manghang, good brother, my sister has eyes and does not know your methods. You, as an adult, let your sister off the hook. Manghang nodded silently, thinking to himself that you guys really don't know my methods. If he knew that I killed the Red Blood Demon King, he would have run for his life. Didn't my sister just say that she wanted to have some fun with my brother when things were over? You haven't told me how to play yet. Upon hearing this, a glimmer emerged in Yumeyao's eyes as she thought in her heart, all men in the world are really the same. As long as they're breathing, there's no one who isn't horny. Although this kid in front of me is strong and incomparable, but in the end, he is just a high school student, who has not experienced the fledgling of male and female love. This shot of my old lady can definitely make him delirious and worship under my pomegranate skirt. Thinking of this, her face, which was originally shrouded in fear, once again turned incomparably charming as she exhaled and said to Manghang, so little brother likes this. Told sister earlier, as long as you can spare my life, brother, I'll be your person then. You can do whatever you want, and my sister will definitely serve you well, said the man, not forgetting to hold up the rippling view of her chest. Manghang's cheeks were flushed and his breathing became ragged. Is that true? Yumeyao took a look at Manghang's heart, and blew a mouthful of fragrant wind in Meng Hang's face before continuing. Look at you. How dare I lie to you now that I've fallen into your hands, and I've acquired a room technique in my early years, so I'll make sure I can make my brother horny when the time comes. The fragrant breeze brushed his face, and Meng Hang seemed to be overwhelmed by desire. His breathing became a little more ragged. Okay, I promise I'll let you go if you tell me who sent you guys. Upon hearing this, Yumei Yao was instantly silent. Now that things have come to this point, her own life is almost impossible to save. Of course, she will not still take into account the person behind the curtain. She was just afraid that Meng Hang would end herself with a knife after she said it. After hesitating for a moment, Yumei Yao still opened her mouth to ask, "What if I tell you who's behind this and you kill me?" Meng Hang returned without a care in the world. "You've also learned about my mental faculty supernatural ability. I can completely control you with my mental power and make you give everything away. Making you account for yourself is also a test of your attitude." Then with an evil smile, he gently brushed over Mei Yao's cheek with his hand and continued, "Besides, I was looking forward to experiencing my sister's room skills, so how could I kill you?" Yumei Yao believed that she still had an unrivaled charm for men, especially for a chick like the one in front of her. And looking at Meng Hang's expression that didn't seem to be faking, he opened his heart and said, "We're from the Zhang family of Yunshui City." Meng Hang raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, "The Zhang family? One of the three great families of Cloudwater City?" "Exactly. I'm still curious as to why you guys are still interested in this secret technique when I've clearly stated its side effects." Yumei Yao smiled to herself. "My good brother, I've seen you kill people without even blinking. How could you ask such a childish question? The Zhang clan is perfectly capable of training a group of dead soldiers to cultivate this secret art. With this group of dead soldiers, the Zhang family's future is limitless. As for the issue of consuming longevity, the most worthless thing in this world is human life. And the Zhang family is perfectly capable of cultivating countless dead soldiers." Meng Hang drifted off, lamenting that he was still young. "Good brother, I've told you everything, so you can set me free." "Aha, that's for sure." Put. A long purple blade directly penetrated through Mei Yao's body. Yumei Yao's eyes widened, and there was a look of disbelief in her eyes. Why? At this time, Meng Hang's eyes were clear, which still had the appearance of the previous spermatozoa. "You've said it all. The least valuable thing in the world is human life. You, are people." Yumei Yao used her last ounce of strength to stare resentfully at Meng Hang and said, without a single sound afterward. Meng Hang looked at her corpse and nodded thoughtfully. "They do all say I'm quite a dog. Horses don't get fat without night grass. And Meng Hang certainly won't fall behind in killing and picking up corpses." Pouring out the contents inside the 3 spatial rings in a brainwave, a total of 500,000 in cash was harvested from the 2 low-grade spirit weapons, 18 essence stones, 5 bottles of god recovery liquid, and there was actually a gene potion that could increase one's physique. The most unbelievable thing was that when he checked Yumei Yao's spatial ring, he actually found a lot of spicy underwear and certain toys from inside, which made Meng Hang's mouth go dry when he looked at them. Space rings can actually hold these things. He now somewhat regretted not feeling the room art Yumei Yao had mentioned, putting the things that were useful to him into his ring. He didn't keep the rest of the useless ones, and directly threw them down where they were like trash. Just as Meng Hang was happily packing up his loot, there was a gorgeous girl standing in front of his family's dilapidated door. None other than Lin Luoxue. Today's Lin Luoxue was dressed in a floral dress, with a pair of canvas shoes on her feet, and her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, obviously well groomed. At this moment, Lin Luoxue was pouting, obviously angry over something. She had already learned from others that Meng Hang was safe and sound, which made her relieved, and she was waiting for Meng Hang to contact her early in the morning. But after waiting left and right and not hearing from him, he picked up his cell phone and took the initiative to call. Who knew that he didn't get through after calling 3 times in a row, which made Lin Luo need to curse Meng Hang countless times in his heart. "Humph, asshole, you didn't know to tell me when it was okay. Am I that non-existent? Seeing that people cannot be contacted, the phone cannot be reached." Lin Luoxue simply ran to Meng Hang's door to look for him. It's not that Lin Luoxue is not seeing Meng Hang for a day, so she must see him today. Rather, it was because if she didn't see them today, she would have to leave Cloudwater City for Kyoto University, and there would be no telling when she would see them again. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. After knocking 3 times in a row and waiting at the door for a full 5 minutes to make sure that there was really no one at home, Lin Luoxue regretfully walked downstairs. And downstairs at Meng Hang's house, there was a middle-aged beautiful woman in her 30s waiting for Lin Luoxue. Lin Luoxue came downstairs and saw the middle-aged beauty forced a smile and said, "Teacher has been waiting for a long time. My classmates aren't home, so let's go ahead." Although Lin Luoxue was smiling, How could the middle-aged beauty as a person who had been there before not see the despondency in her eyes and couldn't help but helplessly shake her head? Luo Shui, you're a one-in-a-million genius. And being recruited by Kyoto University's inner circle will even make you soar. For this relationship actually you don't need to care too much. After all, in the future your identities are too far apart to be fruitless in the future. Being pointed out by her teacher's inner little thoughts, Lin Luoshue's pretty face immediately flushed a layer of redness. Teacher, you've misunderstood. Meng Hang and I are just ordinary classmates. And he's really strong. Much stronger than even I am. Lin Luoshue said seriously as she stared into the eyes of the middle-aged beauty. The middle-aged beauty guffawed and didn't take her words seriously, treating them only as a young girl's defense of her beloved. Well, better than even you, a SSS-ranked genius. I'll be waiting for him at Kyoto University this year to see what kind of teenager the person who can steal my Luo Shue's heart is. This time Lin Luoshue didn't retort, but just lowered her head and said with some worry, what happens once he's going to enroll in Mordor University? The middle-aged beauty shook her head helplessly and didn't retort anymore. But in her heart, she thought, really think that the top university in Dragon Kingdom is a cabbage. Just say you can get in. Yunshue City Zhang family mansion. Zhang Xiwan was sitting within the luxuriously decorated hall, his eyes slightly closed and his right hand lightly knocking on the armrest. Still no word from the three of them? Family master, we've already contacted the three multiple times, and there's still no response, so it looks like it's going to be a disaster. A 60-year-old man respectfully stood beside Zhang Xiwan and replied. Hearing this, Zhang Xiwan frowned and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Humph. 3 losers? Intercepting a high school student can put their own lives on the line. It seems like that brat does have an oddity. Pass the order down. From today onwards, Zhang Fu is under martial law in case that brat comes to take revenge. Yes, master of the house. After a moment's hesitation, the old man still said, actually, it doesn't have to be the kid. The Cloudwater mountain range is full of terrifying demonic beasts. Or maybe they were unlucky and encountered an unbeatable demonic beast. Zhang Xiwan nodded undeniably. Anyway, it's better to be careful. The next day, Meng Hang continued to travel through the forest after a night's rest. Just then, his footsteps suddenly lurched, and a pungent smell of blood hit his face. Shooing the direction from which the bloody aura came, Meng Hang lowered his body and carefully touched it, gently plucking away the bushes. He discovered a 2-meter-long, third-ranked iron-armored back lizard gnawing on the corpse of a demonic beast that could no longer be seen. Quietly pulling out his 1,000 blades, Meng Hang exerted force under his feet, his body instantly bursting out, and in a few blinks he arrived behind the iron-armored back lizard. Since Meng Hang was positioned downwind, the demonic beast didn't notice his sneak attack. Meng Hang swiftly slashed down with his long knife in hand, ruthlessly slashing at the back of the iron-armored back lizard. Ding! The blood-splattering scene he imagined did not appear. The 1,000 blades slashed at the demonic beast's back as if they were cutting on top of a steel plate, emitting a crunching sound. Ow! The slash didn't cut through the iron-armored back lizard's scale armor, but the huge impact still caused it to suffer pain and let out an angry roar. The sound of breaking wind whistled, and before the iron-armored back lizard's body could turn around, one of its thick tails had already lashed out at Meng Hang. Meng Hang's pupils shrank as he raised his sword to block. A huge force came from him, directly jerking him a few meters away with his sword. Shit! What kind of weird power is this? Meng Hang, who flew out backwards, stood up from the ground with difficulty on his 1,000 blades, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The iron-armored back lizard turned around, a hint of anthropomorphic mockery on its face. A mere Earth-ranked human also wanted to sneak attack itself. The corners of his mouth grinned back, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Meng Hang could even see light green saliva dripping from his teeth, and he knew without thinking that the saliva was highly toxic. The iron-armored back lizard stomped on the ground with its hind legs, and then all 4 limbs fired at the same time, opening its bloody mouth and biting at Meng Hang. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly looked at the iron-armored back lizard charging towards him. The third of the 8 gates of transportation, the gate of life, open. Spiritual energy instantly converged somewhere in his body, and his body was enveloped in a green glow. Due to Meng Hang's improved psychic ability along with a huge increase in his physical quality, coupled with the attribute points rewarded by the system from time to time, he was now able to easily activate the third of the 8 gates of the transported armor. Bang! Meng Hang's figure disappeared directly into place, directly facing the oncoming iron-armored back lizard. In just an instant, Meng Hang once again arrived in front of it and slashed down. The iron-armored back lizard first froze, not expecting the human in front of him to be so fast. Then there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. It was useless to be faster and not be able to break through his own defense. With a flash of purple light, Meng Hang's mouth similarly revealed a cold smile. The power of Meng Hang, who had opened the 8 gates of the transported armor, had skyrocketed by more than a few times, and it was no longer comparable to what it had been just a moment ago. Put! The sharp 1,000 blades easily broke through the reinforced scale armor of the iron-armored back lizard and deeply penetrated into the body. Ow! The severe pain directly provoked its animalistic nature, and its eyes instantly filled with blood and turned blood red. Ignoring the severe pain coming from his body, the iron-armored back lizard opened its huge mouth and bit at Meng Hang by his side. It was only when it bit down hard on Meng Hang's body that it realized it was actually just a shadow. The real Meng Hang had long since arrived behind it and chopped directly towards the neck. The light of the blade cut through. The huge head of the iron-armored back lizard fell directly to the ground, and the huge body also went limp at the same time, twitching a few times and then no more sound. Meng Hang let out a long breath and disarmed the 8 gates. He secretly sighed. In addition to divine might, the means he could use in addition to the 8 gates of transportation were still too few. He had to hurry up and save up points to exchange for some more powerful abilities. Just then, Meng Hang's pupils suddenly shrunk slightly as a great crisis made his scalp numb. It was as if one more second of hesitation would have him accounted for today. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shin Megami Tensei. At the same time, a huge wind blade carrying unrivaled might sliced diagonally through Meng Hang's body. In the next moment, Meng Hang saw that all the trees within dozens of meters in front of him had been neatly cut off. He turned his head viciously, wanting to see which old six had sneaked up on him again, only to see him not far away from a whirlwind out of nowhere. The hurricane passed in an instant, and then a demonic beast that was only a meter long and resembled a weasel appeared in front of Meng Hang's eyes. Although the demonic beast in front of him was much smaller than the previous iron-armored back lizard, the might emanating from its body caused goosebumps to rise on Meng Hang's body. Seeing this demonic beast, Meng Hang couldn't help but exclaim with a huge change in color. Crap! 4th-ranked demonic beast. Sigh. At the same time Meng Hang was shocked. A look of disbelief appeared on Side's face. His own wind blade slash had clearly passed through this kid's body, but it looked like it had cut into empty space, causing no damage to him. Kid, what kind of supernatural ability is this? It's actually so weird. The scythe actually spits out human words. Compared to the shock of meeting a 4th-stage demonic beast, Meng Hang didn't care too much about the fact that it could spit out human words. Starting from the 4th-stage demonic beasts, their IQ was already similar to humans and they could refine the horizontal bones in their voices to make themselves spit out human words. Meng Hang's face was unsightly, not expecting to actually encounter a 4th-order demonic beast here. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, coupled with Divine Might's perverted spatial ability, that strike just now could have directly left him dead. Meng Hang despised looking at this 4th-order scythe with a look of contempt. Good you weasel, a 4th-ranked demonic beast, actually sneaking up on me, an Earth-ranked ability, a 4th-ranked demonic beast, comparable to a U-ranked ability, brought great pressure to Meng Hang. But now that he had been forced to use his Kaleidoscope Sharingan and was in an undefeated position, he was still afraid of nothing. Hearing Meng Hang's words, the scythe was instantly furious. You're the weasel. Your whole family is a weasel. I'm a 4th-ranked great demon. Sigh. A weasel? To actually refer to such a noble bloodline of this demon as that lowly creature made it feel unclean. No longer curious about Meng Hang's bizarre supernatural ability, he directly chopped out several wind blades, worthy of being a 4th-ranked demonic beast. Each wind blade was comparable to the full force of the wind-type aberrant of the lifeless sect from before. Shoo! The wind blades seemed to cut through the void and chopped at Meng Hang. At this time, Meng Hang, facing this horrible wind blade, was old and calm, without a hint of intention to hide. In the next second, the wind blades slashed through his body one by one, but did not leave a single trace on Meng Hang's body. What a monster you really are! Scythe was shocked and in disbelief. Hey, go to hell and guess. The more times Divine Might was utilized, the more damage it would do to the eyes, and Meng Hang didn't have time to ink with it any longer. Divine Might. The Sharingan vision coalesced directly above the upper half of the scythe's body, and then space began to twist. Bang! The scythe that was still alive and kicking was instantly the only thing left in place was itself. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Meng Hang put away his sharpening wheel eyes, wiped away the tears of blood that flowed from his eyes, and forcefully endured the severe pain in his body to quickly leave this place. The smell of blood in this place was too strong, and he was worried that it would attract any more terrifying demonic beasts. 2 battles in a row had left him physically and mentally exhausted, especially the battle with Kamakatsu, forcing him to use his kaleidoscope rider's eyes. All he wanted to do now was to find a good place to rest and get his mind and body back in top shape. It didn't take long for Meng Hang to find a cave and decapitate a 2nd-order red gold bear inside that was huffing and puffing, dozing off. He sat on the ground with his knees crossed, took out a bottle of divine recovery liquid and poured it into his mouth and ate a being Dan before he began to meditate with his eyes closed. Although the reclaiming spirit liquid could restore mental strength, The physical exertion still needed to be replenished by meditating and resting. An hour later, Manhang opened his eyes wide and a brilliant light burst out from within them. At this point, he had already returned to full victory. And the next step was the much anticipated, thrilling moment of redeeming rewards with kill points. Manhang had killed a total of 10 second-order demonic beasts and 3 third-order demonic beasts in the past 2 days, earning a total of 160 points. As for killing those first-order demonic beasts that didn't even have any points, he didn't bother to keep track of how many he had actually killed. Of course, these were just small heads. What excited Manhang the most was the points brought to him by that 4th-ranked demonic beast, the Scythe Weasel. A full 2,500 points. Manhang had been browsing through the kill shop for nearly half an hour and couldn't help but have a constipated expression on his face. For the first time, he felt that too much of a good thing wasn't a good thing, and the wide array of skills in the kill store blinded him. And ones too. 660 points seemed quite a lot, but on this closer look, one could only choose 2 skills at most. After a heavenly battle, Manhang finally chose the great self-breathing technique and the instantaneous step in death. He had always disliked the elementary breathing method taught in school for being too inefficient in cultivation, and had long coveted this breathing method for a long time. Nay, I have been so shy that I can only watch for so long. That's why the first one to be redeemed this time was this Gongfu system. Redeemed the great self-breathing technique and instantaneous step. Alright, old iron. The system's excited voice sounded at Manhang's alarm clock. Manhang's mouth twitched as he muttered in his heart. Why does it feel like you're more excited than I am? It can't be that you're trying to use the points I've worked so hard for to play mahjong again. The kill points instantly went from 4 digits to single digits, and the usage of the great self-breathing technique and instant steps appeared in his mind. Watching the rewards arrive, Manhang rubbed his hands together in excitement and directly took out all the essence cores in his spatial ring. Manhang did some rough calculations, killing Yang Tang of the Lifeless sect to obtain 20 essence cores, and then blackmailing 20 more essence cores from Zhao Sanpang 2 days ago, plus the 18 essence cores scavenged from the bald man and his party. Manhang actually had a total of 58 essence cores in his hand at this time. If this was converted into Dragon Kingdom currency, it would be $5,800,000. A proper millionaire. Manhang's eyes blazed with splendor, and with a forceful inhalation of the great self-realization breathing technique, the 58 essence cores placed on the ground suddenly appeared to be filled with wisps of smoke that scrambled toward his nostrils. The essence core on the ground, which originally emitted a strange color, turned into a ground of powder in a split second. Manhang only felt a tremendous amount of spiritual energy surging into his spiritual world like a giant wave. If an outsider were to see this scene at this moment, they would definitely be shocked to the point of their eyes glazing over by this Taoye-like method of obtaining cultivation. An ordinary person would definitely squeeze his head alive if such a huge amount of spiritual energy rushed into his brain in an instant. On the contrary, Manhang at this moment, not only was there nothing going on, but he was enjoying himself. In Manhang's internal observation, the piece of emptiness in his spiritual world had gone straight from a few drops of water to a small puddle due to this influx of spiritual energy. Brother Unicorn, open the Personal Attributes panel. Host, Manhang. Ability, Kaleidoscope Writer's Eyes, Dual Divine Might, SS level. Mental Power, 20. 585, Beginner of the Empty rank. Power, 173. Agility, 192. Body Mass, 192. Finally, I've reached the empty rank, and my physical attributes have doubled. Looking at his attribute points, Manhang was ecstatic, but it didn't take long for his face to collapse again. That's a full 58 essence cores to raise yourself by 1 rank. The further the realm was raised, the more massive the spiritual energy required. He didn't dare to imagine how many more essence cores he would need in the future before he could ascend again. What Manhang didn't know was that if it were anyone else, the spiritual power he had absorbed this time would be enough for an ability to advance to the early U stage at the very least. Nay, his spiritual world was really too big, and this amount of spiritual power was really a drop in the bucket for him. Manhang stretched and took out his cell phone to see what time it was. In this place, except for special equipment, ordinary cell phones don't even have a single frame of signal here, and at most they can be used as a watch to see the date and time. However, after taking out his cell phone, even if Manhang pressed the screen wildly, the display did not see the display light up. He could only accept the fact that his cell phone was out of battery, and now he could not even see the time and date. But the good thing was that in this side of the forest, the dense foliage covered the sky and only a few rays of sunlight shone on the ground, making this place seem extraordinarily gloomy even though it was daytime, and it wasn't much use knowing the time. The only thing that worried him a little was that there was no concept of time here, and he couldn't tell the time at all for a few days here, and he was afraid that he would miss the college entrance exams because of that. Brother Tuzi, remember the date for me. I'm taking the exam on the 27th. Remind me on the 26th. Well, this is not a thing. With me you can rest assured. 30,000. Just how much does this system like to play mahjong? Manhang nodded helplessly. Although the system was a bit unreliable in some aspects, it had never dropped the ball at critical moments. Walking out of the cave, his eyes glazed over and he noticed that there was an iron-armored back lizard leisurely strolling not far away. Manhang laughed softly. Today count you unlucky. Just take you to practice. Instant step. He took a step forward, his feet shrinking underneath him, and the distance of a dozen meters was surprisingly reached in the blink of an eye. With a flash of cold light, the third-order demonic beast iron-armored back lizard fell to the ground in response, blood flowing out like a trickle. Poor iron-armored back lizard to death also did not understand. They just take a walk how to inexplicably lose their lives. Manhang was very satisfied with his current strength. The demonic beasts that he originally needed to open the 8 gates of evil to defeat could now be easily killed in seconds with just his own strength. At this time, he was confident that when he encountered the 4th-ranked kamikaze again, even if he didn't use the kaleidoscope sharing wheel himself, he still had the power to fight. Manhang raised his eyes to look at the boundless primitive forest, and a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. Points. Here I come. What Manhang didn't know was that some mysterious space, the system that was playing mahjong, muttered under its breath. The 27th high school exam. The 27th high school exam. Alas, a tube don't move. Touch. By the way, what number is the entrance exam coming up? Oh yeah, 28th entrance exam. 27th reminder of Manhang. Outside. Today the government made an announcement that made all major cities envious and jealous. Due to the lifeless sect joining forces with a 5th-order great demon against it, it caused great damage to Cloudwater City. The government, after discussing with the major universities together, has now decided to compensate for the current high school candidates in Yunshui City, and the major universities have lowered the admission scoreline for students of the high school entrance examination for students in Yunshui City. Once this news was announced, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. I'll go. This compensation is a bit big. This class of students from Cloudwater City really hit the jackpot. Why isn't my family from Cloudwater City? I have to take the college entrance exam this year too, but it's a bit unfair to the students from other cities. They've also been practicing hard for many years, and with the same scores, why can they get into their favorite universities while students from other cities may fall in the ranks? Yeah, it's not fair. I'm going to appeal. It can't just be them Cloudwater City dropping their scores. We have to enjoy the same treatment. What are you shouting about? It's not like you guys didn't see how miserable Yunshui City was this time. 1/3 of it was reduced to rubble, and thousands of people lost their lives. This is what they traded for with the lives of their friends and family. Would you be willing to do the same? Some people just couldn't stand to watch the online discussion and came out to comment for Cloudwater City. When these words came out, the crowd was silent, and no one cried out for unfairness anymore. As the saying goes, what goes up, comes down. Although there were no more keyboard warriors shouting about fairness on the internet, countless people had already set their eyes on Cloudwater City in reality. What? I'm not a citizen of Cloudwater City? Who said that? I'll take it up with whoever said that. I have already bought a house in Yunshui City and moved my account there. Why am I not a citizen of Yunshui City? What? I moved here later. I didn't live through that disaster and don't deserve the policy? I came to Cloudwater City to buy a house, and I donate money and goods to this place. So why don't I deserve it? You have the ability to buy a house and you donate money too. For a while, the originally inconspicuous third-tier cities instantly become hot big presents. Numerous families with children who want to take the college entrance examination have squeezed their heads to move their household accounts to Yunshui City, hardening the original 3,000 odd square feet of housing prices here to be comparable to the Magic City, Kyoto. Finally, the Cloudwater City Lord who had been unmoving finally spoke up. Don't eat too hard. You guys, it's fine to buy a house. And it's fine to move your account, but there are only 5 spots in total, so grab them yourselves. Zhao Scatterpole sat in his room, his face sullen, and the newly purchased teacup in his hand was again crushed by him, a seamless bunch of flies that don't sting, bed bugs. He finally couldn't suppress his inner rage and cursed. How many casualties has Cloudwater City suffered in exchange for this policy? And those trash actually had the heart to see the needles and snatch places with the children here. At first, hearing this announcement from his superiors made his depressed mood after the disaster much better. The college entrance exam is a million-man army crossing a one-wood bridge, where one point can throw off hundreds of competitors. With this policy, this session of Yunshui City students would have a much higher rate of advancement, which would be of great benefit to them in the future. But who knew that he hadn't been happy for 2 days when the news of countless people pouring into Yunshui City to buy houses reached his ears? This caused Zhao Sampang's face, which had been filled with smiles for the past 2 days, to become incomparably ugly again. A quota not given to the outside world will surely stir up public anger. In the end, after much discussion, Zhao Sanpang finally had no choice but to issue a statement allowing 5 places to move their household accounts into Yunshui City. After venting the depression in his heart, Zhao Sanpang exhaled deeply and said to Lu Zhaliang beside him, "How's it going? Did they grab a result for those 5 spots?" Lu Zhaliang's face showed bitterness as he helplessly shook his head and said to Zhao Sanpang, "It's coming out. City Lord. Well, where are they all from?" "All from Kyoto. These 5 people are all the sons of famous families in the imperial capital, and of the 5, 4 of them have A-ranked psychic abilities, and the other is actually S-ranked. What is it?" Hearing Lu Zhaliang's report, Zhao Sanpang, who had just put down a bellyful of gas, rose up with fire in his eyes. Why did he come to our little place to grab a spot when he's an S-class psychic? With his psychic ability, he'll be able to get in even without relying on a grade drop. Then something came to mind, and the fire in his heart only subsided a little more. Never let them take the top 3. After hesitating for a moment, feeling that there was no bottom in his heart, he changed his mind. We definitely can't let them take the top 2. If the top 5 are all rounded up by outsiders, we won't be able to hold our heads up in the whole country in Cloudwater City. You go and inform Meng Hang and Lin Luoxue. Make sure to keep the top 2. I'll have a heavy reward after it's done. Thinking of these 2, the corners of Zhao Scatterpole's mouth couldn't help but shed a hint of a smile. Lin Luoxue, needless to say, a SSS-level supreme genius. It was not enough for anyone from the imperial capital to look at. As for Meng Hang, right now his scalp still tingled when he thought of that 100-meter-tall giant that night. When that kid got serious, he himself was the one who was completely abused. Not to mention the students. Seeing the smug smile at the corner of Zhao Sanpang's mouth, the bitterness on Lu Zhaliang's face intensified a few points. City Lord, Lin Luoxue was admitted early by the Imperial Capital University and was picked up 2 days ago. What? Picked up? The corners of Zhao Sanpang's mouth twitched slightly with a stunned expression, but he had to accept this cruel fact. He couldn't run to the Imperial Capital University and drag Lin Luoxue back again, forcing him to take the college entrance exam. The good thing is that there is also a Meng Hang pressure box. The first 2 cannot guarantee, at least to keep the first, so it will not be too ugly. Then contact Meng Hang and tell him he must take first place. Let Meng Hang take first place? City Lord, are you sure you're not mistaken? This time it was Lu Zhaliang's turn to be surprised. The battle with the Red Blood Demon King on that day except for Zhao Sanpang who was present. The people in the vicinity were either roared to death by the Red Blood Demon King's voice or had long since run far away for fear of the repercussions. So other than Zhao Sanpang, the others didn't know that the 100-meter giant was Meng Hang. So when he heard that the city lord actually told Meng Hang that he had to take first place, Lu Zhaliang was astonished. He certainly knew that Meng Hang's strength was considered powerful, but his opponent was a genius from Kyoto, and he really didn't understand what made Meng Hang get first place. Well, yes, it's Meng Hang, and you'll know why when the time comes. Zhao Scatterpole revealed a meaningful smile, and he couldn't wait to see the scene where Meng Hang would finish off those so-called geniuses at that time. Yes, City Lord. Although he didn't understand where the City Lord got his confidence, he still went out to contact Meng Hang. Within a few minutes, Lu Zhaliang awkwardly walked back again. How come you're back so soon? Already contacted the kid? Zhao Sanpang asked with some curiosity. City Lord. The soldiers protecting the city said that the day after the demonic beasts attacked the city, he left the city and went into the mountain range. What the hell? That kid went out of town to hunt demonic beasts? That bastard blackmailed so many essence cores from me without hurrying to cultivate. What a mess to run out and make it this time. There are only 2 days left before the college entrance exam. If he doesn't come back, the yellow flowers will be cold. Hurry up and call him. Called? No signal outside the city. Can't get through. Lu Zhaliang said helplessly. Zhao Sanpang. It's fine. There are still 2 days left. It's still not too late. That kid can't be so big-hearted as to forget the time of the college entrance exam, he said in a self-assured voice. In Yunshui City, 4 Rolls-Royces were blocked on a congested road. In the back seat of the lead vehicle sat a youthful-looking man with a pretty and attractive girl in his arms. The man was 18 or 19 years old, with a slender figure, and his polished white face had a diamond-colored coldness. The dark, deep eyes glowed with an enchanting luster. It's just a shame that the lips are slightly thin and show a hint of meanness. The man looked at the long, unseen line that had formed in front of him and frowned slightly. He had often encountered traffic jams when he was in the imperial capital, and he didn't expect to encounter traffic jams when he came to this third-tier city. So he opened his mouth and said to the driver, "Old Zhao, go see what's up ahead." "Yes, young master." The driver, a middle-aged man, returned respectfully and hurriedly got out of the car and jogged forward. "Hua Xiao, there's really no need for you to specially come to a small city like this to take the college entrance exam just because of me. With your strength, Even in those places in the imperial capital where geniuses gather, it's no problem to get into the four most prestigious schools. Seeing no one in the car, the young girl who leaned her head against the man's arms said. The man called Hua Xiao smiled faintly and gently scraped the bridge of the young girl's nose with his hand. Fool, why are you still so polite with me? It's worth doing this for you. Although it's forbidden to help each other in the entrance exams, I'm not afraid of the unexpected. So if something does happen, I can at least get to your side quickly. Although he looked like he was deeply in love on the surface, he was sneering in his heart. Although his own S-class talent was strong, it was still a lot worse compared to his demonic half-brother. If he himself wanted to compete with him for the position of the family head in the future, he would need to find a strong external supporter. Although this silly woman in front of her was only an A-ranked ability, her family's strength was on par with her own family. As long as he could marry her, he would have a greater advantage in the fight for the family head in the future. The young girl fluttered her big watery eyes. Her eyes were full of emotion. Hua Xiao, you're still the best. It wasn't long before the driver who had gone to the front to check the situation rushed back and said to Hua Xiao, My lord, there is an intersection up ahead, and the traffic jam is caused by the sheer volume of traffic. Looking at the still motionless vehicle in front of him, and then at the time, he spoke directly, By all the cars in front of you. By the way, get a few more space rings and load all the cars inside to make way for the road. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Hua Xiao's somewhat heavenly words, the middle-aged driver did not reveal any deep color of shock, as if he had long been accustomed to it. Hua Xiao, there's no need to break the bank so much when you're new here, the young girl at her side said. Hua Xiao said with a slight smile, It's almost time for dinner, and I'd be heartbroken to make you hungry over such a trivial matter. Although that could give an outsider goosebumps, it was extraordinarily flattering to the young girl in front of him. Gently kissing him on the cheek, the middle-aged driver came to a private car and knocked politely on the driver's side glass. The window rolled down on a large man with a full face and a large gold chain around his neck. The big man was already annoyed beyond measure by the traffic jam, and now that he was knocked on the car window, he naturally didn't have a good look on his face. Say what you have to say. I'm bored. The middle-aged driver smiled faintly and wasn't offended by the big man's attitude. My young master wants to buy your car. Pay whatever you want. Upon hearing this, the big man laughed. Still a fucking young master. Don't play the big tail with me. I want $1 million, can you afford it? The middle-aged driver's smile remained unchanged as he directly took out a suitcase from his spatial ring and threw it into the car. Exactly $1 million. Count it, and if it's okay you can get off the bus. The big man, who was still looking fierce, froze in place and opened the box tremblingly. Inside the box was $1 million in cash neatly arranged. A scene that made his heart leak half a beat. Shivering, he took out a few bills and carefully checked them to make sure that they were real bills without error. And then the big man immediately changed his appearance. Brother, I'm blind to the fact that this car is yours. Do you think we need to do some paperwork or something? Our young master mainly likes this car. I can still get him a few more. The price will just be according to this. The middle-aged driver was still smiling, but a hint of disdain was inadvertently shown in his eyes. Well, don't talk so much nonsense. My young master is in a hurry. Okay, I'll get off now. The big man nodded his head as he stepped to the side of the road and moved the car out of the way. With a wave of his right hand, the middle-aged driver stowed the car in his spatial ring, and without stopping much, continued to walk towards another car. After only 10 minutes, the originally congested road had become smooth, while both sides of the road were densely filled with people. Some even murmured cheerfully, Dude, you got this car bought too? That's not true. My broken car is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Good guy. That guy came up and threw $1 million at me to buy my car. Can I not agree with this good thing? Ha ha. I don't know which big family's young master is traveling with such a big row. Who cares, as long as we get the benefit of the doubt. I was hoping he'd come a few more times. After handling these vehicles, the middle-aged driver respectfully said to Hua Xiao, Young master, it's been dealt with. Hua Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Come on, I'm a little hungry too. After saying that, the roar of the car rang out, and a line of 4 top-class luxury cars left in style, leaving only the crowd in place to cast envious glances. The next morning, Zhao Sanpang paced around the house with his hands behind his back, his head sweating from the anxiety. How's it going, Lao Lu? Did you contact Meng Hang? Lu Zhaolian shook his head with an ugly face. Still no word from him. What the hell is this asshole up to? Tomorrow is the entrance exam and he's not even back yet. Send more men. Even if we have to dig up the mountain range outside the city, we have to find him. Hearing his words, Lu Zhaolian hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking with a ruthless heart. City Lord, the mountain range is infested with demonic beasts. It is the empty ranked ability person who does not dare to say that he can retreat in one piece. Will he? A high school student of the Earth rank. Be able to do so? He didn't continue, but the meaning was unmistakable. Zhao Sanpang let out a cold laugh, without a trace of a worried look on his face. You don't have to worry about that. Even if I die in there, that little bastard will be absolutely fine. Numerous students have been practicing for a long time, and the long-awaited college entrance examination is finally coming. Zhao Scatterpole stood in front, looking at the densely packed candidates below, and although his face was smiling, the touch of anxiety in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Quietly, he asked Lu Zhaoliang next to him. Well, still no luck? Lu Zhaoliang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Additional manpower was deployed yesterday to look for them, but the mountain range outside the city is just too big, and it's really hard to find a big living person. Plus the forest is full of dangers and the brothers don't dare to go too deep. Hey, got it. Tell the brothers to back off. With a light sigh, Zhao Scatterpole didn't dwell on this matter any further. He had done what he could, and it was up to Meng Hang to see if he could make it back. Turning his attention back to the candidates on the stage, he coughed lightly and said slowly, well, the annual entrance exam is about to begin. This year's gauntlet is the same as previous years and is set to be held at the 8475 low-level ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield in this other dimension has been cleaned out and demonic beasts have been dropped in as targets for your tests. Although most of them are low-ranked demonic beasts, it's not easy to say that there are high-ranked demonic beasts out there, so you must pay attention to your own safety and never be careless. Every demonic beast killed will earn corresponding points, and the higher the demonic beast's rank, the higher the points earned will be. At the end of the exam, the points you have earned will be your final high school grade. Alright, as a final reminder, you are not allowed to cooperate with each other, trade with each other, or even kill each other during the exam. If found, the results of this exam will be cancelled. Zhao Sanpang recounted the examination regulations word by word, but his eyes looked to the back of the crowd from time to time, hoping that a familiar figure would come in a hurry. Unfortunately, until the end, when he had finished talking about all the exams to pay attention to, he hadn't found Meng Hang's figure. Looking at his watch and realizing that the time had come, Zhao Sanpang had to accept this fact. Sighing, he announced loudly, time is up. All candidates enter the ancient battlefield. The teleportation formation opened, emitting a blinding light. The crowd fishtailed and disappeared into thin air. After a great feeling of dizziness, the candidates opened their eyes and realized that they were in the middle of a dense forest. Unlike what they had often heard, there were no ancient relics found, much less any spirit weapons left behind, which caused the crowd to slightly regret it. It seems that this ancient battlefield has indeed been cleaned up. Originally they were expecting to pick up some unsealed spirit weapons while taking the exams. Maybe if they got lucky they could open a complete spirit weapon and make a fortune. Now the fantasy was mercilessly shattered. A few hours later, Tai Hu was staring at a third-stage demonic beast, the Thunder Lightning Tiger, not far away with the help of the cover of this shrub. Originally, it was impossible for him, who was only at the late stage of the Earth stage, to be a match for a third-stage demonic beast, but this Thunder Lightning Tiger in front of him had a scar on its body that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, and it was obvious that it was seriously injured. As long as he could kill this third-ranked demonic beast, his points would increase by a large margin. The alien energy was unleashed, the two already thick thighs hardened and doubled in size, and the right arm holding the sword became muscular. The moment Tahu saw the Thunderbolt Tiger lowering its head to lick its wounds, his eyes lit up. It's now! His feet snapped and his body quickly sprang out, directly hacking at the Thunder Light Tiger's head. It looked like the long knife was about to slash its head, but at that moment, a voice rang out at an inopportune time. Look out! This high cry startled Tai Hu's scalp. Thinking that it was someone reminding him that there were other demonic beasts sneaking around, he didn't dare to attack again, and quickly withdrew his sword and sprinted back, his eyes looking around and making a defensive posture. The Thunder Lightning Tiger that was silently healing its wounds was also startled by this sound and its hairs rose, and it wanted to forcefully endure the severe pain coming from its body to stand up, but before it could stand up, a black shadow had already come to its side, and with a sound of breaking air, it kicked directly on top of the Thunder Light Tiger's head. This kick was like 1,000 pounds of force, and it actually exploded the head of the third-ranked Thunder Lightning Tiger with a kick, and red and white things dripped all over the ground. The black shadow stopped and was a man with a large back comb and a figure that actually resembled Tahu's. Tahu saw this scene and instantly realized that this person was not being kind enough to speak out and remind him. It was clear that he was trying to scare himself off, and he would take advantage of the opportunity to grab heads. How could the short-tempered Tai Hu be so angry? Which school student are you? How dare you rob this lord's demonic beast? Are you impatient with life? The visitor was not intimidated by Tai Hu's aura, but instead had a teasing face. Your demonic beast? What? Write your name? The quality of people coming out of small towns is just low. Once he heard this, How could Taihu not know this person's identity? And he also sarcastically said with contempt, I told you, when did someone so shameless come out of Cloudwater City? So you're one of the 5 people rumored to be from the Imperial Capital. How come everyone in the Imperial Capital is as shameless as you? Being taunted by Taihu like this, the back-headed youth's face was a bit unsettled, and his complexion clouded over. Kid, you're pretty wild. Dare to bet against me? Parlaying is a way of settling a dispute between 2 parties after they have clashed during an exam. A parley requires both parties to agree and apply to the outside world. And once the application is approved, both parties can go all out without hurting each other's lives. In the end, the winning party continues to stay here to take the exam, while the losing party is to be kicked out of the ancient battlefield, which also means that the exam is failed. Hearing the word parley, Taihu, who was already a martial arts madman, not only didn't show the slightest bit of timidity, but instead, he was all excited. Good. Just what I wanted. Old me has long wanted to learn what the genius from the Imperial Capital is capable of. Without further ado, both men simultaneously submitted their betting requests to the watch-shaped machine on their wrists. Not long after, the 2 wrists at the same time coldly came from an agree. As soon as the words left their mouths, the 2 quickly rushed towards each other, and went fist to fist as if their hearts were in the right place. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and the huge impact unexpectedly created a ripple in the air. Taihu stumbled and took 2 uncontrollable steps backwards. On the other hand, the back-headed youth, his feet did not move and he still stood in the same place. Taihu felt the feeling of soreness and numbness coming from his right hand, and his eyes actually revealed a more fervent color. Well, aside from Meng Hang, I haven't met anyone among my peers who can overpower me in terms of strength. I didn't expect to actually run into another one today. Let's have a good fight today. After saying that, his entire body bulged with muscles, and in the blink of an eye, he became a small giant close to 3 meters tall. The back-headed man's eyes also released a glint of excitement when he saw Taihu's transformation. Greatest psychic ability. Power frenzy. Ha ha ha. Looks like I can let go and have a good fight today too. Click click. The surging muscles directly broke through his shirt, and in the blink of an eye he similarly turned into a small giant with a height of more than 3 meters. The 2 giants that were like small mountains looked at each other, and both could see the color of excitement in each other's eyes. After staring at each other, Taihu took the lead, stepping out with 1 step, his thick right leg kicking directly at the head of the back-headed youth. The back-head man raised an eyebrow and his body curved backward in a weird way, easily dodging the harsh blow. Taihu's kick could have brushed past the back-headed man's face, and the wind pressure generated actually directly blew the trees not far away to smithereens. 8475 The ancient battlefield has long been installed with special monitoring equipment within the battlefield, and no matter where the candidates are, they will be displayed on the big screen outside. And at this moment, the battle between the 2 also attracted the attention of the crowd outside. Hiss, so strong. Are all students so perverted nowadays? Kicking a big tree to pieces just by wind pressure. Which school is he from? This one I know. He's the child of my neighbor's 3rd aunt's nephew's sister. From the 3rd form, and he's a rare grade A talent. A man said with some amusement. So he's from the same school as the genius student Lin Luoxue? Why haven't I heard of him before? Hey, if A-class talent was placed in previous years, it would indeed be a rare genius. It's a pity that Lin Luoxue's SSS-ranked talent is just too dazzling this year, and behind it came out Meng Hang, who killed the lifeless sex-empty ranked abilities in seconds. So naturally not too many people have noticed him. When you said that, I suddenly remembered. How come I didn't see those 2 Fengyun students from our Cloudwater City? You don't know yet. Lin Luoxue has already been recruited internally by the Imperial Capital University and was picked up 2 days ago. Holy shit. Being recruited internally. Is this the perks of being a genius? You don't even have to take the college entrance exam. What about Meng Hang? Yeah, where did Meng Hang go? Why didn't I see him? With that said, the person quickly swept his eyes over every image on the big screen. Don't think so much. You can't necessarily find so many candidates even if you look at them blindly. It's better to look at the battle between these 2. It's about the honor of our Cloudwater City. Downward the backman easily dodged this horrible blow, and did not get up, but directly took advantage of this position to do a magnificent backflip, and used the strength of the backflip to kick towards Taihu's chin. Feeling the wind pressure coming from the bottom to the top, Taihu gave a cruel smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He just stood still, surprisingly not ready to dodge. Taihu's death-seeking maneuver caused the crowd outside to gasp and unconsciously yell out, "Hurry up and hide! What's this kid's madness?" Thinking that his jaw is made of iron more than anything else, actually trying to resist this kick. Some even covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to see the next scene. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the next scene directly caused the outside audience to suck in their breath, only to see that Taihu, who had been hit in the jaw by a kick, did not fall to the ground by the kick, but remained firmly in place. That wasn't what surprised the crowd the most. What made the audience's jaws drop the most was that he actually held the back man's foot firmly in place with his chin. Holy shit! What kind of weird operation is this that still works? Worthy of the world of geniuses, ordinary people like us don't understand. The backhead man also did not expect Taihu to use this hand. His right foot was clamped, and he directly fell to the ground with his big head facing down. His face was still somewhat smug, but at this moment, it became unsightly. He didn't expect to actually encounter such a pervert in such a small place. The foot pushes down and tries to pull his right foot out from under his chin. Taihu which will give him this opportunity. Cruel smile. Even so, with his chin clamped, the back of the man's feet began to 360 degrees to turn up the circle. And the back of the man is also uncontrollable to follow the big head down the rotation up. The spinning speed became faster and faster, and in the end it almost turned into a stump. After the speed reached its extreme, Taihu's chin was raised, and the back-headed man was directly thrown out by this huge inertia, smashing straight into the depths of the forest. Boom, boom, boom. Countless trees fell, and a cloud of smoke stirred up from the depths of the woods. Crap. Bullseye. Strong. Too strong. This son has the bravery of a man who can do anything. What geniuses from the imperial capital. They're nothing more than that, but they're still being completely abused by our Cloudwater City students. The hanging hearts of the crowd outside finally dropped, and they cheered for their city's genius. Even Lu Zhaoliang, who was beside Zhao Sampang, had an excited look on his face. Ha ha ha, City Lord. We won. Who says that our Cloudwater City students are no match for the geniuses of the imperial capital? But at this time, Zhao Sanpang stared deadpan and did not show a trace of joy, but instead said with a grave expression, "The contest isn't over yet." What? Lu Zhaoliang was startled and hurriedly moved his gaze back above the big screen again. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A low, deliberately suppressed laugh first came from the depths of the smoke-filled forest, and then as if it was finally uncontrollable, it began to let out a wild laugh. Upon hearing this laughter, the cheers of the crowd outside the arena stagnated, and Tatu's expression became a bit grave. When the smoke dissipated, the crowd saw the backman standing up with his head intact. By now his neatly backed hair was slightly disheveled and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his face shows uncontrollable excitement. Excitement that is somewhat perverse. It's me who underestimated you. I didn't expect that the tiny Cloudwater City would still have an opponent like you, but that's only as far as it goes. Saying that, he lashed out, his entire body muscles twisting, and it actually seemed as if a weeping evil spirit had formed behind him. The back-headed man was like the king of all beasts at this moment, greedily staring at his prey. When Taihu was stared at by him, he was immediately chilled all over, and he was actually pressured by this aura to stand still and not dare to move. With a resolute look on his face, he bit down hard on the tip of his tongue with his teeth, and it took the sharp pain coupled with the strong smell of blood to force him to suppress the fear in his heart. What's the point of pretending? Today I'll beat you until you're convinced. His feet once again fired, and he rushed towards the backhead man like a cannonball. Tiger Cannon Fist. Taiho throws a double jab that lands directly on his chest. Bang! The chi energy directly passed through the back-headed man's body, directly shattering the trees behind him. But a strange scene appeared. Suffered such a powerful blow. The back of the head of the man is like nothing to stand in place, did not move. Looking at the cold and sweaty Taihu in front of him, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a hint of mockery. That's it? Bring out all the strength you can muster. Upon hearing this, Taihu's face turned red. Eat me again. A fist blasted out, but just as the fist was halfway out, it was easily held in midair by a large hand. The back-headed man held the incoming fist with his left hand, and his right hand grabbed and held Tatu's face directly. Kid, next time you're looking for an opponent, keep your eyes open and don't mess with someone you can't afford to mess with. With that said, the right hand holding Tatu's head slammed down hard. Boom! A huge deep pit appeared directly on the ground, and Taihu lay inside spitting out blood. The man with the back looked down at the Tahoe at his feet and said slowly, "Aside from that legendary SSS-ranked genius, I'm sure you're the strongest one in Cloudwater City, right?" Hearing this, Taihu revealed a touch of meaningful words. "You're wrong. The strongest isn't me. It's Meng Hang. You'd better pray you don't run into him, or you'll lose big time." After saying that, his figure slowly disappeared into this space. The outside audience had long since been silenced at this point, all shocked by the terrifying strength of the back-headed man. There was a flash of light, and the severely injured Taihu was teleported out. Zhao Scatterpole took a step out and came directly to his side and fed him a Baiyang Dan. Not a moment later, after being treated by the powerful medicinal power of Baiyang Dan, Taihu slowly sat up from the ground. Seeing that the visitor was the city lord, his face had endless shame and despondency. "I'm sorry, City Lord, I've disgraced our Cloudwater City. Zhao Sanpang gently patted his shoulder and softly comforted him. Don't say that. You've done a great job. It doesn't matter if I fail this year. I'll repeat a year next year and retake the college entrance exam again. With your A-grade talent, you'll definitely get into the college of your choice next year. Tahu nodded reluctantly. Inside the ancient battlefield, the muscles on the back-headed man's body slowly contracted, eventually changing back to his normal size. But he didn't move, still staring at the place where Tahu disappeared. Menhang? The strongest? I'll be finished? Kind of interesting. Once again that somewhat morbidly excited grin appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. Menhang, as long as you take the college entrance exam in this space, I will find you. After saying that, he took out a comb and mirror from his spatial ring, and tended to his already messy hair again before slowly leaving. And the Menhang in his mouth was still excitedly hunting demonic beasts in the Yunshui City mountain range. At this moment, Menhang was holding a long sword against a huge demonic bull. This demonic beast was nearly 5 meters or so. Its body was blood red, and although it had the appearance of a cow, it had a mouthful of sharp-pointed teeth. Menhang had no doubt whether this demonic beast was a vegetarian or a meat-eater. 4th-ranked demonic beast, Dragon Blood Kueyu. Legend has it that this bull contains a hint of dragon bloodline and has infinite strength, which is why it got its name. People said that the mountain ranges outside the city were incredibly dangerous, and that there was a danger of losing one's life at any time. But Menhang had stayed outside the city for so many days, and had actually only stumbled upon 2 4th-order demonic beasts, and he didn't know if he was lucky or unfortunate. In fact, 4th-ranked demonic beasts were already terrifying existences to usual ability users. Yunshui City was only able to deal with a U-ranked expert like Zhao Sanpang, and anyone else who met in the forest would definitely die 10 deaths. Of course, Menhang, the open-minded pervert, doesn't count. At this moment, there was a long wound on the Dragon Blood Kuei-nyo's buttocks, and it didn't take much thought to know that it must be Menhang, this old six, playing sneak attack again. Unlike the last time he encountered Kamen Rider, this time he was the first to spot his opponent. Having already stepped into the empty stage, he was suddenly bursting with self-confidence, and when he saw the eyes of the 4th stage demonic beast shining brightly, he launched a sneak attack. Nay, this Dragon Blood Kuei ox had thick skin and flesh, and didn't receive too much heavy damage from the slash. The Dragon Blood Kuei ox stared viciously at the abominable human in front of him, and a white mist spewed out of its nose with a grunt. It hated the human in front of it. He himself had a rare day without a kill and beautifully plopped down for a nap. Who knew that without saying a word? This human would come up and give his ass an upchuck. I'm already being merciful by not messing with you. How dare you? A little trash of the empty rank. Sneak up on this beast? Plowing the ground with its front hooves, it made a dash and toppled toward Menhang with its huge double horns that glowed with metallic luster. Menhang wouldn't dare to take a 4th-ranked demonic beast, or a 4th-ranked demonic beast that was famous for its power. With a full-strength strike, his feet gently stepped out, as if a breeze disappeared into place. Then he came directly behind it and was about to slash out. Just then, the system's voice rang in his head. Hey, paste, clear, Menhang. I say brother Tuanzi, you can play mahjong if you want to. You don't have to fool around with this kind of thing to tell me about it. What are you thinking about Tai Zi? I suddenly remembered that it's the 27th today, and the college entrance exam will be tomorrow, so I'm here to remind you. Okay. I'll go back when I've finished with this killer cow. Later, halfway through his speech Menhang suddenly felt something was wrong, and in the next second, his entire hair branched out. What number did you say today? How can you be so young and still have bad ears? The system said with some impatience. The 27th, you're going to take the college entrance exam tomorrow. Menhang grew his mouth, still unable to believe it, and continued to ask, are you sure it's the 27th today? Is it possible that you're remembering the wrong date? What words you have? The system was very annoyed by the fact that Menhang didn't trust himself. I know astronomy from above and geography from below. I know the history of the first 1,000 years, and I can calculate what is going to happen in the next 1,000 years. Can I still remember a date wrongly? At this moment, Menhang was trembling with anger, his forehead veins jumping, gritting his teeth and saying one word at a time. That, you, didn't count, out, come on, I'm out, yes, today, hi, exam. At these words, the system also shrieked, what the hell, you're a senior today? Mahjong delays things, from now on I will not share with gambling and drugs. The system couldn't stop talking to itself. Menhang looked at the sky speechlessly, not knowing exactly how to spit out this unreliable system. All he wanted to do now was sing a song to the system. Hear me say thank you for warming the seasons. Sensing Meng Hang's anger that was about to erupt like a volcano, the system hastened to persuade him. Iron. Not so much, not so much. As long as I'm around to make sure you end up as a Buddha, it's better not to go to that college. Meng Hang, it actually makes some sense. I'm actually powerless to refute it. The dragon blood Kuei ox that missed with a single strike angrily turned around and was about to continue its attack. However, it found that the originally gangly youth opposite was at the moment like a volcano that was about to erupt, and the oppressive force emanating from his body unconsciously even made the dragon blood Kuei secretly terrified, and its body subconsciously retreated backward. It then realized that this action was inappropriate, and anger rose from its heart. Old me, a fourth-rank demonic beast, was actually scared off by an empty-rank human. Shame. At that thought, his already blood-red body turned even redder, and the white smoke coming out of his nose became even thicker. With a roar, the dragon blood Kuei ox was about to continue its attack. Only by eating this human in front of him could he wash away the shame of cowardice in his heart just now. Meanwhile, the system in Meng Hang's head continued to comfort him. Now what do you say? Why don't we go check it out? Even if you can't get into the exam this year, it's good to go and get a better understanding, or we'll continue to take the exam next year. Meng Hang sighed and didn't say anything else. As it was, he couldn't drag the system out and beat it violently. It's this time of the day, just rely on my 2 pairs of legs to catch up. By the time we get to the place people will have started school. Hey, Iron. That's not necessarily true. The system smiled cheaply and continued. Isn't there a stupid cow in front of you? And a 4-wheel drive one can be more than twice as fast as your 2-wheel drive one. Meng Hang's eyes lit up with reason. The 8 gates of transportation. The 4th gate. The wounded gate is open. After advancing to the empty stage, all of his attributes had directly doubled, and now his powerful physique could completely support opening the 4th of the 8 gates of the transported armor without causing too much damage to his body. The rapid flow of blood in his body caused Meng Hang's skin to begin to glow red, and his entire body was surrounded by a green energy as a terrifying pressure quickly spread out. The dragon blood Kuei ox that was just about to launch its onslaught braked sharply and hardened, plowing 2 grooves in the ground. The aura emanating from the human in front of him made it incomparably fearful, as if it was being targeted by a heavenly enemy, and as long as it dared to move, it would surely die today. Are you moved? Dragon blood Kuei, I don't dare to move. I don't dare to move. Meng Hang looked wistfully at the demonic bull in front of him, and his right foot stomped hard on the ground, which quickly created a crack that spread to the soles of the dragon blood Kuei ox's feet. The crack was a meter wide and deep, and the dragon blood Kuei-nyo's eyes widened in disbelief that the power of a kick was as terrifying as it was. You're not fucking nice. You come up here and open up and zoom. It jumped up with a startled wail and cursed at Meng Hang. Meng Hang stared wistfully at the dragon blood Kuei ox and said coldly, submission or death? Submit. The dragon blood Kuei-nyo didn't hesitate at all and directly shouted out loud. Demonic beasts are never slaves unless they can't fight themselves. Meng Hang froze, not expecting this demonic beast to be so bottomless, actually choosing to submit without hesitation. But this was good. Saving himself some effort, he gently jumped and directly rode on the back of the dragon blood Kuei ox. At first it was a bit reluctant and tried to resist, but after being slapped directly to its knees by Meng Hang, it completely lost its temper. Hiya! Finding a direction, Meng Hang darted out on his demon ox. Worthy of being a 4th-ranked demonic beast, the dragon blood Kuei-nyo rampaged along the way, not knowing what it meant to turn a corner, and hardened itself to crash out a path in the forest. At that moment, the entire mountain range was in a state of chicken flight, and the low-ranked demonic beasts retreated, fearing that they would somehow die under its hooves. At this moment, there was silence outside the teleportation array, and the atmosphere was oppressive and terrifying. With only an hour left before the end of the college entrance exam, the scores of the 5 people from Imperial Capital left the students from Yinchuan City far behind. The difference between 5th and 6th place alone was nearly 500 points, which was undoubtedly a naked slap in the face of Cloudwater City. You robbed your family of your high school qualifications, and now you're standing on your heads and shitting on them. So what can you do about it? Right now the crowd in Cloudwater City felt as bad as if they had eaten Ollie. Just then, a man suddenly pointed in the direction of the distant mountains and shouted in alarm. Look! What's that? The crowd searched for the sound and looked, only to see smoke and dust in the distance, as if thousands of hundreds of cattle were rampaging towards the side. Because of the shadow of the last red blood demon king, there were already people who cried out in fear. Beast tide! Beast tide! The demonic beasts are attacking again. The crowd was in a mess, about to scatter and run away, when Zhao Sanpang, who originally had an iron-colored face, took a look at this scene. His face became even more unsightly. Fortunes come in 2s and 3s. It had been an extraordinarily bad day. with the top 5 of his city's college entrance exams being occupied by outsiders, and his only hope, manhwa, missing the entrance exams, and now a wave of beasts. How could he not be annoyed? Taking a step out in front of the people, he sheathed his long sword and pointed it at the place where the smoke and dust were rising, and bellowed, "Where's the protectorate?" Yes. The crowd of city protectors who were still maintaining order responded in unison and stood behind him without hesitation. Behind us are the people of Yunshui City, and in the teleportation array are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if we all die in battle today, we must guard them with me. Can we do it? Can. The crowd shouted in unison, drawing their weapons from their belts and staring ahead as if they were dying. Just when the atmosphere was at its peak, a vision-enhanced alien noticed the anomaly and said with an odd expression on his face, "City Lord, it's not right. There seems to be only one demonic beast." Zhao Sampang's right hand, which was pointing its sword forward, trembled, and the corners of his eyes twitched. "You didn't fucking say so. The atmosphere has been baked to this point, and you're just now telling me there's only one demonic beast." As the rolling smoke got closer and closer, the crowd got a good look at what was going on in the smoke, only to see a huge demonic bull with a huge figure and a blood-red body in the smoke and dust was running wildly towards the side. At the sight of this demonic beast, Zhao Sampang's face, which had just relaxed somewhat, suddenly changed again, and he shouted, "Everyone get out of the way." The people in the distance dodged out of the way, but the city guard behind him remained stubbornly unmoving where they stood. "City Lord, we're with you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sampang was instantly anxious. "In and out my ass, in and out. This is a 4th-ranked demonic beast, the Dragon Blood Kuei Ox. This beast is known for its boundless strength. If I were to put it in normal times, I would still have a chance of winning 1v1 with it, but now that this beast is rushing over at such a speed, with its powerful force coupled with its huge inertia, even if I dared to fight it hard, I would be whisked away into mush. Not to mention you guys get out of the way. I'm going to figure out how to slow this beast down, or I'll have to worry about you guys." Seeing that they could only add to the chaos here, the crowd of city guards no longer insisted and ran to the sides, nervously watching the city lord's next move. And at this moment, the Dragon Blood Kuei Ox lowered its head and buried its head in a deadly forward charge, not daring to have a single pause. Manhwa sat steadily on its back, and although the cow's back lurched violently due to its speed, he was still as steady as a mountain, without a hint of a precursor to a falling horse. No, a falling cow. Manhwa patted the robust back of the Dragon Blood Kuei Ox and said with gentle words, "Oh old cow, can you speed up a bit? If there's a delay and the exams are over by the time we get there, I'm going to eat braised beef tonight to make up for my broken heart." Mao! With a long, mournful roar, a stream of gas erupted from the Dragon Blood Kuei Ox's nose, and its forehooves once again fired, its speed surging once again. Seeing the Dragon Blood Kuei Ox that was accelerating once again, Zhao Sampang felt his scalp tingle. What kind of drugs did this stupid cow take? Somehow he rushed here. Is there something here that attracts him? Zhao Scatterpole had an illusion. He didn't know why, but he always felt that he actually heard a hint of aggravation and panic from the demonic ox's bellowing just now. Seeing that the Dragon Blood Kuei Ox was getting closer and closer, he no longer thought about it and infused his spiritual energy into the long sword. Zhao Sampang was prepared to use open sky to directly chop off the beast's limbs and hooves to stop it from continuing forward. He squinted his eyes, estimating the distance between the demonic beast and himself, making sure that his sword chi could attack it. Closer, and closer, is now, already condensing his essence to a point. He was just short of swinging his sword, but just then, the vision-enhanced alien from before suddenly shouted again, "City Lord, there seems to be a person sitting on the back of the Dragon Blood Kuei Ox." Zhao Sanpan's body lurched as he turned around incredulously and asked, "Are you sure it's got a human being on its back?" "Don't worry City Lord, I'm not good at fighting, but I'm absolutely fine in the area of scouting. When I say there is one figure, there will never be a pair." Ignoring the man's full mouth, Zhao Sampang had a face of disbelief. One must know that a 4th-ranked demonic beast was comparable to a U-ranked powerhouse and was on the same level as him. Fighting against the Dragon Blood Kuei Ox, one was 7 out of 10 sure that he could decimate it, but to try to subdue this demonic beast, that was never going to be possible. After all, the 4th-order demonic beasts were already psychic. With their pride as demonic beasts, how could they easily submit to humans? There were only 2 ways to take in a demonic beast. The first is to obtain demonic beast eggs, and feed the demonic beast with drops of one's own essence blood before it hatches, so that the demonic beast will actively recognize its owner after coming out of its shell. Unfortunately, demonic beast eggs, especially high-grade demonic beast eggs, are too rare, so the number of people who have demonic pets is too few. As for the second one, it is going to be even more difficult than the first one. The difference in strength between the ability person and the demonic beast was too great, causing the demonic beast to not be able to create a single trace of resistance and could only choose to submit. Which big man is this who has nothing better to do than to run to this small place in Cloudwater City to make such a big mess? Xiao Sampang thought somewhat breathlessly. The others couldn't help but talk excitedly when they heard that someone was actually using a 4th-ranked demonic beast as a mount. Good lord! Which big guy is so generous as to take a 4th-ranked demonic beast as a mount? That goes without saying. It must be a Huan rank powerhouse. Otherwise how could it have the strength to subdue the dragon blood Kuei ox? The key is that there aren't many Huan ranked powerhouses within the Dragon Kingdom right now. So what's this big guy doing here with nothing to do with us? We'll see if we don't in a moment. At this time, the crowd knew that it was not a demonic beast raid, and no longer panicked, and have gathered together again, scrambling to be the first to pad their feet, stretching their necks and probing forward to watch, wanting to catch a glimpse of the elegance of this bull-riding big brother. Even the exam room exam for a time no one cared. With only a few dozen meters left, Meng Hang was relieved to see that the crowd had not dispersed and knew that the exam was not over. With a loud cry of phew, the high-speed galloping dragon blood Kuei ox braked sharply, cutting out more than 10 meters and plowing 2 deep hoofprints on the ground before stopping its huge body. The smoke dispersed, and at this point, without any further reminder from the vision-enhanced alien, the crowd could see the huge demonic beast and the silhouette on top of it. The crowd hadn't felt it from a long distance away. But now that the dragon blood Kuei ox had come closer, its huge body, the sense of oppression unintentionally emanating from a high-level demonic beast, made most of the people present shiver on both legs. Someone gulped, barely to the person next to them. Dude, give me a hand. My legs are a little weak. Dude, I really can't do this favor. I'm already sitting on the floor. Although they had also seen the big world, when that 5th-ranked great demon appeared it was covering the sky, and its aura was much stronger than that of the dragon blood Kuei ox. But then, after all, far away in the sky, which is not as big as now alive and standing in their own not far away from the deterrent, this 4th-ranked demonic beast is this terrifying. How terrifying should the strength of the big brother on its back be? No, I have to see if this big brother has 3 heads and 6 arms. Hey, how come this big guy looks so young? Maybe high-ranking ability users have the ability to keep their faces. No, why do I feel this person looks so familiar? Someone cocked their head and looked puzzled. Why do I feel familiar too? Crap, isn't that Meng Hang? One person reacted and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Meng Hang? Which Meng Hang? Which Meng Hang could it be? The one from our Cloudwater City who killed the lifeless sect? Crap, why him? After being shouted at, everyone recognized that the person on the bull's back was actually Meng Hang, and the crowd instantly exploded. How is it possible? What level is this kid? How could he tame a 4th-ranked demonic beast? I must be dreaming. A high school student can actually tame a 4th-ranked demonic beast. The world is so crazy that rats can be bridesmaids for cats. Some of them silently lit a cigarette with melancholy eyes. I smoked a box of cigarettes and didn't understand how he did it. Don't you talk about smoking. I've smoked a mouthful of firecrackers and I haven't figured it out. I smoked 5 whole gas cans and didn't figure it out. That's not right. Shouldn't he be in his senior year right now? Why is he here now? Someone finally noticed the abnormality and couldn't help but ask out in surprise. Hey, I just realized when you said that, he's also in this senior year. Why didn't he take the entrance exam? It can't be that he missed the time, and that's why he caught a 4th-ranked demonic beast to rush. Meng Hang jumped down from the bull's back. Originally he wanted to kick the dragon blood Kuei bull's ass, but the creature's stature was just too huge, so Meng Hang could only kick it in the leg. Count yourself lucky today. I'll spare you today, but in the future, if I find you slaughtering the human race, I will definitely skin you and make soup out of you. Get out! Mao! With a long roar, the dragon blood Kuei ox was like an amnesty, lamenting that it was finally able to get out of the clutches of this bogeyman, and without a moment's hesitation, it turned its head and ran. Seeing Meng Hang's actions and the attitude of the dragon blood Kuei no, the crowd was once again speechless. This kid from where also did not see so horrible. You at least is the 4th-order demonic beast. Do not be so humble. Seeing that the crowd is looking at themselves with different eyes, cannot help but be a little embarrassed, can only use the protagonist is always the last to appear to comfort themselves. System, you're too damn final. Meng Hang rubbed up against Zhao Sampang somewhat restrainedly and scratched his head awkwardly. Warning, Cho. Zhao Sampang was also shocked beyond words by his appearance, but when he thought that Meng Hang was so strong that he actually didn't make it to the college entrance exam, the anger in his heart grew even more intense. The corners of Zhao Scatterpole's mouth twitched as he forced down his inner rage with a cold laugh. Quite early indeed. The sun hasn't even set yet. I don't know what Grand Duke Meng has come here for. To actually have the pleasure of catching a cow as a mount. where Meng Hang could not hear the conspiratorial tone in his words. He dryly laughed a few times and said, "Old Zhao, what are you talking about? As a senior in Yunshui City, of course I'm here to take the exam." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sampang finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and growled, "You kid still knows that today is the entrance exam. I thought you died in the mountains outside the city. I don't know how many people I've sent to look for you in the past 2 days. And now that the exams are almost over, you want to get up and come back. It's not too late. No, I'll go in now and get as many points as I can." Meng Hang is confident that with his current strength to go in, he can completely push the copy across the board. Speed up a little bit and maybe still get a good grade. "You're thinking about fart food." Zhao Sanpang skimmed him and continued, "There are no rules, and miss time is miss time. Even if I were your old man, I couldn't let you in to take the test today. Old Zhao, let's just talk. You can't take advantage of me," Meng Hang said with some reluctance. In fact, he didn't report hope that Zhao Sanpang could agree to his request, but he always had to try, and now the last bit of hope was broken. Meng Hang let out a long sigh, and could only take one step at a time in the future. After listening to the duo's conversation, the crowd realized that the feelings of this Meng Hang actually really did forget the time and miss the college entrance exam. What kind of heart does it take to lose track of time? Just as Meng Hang was sighing, his afterglow glanced somewhere and suddenly froze. "Tahu, why are you here too? Did you forget the time and miss the entrance exam too?" Tahu's forehead was filled with black lines, thinking to himself, "You think everyone is so big-hearted like you? Even such an important day as the college entrance exam can be forgotten." Told Meng Hang what happened, including the country's policy towards Yunshui City, the people of the imperial capital seizing the quota, Lin Luoshua being recruited by the imperial capital university, and the gambling fights all in one go. Meng Hang was furious when he heard it. "Someone from the imperial capital came to steal the quota from us and actually injured you, making you lose your qualification for the college entrance exam? It can be tolerated. If uncle can stand it, auntie can't." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Scatterpond became even more angry and couldn't help but open his mouth to say angrily, "You still have the nerve to say that Lin Luoshue is not here. Originally I was counting on you to earn some face for Cloudwater City. Now well, look at the exam results." Meng Hang looked up towards the big screen scorer. First place Huaqiu, current score, 889. Second place, Tu Gu, current score, 852 points. Fifth place Nguinso, current score, 760. Meng Hang asked with some lack of confidence. "It's not like these top 5 are all the ones from the imperial capital, is it?" Zhao Sanpang sneered and asked back, "What do you say?" Meng Hang's neck shrank and he didn't dare to speak again, while everyone's energies were focused on him. 8475. A certain inconspicuous corner of the ancient battlefield, an ordinary-looking student wearing glasses was half kneeling on the ground, with a sickly frenzy on his face. Where was his earlier svelte appearance? Lifeless old mother. Vacuum home. "I will sacrifice my soul to the old mother so that everyone here will be buried with me." With that said, he used his spiritual power to open the spatial ring, and instantly the pungent, sickening odor of blood filled the air. This spatial ring actually stored a large amount of blood from unknown creatures, and as soon as the spatial channel was opened, it was as if the river bank opened the floodgates and released the water. Countless amounts of blood gushed out and landed on the ground in front of the man with glasses. A weird scene happened. The blood fell just to the ground and seeped in strangely and quickly, as if there was something greedily sucking the blood underground. This was exactly the case. The blood that had seeped into the ground was being pulled by an invisible force to continue flowing downwards. A few dozen meters below the spectacled man's ground, a humanoid skeleton nearly 10 meters tall was lying flat here. The large amount of blood that seeped into the ground was attracted by the skeleton, constantly converging here and quickly disappearing into the white bones. As it continued to absorb the blood, a bit of flesh slowly grew on the originally white bones. Points of blood-red flesh attached to the white bone, and even vaguely have meridians appear. Such a bloody and horrible scene, if ordinary people see, must be directly scared pants. Just then, the skeleton that seemed to have been buried in the ground for millions of years actually moved, and 2 ghostly flames appeared in its void eye sockets, just as a ghostly fire was generated in the skeleton's eyes. The ground around it for more than 10 meters began to cave in and the earth and rocks crumbled. A pair of huge skeletal arms reached out from the ground, and as soon as they did, they squeezed the man with glasses above them. In the next second, the man with glasses was directly pinched and exploded, and the blood of his entire body was directly absorbed by the white bones. The nearby low-ranked demonic beasts were originally attracted by the strong smell of blood, but now that they felt this terrifying aura, they scattered and fled. The skeleton slowly stood up. The ghostly fire in its eyes danced a few times, and surprisingly, it yanked a rib from its own body and quickly transformed into a several meters long bone knife. Holding a long sword in his hand, The skeletal giant made a vain slash in the direction of a certain fleeing demonic beast, which instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The skeletal giant took a deep breath, and this blood mist was inhaled into its nose. While absorbing the blood mist, somewhere in his body, a trace of flesh and blood grew that was hard to detect with the naked eye. Hua Qiu, or Hua Xiao, the only S-ranked ability person among the 5 people in the imperial capital, happened to be in the vicinity as well, and was also attracted by the commotion here, just in time to see the scene of the skeleton giant absorbing the demonic beast's blood. His face changed drastically, cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead, and without saying a word, he turned his head and ran. Unfortunately, the skeleton giant's gaze was already locked on his body, and the ghostly fire in his eyes flashed twice as he slashed at Hua Qiu. It was clear that one person and one skeleton were dozens of meters apart, but when the skeleton giant swung a blade in the air, his entire body sweated as if he was about to burst into flames the next moment, just like the demonic beast. Not daring to hesitate any longer, the S-rank alien ability was unleashed and the creature was exchanged. Hua Qiu's figure shifted for a while, and his original position suddenly turned into a second-rank demonic beast that should have escaped in front of him, and he had unexpectedly appeared directly where this second-ranked demonic beast was originally located. This was exactly the effect of unleashing the S-ranked psychic ability biological exchange. Wherever Hua Qiu's eyes could reach, as long as it was a living creature, he could exchange his body with it at any time, and as long as he had enough spiritual power, there was no limit to the number of times he could exchange it. One person and one beast had just exchanged positions when this second-order demonic beast directly exploded, and this scene directly scared Hua Qiu's scalp. Fifth-order bone demon. With a shriek, he didn't dare to delay, and launched his supernatural ability several times in a row, his figure directly disappearing into the depths of the dense forest, and one by one, the bodies of the demonic beasts he exchanged with exploded, their blood being absorbed by the bone demon as much as possible. Seeing that little bug running away, the bone demon didn't care and changed direction to continue swinging his sword. The skeleton giant was about 10 meters long, but in the forests of the ancient battlefields, a random sky-high tree was nearly 20 to 30 meters tall. So although the commotion it caused wasn't small, most of the candidates in the ancient battlefield hadn't yet noticed the commotion here and were still continuing to hunt demonic beasts. However, the bone demon's movements could be captured clearly by the camera. The crowd stared at the big screen in horror. Didn't I say that there are only low-ranked demonic beasts inside? What the hell is this? Also, why is this bone demon so huge when it has a humanoid body? Meng Hang also looked creepy. How a good college entrance exam. The moment he came to such a bizarre change. Is this the legendary protagonist's aura, where accidents happen everywhere you go? He mechanically turned his head and asked Zhao Sampang with a bit of a stutter. I say, Lao Zhao, what is this? Is this stuff part of the entrance exam? At this time, Zhao Sanpang's lips were dry and cracked, his eyes were straight, staring blankly at the bone demon in the big screen, and he didn't hear Meng Hang's question at all. He couldn't stop murmuring out of his mouth. What to do? What to do? All the candidates of Yunshui City can be in there. If something happens to them, how can I explain to their parents? How can I explain to the country? I, Zhao Sanpang, will die 1,000 deaths and will be a sinner for the ages. Lao Zhao. Zhao Sampang suddenly winced and was called back from his daze by Meng Hang. What did you say? I'm asking you if this is part of the entrance exam? Zhao Sanpang shook his head with a bitter smile. How is it possible? This is a 5th-rank bone demon. I would have to turn my head and run when I see it. How could he be allowed to appear in the entrance exam? And this bone demon is? Meng Hang was a bit puzzled. The ancient battlefield is a very mysterious place, and who knows what really happened thousands of years ago. But the current ancient battlefield still has countless skeletons, and some of them, after countless years, autonomously generate spiritual intelligence, which is what we call bone demons. They can regrow their own flesh and blood by absorbing human or demonic beast blood, and the more flesh and blood they absorb, the stronger they become. But this ancient battlefield prepared for the college entrance exam has long since been cleared, so I don't know why a 5th-order bone demon would suddenly appear. If we continue to let it continue to grow like this, before the exams are over, the demonic beasts and students in the entire alien space will become its sustenance. Speaking of this, Zhao Sampang's face had become unsightly. Crap, then why don't you hurry and pause your exams to go in and save the day? Meng Hang was alarmed and eagerly urged. Zhao Sanpang bitterly shook his head, a deep helplessness on his face. The exam can't end before time is up, and even I can't get in except for those who have a pass. Students are the pillars of the country, so the Dragon Kingdom pays extreme attention to the college entrance exams, and each student's pass is issued by the state uniformly, just to prevent any petty criminals from making small moves. Then can't Tahu go back in? When Tahu heard this, he instantly turned pale with fear. and a smile worse than tears appeared on his face. Big brother, don't pit me. What's the use of me going in? It's not enough for people to stuff their teeth. He may be a good fighter, but he's not a bad one. He's not going to do anything that's going to get him killed. Meng Heng ignored him and continued to ask, well, can't you just go in with his pass? Zhao Sanpang shook his head helplessly again. It's useless. How could the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom not think of this aspect? Every student will be taken by the school before the examination to pick a drop of essence blood and put it into the pass. As long as the essence blood matches, in order to enter the teleportation array, I think you were taken at that time as well. Speaking of this, Zhao Sanpang suddenly froze in place, and then a brilliant light erupted in his eyes. Meng Heng was startled by his appearance and hastily took a few steps back, looking at him warily. Lao Zhao, I can tell you, I may be handsome, but I'm straight as steel. Ignoring his gag, Zhao Sanpang asked with a slightly trembling voice, do you have your pass? Meng Heng instantly understood what he was thinking and couldn't help but take a few more steps back. Don't you dare hit me. That's a 5th rank bone demon, comparable to a Huan rank powerhouse. I'm just giving away my head if I go in. Zhao Sanpang was so excited at this time that he didn't care what he said, and as soon as he wrapped his arms around Meng Heng's neck, he whispered in his ear, would I not know if others didn't? Back then, you could even easily give seconds to a 5th order red blood demon king, so you would still be afraid of a 5th order bone demon? In case some of you haven't been paying attention, here's a reiteration. The previous sneak attack on the protagonist of the Lin family changed into the Zhang family. If not, a reader greatly reminded me. I did not react in Lin Luoshuari surname. I really do not want to write so bloody plot. Meng Heng wanted to cry. He knew he would say that. In the beginning, he was exchanging the power of the 6 paths and transforming into a full-bodied Susanoo before he gave the red-blooded demon king a second. With his current self, it was still fine to abuse a 4th-ranked demonic beast. When encountering a 5th-ranked one, with the kaleidoscope writer's eyes opened, one could only say that they kept themselves invincible. But the side effects of opening the kaleidoscope writer's eye for a long time was also something he couldn't afford. In the spirit of a dead friend of the road, Meng Heng hastily refused. Lao Zhao, it's not that I don't want to help. How could that kind of secret technique from before be cast just by saying it? It is something that costs a great deal of money, even lives. Upon hearing Meng Heng say this, the gleam in Zhao Sanpang's eyes instantly dissipated again, becoming stagnant. Meng Heng had already said so, and it was impossible for Zhao Sanpang to force him to exchange his life for the lives of the candidates. Ding! System on. Accepting Zhao Sanpang's request, rewarding all attribute points plus 30. Refused, 20 points of each attribute will be deducted. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in Meng Heng's head. Nima, unlucky system, I still haven't settled the score with you for my college entrance exams, and now you're trying to screw me over again. This time I say I won't accept anything. Even if I deduct the attribute points, I'll admit it. Meng Heng made up his mind to start being a salted fish now. As long as he swings for the fences, the system can't do anything about it. Hey, Tai Zi, don't be in a hurry to refuse, the system said without panicking. Pillar Cell experience card. Interested in learning more? Not 99998, number 9998, much less 998, just 200 kill points. That's not right, Unity. You only asked me for 98 kill points for the power of the 6 paths in the first place. Why do you want me to get 200 kill points for just the Pillar Cell? Is it with an immortal body? Sorry, you're overthinking it. Then what makes you sell it for more than the power of the 6 paths? Meng Heng instantly quit. TZ, what era is this? Do you understand inflation? Meng Heng looked at the points in the kill shop and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What inflation is bullshit? He is looking at himself with just 200 points left. Although Meng Heng's heart was already dissimulated, his appearance still feigned a face of reluctance. That won't do. There are no points for killing the bone demon, so why should I bother with that? The system returned. TZ, look at what you're saying. What kind of relationship do we have? How can I let you suffer for nothing? To make up for delaying your entrance exam, I promise that if you can kill the bone demon, then its points will be yours. Meng Heng's eyes widened as he asked with a look of surprise. Talking the talk? Not me, Iron. When did I pit? When have I ever lied to you? Hearing the system change its tune, Meng Heng smiled coldly. Count on you having some self-awareness. There was no greater sorrow than death in the heart, and Zhao Sanpang's eyes were at that moment devoid of emotion, as he was trying to launch a plea for help to the headquarters. He also knew that by the time the headquarters came, the candidates here would basically be dead. But he couldn't just do nothing and just wait. Zhao Scatterpole had already made up his mind that if things really went that far, he would resign from his position as Cloudwater City's city lord and go to the front lines to kill the demon race without dying. Old Zhao, I've decided. I'll go and settle this bone demon. Meng Heng, I know this matter is also very difficult for you. I will not force you. Hey, you promise? Zhao Sanpang grew his mouth wide, not understanding how Meng Hang had changed his attitude after only a moment. But the secret arts are hurting you. Zhao Sanpang wanted to say something. Meng Hang's eyes stared at the bone demon in the big screen with determination. If sacrificing me alone can save so many students, I have no choice. Who will go to hell if I don't? Listening to Meng Hang's selfless speech, tears wet Zhao Sanpang's eyes. He didn't realize that a teenager who was usually so unorthodox was so selfless on the inside. He gripped Meng Hang's hand tightly and was touched. Meng, don't force yourself. If you really jeopardize your life, you can run away and no one will blame you. The crowd in the arena had been paying attention to the movements on this side, and after listening to the duo's conversation, they couldn't help but show a forlorn look in their eyes. Although they had just seen the scene of Meng Hang arriving on a 4th-ranked demonic beast not long ago, they had never seen his true strength after all. Besides, the bone demon inside was of the 5th rank, not comparable to a 4th-ranked demonic beast. In their opinion, Meng Hang's move was undoubtedly a death sentence. A genius who can subdue a 4th-ranked demonic beast at a young age. Why waste your life for them? One man lamented. The swallow sparrow knows the will of the swan. This may be the difference between some real geniuses and us. It's because of death-defying youths like Meng Hang that our dragon kingdom is able to keep the demon race out of the first line. That's right. After the college entrance exams are over, I'll be sure to erect a monument for Meng in the center of the city to commemorate his bravery and courageous spirit. Hey, 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 hey. Countless black lines surged across Meng Hang's forehead. He was just trying to play B, but the way this plot is going, he'll be sorry if he doesn't die. Really not wanting to listen to the crowd's comments anymore, Meng Hang took out his pass and resolutely walked toward the transmission array. In the eyes of outsiders, these few steps of his actually came out of the wind. Xiao Xiao Ishui cold. A strong man once gone, never return. The light flashed, and Meng Hang had already entered the ancient battlefield when he opened his eyes again. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the dense sky covering tall trees, he was instantly confused. In the screen, it felt that the bone demon was huge, but he came in and realized that the space was immense. So where the hell was he going to find a bone demon trail? Outside, Zhao Sanpang was also numb, and it was only at this moment that he remembered that he hadn't given Meng Hang the same scoring device as a watch. Not only does that device serve as a point, it also allows the person inside to stay on the line with the person outside. Just like when Tahu and Backstabber were betting against each other. It was Cho Sanpong who informed that it was okay. Zhou Bo carefully traveled through the forest. Unlike the other candidates who were looking around for demonic beasts, he was carefully avoiding them. He has been physically weak since he was a child, coupled with the fact that what he had awakened was only an F-rank olfactory enhancement. It could be said that he had no combat power. That is, he would have to take a detour when he encountered a grade 1 demonic beast. If it weren't for the fact that his old man at home was pushing him so hard, he wouldn't even want to take the college entrance exam. Hello Zhou Bo? I'm Cloudwater City's city lord, Zhao Sanpang. The sudden sound almost didn't make him scream out in shock, but he reacted quickly and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. He didn't expect the high and mighty Cloudwater City's city lord to actually contact him, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "Hello city lord. I'm Zhou Bo. What can I do for you? There's a classmate 200 meters southeast of you, and I need you to help me find him." Zhou Bo was stunned when he saw that the person the city lord was looking for was actually Meng Hang. He was also a student of the 3rd middle school, so it was naturally impossible for him not to recognize the famous Meng Hang. It's just that he didn't expect that the exams were almost over, and Meng Hang was actually hanging around the outskirts of the forest just like himself. Through the surveillance, Zhao Sanpang told Meng Hang the location of the bone demon and discussed with Zhou Bo to move with Meng Hang, making it convenient for Zhao Sanpang to notify Meng Hang of the bone demon's movements at any time in the outside world. It was only then that Zhou Bo realized that Meng Hang actually did not participate in the college entrance examination. Finding the right direction, Meng Hang and his duo directly launched their full strength and ran with all their might in the direction of the bone demon. Just before running for a few minutes, Zhou Bo stopped with his hands on his knees, panting. Meng Hang's speed was so fast that he needed to put his best foot forward to keep up with him. This caused him to lose his physical energy quickly, and he couldn't hold on for long without a while. In fact, what he didn't know was that Meng Hang was already taking care of his speed and hadn't even utilized half of his speed. Zhou Bo hesitated for a moment, but still took off the wrist scorer and handed it to Meng Hang. "Meng Hang, I just can't run anymore. Although I don't know what kind of errand you're going on. It must be something very important to have the city lord personally contact you. It's better if you take this. Me following you around will only delay your move. Meng Hang asked curiously. I'll take this. What about your achievement in hunting demonic beasts afterward? Chupo smiled to himself. I can only run when I encounter a demonic beast. What's there to talk about hunting demonic beasts? Meng Hang looked deeply at him. Knowing that time was urgent and it was not the time to be melodramatic, he said thank you and directly opened the third gate of the 8 gates of evasion to hurry. Jobo's mouth grew wide and froze in place. He only saw Meng Hang's whole body first flooded with green energy. Then he disappeared into a green light. This is the speed a high school student can achieve? Nearly half a bell had passed, and Meng Hang didn't know how much distance he had traveled. Only that he was getting closer and closer to the Bone Demon under Zhao Sanpeng's command. Whenever he met students midway along this journey, he would remind them to stay as far away from the Bone Demon's location as possible. After walking for nearly 5 more minutes, Meng Hang saw another boy with a bat-combed hair and a robust figure walking in the direction of the Bone Demon. He had to stop himself to warn the back man. Classmate, that direction is dangerous. I advise you not to go further in that direction. Tugo raised his eyebrows and said with a sneer. I still don't believe that an ancient battlefield dedicated to the college entrance exam can have anything that can threaten me. If you say so, I still have to check it out. Hearing him say that, Meng Hang looked at him with odd eyes, as if to say, dude, you're too armed. Adhering to the principle of the damn ghost of good words, Meng Hang was too lazy to ink with him and was about to continue on his way. Just then, the back-headed man seemed to think of something and suddenly called out to Meng Hang. Hey, kid, wait up, have you heard of Meng Hang? Meng Hang hadn't wanted to ignore him, and the back-headed man's condescending tone made him uncomfortable. If he didn't have important matters on his mind right now, Meng Hang would definitely compare himself to this pretentious fan. But hearing this person actually call his name, this couldn't help but make Meng Hang stop in his tracks. Meng Hang turned around and asked curiously, you asked for me? The man with the back of his head was also stunned, not realizing that he had asked on a whim, but actually asked in person. An expression of incomparable excitement then instantly appeared on his face. You're Meng Hang? Yeah, what's up? It wasn't much of a problem, but when I defeated a student of your rank here just now, he said that you're the strongest student in Cloudwater City besides Lin Luoxue. Meng Hang shook his head expressionlessly. He's not right, Tugo said with a raised eyebrow. I didn't realize you were so humble. That's not true. I mean, even if I add Lin Luoxue, I'm still the strongest. When these words came out, this time it was Tuwu's turn for his face to turn odd, and then came a burst of maniacal laughter from him. Ha 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 ha. He laughed for almost half a minute before he stopped laughing and wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and said, are all of you from Cloudwater City so capable of talking big? You Cloudwater City? Meng Hang was first stunned, then somewhat reacted and opened his mouth to ask, from the Empire? Tugo smiled and nodded. Tugo, the one who defeated Tahu in a betting match? That's right. I didn't realize you already knew about this, he replied with a relaxed expression still on his face. Oh, Meng Hang let out a long, oh so long sigh, and took a few more steps toward Tugo's heels, leaving only a fist's worth of distance between the two of them. In fact, Meng Hang's height wasn't short, it was a full 1.8 m, but now Tugo had a 1.9 m height. When the two stood together compared to each other, it appeared that Meng Hang's aura was much weaker. Tugo lowered his head and looked down on Meng Hang, the disdain on his face undisguised. What? You want to avenge him? I'm always up for a fight if you want one, and right now we can apply for a bet. Pa! No sooner had he finished his words than there was a crisp rattle of a large forced bucket. Meng Hang at this time, but has not yet closed the third door 8-door recluse, which casually a big than teas have 1,000 pounds of weight. Only seeing this slap down, Tuwu's entire face became distorted, even his features were twisted together. Not only that, the foot 1.9 m height was actually slapped by Meng Hang, this slap flying up in the air, as if it was a gyroscope generally in the air high-speed circles, and then fell heavily in the shrubs. Beautiful. What a big BTs. What a fucking relief. The crowd outside who had been following Meng Hang's movements couldn't help but cheer out. Today they could be said to be suffocating beyond measure. Obviously it was their own city's college entrance exam, but they were occupied by 5 people from outside the city in the top 5, and they were also nakedly mocked for having no one in Cloudwater City. And Tahu, an A-grade genius, couldn't take the entrance exam this year just because of one of them. Even though it was an honorable bet, they were still holding their breath in their hearts, but they could only ruthlessly suppress this anger in the bottom of their hearts, unable to vent it out. In this world, the strongest man is honored. If you want to get back, you can, and you'll see it under the hand. But if you don't have the skills, you'll just have to hold them in. Until now, Meng Hang's slap allowed all the anger in their hearts to be vented, and they only felt permeable. Zhao Sanpang covered his head helplessly next to him, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. At that time when the two met, he hadn't wanted to remind Meng Hang that this person was Tu Wu. After all, the big picture was important, and there was a bone demon waiting on that side. But with that slap down, he just felt the day's suffocation dissipate into thin air. Good, brat, just do it and let them know how powerful we are in Cloudwater City. At the end of the day, Zhao Sanpang no longer hid it and loudly cheered for Meng Hang. Ahem. It took a while before the sound of two coughs came from the shrubs, and Tugo slowly walked out. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and a slap mark was clearly visible on his face. Tu Wu was trembling, his fists clenched and creaking, trying his best to restrain the anger that was about to erupt, and roared fiercely at Meng Hang. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know that private sparring matches during the entrance exams will result in your place being cancelled? Oh, Meng Hang gave another long, oh so long sigh. Hearing the oh, Tu Wu subconsciously quickly covered his face, as if he was afraid Meng Hang would storm up and slap him again. Meng Hang gave him a blank stare and continued, that's none of my business. I've been disqualified from the exam. Upon hearing this, Tu Wu's original pair of blood-filled eyes instantly erupted with a flash of essence. He smiled. So, even if I strike now, I won't be punished? Meng Hang nodded expressionlessly and said, in principle. Well, brat, you wait for death. Pop. Another loud, big forced fight, only to see Meng Hang just casually take a step forward, and surprisingly, he instantly arrived in front of Tu Wu, who was 10 meters away from him. Before he could finish his sentence, he was again slapped by Meng Hang with this slap and spun numerous times in the air. Hiss! Countless sounds of sucking in cool air came from the outside world. Hiss! Meng Hang, this kid is not polite. Haven't you ever heard of hitting people without hitting their faces? But hey, I like it. Good fellow. How come this kid's figure is like a ghost? He can span so far in one step. Could this be the legendary shrinking ground? How else would people be able to take in 4th-ranked demonic beasts? This strength is just too terrifying. Both sides of Tugo's face flamed and pulled in pain, and he felt like he was going crazy. Not only did you hit me in the face, you actually gave me a symmetrical one. Since he was a child, he had always stood tall, and had never been the one to abuse others. But today he had actually been slapped twice in a row by a student from a small city. It's nakedly humiliating. I want you dead. Tugu, who had fallen to the ground, rose up suddenly, his entire body instantly expanding into a small 3-meter giant. The robust muscles in his back surged to form the appearance of a weeping evil spirit. The foot instantly exerted force, and the huge impact directly caused the ground under its feet to start sinking. Tugu's huge body brought up violent wind pressure, blowing Meng Hang's clothes hunting. The tree trunk-like right leg directly kicked toward Meng Hang's solar plexus in a sweeping motion. Meng Hang remained expressionless, his hands in his pockets, just casually bending forward to easily dodge this horrific blow. Tugu's kick was empty, and the air chop formed by the huge force compressed air directly blew several trees next to him to smithereens. It's not over yet. Seeing that his kick was actually avoided so easily by him, Tu Wu let out a loud roar, and his two casserole-sized fists blasted straight at Meng Hang's face, which had just raised its head. Meng Hang still had his hands in his pockets, and as he watched the fist getting closer and closer, he actually stood still and didn't hide, looking like he actually wanted to take this punch hard. Get out of the way. Outside, Taihu shouted anxiously, feeling that Meng Hang had been a bit too big for his britches. He had personally felt the power behind Tu's opening of the ghost, and that unrivaled power still gave him palpitations. Seeing the fist getting closer, Meng Hang finally moved, only instead of stepping back to avoid the punch, he merely took out his right hand and placed it against the incoming fist. Meng Hang's fist was like an egg compared to a basketball when compared to the fist of the transformed Tugu, and it was this tiny fist that, when it was pressed against Tugu's fist, actually prevented Tugu from advancing an inch further. Bang! The airwaves generated by the two fists clashing strangled the trees around the two of them for several meters. Tree, did I invite you or mess with you? Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Tu Wu's eyes widened as he looked at Meng Hang in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his full force strike was so easily blocked by this kid. Tugu hissed as if he were insane. This can't be right. After shouting, his right arm unexpectedly bulged once more in a circle, attempting to crush Meng Hang's resistance in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, despite the fact that his power had once again skyrocketed, Meng Hang was just standing still, like a mountain towering into the clouds, not moving at all. Seeing this thick right arm, Meng Hang actually scared twice. Secretly, could this be the legendary single 20 years to practice the Supreme Arcana? The unicorn arm? Unwilling to ink with him any longer, Meng Hang slightly exerted force with his right hand, and Tu Wu's face instantly twisted. The bones in his right hand seemed as if they were about to be crushed. and the immense pain caused Tu Wu to unconsciously follow Meng Hang's descending right hand as he slowly knelt down. I say brother, your body of tendon meat looks quite bluffing. At a glance it is protein powder, drink too much. In the look but not useful. Tu where to care about what he said. The enormous pain made his forehead sweating, desperately struggling to yank out his right hand, but it just won't move. It's no fun. Meng Hang shook his head and kicked Tu in the chest. His small giant-like body instantly flew out, flying dozens of meters in the air before falling heavily into the forest, splattering a puff of smoke. Patting the dust in his hands, Meng Hang didn't bother to check on Tua's situation and continued to move forward in the direction of the bone demon. Numb. Completely numb. The crowd outside the arena was dead silent. Even the voices cheering for Meng Hang had disappeared. Everyone's mouths were wide open as they stared blankly at the battle between the fields. Even Zhao Sampang was no exception. How could such terrifying power burst out of a skinny body? Lu Zhaoliang wiped the cold sweat on his head. The battle was so frightening to watch that he felt his heart was about to jump out. After a pause, he asked Zhao Sanpang, City Lord, you've seen a lot of things. Do you think there's a possibility? I'm only saying that it's possible, ha. This Meng Hang in front of me is a fifth-order transformation demon beast transformation. Otherwise I just can't comprehend how he could possibly use such a powerful force when he's not a strength ability person. Zhao Scatterpole glanced at him in an unkind manner and said, why don't you ask him when he comes out? Lu Zhaoliang recalled Meng Hang's terrifying kick just now and hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. The bone demon continued to walk forward aimlessly. At this point, it had already absorbed an unknown amount of blood, and its entire skeleton was covered by a thin layer of flesh and blood. Just then, its empty eyes looked not far away, and its huge bone blade slowly raised. Nguyen hummed Meng Hang's song You at the same table as he walked away, feeling both joyful and angry at the same time. It was amazing that the bad guy hadn't contacted her since the parting meeting that day. Originally, Nguyen thought that she would be able to see Meng Hang today, but the college entrance exams were almost over, and she didn't even see Meng Hang's shadow. Thinking about what was on his mind, Nguyen suddenly lurched his feet and looked at a short distance away in alarm. Looking at the nearly 10-meter-tall humanoid skeleton, Nguyen was creeped out for a moment. She tried to turn and run away, but her legs were weak and she couldn't move no matter how hard she tried. Looking at the bone demon who had already raised his bone knife at himself, Nguyen closed his eyes in horror and shouted, Meng Hang, help me. Nguyen subconsciously shouted out Meng Hang's name, but she knew there was no such coincidence under the sun, and Meng Hang was not her Prince Charming, who could immediately appear at a critical time. Disheartened, she had closed her eyes and waited to die, just in the nick of time. It was as if she actually heard Meng Hang's voice coming from the side. Kazuna, Flower Tree Realm Descent. Is this the voice of Meng Hang? No way. It must be because I'm so nervous I'm hallucinating. Nguyen thought bitterly. It was only after waiting for a while that she realized she was still standing unharmed, and only then did she open her eyes slowly in some confusion, only to see a Taoist figure standing in front of her. The figure wasn't exactly strong, but at this moment, it was incomparably tall for Nguyen, giving her a great sense of security. Meng Hang? I'm not dreaming, Nguyen asked with some disbelief. Well, you're just dreaming. This place is dangerous, so get out of here and keep dreaming somewhere else. Meng Hang flirted lightly, but his eyes did not move away from the bone demon. Seconds ago, just as he followed Zhao Sanpong's guidance to this place, he happened to see the scene where the bone demon swung his sword at Nguyen. Why is this little ninny here? Meng Hang's face changed greatly, and his hands quickly formed seals, making use of the Kazuna, Flower Tree Realm Descent technique, only to see countless thick tree vines break out from underneath the bone demon's feet and continue to climb upwards along with its body, wrapping around its arm in a deadly fashion, narrowly stopping the blade. In an instant, the bone demon was bound as tightly as a dumpling. Nguyen's eyes widened as he looked at the bone demon, whose body was wrapped in vines, and asked Meng Hang incredulously, You saved me? Meng Hang nodded rightfully. Who else could it be if not me? But aren't you an awakened pupil ability? And what is this tree vine? Oh, a second awakening. Meng Hang said faintly. Nguyen was at a loss. A second awakening could be said to be 1 in a million. So why was it as simple as drinking water in his mouth? The people outside were also talking excitedly when they saw this scene. Good lord, this kid is actually a wood-type ability user. Why haven't I seen him use this move before? Isn't the Keywood system a healing attribute ability? What the hell is this giant vine? But, maybe it's a mutation. After all, we don't understand the world of geniuses. That's not right. My son went to the same school as him. How come I heard that he awakened E-rank pupil supernatural powers? What kind of a freak is this? And what else doesn't he know how to do? The strength finished off the power department's ability users, and the speed is comparable to the speed department, and now it's actually using the wood department. I'm already numb. Even if he uses all 5 systems of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth powers in a while, I won't be surprised. Zhao Sanpang was also confused. He was the one who knew Meng Hang better than everyone else present, and was even more shocked because he did. When did this kid awaken his wood system powers again? It's already awesome for people's wood system supernatural ability to summon an arm-thick vine. What the hell is this bucket-thick vine of yours? What he didn't know was that Meng Hang had only wanted to entangle the bone demon in his haste, so the vines were summoned based on the bone demon's size alone. As long as Meng Hang, who possessed pillar cells, was willing, even summoning vines that were several times larger would be easy. The pupil arts ability that can grow. This mutated wood ability. Oh yeah, and that foul space ability. Hiss. Zhao Sampang creepily sucked in his breath. It seemed as if an extraordinary monster had come out of Yunshui City. Maybe the demon race's suffering will be resolved in his hands one day, or maybe. Zhao Sanpang thought somewhat whimsically. The bone demon's eyes flickered with ghostly flames as it fought to break the vines it had gotten on its body. However, the thick vines were incredibly sturdy, and no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. Right at this moment, the ghostly green fire in its eyes flourished, and its entire body was wrapped in this ghostly green flame. Ow! The bone demon hissed to the sky as a tremendous amount of power poured out. The vines wrapped around it, shattering inch by inch, and it directly churned all the trees in the surrounding dozens of meters. Even the nearby demonic beasts and the students who mistakenly entered this place were not spared. Meng Hang's face was colorful at the sight, and he tugged Nuoyon backward quickly. Nuoyon feebly allowed Meng Hang to tug her backward. Looking at the scene in front of her with wood chips flying like doomsday, her whole body was paralyzed and her face was extraordinarily pale. How could such a terrifying monster be something the two of them could deal with? Dodging the horrible blow, Meng Hang threw her to the ground. Said, "Hurry up and run. I don't have the energy to take care of you in a real fight later." The paralyzed Nuoyon looked at Meng Hang incredulously and asked, "You're going to deal with it? Are you crazy? That's a 5th order bone demon. Even if the city lord came, he wouldn't be able to deal with it, let alone you, a senior student." Nuoyon, hurry up and leave, don't get in the way of Meng Hang's shot. Just then, Zhao Sanpong's stern voice rang out from the score counter on Meng Hang's wrist. City lord? How even you? Well, cut the crap and get the hell out of here. Nuoyon opened his mouth to say something more, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Forcing the fear in his heart to slowly stand up, he worriedly glanced at Meng Hang and quickly fled backwards. At this time, the bone demon had already broken free of the vines, and a hint of coldness actually emanated from his empty eyes. With one step, he unexpectedly came directly in front of Meng Hang. Previously, the crowd had seen from the display that the bone demon had been moving forward unhurriedly, and no one had thought that his speed was actually so fast. The bone demon raised its huge bone blade and instantly slashed down. The air around the blade began to distort, as if the blade was tearing through space. Nuoyon, who was escaping, still couldn't let go of Meng Hang, and took one step and turned back 3 times, just in time to see this scene, and he couldn't help but change his face greatly. Meng Hang, dodge! The people who were paying full attention to this battle also had cold sweat on their heads at this time, and some of them could no longer bear to watch any longer and covered their eyes up. Only Zhao Sanpong's face did not only remain unchanged, but his eyes even revealed a brilliant light. His fists were clenched and his whole body trembled as if he was expecting something. Come out and use that move in a hurry. Ever since that day when he had seen Meng Hang's 100-meter-tall Susanoo, although he didn't say anything on the surface, he was incredibly longing to see that scene again in his lifetime. What ability doesn't crave great power? Kazuna Kiryu no Jutsu. Meng Hang's face remained unchanged. His hands quickly pinched, and a huge wooden dragon instantly formed, rushed out of the sky, and bit down on top of the rapidly descending bone blade. The dragon's mouth steadily bit down on the bone blade, and its body smoothly wrapped around the bone demon's body. And just as the bone demon was being entangled by the wooden dragon, the 2 ghostly flames in its eye sockets had strangely faded by a few points. The reason the original ordinary white bones could become bone demons was because of the countless years of absorbing the aura within the ancient battlefield, coupled with the pouring of blood to resurrect them. The bone demon that was resurrected again had no previous memories and was a completely new being, and the ghostly fire in its eyes was the spiritual power produced after absorbing the aura, which was also the root of their resurrection. And at this moment, the ghost fire in its eyes faded, indicating that it was losing its spiritual power. This was one of the terrifying aspects of Senju Bean's wooden dragon technique. As long as he was entangled in the wooden dragon, he could absorb the opponent's chakra. Only after Meng Hang used this move, absorbing chakra became absorbing spiritual energy. The bone demon, whose spiritual wisdom had just begun to open up, also sensed the crisis and knew that if it continued like this he would probably dissipate again, and didn't dare to let the wooden dragon absorb it again. the ghostly green fire of his entire body flourished, and in the next moment, countless huge bone spikes unexpectedly appeared all over the bone demon's body. The dense bone spikes that suddenly appeared instantly stabbed the wooden dragon with 1,000 holes. Taking this opportunity, the bone demon would break his hands free and harden the wooden dragon into 2 halves. Seeing that his wooden dragon technique had been cracked like this, Manhang still didn't panic and instead watched the scene with great interest. TSK, 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 it's worthy of being a 5th-ranked bone demon, actually being able to crack the wooden dragon technique, which utilizes 30% of the power of Jubilee's cells. Just like that, it was hard to be able to open a hang. Manhang wanted to try all the ninjutsu of the legendary gradual cell, so he only used 30% of his power anymore, and he was afraid that one move would give the bone demon seconds. Then I'll show you something more awesome. After saying that, Manhang's face was solemn, and his hands once again formed seals quickly. Coming. Seeing Manhang posing to amplify his move, the long-awaited Zhao Sanpan's eyes once again erupted with a refined aura, and his body trembled violently. Lu Zhaoliang, who was on the side, noticed his strange appearance. His face changed greatly, and he shouted in a loud voice, "It's bad. The city lord is having epilepsy. Quickly go find a wooden stick and stuff it into the city lord's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue." After shouting, he didn't forget to hug Zhao Sanpang. "Zhao Sanpang, you too armed it. When did I ever have a seizure?" As soon as he broke away from Lu Zhaoliang, he said with an ugly face, "Fuck off. I was excited about that. Hurry up and watch the big screen. Next you'll see a scene you'll never forget." Kazuna, the art of the woodman. The crowd only saw smoke and dust suddenly rise from Manhang's location, and the scene that followed nearly made them stare out of their eyes, only to see a big Buddha with an obese figure, angry eyes, and a huge dragon surrounding his body rise up from the ground. This great Buddha was nearly 50 meters tall and towered into the clouds, and the originally huge bone demon seemed like a toy in front of it. And at that moment, Manhang was standing atop the head of the great Buddha, steady as an old dog, looking down at the bone demon below. Crap! There was a gasp from the crowd. What the hell is this? Don't tell me it's a big Buddha that was visualized with wood-type powers. Unreasonable. How did a wood-based auxiliary system's supernatural ability become so heaven-defying in his hands? What realm is this kid in? It's the spiritual power of a Huan-rank powerhouse that may not be able to support such a huge Buddha. Secret arts? It must be secret arts again. That's a euphemism. Just say it's open. Normal hang is no longer enough to describe him. This is a real, divine hang. Zhao Sanpang panic pointed at the screen Buddha, mouth open and close. A moment to look at the big screen. A moment to look at the crowd, as if to say something, but did not make a sound. The crowd looked at the city lord, who seemed to have 2 arms, with some helplessness. "You were the one who warned us that we'd see a scene we'd never forget later, so why are you more surprised than we are now?" The crowd did not know that Zhao Sanpang had just thought that Manhang would summon a 100-meter high Susanoo. Who would have thought that this kid actually had another card? Looking at the huge wooden Buddha, Zhao Sanpang wanted to cry. "Mom, I want to go home. The world is crazy. Crap. What is that?" The students of the ancient battlefield looked at the distant wooden Buddha in horror and couldn't help but scream out in shock, since the great Buddha's body was simply too huge. Even the forest that covered the sky could not hide his terrifying figure. Monster! Monsters have appeared in the ancient battlefield. Run! Candidates were so creeped out that they fled to the edge of the city, not caring about the exam. Meng stood at the head of the great Buddha and smiled cheaply at the bone demon. "I don't know if you've ever heard of a palm strike that falls from the sky." The bone demon below cocked its head, not sure if it had heard Meng Hang get to speak. Meng Hang didn't care whether he heard him or not, and controlled the great Buddha to raise his palm. As soon as this huge palm was raised, a large shadow directly appeared on the ground. The palm that covered the sky came down with a roar, generating wind pressure that rustled the entire forest. Boom! The great Buddha slapped his palm on the bone demon with a deafening thud, and the entire ground trembled with it. When the palm was raised, the entire forest had disappeared in one big swath. If someone were to look down from above, they would see that the disappearing forest was none other than a giant palm print. Bone demon hard to climb out of the ground. At this time its whole body bones densely produced countless cracks. A move also fell from the body down the bone slag. The ghostly fire in his eyes also seemed like a candle in the wind that could dissipate at any moment. At this time it also knew that it was completely no match for the great Buddha in front of it, and turned around to escape. Its little wisdom told it that as long as it could escape from this monster in front of it, and then devour all the creatures in this space, not only would it be able to recover from its injuries, but its own strength would also increase by a large margin. Seeing the bone demon that had turned to flee, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and sneered. Sun Monkey is still trying to escape from Rudra's 5-finger mountain. With that said, the great Buddha moved his hands in unison. alternately slamming them at the bone demon. Boom, boom, boom. It was like thunder roaring, clearly audible throughout the ancient battlefield. The ground shook violently, like an earthquake. Some of the students stumbled on their feet and mumbled in confusion. Earthquake this? I don't know how long it took, but the earth stopped shaking and the deafening roar faded away. The people outside were all petrified in place, staring blankly inside the big screen. The ground in the range of dozens of meters around the feet of the great Buddha was smashed down hard for several meters, and the figure of the bone demon had long disappeared, and already even the ashes could not be found. This is humanly possible? This question arose in the minds of all the people at this time. Glancing at the brightly shining 25,000 points in the kill shop, Meng Hang knew that the bone demon had indeed been resolved by himself. Not caring about the surprise of the huge amount of money in hand, he hurriedly controlled the great Buddha to put himself on the ground. He guessed that with the unreliability of the system, who knew when the Jubilee cell potency would wear off? If he were to fall from the air like he did last time, he would really have no place to cry, knowing that there wasn't a U-ranked expert here to follow him. As expected, he was right. Meng Hang's feet had just touched the ground when a wave of weakness came in like a tidal wave, and his legs went limp, directly collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the great Buddha disappeared into thin air. Meng Hang lay powerless on the ground, feeling the double depletion of his physical and mental strength, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. A moment's pleasure in driving, a crematorium afterwards. Based on the principle of saving as much as possible, Meng Hang resolutely refrained from using his own reclaiming liquid. Anyway, everything that breathed in the neighborhood besides himself had either been absorbed by the bone demon or had long since fled the area. Meng Hang wasn't afraid that there would be a demonic beast that would come out to sneak up on him now, so he just took this opportunity to properly pit Zhao Sanpang again. It didn't take long for the end of the exam to arrive, and all the candidates from the ancient battlefield were teleported out in unison. The light of the teleportation array flashed, and the candidates once again returned to the outside world. Countless candidates first looked around in confusion, and after confirming that they had really come out, they directly collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and some girls even directly covered their faces and cried, "Dad, you don't know. Dozens of meters of Buddha just appeared inside. You are unaware of how terrifying he is, or who he is attacking, knocking the entire ancient battlefield straight to the ground. Just burn your bridges. You almost didn't get to see your son." Some students were tearfully describing the horror of the scene to their parents, but they couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. The middle-aged man he called Dad listened breathlessly to his son's description, his forehead veins rippling, thinking of Meng Hang's divine bravery at that time when he stood on the great Buddha, and then looking at his own son's wimpy appearance. He finally didn't hold back and directly gave his son a slap on the head. "Look at your wimpy behavior. Don't you dare learn from Meng Hang," he said, pointing in the direction of Meng Hang. The student took a look at Meng Hang, who was paralyzed on the ground, and shouted indignantly, "Dad, why are you elbowing out? Look at him. He's too scared to get up. I can at least stand here." Middle-aged men. Seeing Meng Hang, who was paralyzed on the ground, Zhao Sanpang rushed over to check the situation. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his heartache, and in one brain, he pulled out both the spirit recovery liquid and Being Dan from his spatial ring and stuffed them into Meng Hang. "Little Meng, are you alright? See if this is enough to repair the damage that the secret technique has brought to you. If it still doesn't work, I'm going to go buy you a God-restoring pill even if I have to give up all my family's money." Meng Hang looked dazedly at the pile of things in his arms and lamented that the sun had risen in the west today. The Iron Rooster, who has always been a dime a dozen, is actually so generous today. Based on the principle of not taking advantage of the son of a bitch when there is a bargain, he refused all of them and put them into his storage space. It was only after drying 2 bottles of reclaiming spirit liquid in one Being Dan in a row that he felt much better. Patting the dust on his body, he stood up and patted the somewhat confused Zhao Sanpang and said, "I told you that it's still you, old Zhao, who is generous, and I'm flattered. I'll take these things." Zhao Scatterpole's face was reddened, uglier than if he had eaten a dead fly. At this time he would still do not know that this kid before are satisfied to run a train. What ecumenical? What I do not go to hell who go to hell? What secret techniques consume life force? All fucking bullshit. But after all, Meng Hang saved so many students, helped himself a great deal. His thick skin is not likely to open his mouth and ask for it back. The most important thing is that he thinks he can't beat Meng Hang. Just as Meng Hang and Zhao Sanpang were talking eloquently, suddenly his eyes went black, and a light fragrance hit his face. Feeling the softness coming from the front, Meng Hang froze. "Is this being eaten? I'm a decent man, and taking advantage of me is a different price." Hurriedly breaking away from the embrace, he saw that it was actually Nguyen who was looking at himself with tears in his eyes. "Meng Hang, in the future I won't allow you to go into danger for me. Zhao Sanpang. Meng Hang. Two people, two faces confused. This big lady is also too able to brainstorm, obviously to save all the candidates. How did it become for her? The 5 people from the imperial capital were also in a slightly lousy shape at this time, glancing at each other, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. Even with their vision, they didn't know exactly where that great Buddha came from. Hua Qiu straightened his clothes, which had been somewhat wrinkled in his escape, and resumed a bland and unperturbed appearance. When his gaze landed on Tua's face, he first froze, then his face became gloomy. At this time, Tua had already changed into a new set of clothes, and his injuries had been recovered through pills. Yet the 2 slap marks on the left and right cheeks remained starkly visible. The teenager among the 5 named Matsuro snorted and opened his mouth to ask, "What's with these 2 slaps on your face? There's actually someone who dares to slap our young Master 2's face. It can't be that those slaps from that great Buddha just now all hit you." Hearing him say that, the others laughed along with him. Only Hua Qiu didn't laugh, but instead, with a face like frost, asked, "What's with this bruise on your face?" Since the 5 of them had seized Cloud Water City's quota, they were not just representing themselves, but the imperial capital and their own clans. 5 people were disgraced here, and no one would say what would happen to this person, but would say that the students of the imperial capital were just like that, so he wouldn't allow any of the 5 of them to do anything to lose face. Hua Xiao, there's nothing to be said about being less skillful than others. When the 4 people heard this, they stopped smiling and looked at him with some surprise. Togu was the strongest of the 5 besides Hua Qiu, and Hua Qiu couldn't catch up with him in terms of strength alone. Usually, he was always arrogant and cocky, but now he would actually admit in person that his skills were inferior to those of others. What? The opponent is a speedster and you can't touch them? Togo frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not really. This statement left the other 4 a little confused. Yes means yes, no means no. Not all. What the hell? He finished me off in the power department. Togo continued. You're an A-rank power faculty ability user at the beginning of the empty stage. There's actually someone who can completely abuse you in terms of power. Could it be that there's another S-rank power faculty person in this tiny Cloudwater city besides that Lin Luoxue? Someone next to him asked in surprise. Togo shook his head again. Not all. Now the other 4 couldn't hold it together and asked impatiently. Asked if you're speed faculty. You said not really. Asked if you're strength faculty. You also said not really. You can't have even failed to see what kind of psychic ability the other party has. Can you? Togo let out a bitter smile. His face filled with helplessness. I really let you be right. In terms of his speed, I feel that he is even faster than an A-rank speed faculty ability user. And in terms of strength, he crushes me. An A-rank strength faculty. I feel. He thought about the wording and continued. I feel like he has no weaknesses in his physical skills and is desperately strong. No, it's not that much of a stretch. Is it that because you can't beat people, you blow them out of the water so you can cover up the fact that you're being abused? Matsuro said with some disbelief beside him. Upon hearing this, Toa was instantly furious. You fart. A loss is a loss. And I don't care to make excuses just for the sake of my own face. After listening to Toga's words, Hua Qiu raised his eyebrows, a flash of interest appearing in his eyes. Whether it's true or not, this scene must be recovered. If the family learns that we were defeated by a student from a small city, it will affect our evaluation in the family. Several of the others nodded approvingly. Togo, who was it that defeated you? Togo pointed at Meng Hang, who was surrounded by the crowd. That's him. Looking at Meng Hang, who was talking to Zhao Sanpang with a bitchy face, Hua Qiu subconsciously frowned. He didn't see exactly what was so outstanding about this person. The 5 squeezed into the crowd and came to Meng Hang's side, and Hua Qiu extended his hand to Meng Hang. Hello Meng Hang, my name is Hua Qiu. I'm from the imperial capital. Meng Hang was stunned, not expecting that the imperial capital's people would take the initiative to come to him. Could it be that he's here to get back for the backstabber? He thought so, but when he saw Hua Qiu's right hand raised in midair, he reached out and shook Hua Qiu's hand as well. Hello, my name is Meng Hang. Only when their hands were clasped together, Hua Qiu's right hand, which was originally smiling, suddenly exerted force. Feeling the immense power coming from his hands, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and sighed that he had indeed come to retrieve the scene, and without spoiling him, his right hand snapped as well. Although both of them were at the early stage of the empty stage realm, Meng Hang was confident that without opening the 8 gates of evasion, the power would be able to crush the teenager in front of him. After all, SS psychic ability to bring their own attribute bonus, coupled with the mission reward attribute points, this to not be able to win. Then Meng Hang simply find a piece of tofu hit dead. Just as Meng Hang's hand exerted force, Hua Qiu's smile froze, and a few drops of bean-sized sweat trickled down his forehead. This kid is so strong. Darkly alarmed, he hastily pulled his hand out and slipped it into his pocket as if it were casual. If anyone looked closely they would have noticed that Hua Qiu's hand had been pinched gruesomely white. Although he had suffered a dark loss in terms of power, Hua Qiu wasn't too concerned. After all, he wasn't a strength-based ability user, and the strength aspect wasn't his forte. Meng Heng secretly smiled when he saw his expression and asked with feigned curiosity, "I wonder what Mr. Hua wants to see me about?" Hua Qiu said with a serious face, "You can't just let it go that you beat up Togo." "Oh, that and he beat up our Tahu." Meng Heng also choked back unwillingly. "That's different," Hua Qiu returned as a matter of course. These words directly provoked the public anger of the people present, and they all cursed. "What do you mean it's not the same? You noble gentlemen from the imperial capital are people, but we commoners are not? If you're so noble, how can you still have the nerve to come and take our commoner children's places?" The field was abusive for a while, and the 5 people of the imperial capital instantly became the object of 1,000 accusations. In the face of the crowd pointing their noses in abuse, Hua Qiu's face did not change a bit, as if the person they were scolding was not himself. In his eyes, he and these people were not from the same world in the first place, so he didn't even need to pay attention to what they said. "Oh, so what do you want?" Meng Heng asked with a smirk. "Let's both have a match. If you lose, you kneel down and apologize to Togu. There's no need to be so desperate, is there?" Meng Heng asked in a cold voice. "It's fine if you don't kneel, then let all those present kneel for you." "Oh, and what if you lose?" Meng Heng asked rhetorically, suppressing his inner rage. "There's no way I'm going to lose." "Oh, what a big mouth." This comment directly amused Meng Heng. One of his own hanging wall did not dare to say so. He dared to say in front of himself that he would not lose, and I do not know if it was Liang Jingru who gave him the courage. "Don't talk in absolutes. Nothing in this world is certain. Let's just get this straight." Hua Qiu's expression remained unchanged as he returned. "If I lose, I'll get down on my knees and apologize to you too." "Well, it's happily decided." Meng Heng nodded in satisfaction. By this time, the crowd in the arena had long since stopped hurling insults at the 5, and were all looking at the 2 with a strange look in their eyes. To be precise, it was looking at Hua Qiu. Ha. He actually dares to challenge that little pervert Meng Heng. It seems he doesn't know that that big Buddha is. Shut up and watch the show honestly. Someone in the crowd tried to say that the great Buddha was summoned by Meng Heng, but was promptly stopped by someone next to him. The man instantly snapped out of it, smiled somewhat gloatingly, and stopped talking. The 5 people of the imperial capital all vaguely felt that something was wrong at this time. The people heard the content of the bet not only did not get angry, but instead they all looked at their own several people oddly. Their eyes seemed to contain pity, celebration, and even a bit of gloating. Ruan Su hesitated and whispered to Hua Qiu, "Hua Xiao, I feel like they're looking at us a bit oddly, or else let's forget about it this time." Hua Qiu shook his head and said firmly, "Can't count." He was the leader of the other 4, and if this point couldn't be handled well, it would make his already awkward position in the family even more awkward. So he could only win today, and he had to win incomparably beautifully. Showing off the might of the Hua family's children, the 2 stood face to face, and the surrounding people consciously surrounded the 2 in the center and stepped back. The crowd exited nearly 30 meters before stopping. Looking at the distance, someone, still a little unsure, said to those around him, "This distance, how I still don't have a bottom in my heart. Once this kid is in a hurry to directly get that out, then we're not all doomed." The surrounding people thought about the horrifying image of the great Buddha slapping the bone demon to death at that time, and all of them nodded with palpitations, once again retreating a few dozen meters backward. All right, you can't see anything further back. That kid has something in mind. There's no way he could use that move in a place with so many people." Seeing that the crowd was still going to move backward, Zhao Sampang helplessly hurried to stop them. The remaining 4 people in the imperial capital were confused and followed the crowd to withdraw a few dozen meters, not understanding that it was just to watch a competition, not a life and death struggle. Why should they be so careful? "Begin!" Zhao Sanpang shouted from a distance. "Sharingan, open!" Looking at the mysterious runes in Meng Heng's crimson eyes, Hua Qiu raised his eyebrows and asked with some curiosity, "You're a pupil-based psychic? To be able to crush Togo in terms of strength, I thought you were an aberration in terms of physical enhancement." Meng Heng hemmed and hawed. "There's a lot you don't know." After saying that, he took one step and instantly arrived in front of Hua Qiu. So fast, Hua Qiu's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and he finally understood why Tua said that the speed of the person in front of him was comparable to that of a speed ability. Meng Heng, who had come close, sneered and punched him straight in the face. Facing the attack that was close at hand, Hua Qiu was calm and collected, a mocking smile on his face. In the next second, Meng Heng froze in place, and his outstretched fist stopped in midair. Where was Hua Qiu's figure in front of him except for the air? How can? Meng Hang's eyes were dumbfounded as he murmured incredulously. He was clear that Hua Qiu disappearing in front of his eyes was definitely not something that could be done by being fast, but rather an unbelievable skill similar to an instantaneous shift. In fact, Meng Hang was right in thinking that Hua Qiu's supernatural ability was indeed similar to instantaneous movement in some cases. As long as there are creatures around him, he can make the two sides swap places at his will. He disappeared in front of Meng Hang's eyes by activating this ability, swapping their positions, and in Meng Hang's eyes it was like instantaneous transportation. Behind you, someone in the crowd shouted anxiously. Hearing the reminder, Meng Hang's face changed drastically, knowing that it was a big deal. With his feet, he tried to pull away from the two. Nay, it was too late. A sharp long sword was already on his neck. He could even feel the eerie chill emanating from the long sword, and he had no doubt that if the person behind him really had murderous intentions, his own head would already be on the ground. Is such a perverse psychic ability actually just an S-ranked psychic ability? Meng Hang did not turn his head and said somewhat bitterly, "Frog at the bottom of the well. Is the terror of S-class powers not something people like you can know? Is that the only thing you're capable of? It's really too disappointing to me. I also don't know how that punk Toga lost to you." Hua Qiu's bland, but contemptuous voice sounded behind Meng Hang. The victory has been decided. Admit defeat. Meng Hang retracted his right arm and stood straight in place with his head lowered, not returning his words either. Hua Qiu frowned and directly pressed the blade of his sword against Meng Hang's neck. The sharp blade of the sword directly cut a slit in his neck, and crimson blood flowed out. "What? Are you trying to cheat?" Meng Hang still lowered his head and didn't reply, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, as if he was crying, and as if he was in fear. Had ha. You're saying I lost? An eerie laughter emanated from Meng Hang's mouth, and although he couldn't see his expression at that moment, the mere sound of this oozing laughter made Hua Qiu's hair stand on end. Is the boy in bad spirits? Or couldn't stand the fact that he lost and went crazy on the spot? Hua Qiu thought darkly, and simply stopped ignoring Meng Hang, turning his head toward Zhao Sanpang. He believed that Zhao Sanpang, as the head of a hallowed city, would not favor Meng Hang in such matters. "City Lord Zhao, I won this match." The words came to an abrupt end. Hua Qiu was shocked to realize that Zhao Sanpang in the distance was looking at himself with a gloomy face, as if he was trying to eat himself. Looking around, he was horrified to find that he didn't know when, but the crowd of onlookers had long since stopped talking and were all staring at him in a sinister manner. Even his four companions. You guys, what are you doing?" At this point, Hua Qiu really panicked, trembling and questioning the crowd while retreating backwards. Had ha. Eerie laughter rose and fell through the crowd. "To go, Ruaner, what's wrong with you guys?" He called out his companions' names in horror in an attempt to bring them back to normal. It didn't help, however, as they still stared at themselves with the same sinister expression as the crowd. What Hua Qiu hadn't noticed was that the originally bright sunny sky had now become dim, and the eyes of the crowd that surrounded him radiated blood-colored light in unison. "You said he lost? You said he lost? You said he..." The crowd slowly closed in on him, creepy noises rising through the crowd. An unsettling and eerie aura emanated from the crowd, enveloping Hua Qiu. He finally couldn't resist the horror and sat on his butt, looking around in horror. "It's me who lost. It's me who lost. Don't come over here, guys." Ruan Su watched Meng Hang walk towards his beloved in a dignified manner, while Hua Qiu just stood still and understood that he must have been hit by a psychic aspect of his psychic ability. With anxious eyes, he wanted to open his mouth to warn. Just as she opened her mouth, a voice not far away said coldly, "What do you want?" Ruan Su turned his head to look, and it was Zhao Sanpang who was coldly gazing at him. With a cold snort, the people of Cloud Water City feared him, but she didn't care about a what Cloud Water City lord. She was about to continue to open her mouth to remind, when Zhao Scatterpole saw that this little girl actually ignored his reminder. His face chilled and a pressure belonging to the U rank poured out. Feeling this pressure, Ruan Su's face instantly paled, but her mouth remained yet unconvinced as she sternly questioned, "What do you want? I'm the pearl of the Ruan family of the imperial capital, and you, a tiny Cloud Water City lord, dare to threaten me?" A cold light flashed in Zhao Scatterpole's eyes, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was a little girl in front of him, he couldn't wait to go up and slap him. "Little girl, I'm warning you, I don't care whose family's daughter you are. In Cloud Water City I, Zhao Scatterpang, am the boss. One more word and I'll sew your mouth shut today. You. Ruan Su had tears in her eyes and pointed her finger at Zhao Sanpang, but not a single word dared to come out of her mouth. Meng Hang walked over to Hua Qiu's side, the hexagram in his sharpening wheel's eye still spinning slightly. Right at this moment, the crowd only saw Hua Qiu, who had originally stayed motionless, suddenly sit down on the ground in shock. his mouth shouting loudly to admit defeat, which made the unknown crowd puzzled. What's the deal? How can you lose before you even fight? I don't know. Could it be that Meng Hang? This kid's kingly and domineering aura is leaking out of him, paralyzing what's his name Huaxiao in the imperial capital? Tai, who had been paying attention to the movements between the fields, and a hint of color appeared in his eyes when he saw this scene. Other people didn't know what was going on, but he did, because when he was competing with Meng Hang, he was also unknowingly struck. Don't make any wild guesses, guys. He's under an illusion, Tahu explained to the crowd. Illusion? No. When did this Meng Hang kid still know illusion magic? Is there anything he doesn't know how to do? Young, just now I said that I wouldn't be surprised if he just awakened the 5 systems of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. Seeing Huaqiao open his mouth to admit defeat, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction and lifted the Sharingan illusion. Huaqiao only felt that after he shouted out his admission of defeat, the gloomy surroundings became bright again, and even the eerie and ghastly crowd resumed their lively chatter. His pupils gradually came into focus, and Huaqiao's eyes cleared. Once again looked around the circle. At this time is that he is even more stupid also understand that just now in the illusion. Seeing that he was actually in such a predicament at this point, he hurriedly got up and stared at Meng Hang with an ugly face. Well, I underestimated you. Let's keep the green mountains intact and the green water flowing. We'll have the chance to spar again in the future. With that, he turned his head and was about to leave. Wait. Meng Hang's faint voice sounded behind him. Huaqiao's footsteps lurched as he turned his head and asked through gritted teeth. I've already admitted defeat, what more do you want? Meng Hang pulled out his ears with his hand and blew on them again before looking at him and continuing. I say, Grand Duke Hua, is it you who has a bad memory or is it me who has a bad memory? Forgetting the bet just now so quickly? Huaqiao's face was so gloomy at this moment that it could drip water, and he said through clenched back teeth, Meng Hang, give me face. This matter ends here. Huaqiao, owe you a favor. What if I were to say no? Hearing this, killing intent rose in Huaqiao's eyes. I'm the second son of the Hua family in the imperial capital, so you have to think carefully whether you can afford to kneel with me. Ding. System on. Let Huaqiao off the hook and reward him with +5 points in the strength attribute. No reward for insisting that Huaqiao kneel. Ha! Meng Hang thought that only these 2 words could express his attitude toward the system at this time. Although his heart was disdainful, his expression shifted rapidly. What? You're actually the young master of the Hua family. It's because I'm blind and didn't recognize you. Young Hua. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward the host with +5 strength attribute points. System, irony. You're just stuck here with the old man with the bugs. Seeing Meng Hang's surprised look, Huaqiao just revealed a hint of smugness. But he didn't expect Meng Hang to turn his words around and faintly say, today you'll have to kneel even if you're the king of heaven. Kid, you tricked me. Huaqiao's face flushed red at Meng Hang's erratic expression, but he had nowhere to vent. I'm sick of rich kids like you, capable of causing trouble but not capable of leveling the playing field. What were you thinking when you messed with me? At this time, Ruansu from the distance also ran over and blocked in front of Huaqiao, looking at Meng Hang with disdain. Kid, don't give your face away. The wrath of the Ruan and Hua families is not something you, a student of Cloudwater City, can withstand, and even if you're not afraid, you don't want your family to disappear somehow. Bad. Hearing Ruansu's threat, Zhao Sampang immediately changed his face. When Meng Hang's family situation, he has a detailed understanding of the situation. Know that Meng Hang is the death of both parents. You now take his parents to threaten him, is not touching the scales. Just as Zhao Sampang expected, Meng Hang's originally lazy expression instantly became hideous. The killing intent in his eyes like substance poured out and out, enveloping the young girl in front of him. You seek death. The magic sword Thousand Blades appeared in Meng Hang's hand in an instant and slashed straight towards Ruansu's neck. No one had expected Meng Hang to be so decisive as to strike when he said he would, so no one reacted to stop him, but the exception was Zhao Sanpang, who had been observing Meng Hang's every move since Ruansu uttered those words. When Meng Hang drew his sword, his figure disappeared in place. Ding! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and Zhao Sanpang's long sword was able to block the blade in front of Ruansu's neck. A blood-red slash appeared above her green and snow-white neck. Kid, give me face. Don't talk to the little girl. Zhao Sampang secretly laughed bitterly. Meng Hang didn't know about the Ruan family, but he did. If the jewel of the Ruan family really died here, there would be great trouble. Guinxiu stood frozen in place as a pungent liquid flowed from between her legs. The substantial killing intent and the pain on her neck made her realize that Meng Hang had really wanted to kill her just now. There was no reply to Zhao Sanpang's words, but he didn't take another shot at Ruansu either, but coldly looked at Huaqiao behind her again. At this moment, Hua Qiu was also covered in cold sweat. Although the killing intent just now was not directed at himself, the outwardly leaking killing intent still made him chilled. Seeing Meng Hang looking at himself again, he clenched his fists, nails embedded in his flesh, and said stiffly, "Meng Hang, let's be forgiving. Why didn't you say that when you had the whole room kneeling for me just now? Are you going to kneel or not?" The fourth of the 8 gates of transportation was fully open, and green energy burned like flames throughout Meng Hang's body, setting him off as if he were a furious Vajra. The killing intent mixed with the great deterrent force generated by the fourth gate formed an invisible dagger that viciously stabbed Hua Qiu in the heart. At this moment, Hua Qiu's face was whiter than a corpse that had been dead for a few days, and in his eyes, Meng Hang was like a fifth-order demon that chose to devour people. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. Ruan Xiu, who was in front of him, was also unable to block the appalling pressure and fell helplessly and softly to the ground. Seeing that the purpose was achieved, Meng Hang then put away the 8 gates of transportation, and the suffocating sense of oppression in the field suddenly disappeared. On the side, Zhao Sanpang wiped the cold sweat from his head, his heart celebrating. Just now, under Meng Hang's pressure, he felt like a flatboat in the wind and waves of the sea that could capsize at any time. Fortunately, Meng Hang withdrew his hand in time, otherwise he would have to kneel. "Get out," Meng Hang said coldly and turned to leave. The crowd of onlookers had already been stunned into silence by this aura of his, and when they saw Meng Hang approaching, they all made a path for him to pass through. Seeing Meng Hang walk away, Tu Wu and the other 3 then bravely went forward to pick up the 2 who had fallen softly to the ground and quickly left the place. Today had been humiliating enough. They didn't want to stay here to be ridiculed. Looking at the hatred and unwillingness in the eyes of the 5 who left, Zhao Scatterpole shook his head helplessly. "Boy, you've stirred up a hornet's nest." But then, thinking of his terrifying strength, he smiled to himself. If those clans are really ungrateful and dare to mess with Meng Hang, it's not certain who will be unlucky in the end. Alright, the main characters are gone and the hilarity is over, so everyone hurry up and disperse. The crowd had turned into birds and beasts and dispersed. The shock that Meng Hang had just given them was too great, and they didn't have the heart to stay here at this time. When he returned home, Meng Hang didn't even take a bath and directly laid down on the bed. One has to be alert at all times in the mountains, even when sleeping, and not a single good night's sleep has been counted in so many days. Coupled with the fact that there were 3 great battles in a row today. Even though there was a supplement from the spirit recovery liquid, there was no way to recover from that feeling of exhaustion all at once. The sky is falling even tomorrow. After thinking about it, he simply covered his head and went to sleep. The night was silent. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again it was already dawn. Got up, washed up, skimmed a meal, and couldn't wait to sit down again. "Brother Unicorn, open the kill store. Love the way you walk down dark alleys alone. Love the way you don't kneel." The system's unruly and bold voice sounded in Meng Hang's head. A string of black lines appeared on Meng Hang's brain, feeling that this system was quite capable of keeping up with the trend, and even knew how to sing this elementary school student's sacred song. Opening the kill shop, 25,000 points appeared in front of his eyes, causing his eyes to light up with excitement. But not a moment later, the excitement on Meng Hang's face vanished. 25,000 points was certainly quite a lot, but compared to what Meng Hang wanted to exchange, it was still far from enough. Whether it was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan eye, or the pillar cells that he had been coveting for so long, either one of them would require 50,000 points, and his own little bit of points were no good for anything. After hesitating for a moment, he first spent 2,000 points to exchange the shadow divergence technique. This skill Meng Hang had coveted for a long time. As long as the spiritual power was strong, he could split into countless doppelgangers. After browsing a bit more, a jutsu caught his attention. Upon reading the skill introduction, Meng Hang's entire body began to tremble with excitement. Psychic technique, can summon the 9-tailed demon fox. Required points, 3,000 points. Crap, 3,000 points to summon the 9 tails? Meng Hang was shocked. The 9 tails in the original is a powerful existence. Even in the late hanging wall full of times, it is a force to be reckoned with. Tai Z, don't blame me for not reminding you this time. The strength of the summon 9 tails is associated with your spiritual power. But the good thing is that even though you're only at the early empty stage realm, your spiritual power is comparable to the early U stage. So you can currently summon a 9 tails of 4th stage strength. Meng Hang's eyes were odd, feeling that the sun had come out of the west today. The system that had always taken pleasure in pitting him would actually kindly remind himself, which made Meng Hang somewhat uncomfortable. The thought flickered though, and then he was immersed in great excitement. Without continuing to exchange for other skills, Meng Hang felt that with his current means it was completely sufficient, and too many abilities were not good. It became a chicken rib. The shadow divergence technique and the psychic technique cost a total of 5,000 points. And the remaining 20,000 points might as well be saved up to exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eyes or the pillar cells in the future. When that day really came, his strength would qualitatively increase. City Lord's Mansion. Meng Hang sat on the sofa in the living room of Zhao Sampang's house with a big grin, drinking tea with Zhao Sampang. Not that I'm talking about old Zhao. Together with yesterday, I can be considered to have saved Yunshui City twice. Zhao Sampang nodded helplessly. Meng Hang, I recognize that you've saved countless lives these 2 times, but I didn't start the university and say I want you. Then I don't care. Anyway, I've shed blood and contributed for Cloudwater City. You have to help me. Zhao Sampang gritted his teeth and returned. There are only 2 ways I can think of right now. The first is to send the video replay of the college entrance exam directly to the major colleges and universities. I believe that with your performance in the ancient battlefield, you will definitely make them break their heads and break the rules. What about the second one? The second actually I don't want to say, but thought that if it's you, with your jade, unrivaled in the same class. Stop. Old Zhao, you're getting more and more hypocritical now. Hurry up and say the second method. By virtue of Zhao Scatterpole's face, skin also did not feel embarrassed. He smile, continued to say, this second method can be said to be incredibly difficult, and only one person has done it in 100 years. So awesome? Upon hearing this, Meng Hang instantly became interested and straightened up, staring excitedly at Zhao Sanpang. Zhao Sanpang continued, there was once a person who was of the same virtue as you, who also missed the college entrance exam on the eve of the exam by going outside the city to hunt down demonic beasts. Hearing that someone actually had the same experience as himself, Meng Hang couldn't help but feel close to this person. This person is also crazy to run straight to the entrance of Imperial University to block the door. Even put out a boast that no freshman at Imperial Capital University is his opponent. When this was said, he became the laughingstock of the crowd. Everyone laughed at him for being so self-important. Imperial Capital University. As one of the top colleges and universities, every year's freshmen are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. And just by virtue of him being someone who didn't even take the college entrance exams, he still wants to kick Imperial Capital University's ass. For a while he became what others call a jumper. Crap. So awesome. And did it work out in the end? Meng Hang's eyes widened as his admiration for this person grew. He didn't think that this move was selfless power. Imagine which person had this confidence to challenge the Imperial Capital University in front of everyone. Humph. Did it work? Zhao Sanpang sneered and said, more than successful. In the end, he beat all the freshmen of Imperial Capital University without any temper, making Imperial Capital University a laughingstock of the Dragon Kingdom for a while. And that's not all. 3 other top universities threw themselves at him at the same time. And just when everyone thought he'd call it quits, he made a decision that no one expected. Meng Hang's aura flickered and unbelievably picked up. He's not going to block the doors of 3 other colleges again. Zhao Sampang said with a bitter smile. Worthy of being the same genius, the ideas are all so consistent. That's right. He didn't accept the invitations from the other 3 colleges, but instead directly crossed the line and challenged the remaining 3 colleges in a row. The entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked, and all eyes were on him. His contemporaries are lucky to see him grow as dazzling as a comet, suppressing his peers, but the geniuses of the same generation as him are sad. One will be a success. Countless heavenly prides have become his stepping stones. In those days, the word genius belonged to him alone. Meng Hang clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. This is the path that the truly strong should take. A path of invincibility. So what college did he end up going to? Meng Hang asked with some anticipation, curious to know what such a genius would choose in the end. Zhao Sampang stared into the distance with admiration in his eyes. At the time, the crowd was as curious as you are about what such a genius would choose. Just when he was at the height of his popularity, he suddenly disappeared from sight and there was no news of him for a long time. Meng Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't get assassinated because he was too popular. Did he? Humph. Zhao Sanpang let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. If he really wants to die so easily, he doesn't deserve to be called a genius who suppresses a generation of heavenly pride. Among the geniuses he challenged from various colleges and universities, there was no shortage of geniuses trained by major lineages. His move is undoubtedly moving the cake of those so-called worldly families and slapping them in the face. Various clans have also sent their experts to assassinate him many times. And in the end, not only did they return in defeat, but instead, they allowed him to punch the door alone. Bullseye. Countless little stars twinkled in Meng Hang's eyes. And where exactly did he end up? Zhao Scatterpole didn't immediately reply to his words. Instead, he gave a meaningful smile. You guess. Meng Hang murmured after a moment of deep thought. without going to the big four colleges. What other place is there for him to flex his muscles? At that thought, his eyes lit up and he tapped the table in excitement. I see. He's gone to the front to join the army. Zhao Sanpang nodded in satisfaction. You guessed correctly. When the people heard about him again, it was already a year later in the battle against the demon clan in the first line of heaven. At that time, he was in a crucial battle between the Dragon Kingdom and the demon clan, forcibly killing a Chen Order great demon by crossing 2 orders at the Yu Order realm, reversing the situation and becoming famous in one battle, becoming the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, and also on the demon clan's must-kill list amongst others. And it was at this point that the people realized that after disappearing that year, he actually went straight to enlist in the army, starting as a soldier of the lowest rank. After all that, tell me who he is. Meng Hang anxiously rubbed his hands together. Such a heaven-defying character. He couldn't believe that he hadn't heard of it. Zhao Sanpang smiled mysteriously and said, he's the city lord of Jinyuan City, one of the 5 majestic cities guarding the first line of heaven, one of the Dragon Kingdom's top combatants, known as Martial Emperor Zhao Shanhe. It's him. Meng Hang let out a cry of surprise, a look of shock in his eyes. Although he hadn't traveled for a long time, the household name Zhao Shanhe was still familiar to him. Outside of the first line of heaven is the battlefield between the human race and the demon race. There were 5 majestic cities situated in the first line of heaven, which were like a heavenly moat, blocking the incoming demon race, and Zhao Shanhe was the city lord of Jinyuan City among them, leading the Jinyuan City army to kill the demon race. Lao Zhao, I've decided. I'm going to block the door too. A glimmer of light appeared in Zhao Sanpang's green bean-sized eyes. Although he guessed that there was a high probability that Meng Hang would choose the second method, he couldn't help but feel excited inside when he heard him say that. He had seen Meng Hang's strength with his own eyes, which was why he had told him about this almost impossible method. If he could see with his own eyes the rise of a legendary powerhouse, then he, Zhao Sanpang, would have no regrets in his life. Although his heart was overwhelmed with anticipation, his expression became grave as he looked toward Meng Hang. Meng kid, think about it, this road isn't that good. Not only do you have to face those geniuses who are like demons, but you also have to deal with the black hands of those moralistic families. Meng Hang's expression remained unchanged and he said without a care in the world, I wouldn't have chosen this path if it wasn't challenging, and besides, I don't believe there's anyone more demonic than me. Hearing his loud words, Zhao Scatterpole was first stunned, then he actually laughed out loud and nodded approvingly. Ha 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 ha, yeah, who knows how many more tricks you kid has. I'm now looking forward to watching you beat all those demons to death, and also let those unrivaled lineages and great families see who says that geniuses can't come out of small places. Oh yeah, speaking of this, Zhao Sanpang seemed to have thought of something and looked at Meng Hang. There's something I forgot to tell you. The demonic beast that Zhao Shanhe missed the entrance exam back then to hunt down was the Red Blood Demon King that you killed earlier. Then again, this beast is unlucky enough to be hunted by that kind of existence in its early years, and now that it has managed to cultivate to the 5th rank, thinking that it can walk horizontally, it stumbles upon this little pervert like you again. Zhao Sanpang laughed somewhat teasingly. Meng Hang? The two of them nagged for a while. Meng Hang beautifully drank a mouthful of tea, smashed his mouth, and turned his words to look at Zhao Sanpang. I say, old Zhao, we're pretty much done with the business, so it's time to talk about the payoff, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's heart jolted, but his face pretended to be confused. Payoff? What payoff? Oh, they're all foxes of 1,000 years. What kind of chit-chat are you playing with me? Of course it's about me helping you with that bone demon. Didn't I give you so much compensation? Zhao Sanpang said with some exasperation. That's what you offered, not what I wanted. Meng Hang, don't you dare to be more facetious. Oh, how many essence cores is a face worth? When Meng Hang walked out of Zhao Sanpang's mansion, it could be said that he was in a springtime mood, while behind him, Fatty Zhao's face was as ugly as a dead mother. Lao Zhao thank you more this time. I'll come back to see you later when I have time. Upon hearing that this little ancestor was going to come back, Zhao Sanpang was instantly startled. My little ancestor, don't you dare come. You don't stop until you've scraped 2 pounds of flesh off me every time you come, he said tearfully. Old Zhao, look at what you said. I didn't just ask for 100 essence cores this time. Are you going to die like this? Meng Hang returned helplessly. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Sanpang immediately jumped up and down in anger. What? Just 100 essence cores? 100 essence cores can be $10 million. That's what I've been saving up for all these years with my hard work. Meng Hang didn't care that he was screaming about his suffering here, and said goodbye to the still rambling Grand City Lord Zhao, and was about to leave. His right foot had just stepped out, and as if he thought of something, he slowly retracted it. Turning his head to look at Zhao Sanpang, he asked in a somewhat gossipy manner, I say old Zhao, Your surname is also Zhao. And Zhao Shun's surname is also Zhao. You two aren't brothers, are you? Hearing Meng Hang say this, Zhao Sampang was instantly filled with black lines and looked at him with a look of a retard. And thanks to your boy for thinking of it. Do you think it's possible? Meng Hang nodded thoughtfully. I just thought it couldn't be something so dogmatic. How could the titular martial emperor be related to you? How out of touch would that be? Say that again. Little brat. Zhao Scatterpole had already been listening to the smoke from the side, and now he just wanted to give this kid a good cleaning up. Meng Hang saw that he was about to have a seizure and pulled out his legs and ran, shouting as he did so. I still have some things to settle, and after that I'll go straight to the imperial capital, so I won't come to say goodbye to you. Little brat, who cares if you come? You better not come. Although Zhao Sanpang cursed with his mouth, the corners of his mouth always had a hint of a smile. The small pond of Yunshui City can't keep the dragon, so let him go to a bigger place to flutter. Back at home, Meng Hang couldn't wait to return home and take out all of the essence cores that he had blackmailed from Zhao Sanpang. The great self-realization breathing technique was in operation, and the 100 essence cores instantly turned into debris. Taking a deep breath, the whale sucked in the aura into his mouth as much as he could. Brother Unicorn, open the character attribute panel. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, Kaleidoscope Writer's Eyes, Dual Divine Might, SS Rank. Mental Power, 50585, Empty Rank Intermediate. Power, 178. Agility, 192. Body Mass, 192. Numb. Meng Hang was completely numb. 100 essence cores had boosted his spiritual power by 30,000 points, and he had actually only reached the empty stage intermediate. It's like I'd become a big sperm core eater. Where are we going to get so many essence cores after this? Meng Hang thought tearlessly. After clearing the fragments of essence cores from the ground, he took a look at the sky, which was already somewhat dim, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. There are some scores to be settled. It was late at night, and for some reason the moon was extra bright tonight. The white moon hung like a silver disk high above the cloudless black curtain, and the moonlight poured down silently, spilling onto the ground, while at this moment, the Zheng family mansion was brightly lit, and in the garden in front of the villa, there were nearly 10 people patrolling uninterruptedly. From time to time, a number of figures could still be seen bustling around the house. Zhang Xiuan was currently wiping the sweat running down his face, urging his men anxiously from time to time, hurry up and pack up, and throw anything of value directly into the space ring. If that little brute Meng Hang really comes to take revenge, we'll all have to be accounted for here today. After the henchman sent out to inquire about information today hurriedly returned to report that Meng Hang had appeared, Zhang Shuyuan knew that those 3 losers were definitely accounted for in the mountain range. Zhang Shuyuan can from a street punk to this point, relying on the bold and careful. Although he didn't know if those 3 people had given up the Zhang family, he definitely wouldn't trust his life to others, especially when he later learned that Meng Hang was actually able to subdue a 4th-order dragon blood Kuei ox, as well as his performance at the ancient battlefield. He was so frightened that he immediately decided to withdraw overnight. Right at this moment, a bizarre figure appeared out of thin air on top of the Zhang family's tall villa. This black shadow stood in the voice of the room, as if it had become one with the blackness of the night, with only 2 red hazes hidden. Behind the dark figure was the bright moon, which instead of shining out his figure, made it even deeper. Just then, the black shadow suddenly transformed into a flock of crows and scattered in all directions. In the next moment, Meng Hang's figure flashed past the group patrolling outside like a ghost. The feet of those guards who were originally stony-faced winced in unison. I say, why is there a sudden gust of cloudy wind blowing through this summer? No, it's not right. I think I just saw a dark shadow float past me, one of the guards said with a horrified look on his face. Shut up, and if you talk any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouths off. Patrol well? That boy called Meng Hang really dares to come. Whoever can hack him to death, the family head will reward him heavily. Hearing the whispers of these 2, the big man in the lead said viciously. In fact, for a moment just now he also seemed to have seen a black shadow float by, and his heart had been beating wildly now. But this was a special time. If he spoke blindly and affected the family head, then he would definitely have no good fruit to eat. Opening his mouth, the big man wanted to say something, but realized that the crowd was staring at him with a fearful look. What are you looking at? The big man opened his mouth to ask while he realized to his horror that he hadn't actually made a sound. Along with the onslaught, besides the endless fear, there was a sharp pain coming from his neck. The big man touched his neck with his hand, and what met his eyes was scarlet blood. What's going on here? That last thought came to his mind, and then his consciousness fell into chaos. And just as the big man touched his neck, the 10 or so people present all felt a sharp pain coming from their necks. In just a few seconds, the 10 or so people who were originally still standing just fell to the ground without a sound. No more. And all this time, Not a single person actually made a sound. If there were outsiders around, they would have been scared out of their wits by the bizarre scene in front of them. Manhang stepped out of the shadows and slowly put the long sword into its sheath. With his current strength, coupled with the cooperation of instant steps, these ability users who were merely at the earth rank did not even notice his figure. No longer looking at these people on the ground, Manhang walked to the door of the villa without haste. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the house, Zhang Shuyuan was directing the crowd to be busy. Just then the knock on the door sounded. Hearing the knock on the door, he thought it was something from the patrol outside, which made the already impatient man even more agitated. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm busy here. Knock, knock, knock. There was no answer from outside. Still 3 knocks on the door. The expression of Zhang Shuyuan, who was still impatient, condensed, sensing a hint of something wrong. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the crowd to stop what they were doing. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door actually sounded again once more, and now everyone sensed something was wrong. 6 people in the crowd quickly came to Zhang Shuyuan and shielded him behind them. Seemingly Zhang Shuyuan's bodyguards. It was silent outside, with only the occasional chirping of insects in the height of summer. There was also dead silence in the house, all staring nervously at the front door. This oppressive atmosphere persisted for several minutes before a young man's voice came out of the door. Since Family Master Zhang won't open the door for me, I can only go in myself. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a loud bang, the gate that was originally several inches thick was actually kicked out, a footprint out hard. Boom! With another loud bang, the gate could no longer withstand the huge impact from outside and flew out backwards, straight toward the crowd. Ah! Seeing the heavy iron door slamming towards them, some of the women in the crowd couldn't help but scream out in horror. In the nick of time, a fat man among the 6 people protecting Zhang Shuyuan, who looked like a mountain of meat and looked like he weighed 400 or 500 pounds with a chicken leg in his hand, took a step forward and blocked in front of the crowd. Bang! The iron door slammed into his body, sinking deep into the fat flesh of the fat man's body. Being hit by a 1,000-pound iron door, the fat man's expression actually didn't change a bit. Ha! A shout. At the next moment, the fat man's body jerked up, and the iron door was even bounced back hard, slamming toward the figure at the door. Yes. Seeing this, Zhang Shuyuan, who was hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but show a joyful expression and called out, secretly saying that he was worthy of the ability he had spent a lot of money to hire. Ever since that day when he lost contact with those 3 people sent out to look for Manhang, Zhang Shuyuan had been sitting on the edge of his seat and had sent someone to hire 6 empty stage experts directly from the outside to come and protect him. Now it seems that one is as far-sighted as ever. Zhang Shuyuan thought with some self-satisfaction. The iron door flew backward and smashed toward Manhang with a whistling sound. Manhang's face remained unchanged. Green energy surrounded his body, and he directly opened 3 doors. His right hand grabbed forward, and surprisingly easily grasped the iron door wrapped with the force of 1,000 pounds in one hand. At this sight, all 6 of them frowned. Surprisingly, he was able to grab the nearly 1,000-pound iron door with one hand so simply. It seems that this kid is really as uncomplicated as the rumors say. Manhang casually threw the iron gate outside into the garden. It was only then that the people inside the house could see the scene outside through the moonlight, and their hearts were all cold. The 10 or so people in the garden had died silently and tragically, and hadn't even made a single sound, so there was only one possibility. A dozen people were silenced at the same time. What kind of speed can do that? All 6 of them were secretly calculating in their minds. Manhang, we have no grievances. Why did you break into my house and kill my men? Zhang Shuyuan questioned from inside the house. He also fantasized that playing dumb would muddle through. The corner of Manhang's mouth quirked as he looked at him. You are really a nobleman who forgets things. 2 days ago you sent someone to sneak up on me in the mountain range. How could you forget so quickly? Didn't you want the secret art in my hand? Why are you still denying it when I'm here? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Shuyuan retorted with an ugly face. Seeing that he actually didn't admit it at this point, Manhang raised his eyebrows and sneered. Oh, you're really a shithead wearing a mask. You stink. System. Holy shit Tai Z. You're not being polite. When else did you secretly learn the hiatus behind my back? Ignoring the system, Manhang continued. At least you're the head of the Zheng family in Cloudwater City. At least show the vigor of a family head. I still respect you for being a man. Being mocked by Manhang, Zhang Shuyuan's face was cloudy, still wanting to argue but hesitating to open his mouth. In the end, he had his heart in the right place and stopped arguing. Okay, it's done. I'm not going to hide it from you anymore. Let's open up. Those 3 people were indeed sent there by me for the purpose of that secret art on you. But you're standing here properly now. Instead I lost 3 air rank experts, and so many of my men died outside. So when you do the math it's still me who suffered. Oh, So you mean I still have to apologize to you? Meng Hang said somewhat breathlessly. Zhang Shuyuan smiled awkwardly and returned. That's not so bad. Or else let's just forget about it. And we won't hurt each other. What do you think? Meng Hang laughed from the bottom of his heart and smiled brightly. He really didn't expect that the titular Zhang family head would be so shameless. Family Master Zhang. What you're saying is that attempted murder doesn't count as murder, right? Then why don't I try it now too? And if I can't kill you, we'll shake hands and make peace. Once he heard this, Zhang Shuyuan knew that this matter could not be settled just like that, and gritted his teeth and said, I'll pay you back. Name a number. Whatever it is, I'll put it together for you. It's not that he's chicken to back down so much. He was able to make it from a punk to one of the 3 great families in Cloudwater City. His mind and means were naturally superior. But what his men had brought him today, about Meng Hang's exploits in the ancient battlefield, was just too appalling for him not to be afraid. Upon hearing that there was compensation, Meng Hang's eyes instantly lit up. He was worried about the matter of the essence core. Now Zhang is not a ready-made wrongdoer. As one of the 3 great families of Yunshui City, I'm sure the assets wouldn't be small. It's not a good idea to say that the essence cores for advancing to the U rank will be available today. Just as Meng Hang was making a move, calculating in his mind how much he wanted to screw over the Zhang family, the system's voice rang out in his head. Not me. Iron. You're not thinking of saying yes. Meng Hang froze, not expecting the system to ask this. What's not to like? I'm not losing out anyway, so I might as well blackmail some money. The system said in a serious tone that Meng Hang had never heard before. Meng Hang, you have to understand one thing. Sometimes being greedy for money isn't a bad thing, but sometimes it's more important to keep your heart. Essence cores can be earned at any time, but the bottom line can't be lost. Is it possible that whoever tries to kill you in the future and doesn't get it, can just use money to get rid of you? If you throw one punch, you don't have to throw 100. You have to let the world know that you, Meng Hang, are not a soft touch, and let them know that if they want to make a move against you, they will have to pay a great price. Meng Hang froze as he listened to these words, and he actually heard a cold, solemn intent from the system's words. Meng Hang hadn't expected an unorthodox system to actually have such a side. After a long silence, he suddenly spread a smile. After the system's persuasion, Meng Hang suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment, of being enlightened. Seeing Meng Hang smile, everyone in the room put down a little bit of their hearts, thinking that he was agreeing to the proposal to lose money. Zhang Shuyuan is also a long sigh of relief, organizing to tidy up some messy clothes. Just now the cowardly look instantly disappeared, and restored the appearance of a family head. Taking a cigar out of his pocket, he signaled the man next to him to light it and took a nice drag. Little brother, just mention how much you want. I, Zhang, will definitely give you a satisfactory result. How about $15 million? It's not enough for us to negotiate. And I heard that you were disqualified from the college entrance exam. Brother Meng? With your strength it doesn't matter if you go to that university or not. How about this? You come here and work as a bodyguard for me. I'll pay you $3 million a month. What do you think? Oh yeah. With that said, he seemed to think of something and yanked 2 well-built girls out of the crowd. Upon closer inspection, the 2 young girls turned out to be identical-looking twin sisters. These 2 were sweet-looking, but between their knitted brows and smiles there was a sense of charm that men couldn't resist. Pure lust ceiling. A maid's outfit showed off the duo's perfect bodies. Zhang Shuyuan revealed a smile that all men understand to look at Meng Hang. Little brother just graduated from high school, so I'm sure he hasn't experienced the pleasures of men and women yet, right? I, as a brother, will take it upon myself today to give them both to you for your pleasure tonight. Brother. He was worthy of being an old fox who had been in society for many years, and in a few words, he began to refer to Meng Hang as a brother. In his mind anything that could be solved with money was no big deal. This kid named Meng Hang was just an unseasoned high school student in the end, and would submit to his own money and beauty offensive just like the rest of his men. After hearing this Meng Hang smiled even more happily, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Family Master Zhang is really generous in his offer. What he said made my little brother's heart flutter. But why did you have to send the 3 of them to sneak up on me at noon? Zhang Shuyuan, who was still talking eloquently, froze, not understanding what Meng Hang meant by this, and subconsciously asked, what do you mean? Meng Hang's smile remained unchanged, but at that moment, the crowd felt that his smile had gone from sunny to eerie, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to have dropped several degrees, because sooner or later you have to die. The crowd was stunned, not expecting Meng Hang to actually say something like this at this time. The system was also shocked and exclaimed, crap, Tai Z, you're kind of at the top of your game with that. Domineering. Zhang Shuyuan's body stiffened, and the cigar in his hand fell to the ground at some point. His face went from smug to ugly again. Anyone could hear the meaning in Meng Hang's words. Meng Hang, Think it over. Although you're strong, these 6 people in front of me are all experts at the late empty stage, so even if it's you, you'll have to pay a small price. Ah, well, let's give it a try. Meng Hang returned indifferently. Seeing that there was no way to reconcile things, Zhang Shuyuan stopped talking and stepped back. Meng Hang swept around and saw that there were many unrelated people in the room besides Zhang Shuyuan. Those who have nothing to do with it hurry up and leave. Don't blame me if you get hurt by mistake later. Hearing these words, the Zhang family's servants who were originally hiding in the corners and shivering were like amnesties as they ran outside. Before long, only Zhang Shuyuan and the 6 bodyguards he had hired from outside remained in the room. Seeing that things had reached the point of no return, a man with a dry, thin figure and a grim countenance among the 6 opened his mouth. Kid, since you don't know what's good for you and refused Master Zhang's offer, don't blame us for not speaking the rules of the Jianghu. 6 to beat 1. Hearing that this grim man wanted to bully the few with the many, Meng Hang still had a calm face and even nodded as a matter of course. 6 to 1. Fair enough. The words confused the 6 people across the room. However, in the next moment, all 6 people's faces changed drastically as they looked at each other. The art of shadow splitting. Only to see Meng Hang swing his hands in a strange gesture. The bright lights on the roof of the shed began to flicker, illuminating the entire hall with light and darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, the living room, which had been crowded because most of the people had left, suddenly became crowded. What the hell is this? The 6 men looked in horror at the dozens of extra people that had strangely appeared in the room. What creeped them out even more was that these dozens of people were all exactly like Meng Hang Zhang. Such a frightening scene shocked the 6 people into a cold sweat. While Zhang Shuyuan had long been shivering and leaning against the corner, he had long ago taken advantage of the chaos to try to run. But he had changed the entire villa's doors and windows into special ones in order to prevent Meng Hang from sneaking in. Except for the front door, nothing else could be opened either from the outside or the inside. He regretted it at this point. Not only did he fail to defend Meng Hang, but he also trapped himself here. Dozens of Meng Hang surrounded each of the 6, including Meng Hang's own body. Exactly 6 against 1. The 36 Meng Hang spoke in unison. 6 against 1. Fair enough indeed. When Meng Hang first saw the original Zan face the 5 shadows when he said this sentence, he immediately felt that the blood boiled. The compulsion is extremely high. He didn't think he'd ever be able to fake this. How had the 6 people surrounded ever seen such bizarre supernatural abilities? Plus being stared at by 36 pairs of blood-red eyes, causing them all to be in a state of disarray. Only the grimy man at the beginning managed to keep his wits about him and shouted, "Don't let his powers scare you," splitting out so many doppelgangers at once. Then his spiritual power must have been evenly distributed to each of them. He's undoubtedly lowering himself by doing so, and we have a better chance of winning. When the other 5 heard the man say that, they were all refreshed and energized again. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, not expecting this person to be so smart. Just in the blink of an eye he figured out the shortcomings of the shadow divergence technique among others. Meng Hang of course knew this, but he didn't care. As long as the moves were handsome, it was over. And what can they do when they figure it out? Although Meng Hang was currently in the middle stage of the empty stage, his terrifying spiritual power was comparable to the middle stage of the U stage. Although there was only a large realm difference between the U rank and the empty rank, the difference in spiritual power was multiplied by multiples. The battle was imminent. One of the 6, the man with the mask, just couldn't resist the pressure of being stared at by 6 Meng Hangs and took the lead. Spiritual power was unleashed, and the void in front of his body twisted as a huge claw slowly reached out from the black hole. Ow! A deafening roar rang out, and then a tiger that was about 3 meters long and exuded the pressure of the king of all beasts appeared out of thin air. 3rd grade demonic beast. Thunder Star Tiger. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, not realizing that this person was a rare summoning lineage. Although it was impossible for the level of the ability to be as high as Lin Luoshue's, but being able to summon a level 3 demonic beast, one would at least know a level B ability. In a small place like Cloudwater City, it could also be said to be rare. Soldier against soldier. General against general. Meng Hang thought of how to deal with the summoning department opponent in front of him in the blink of an eye. With his teeth, he bit down hard on his thumb, and blood flowed out instantly. Dipped the other 4 fingers in blood and slammed them into the ground. Countless complicated runes appeared on the ground, forming a spell formation. Bang! A puff of smoke rose. When the smoke dissipated, a fox that was 1 meter in length, fiery red in color, with a pair of big watery eyes fluttering and flashing, appearing extremely cute, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The corner of his eye twitched under the mask of the masked man. The huge Thunderstar Tiger also looked down at the little fox with its head down, tilting its head in confusion. And at that moment, Meng Hang, seeing his masterpiece, his whole body was petrified and his eyes were almost glazed over. The system shouted angrily, I say Tai Z, don't you dare to be more reliable. Are you summoning pets to keep? Meng Hang slowed down and smiled awkwardly towards the masked man. Sorry about that, buddy. First time I've used it. My hands are a bit raw, so let your big cat wait a bit longer. Thunder Star Tiger. You're the big cat. Your whole family is the big cat. This time the 6 Meng Hangs surrounding the masked man formed seals at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. There were a total of 6 loud noises, and 6 nine-tailed demon foxes that were also more than 3 meters long but with 9 tails actually appeared in the field at the same time. Crap. To say that the masked man hadn't reacted just now, he was now truly shocked. What the fuck kind of powers do you have? Wasn't it the split ability? How did this become a summoning ability again? And what the hell are you summoning 6 psychic beasts at once? Looking at the 6 nine tails in front of him, Meng Hang asked the system with somewhat strange eyes. Brother Unicorn? That's not right. Why doesn't the 9 tails I summoned look smart? He was immensely looking forward to that high and mighty 9 tails original. Who knew that what he was given was a remnant? The system snorted coldly and dismissively. Not that I'm talking about iron. You're a toad pretending to be a frog, thinking and playing with flowers. It's just that your main body would be a fool's errand to try to summon the real 9 tails, let alone one summoned by just a doppelganger. Meng Hang. Crap. You're a fast learner of hysterics. The third order Thunder Star Tiger looked around at the 6 demon foxes of unknown breeds, and infinite scorn appeared in its eyes. In its perception, each demon fox actually has a power that is not comparable to its own, not to mention the 6 that came out at this time. Its instincts drove it to flee. Nay, it was subject to the control of the ability that had summoned itself here. The masked man's face was extremely ugly. He no longer dared to hope that he could defeat Meng Hang now, and only thought about being able to tear a rift from the encirclement and allow himself to escape. Lei Xinghu, go! The masked man pointed his finger in one direction and ordered Lei Xinghu to attack, and he followed suit, a long knife appearing in his hand as he also charged in the direction of the finger. He wanted to take advantage of Meng Hang's unpreparedness and open a channel through the cooperation of one man and one tiger. But Meng Hang wouldn't give him a chance, and with a cold smile, he directly ordered the 6 nine tails to attack at the same time. The 9 tails opened their mouths wide, and energy gathered in front of their mouths, forming an extremely dense black sphere. It was clearly the legendary tailed beast Jade. It's only a castrated version, but the power can't be underestimated. 6-tailed beast Jades instantly formed, shooting in unison from 6 directions towards the one person and one beast surrounded in the center. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out. A small mushroom cloud instantly formed inside the villa, and the huge energy wave instantly leveled the entire villa. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, there was only a huge crater left in the same place. The masked man and Lei Xinghu had long been blown to the dregs, and not a trace could be found anymore. When the explosion sounded, the other 6 people who were originally exchanging blows stopped their hands in unison and looked in the direction of the explosion. This is a loss? The 5 people were pale and looked at this scene incredulously. Only a few short minutes after the exchange, his side actually lost one person. The grimy man clenched his fist, knowing that today was going to be a bad day. He no longer held back. A delicate dagger appeared in his hand. His figure instantly turned into a stump, stabbing towards one of the Meng Hangs. The 6 Meng Hangs that surrounded him all smiled faintly and whispered, "So it's a speed alien." After saying that, the 6 voices took a step forward, and their figures disappeared in place at the same time. These 6 Meng Hangs actually made instantaneous steps at the same time. The sound of clanking golden iron resounded from time to time, and Zhang Shuyuan in the distance stared at the surface in horror. He was horrified to realize that he could only hear the sound of weapons clashing, but could not see the 2 people at all. No, it was the figures of 7 people. After only a few more seconds, when the 2 of them stood still again, the 6 Meng Hangs were still relaxed, but the grim man's entire body was already covered in large and small knife wounds. What kind of monster are you? Why are you still a speed shifter? The grimy man's face was livid, and he shouted toward Meng Hang in horror. He was radiating a gust of coldness from the bottom of his heart at this moment, creating a wave of something called despair. Split, summoning, speed. How could one person awaken so many psychic abilities? Meng Hang smiled faintly, and the 6 figures that had originally surrounded the grim man instantly united into one Meng Hang. He took a gentle step forward, and surprisingly, he instantly swept past the shadowy man a few meters away. Ding! The sound of a knife being sheathed rang out. Meng Hang put the long sword away. The moonlight spilled a silver glow. A splattered blood and silver glow intertwined together in a different kind of harmony. The grimy man covered his neck incredulously and fell limply to the ground, powerless. Just as this side resolved the grim man, the other 3 battlefields also resolved their battles at the same time. The fat man who had blocked the 1,000-pound flying iron door with his body alone at the beginning was now being punched in the body by 6 Meng Hangs at the same time. But bizarrely, the fist seemed to smash into cotton. slowly sinking in without causing him the slightest damage. The fat man smiled smugly and slightly, not forgetting to nibble on the chicken leg in his hand. The six Manhang raised an eyebrow and directly opened the third door of the 8 gates of transportation. Green energy appeared and once again blasted at Fatty. A huge force poured into the fat man's body, and the fat man who was still eating the chicken leg moved with a lurch. A look of pain appeared on his face, and his obese body unexpectedly exploded in an instant. Blood mixed with internal organs splattered everywhere, crumbling all over six Manghangs. The six Manghangs simultaneously looked at the filth on their bodies in disgust and directly disappeared in place, their spiritual energy returning to their bodies. There was also a power lineage hunk that was shattered by six Manghangs wrapped in green light with a single punch at that moment. At this point on the field, only one of Zhang Shuyuan's 6 bodyguards was left, and the only woman among the 6, just standing frozen in place without moving. 6 surrounded her. Manhang Eye's 3-hook jade shuriken eyes turned his head. This woman unexpectedly expressionless face will slowly stab a short sword into his chest. She was even more miserable than the other 5. From the beginning to the end, she didn't even use her powers. She just died for no apparent reason. The battle came and went quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, there was not a single survivor of the 6 ability users. Zhang Shuyuan knelt helplessly in the distance, irritated by this bloody scene and vomiting furiously. It wasn't like he hadn't seen abled people fight before, and he had killed quite a few of them with his own hands in private, but he had never seen a horrifying scene like today's, where the whole thing blew up. At this point in his eyes, Meng Hang was no longer a high school student, but a demon who will do nothing. How is it possible for someone to harbor so many powers in their body at the same time, and still have so much mental energy to activate them all at the same time? Not to mention an empty ranked ability user. He didn't believe that an emperor ranked ability user would be able to do it. After vomiting all the contents of his stomach, Zhang Shuyuan fell to his knees powerlessly, his eyes having become dull. The next moment, an arm was placed on his shoulder, causing him to instantly shiver. Slowly turning his head, he saw that Meng Hang was squatting by his side, wrapping his arm around his shoulder like an old friend. Meng Hang looked toward the Zhang family head, whose eyes were filled with fear, and revealed a smile that he thought was kind. But unbeknownst to him, the smile was like an evil ghost laughing in Zhang Shuyuan's eyes. Meng Hang said to him, "My clever Zhang family master Yo, did you drop this split secret technique? Or this summoning secret technique? Or this secret technique to increase physique?" Zhang Shuyuan knelt beside Meng Hang and begged with sobs, "No, I don't want any of them. Meng Hang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit on the idea of the secret art on you. You name it, I'll give you whatever you want. If you let me go, I'll give you everything I have on me." Meng Hang stood up and put away his smile, his eyes becoming grim. "If I had known it would come to this, I would not have done it. Be a good person in your next life." Hearing Meng Hang say this, a look of despair appeared in Zhang Shuyuan's eyes, which was then quickly replaced by a touch of ruthlessness. A crystal clear bead with energy still visible flowing inside appeared in Zhang Shuyuan's hand. When he took out this bead, Meng Hang's sweaty hairs instantly rose all over his body. He actually felt a dangerous atmosphere from the bead, as if the bead, if it exploded, his own life will be lost on the spot. Zhang Shuyuan held the beads and looked at Meng Hang hideously. Years of fiddling around had taught him to keep a backhanded approach to everything he did. That's why he didn't bet all his hopes on these 6 people, and spent a large sum of money to buy this burial bead from the black market. The soul burial bead is rumored to have been formed when a Huan-ranked ability user seals all of his or her mental energy in the bead on the eve of near death. As long as it was pinched and exploded in a moment of crisis, it would produce the power of a Huan-ranked powerhouse's self-destruction, instantly capable of turning tens of miles in a radius into an inferno. So no one would use the soul-burying bead until the last moment, because that would represent one's own death with the opponent. Hey, since you won't let me go, let's both die together." Zhang Shuyuan laughed morbidly and maniacally, with a vicious look in his eyes. After saying that, without the slightest hesitation, he directly pinched and exploded the soul burial bead in his hand. Meng Hang's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and an aura of death enveloped his entire body. Divine might! It was too late to think about it, and he directly activated his kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, and his body directly disappeared in place. Just as Meng Hang entered the alien space, a heaven-destroying energy instantly swept outward. In a matter of moments, dozens of miles in a radius centered on the Zheng family mansion were razed to the ground. Those household servants who were still escaping heard the loud noise coming from behind them and couldn't help but stop and look back. In the next second, a heat wave swept over the crowd, instantly engulfing them in a sea of fire. Since then, none of the servants from the Zheng family has survived. Fortunately, the Zheng family mansion was established in the suburbs, and Zhang Shuyuan was so wealthy that he bought all the surrounding dozens of miles, and there were no more other homes nearby, so it didn't cause too many casualties. A loud destructive sound instantly awakened the sleeping Zhao Scatterpole. Seeing the rushing fire outside lighting up half of the sky, he couldn't help but change his face furiously. Is this the fucking lifeless sect sneaking up on Cloudwater City again? Dare you to let me have a few days of leisure? Zhao Sanpang cursed and put on his clothes, took a step out and disappeared into the room. 10 minutes later, Zhao Scatterpole stood on top of the ruins of the Zhang clan with the city protector team, their faces all unsightly. City Lord, what level of ability did this strike to produce such a great power? Lu Zhaoliang looked at the dozens of miles around all turned into scorched earth and asked with a pale face. Zhao Sanpang grimaced and didn't answer his question, but asked in return. Well, did you find out who did it? Are there any survivors around? Lu Zhaoliang shook his head helplessly. So terrifyingly powerful that it directly nuked everything flat. Not to mention living people, you can't even find an ant in a 10-mile radius. Hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's face became even more gloomy. No need to think. It must be the work of the lifeless sect again. They bullied people too much. First joining forces with the demon race to attack Cloudwater City, and then summoning 5th Order bone demons to try to exterminate all the candidates at the ancient battlefield. And now I don't know what tactics have been used to level dozens of miles around. They're making a big mistake. Zhao Sanpang gritted his back teeth and said fiercely, Let's go back first and report this matter to the top. We must uproot them this time. With that, he turned his head with a big wave of his hand. Just as the crowd hadn't been gone for long, a certain space twisted slightly, and Meng Hang took a step out of it. Hurriedly closing his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he wiped the tears of blood off his face in the process. Looking at the broken walls around him, he was a moment of fear. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes, coupled with having this buggy divine skill of divine might, I'm afraid that he would have already been accounted for here by now. In the next moment, Meng Hang's eyes narrowed, and cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. The figure instantly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had already come to a dozen meters behind him. A purple blade aura appeared at first, and it slashed at a black shadow. The black shadow also reacted quickly. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he was able to block this fast and vicious slash. Meng kid, don't do it, it's me. Meng Hang froze when he heard this familiar voice and hurriedly retracted the 1,000 blades. Looking through the moonlight, it was none other than Zhao Sanpang who had gone and returned. Meng Hang looked a bit embarrassed, and then pretended to say as if nothing had happened. Hey, Lao Zhao, you also heard the explosion and came to check it out? I'm telling you, this must be the work of the lifeless sect. This group of devilish remnants of the devil cult who have lost their conscience and disregarded the lives of innocents deserve to die. Old Zhao, as the Lord of Yunshui City and the parental official of the people of Yunshui City, you must not let them go. He pretended to be in pain as he chattered to Zhao Sanpang. Zhao Sanpang also did not reply, only waiting for Meng Hang to finish before he said with a smile or a laugh, Flub, keep flubbing. Meng Hang, who had wanted to continue speaking eloquently, suddenly had a blank expression. Old Zhao, what are you talking about? When I sent people to search for you in the mountain range, although I didn't find you, I found a bunch of things that had been thrown down near you. Some of these things carry the mark of the Zhang family. It wasn't something I would have associated with you, but this explosion came at a really weird time. The lifeless sect wouldn't be idle enough to unleash such a powerful thing in such a remote place. I don't know why, but the destruction of the Zhang family made me think of you, and I had a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the Zhang clan coveted your secret technique? So they sent someone to find you and you ended up killing them back. Then with your boy's vindictive spirit, you came to trouble the Zhang family, hence the explosion. Plus thinking about that perverted spatial ability of yours, I knew that if it was you, you'd be absolutely fine in this explosion. So I waited here for a while with the attitude of giving it a try. I didn't think I'd really wait you boys out. At this point, Meng Hang was already dumbfounded by what he had heard. He hadn't expected Zhao Sanpang to be able to guess things 9 times out of 10 based on just that little clue. Meng Hang looked Zhao Sanpang up and down, from where he didn't see that this fat man with a bloated figure and a pair of green bean eyes was actually so smart. Slander, you're slandering. Lao Zhao, I can tell you. Conjecture without evidence is all hooliganism. You can't just ruin the flower of a country with your baseless conjecture. Ah, shucks. Zhao Sanpang pretended to spit towards the ground before saying, people who didn't even go to a college have the nerve to talk about the flowers of the motherland here. Old Zhao, you're not making any sense. Hitting people without hitting their faces. Meng Hang still want to sophistry. No, defense. But Zhao Sanpang waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to explain any further. The Zhang family has done a lot of unscrupulous things over the years. It's just that I'm suffering from a lack of evidence, so I've been slow to go after them. It's considered that they deserve to be exterminated today, and you've solved the scourge for Cloudwater City. Hearing this, Meng Hang's eyes lit up. So is there a reward for me doing this? Zhao Sanpeng's forehead veins rippled. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt that he couldn't beat this kid, he would have definitely slapped him directly. Kid, don't you stomp your nose. It's good that I don't count this incident on you, and you actually want a reward. Meng Hang could only smile and didn't dare to say any more. It's just that what you did this time is indeed a bit too much. A move with such a huge power is actually used within the city. What if you injure an innocent? Next time it won't happen again. Lao Zhao. I'm not taking the blame for this, Meng Hang hurriedly explained. This was only exploded when Zhang Shuyuan pinched and exploded an odd bead when he was dying. And it's fortunate that I reacted quickly, or else I would have been accounted for here today. Hearing the word beads, Zhao Sanpeng's face changed as he asked Meng Hang, did you say beads? Is it one of those crystal clear beads with energy flowing inside? Meng Hang nodded. Good Zhang Shuyuan. How dare he use the soul burial bead within Cloudwater City without regard for the lives of innocent people. He deserves to die. Zhao Sanpeng said fiercely. Lao Zhao. You're so double standard. But I like it so much. Zhao Sanpeng. I will instruct you for the last time. This is something that you know and I know. So don't tell anyone else about it. I'll report it upwards. And say that this matter is the work of the lifeless sect. I'm not stupid. How can I still talk about such a thing that degrades my honor? Zhao Sanpeng glanced at him and couldn't stand Meng Hang's deadpan behavior and turned his head away. Hey, that's it. No more nagging? I'm leaving tomorrow, so why don't you and I catch up? Get out of here. Zhao Sanpeng cursed and didn't look back as his figure disappeared in place. Meng Hang skimmed his lips and didn't care, but instead looked somewhat regretfully at the place where the original Zhang family mansion had been. Originally, he had wanted to go to his room to rummage around to see if there was anything from before after resolving Zhang Shuyuan. But this time, he didn't even have a hair left for himself. He actually had some regrets now that he had not agreed to Zhang Shuyuan's proposal. Day 2. Meng Hang's jaw dropped as he looked at the so-called train in front of him. The train was dozens of meters long, pitch black, and inlaid with huge barbs all over its body, and Meng Hang even saw long scratches on the body. It was thought that it was caused by the attack of an unknown demonic beast on the way through the mountain range. After resolving the Zhang family's matter, he had nothing left in Cloudwater City. Solely after packing his bags the next day, he greeted his neighbors and headed to the train station to prepare for his trip to the imperial capital. As soon as he entered the station and saw this train armed to the teeth, Meng Hang couldn't help but look straight. He was under the impression that the train was still the same kind of green train in his previous life, but seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that the gap between the two was simply a world of difference. It's like comparing a Gundam to a toy car. There's just no comparison. But come to think of it, to be able to move forward in an incredibly dangerous mountain range definitely had its own unique features. Looking at the seat number of the ticket in his hand, Meng Hang stepped on the train and embarked on a new chapter of his life. At the same time, a video was playing at the top level of the Dragon Kingdom and in the principal's office of the 4 major universities. The video was currently showing the image of the tens of meters of Buddha's gigantic palm blasting down, smashing the 5th order bone demon into ashes in an instant. The people watching the video at this point couldn't help but suck in their breath and couldn't believe that this was something a high school student could do. In a certain simple room in the highest power center of the Dragon Kingdom, an old and decrepit old man was sitting. The wrinkles on this old man's face had already drooped, and his whole body was covered with old age spots, and a glance would tell him that he was already rotting. But it was such an old man. The aura that was faintly emanating from his body pressed the Qian-rank middle-aged man beside him to gasp for air. The old man leaned on his crutches with both hands and looked at Meng Hang in the video, and a flash of light flowed out of his cloudy eyes. The old man watched the video over and over again, finally looking out the window and muttering, "Yes, yes, the rivers and mountains are full of talented people, each leading the way for hundreds of years. With such youths in the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom, an old immortal like me will be able to go to the ground in peace." Upon hearing this, Duan He, who was originally standing respectfully by the side, instantly quit and said anxiously, "Elder Kong, what are you talking about? With your body, it is no problem to live another 100 years. The old man called Kong Lao laughed and waved his hand. "And you don't have to comfort me. I know my own body. But you don't have to worry too much. My old bones will still have no problem holding out for a few more years." He then said to Duanhe with a scowl on his face, "You go and inform everyone who has seen this video that they are not allowed to circulate this video any further, or else they will be dealt with for treason. And inform the little doll Zhao Scatterpond that no matter what methods are used, the mouths of the people of Yunshui City must be plugged, and this student's battle results must not be allowed to be leaked out." Duanhe's face changed, not realizing that Elder Kong actually valued this student so much. He couldn't help but look solemn and saluted. "Yes." With that, he turned to leave, gently closing the door to the room behind him. Elder Kong was lying on an old rocking chair, rocking gently and muttering to himself, "Little doll, There's only so much I can do for you. As for how long you can hide it, it's up to you. I hope you can grow up sooner. A line of heaven was called a line of heaven because an endless, bottomless gully separated the Dragon Kingdom from the Demon Clan on both sides. This was also the front line, as the people of the Dragon Kingdom called it, the place where they fought with the demon race all year round. As far as the eye could see, the sky here was dim, and the wind whistled all year round, as if countless wronged souls were wailing. The land here was also different from other places, surprisingly showing a deep black color, and from time to time, a pungent smell of blood was emitted. That's right, the smell of blood. This was because the land here had become this deep black color just because it had been soaked in the blood of humans and demon races for countless years. And in just such a place, there actually stood a magnificent, awe-inspiring, majestic city that had survived the ages and stood tall. And high above the head of this majestic city hangs a huge plaque with 3 big words written on it in dragons and phoenixes: Jin Yuan City. At this moment, inside a gloomy room in Jin Yuan City, there was a middle-aged man with sharp angles and a resolute face meditating with his eyes closed. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. "Come in," the middle-aged man spoke faintly. The one who came in was a young man dressed in a silver bright armor, walking with a tiger's gusto and revealing a murderous aura from time to time. Only this aura disappeared cleanly when it came to the middle-aged man, like a sheep entering a wolf pack, not daring to utter a single breath. "City Lord, a video has just been received here. Would you like to take a look?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He wasn't interested in anything other than cultivation and decapitating the demon race. The men also knew his temperament, so if it wasn't something particularly important, they wouldn't bother him easily. "Bring it to me." When the middle-aged man saw Meng Hang make his move, a brilliant light erupted in his eyes and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "From Cloudwater City, or this year's candidates?" The youth nodded, his face also full of shock. "Call and ask Junior what college he's enrolled in this year." "Forget it, there's no need to check. Just send someone to tie that kid over." "What kind of college does such a good seedling go to? It's a pity that he doesn't train in the military." The corner of the youth's mouth twitched, thinking who could have such a big heart like you, directly rejecting the invitations from the 4 top colleges in the Dragon Kingdom and running over to become a soldier. That's what he thought in his heart, but he wouldn't dare say that with his mouth. "City Lord, I've already confirmed with that one. This kid is called Meng Hang, and he's been disqualified from the college entrance exam due to missing the entrance exam due to hunting demonic beasts in the mountain range." "Oh," the middle-aged man was first stunned, and then a meaningful smile unexpectedly appeared on his cold face. "Good boy. With the demeanor of my old man back then, being cancelled from the entrance exam is just right. You go directly to Cloudwater City to ask for someone from Jiao Lao Air. Just say I want this Meng Hang. Also, the video mustn't be exposed, so that the old guys from the other 4 cities don't know about it. And then cut them off halfway and snatch them away." The same thing was still playing out in the offices of the principals of the 4 major colleges in the Dragon Kingdom. "What? This kid got disqualified from the entrance exam? Quickly, there's no time to lose. You set out immediately now. No matter what conditions are offered, you must recruit that kid to our school. You must be fast." What they don't know is that the protagonist of this incident has already set foot on the train to the imperial capital. At this moment, Meng Hang was sitting in his seat, looking at the cell phone of a big monk with a ring scar on his head next to him with a dumbfounded look on his face. It wasn't that he wanted to intentionally peek at the privacy of other people's cell phones. It was just that this monk had been holding his cell phone and looking at it since he got on the bus, revealing a demented smile from time to time. This made Meng Hang a little curious, so he glanced at it with some curiosity. It was this one glance that left directly petrified on the spot, only to see this big monk open a certain tone and swipe down quickly. This was not the most crucial. The most crucial was that every short video he swiped was a beautiful woman in revealing clothes who was dancing a hot and powerful dance in front of the screen. Good lord! This number was raised by this monk. Meng Hang thought somewhat breathlessly. Just then, a leisurely voice came from the seat opposite Meng Hang. "Master, do you have 3 veggies a day?" Meng Hang raised his eyes and looked across the table. Sitting across from him was a white, chubby, somewhat adorable little fatty. Just this little fat man at this time is also looking straight at the opposite monk's cell phone. Hala is lying out. The monk who was looking at the beautiful woman and was mesmerized by the words froze, locked the screen of his phone, put his hands together at the little fat man, and made a Buddha's name. Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk has studied Buddhism for many years, but I can't believe I've never heard of the 3 elements. I don't know what is the explanation for the 3 elements in the mouth of the young master. Seeing the monk put his cell phone away, the little fat man also withdrew his gaze and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. "The master does not know, and it was only because I saw you that I felt it. The 3 veggies are vegetarian, vegan, and vegan." Meng Hang, who was listening with interest on the side, Heard this mouth corner of a draw. Vegetarians can still be good. But it did fit the image the monk had just had. The big monk also had a black line at this time, knowing that he had just been seen swiping the video of the beautiful woman. But he was also thick-skinned, and immediately turned back into a demeanor. This is something that the young monks don't know. I cultivate the Buddhists' red dust Tao. The poor monk's cultivation is not in the mountains, but in the red dust. Seeing all the thousands of temptations in the red dust, I return to myself, and only in the end will I be able to cultivate the right fruit. If I hadn't seen that demented look on your face just now, I would have almost believed it. Meng Hang thought darkly. I just saw that you too, little monk, were just now staring daggers at my cell phone, mesmerized by the temptations inside. I wonder how many years the little monk has been single. The bald monk asked rhetorically. Ah, I'm 18, and I'll be 19 in a month. The monk and Meng Hang were both dumbfounded, not understanding what little fatty meant by this answer. Schizo, I was asking how old you are. The bald monk repeated it again. Yeah, I'm a maternal solo. I haven't had a girlfriend since I was a kid, and the years are the years I've been single. The little fat man's eyes looked at the sky. His eyes showed all the despondency, and he continued with a long sigh. I don't have the height of thought that you have, master, and you know how I've spent the last few years. Little by little it falls to the ground, and its children and grandchildren turn to mud. The bald monk's eyes unexpectedly revealed a glint of essence, and he blurted out, if you change your left hand for your right, it's like repudiating your wife and marrying her again. The two of them looked at each other in surprise, and their eyes were both emitting a kind of light that outsiders couldn't understand. This kind of glow is called sympathetic and mutual admiration. Meng Hang was already listening to numbness on the side, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. How could he not expect that he could actually meet Wulong and Fengshou at the same time when he took a train? Oh yeah, it's you! Just then, Meng Hang slapped his thigh and pointed at the bald monk. This sudden movement of his scared the other two. The bald monk asked in a somewhat timid and tentative manner, this young monk recognizes me? Meng Hang laughed and said, Crouching Dragon. Ah, no, master, you really are a nobleman. Have you forgotten that you even told me you wanted to raise money to remake the golden body of the Buddha in your own temple? The big monk recalled a moment, then also slapped his thigh. You're the kid who brought an $18,000 dagger to life for $20. He then covered the backpack in his hand and looked warily at Meng Hang. Scholar, I can tell you that gambling on spiritual weapons like this is all about buying and leaving. There's no such thing as a return. Meng Hang said with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Where are you talking about? Master, with $20 to open a low-grade spirit weapon. I can't thank you enough. How can I possibly return it? What? You actually opened a spirit weapon from that trash? The big monk was frozen at this time, with a face that was lifeless. Seeing him like this, Meng Hang smiled and didn't add insult to injury, but digressed. Introduce myself, my name is Meng Hang. Master, you're not setting up a stall in the ghost market to make money to remake the Buddha's golden body. Where are you going? When he heard Meng Hang ask this, his expression, which was still pained, changed instantly and actually revealed a hint of excitement. I, Maitreya Buddha. The poor monk's Dharma name is Deshan. Monk Meng doesn't know. The Yao family in Jiangling City discovered an ancient battlefield a few days ago, and the Qin family poured in to explore it. Even Yao Yushu, the pearl of the Yao family, went in with them. Who knows that there was an accident inside? This ancient battlefield even had the presence of foreigners. Yao Yushu was careless for a moment and was attacked by the foreigners and was seriously injured. The Yao family went through a lot of trouble to find out that there is a heavenly treasure called nirvana grass in the ancient battlefield that can cure her injuries. Nay, the nirvana grass is too rare, and the Yao family has not found it even after exhausting their family's efforts. That's why the Yao family has issued a bounty, inviting people with abilities from all over the world to enter the ancient battlefield to search for it. And the Yao family will offer 500 essence cores as a reward for the person who finds the nirvana grass in the end. Not only that, Yao family head Yao Tiansheng personally said that as long as he can save his daughter, he will recruit him as the Yao family's son-in-law. The Yao family can only have one daughter like Yao Yushu. Whoever can marry her will not only be able to hold a beautiful woman, but also end up inheriting the Yao family's huge fortune. The moment this news came out, the entire Dragon Kingdom's ability users were sensationalized, and all of them rushed towards the Yao family. That's why the poor monk also wants to go and have a good time. Yao Yushu? That's the Yao Yushu who awakened SSS-level psychic abilities, claimed to be a closed moonflower that pours out of the country, and is known as the juxtaposed lotus alongside Yunshui City's Lin Luoshui. Little Fatty let out an exclamation of surprise. His eyes were colorful and full of admiration. Monk Daishan nodded. Yes, that's her. Holy shit, take me one. If I can marry Yao Yushu, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Little Fatty was already so excited that he couldn't help himself. He couldn't wait to grow wings and fly to Yao's house right now. At this time, Meng Hang was also rubbing his hands together in excitement. It wasn't that he was excited because he had the chance to marry a beautiful woman, but because of those 500 essence cores. He had been remorseful for returning empty-handed last night, and now that he had this opportunity, he naturally couldn't let it go. The three of them had a discussion and finally agreed to go to the Yao family together. After a conversation, Meng Hang learned that the little fat man's name is Ni Hao. Although it seemed unassuming, it was a student who was entering the Imperial University right away. Meng Hang and Monk Xiaoshan were surprised to learn that he was actually a student of the Imperial Capital University, not realizing that they could meet this kind of heavenly talent in a random car ride. Ni Hao waved his hand indifferently and said, "I don't know what's going on this year, but demons from all over the world are popping up one by one as if they were springing up. I'm just a padded existence." 2. Let's not mention the two of Lin Luoxue and Yao Yushu. The Yi family, the number one family in the Imperial Capital, has produced a SSS-ranked speech spirit ability. It is said that words can determine the life and death of a person with a single word. A pair of twins from the Lingnan Shao family known as the Black and White Irregulars, SSS-ranked ability to hook souls. Hades wants you to die on the third night. Who dares to keep a man until the fifth night? Sharingan of the Northern Stone family, right hand spring and autumn brush, left hand black and white inkstone, right spring and autumn on the spring and autumn brush, argue black and white on the black and white inkstone, and with one stroke of the brush, paint with heaven and earth, so dashing. And, also, Lin Yi of the Lin family in the Northwest. With the empty stage realm you can use your spiritual power to control hundreds of flying swords, and the world will be shocked by a single word from a sword. Of course, these are the top demons that are now known. How many more are unrevealed? That's unknown. Now the four major colleges are about to go crazy, going all over the country to snatch people up, fearing that if they're one step too late, these geniuses will be snatched up by other schools. Ni Hao spoke for nearly half an hour, listening to Meng Hang and Monk Xiaoshan's scalp numb. Meng Hang, in particular, now had a dry mouth and sweaty palms. Good guy. The four biggest surnames of Shao, Lin, Sure, and Yi that can't be messed with are actually all together. Old me even let slip that I would pick apart the four great academies. Why did so many demons suddenly come out? Meng Hang's scalp was a little numb now when he thought about having to compete with these demons. So, is there any in here that are some kind of dead parents? Wastrels who got kicked out of their marriages? Meng Hang asked weakly. The little fat Ni Hao looked at him a little strangely, not understanding why he was asking. That's unheard of. Meng Hang patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's good that there isn't. It seems that he is still the protagonist and won't be pitted in the gutter by the so-called son of Qi. I have a system. I have a hang-up. Who am I afraid of? System. Oh, boy. Now you remember how good I am. The three of them chatted for an unknown length of time, and changed to other trains in the middle of the journey, and it took a day and a night to arrive at Zhengling City. When the train arrived at the station, the sky was already bright, and the three of them stretched their tired bodies and took a direct cab to Yao's house. When Meng Hang's trio got out of the car, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them, only to see that the front gate of the Yao family was densely packed with people, and a butler dressed as a housekeeper was receiving the crowd to go inside one after another. Luckily, the Yao family was big enough, or else the gate would have been trampled down by the crowd. To put it mildly, this time, the number of admirers actually reached hundreds, which was enough to see the influence of the Yao family. When the crowd stood in the garden of the front yard, a middle-aged man around 40 years old, with the air of a long-suffering superior coming from a high position walked up to the crowd, and it was thought to be Yao family head Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang pressed his hands downward, signaling the crowd to be quiet. First of all, thank you all for coming. I'm sure you've all heard about my daughter's matter, and as time is running out, I, Mr. Yao, won't nag you any further here. Waving their hands, the two Yao family Imperial Spell Formation Masters carved out a huge and complicated spell formation in an open space. The duo then took out dozens of essence cores from their spatial rings and placed them on the various nodes of the spell formation in a certain order. When the essence cores were all placed, the spell formation suddenly glowed with a blinding light. Well, there's no time to lose, so let's go inside. Everyone. There was no lack of ability users here who frequented the ancient battlefield, so they were not surprised by this scene and stepped into the development in 2s and 3s. But the bumpkin Meng Hang was different. He had come to this world for such a long time, and only now did he realize that in addition to aliens, this world actually had this kind of spellcaster. Holy shit, that's cool. At that moment, his mouth opened wide and he let out a gasp of surprise. Staring at those two with an idolatrous gaze, they stared at those two uncomfortably. The crowd also looked as if they were looking at a second arm, casting contemptuous glances toward this side. Monk Daishan and Ni Hao hid their faces and leaned to the side. afraid of letting others know that they and Meng Hang knew each other. When all the people walked into the teleportation array one after another, Meng Hang was still staring at the two array masters, and only then did the two of them helplessly drag Meng Hang hard into the teleportation array. The originally still noisy field suddenly became incredibly quiet, leaving only the butler and Yao Tianshang. Seeing that there were no more outsiders, Yao Tianshang's face instantly turned cold, and a cold smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Right at this moment, there was a fluctuation in the space around him, and a woman wearing a lotus root-colored gauze shirt took a step out. The woman was slim, her long hair held back gently by a silver ribbon. At a glance, only feel that the woman seems to have a light cage of smoke and haze beside her. Non-fan dust people, more like heavenly fairies. This person was none other than Yao Yushu, who was known as the Parallel Lotus alongside Lin Luoxue. At this moment, she didn't have a trace of the rumored appearance of being seriously injured and about to die. When Yao Tianshang saw her appear, he didn't show the father's loving attitude towards his daughter. Holy maiden, my subordinate still feels that this matter is too reckless. The Dragon Kingdom is now fully encircling the holy sect, and now it's doing something like this. Not only will it expose this important stronghold, but it will also make the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom even angrier and increase their efforts to besiege the holy sect, which will really do more harm than good. Yao Yushu, who was known as the Holy Maiden, playfully blinked her eyes, the corners of her mouth curving into a nice-looking arc. Is it possible that if I don't do this, the Dragon Kingdom won't decimate us? Besides, it can't be helped that the descent of the God Emperor requires a large number of sacrifices. Strongholds and identities can be changed again if they're exposed, but there's no room for error in the matter of the Divine Messenger. So all these people, they must all die. At the end of her words, the smile on her face ceased, leaving only a chilling killing intent. Yao Tianshang's face was aghast and he didn't dare to say anything more. When Meng Hang stepped out of the teleportation array, he realized that the other two had already disappeared, and none of the people who had gone in before them had been seen. It was thought that this teleportation array was randomized, and everyone teleported to a different place. Looking up, above the endless yellow sand were endless skeletons. It was unknown how many thousands of years these skeletons had existed here, and most of them had weathered beyond recognition. The sky was shrouded in the endless color of blood, and ravens circled in the sky, taking up most of the sky. Meng Hang looked at this apocalyptic-like scene and couldn't help but feel that the ancient battlefields that hadn't been developed yet were not at all in the same level as the ones entered by the college entrance exams. The ancient battlefields in the high school are literally like playgrounds for children's entertainment. Not daring to be careless, Meng Hang held the 1,000 blades in his hands and walked forward. Without taking a few steps, he only felt his ankle tighten, as if he was being held by something. When I looked down, it was a white hand bone. Without hesitation, the blade flashed and directly cut off the arm with the arm attached. Click click, a crisp sound rang out, and the skeleton whose arm had been cut off actually slowly stood up. It was clearly a second-order bone demon. Although its left arm was cut off, it was holding a bone knife in its right hand, and it looked like the loss of an arm hadn't affected it much. Meng Hang's face was unchanged. He had killed fifth-order bone demons, not to mention this mere second-order bone demon. Instantaneous step was activated, and in one step, he arrived in front of the bone demon, and with a horizontal slash, he directly cut it off at the waist. In the next moment, Meng Hang frowned. The bone demon that had only half of its body left actually didn't die, and actually relied on one of its arms to still crawl toward Meng Hang. Meng Hang's sword came out like a dragon, once again severing its neck. This time the bone demon didn't climb up again, and the ghostly fire in its eyes flickered twice before completely dissipating. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed. He didn't think that a second-order bone demon would be so difficult to deal with. What if all the densely packed skeletons in front of him were resurrected? Click click. Just as he thought of this, the sound of bones rubbing together came again. No way. Still coming. Meng Hang's eyes glazed over in some disbelief as he looked in the direction of the sound that came out, only to see a huge skeleton that was nearly 5 meters tall with a tattered armor slowly crawling up. Meng Hang's face was unsightly. This was not over yet. I just killed a second-order bone demon, and here comes a fourth-order bone demon. What? It's your son I'm killing. Hit the little one and then the old one. Don't talk about the old ones. Today is the day you call all the family here. Today I will also make your family whole and raise the ashes for you. See how you still make trouble. With a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, Meng Hang raised his sword and charged towards it, and as if this resurrected fifth-order bone demon hadn't seen Meng Hang, it raised its head and let out a silent hiss to the sky. Although Meng Hang didn't hear any sound, he saw a layer of ripples spreading in all directions with the bone demon at the center. Meng Hang's brows furrowed slightly, and although he didn't understand why it was acting this way, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Ka-ching, click. There was a succession of such loud noises around him. The next scene directly made Meng Hang's scalp numb, and a chill went straight from his tailbone to the sky, only to see the originally white bones on the ground. At this moment it was as if they were being shouted awake in their slumber. The dense army of skeletons stood up, and Meng Hang even saw that some of the skeletons with incomplete limbs picked up a section from the broken limbs on the ground and planted it on themselves. At this moment, he couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth. What a crow's mouth. Now it's good. Not only is the family here, this is the 18 generations of ancestors being called out. Not daring to stay, Meng Hang turned his head and ran. If it was just dozens, or even hundreds, Meng Hang would be able to kill 7 in and 7 out of the skeleton pile. But now there were thousands of them, and they could drown Meng Hang with a mouthful of spit from each of them. Assuming, of course, they can still spit it out. A spectacular scene appeared in the ancient battlefield, with one person running in front and uncountable waves of skeletons chasing after him, and the crows in the sky, like dark clouds, looked down greedily. It was as if they were waiting for Meng Hang to die so they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. On the desert, a fat man and a thin man with 2 abilities were teaming up to kill a third-order wind-striped scorpion. The tall, thin man wiped the sweat from his head and said to the side, "All this time and a half I haven't even seen a shadow of the Fae, but I ran into this. If we are stung by its poisonous needles, even the greatest immortals can't save us." Fatty nodded heartily as well. "It's fortunate that the 2 of us rendezvoused early, or else it really wouldn't have been easy to deal with this beast." Just as the 2 of them were sitting on the ground's rest, they suddenly saw a figure in the distance darting towards this side. "Hey, Slim, do you see a guy running toward us there? Well, it's probably being chased by some kind of demonic beast. Nowadays, anyone who dares to enter the ancient battlefield simply doesn't know how to die. Hee. It's not because the Yao family is giving too much. How many people aren't trying to take their chances? Crap, what's that back there? Run!" The 2 were originally still there gloating and laughing at Meng Hang's lack of self-importance. But in the next moment, when they saw the white torrent behind Meng Hang like a tidal wave, they were scared out of their wits. "Kid, I'm warning you, no more running to us or I'm not done with you." The 2 yelled in Meng Hang's direction, and pulled their legs out to make a desperate escape into the distance. Meng Hang didn't care about this and ran straight to this side. As the saying goes, you don't need to outrun a bear when you meet one in the forest. You just need to run faster than the person next to you joshing. "Man, I'm really sorry." After saying that, Meng Hang directly opened the 8 gates and sprinted at full speed. The duo who were running at full speed only felt a green light float past them, and when they came back to their senses, they were surprised to find that the kid had actually run in front of them. Couldn't help but open his mouth and curse. "Little bastard, don't let our brothers meet you again, or we won't rest with you." Looking at Meng Hang, who didn't even look back, and seeing the skeleton army in hot pursuit behind them, the 2 of them glanced at each other, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Had to use that trick. The next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. A fat and a thin 2 people even merged into one. Into a deer like non-deer. Like a horse like non-horse. The head also has a bull's horns of the 4 unimaginable. Although the 2 of them kept chanting shame, shame, but their speed was not slow at all. For hooves a clear wind floating up. In the blink of an eye is dozens of meters away. In a short while will be the skeleton army fell in the distance. And then no figure. Meng Hang, who had pitted the 2 of them, was now standing in front of a forest, hesitant. It is said to be a forest, but the trees here are black, dry bark like an old man's thin hand, especially oozing, and there wasn't a single leaf on the branches, just empty branches growing upwards unchecked. It wasn't these weird trees that made Meng Hang hesitate, it was what was in the trees. As he looked around, hundreds of dark-bodied crows with bloodshot eyes were perched on every tree, all staring at him wistfully. It was as if as long as he dared to take another step forward, these crows would be immortalized with him. Meng Hang roughly estimated that this forest had at least hundreds of hectares, which meant that there were at least hundreds of thousands of these crows inhabiting this forest. Looking at the crows occupying half the sky, and then at these in the woods, he swallowed deeply and muttered to himself, "What the fuck is this ancient battlefield? Simply call it the crow world. I can't afford to mess with it, but I can't hide from it." With that, he turned his head and was about to walk in the other direction. Ding! System on. "Hey, I say brother Tuanzi, we're so familiar, there's no need to be so polite." "Ahem, the process should go on," the system said with some embarrassment. "So can you not go through the process?" Meng Hang had some ominous premonitions that there was absolutely nothing good about the system coming out at this time. "Can't, come on, then." Meng Hang rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Successful capture of the Dark Crow Emperor's egg, rewarding the host Juma cells. Failed, deprived of kaleidoscope rider's eye." Meng Hang's mouth grew as he watched this mission, his eyes filled with shock. "That's rewarding the pillar cells for themselves?" Meng Hang was originally worried about how long it would take to save up 50,000 kill points, but he didn't expect the system to release it directly into the mission. But when he saw the quest he had to do, his originally excited face immediately fell. Although he didn't know what the Dark Knight Crow Emperor was, but just by looking at the ravens roaming the sky in front of him, he knew that what's-his-name's egg was definitely not good enough to seize it. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hang's face showed a ruthless look. He's tough on others, he's tough on himself, and for the sake of the pillar cells, he's fighting this time. Without any further hesitation, Instant Step was launched, directly transforming into a residual shadow and rushing towards the woods. The crow that was originally perching on a branch saw the scene and a red light flourished in its eyes. In an instant, the entire forest looked like it was vaporizing a black smoke. The group that was originally hovering in the sky also seemed to have been stimulated by something, and desperately rushed toward Meng Hang without stopping to die. Crap! It's the end of the world. When someone saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went weak and they cried out in shock. In an instant, the ability users who had entered the ancient battlefield all saw this horrifying scene and moved away from where the crow was swooping. In a corner of the ancient battlefield, Yao Tianshang and the so-called Yao Yushu looked at the sky in shock. Yao Yushu muttered, "The Dark Knight Doom Crow that never initiates an attack. Why is it suddenly berserk today?" Yao Tianshang, who was on the side, said, "Holy Maiden, do you want my subordinates to go and check it out? You think you're going to live long?" Yao Yushu said coldly, "A single Dark Knight Doom Crow is nothing, but this close to hundreds of thousands of them launching an attack together will have unimaginable consequences. And don't forget, these beasts also have a dark attribute natural skill, Dark Devouring. If you really piss them off, even those 5 from the first line of heaven will have to run when they come. Then let the beasts make such a mess?" Yao Tianshang asked with some anxiety. "As long as they don't affect the Holy Sun's descent, what if they destroy the entire space?" The crows were desperate to Meng Hang, and each crow exuded a thick darkness around them, which directly formed a dark cloud, and wherever the dark cloud passed, everything was swallowed up. Meng Hang, who had rushed into the forest, looked at the scene with a pale face, knowing that he had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Divine might, not caring about any side effects, he directly launched to activate his kaleidoscope writer's eye. Using his sight to directly mark the farthest place his eyes could see, he took one step and stepped directly into the alien space, and just as he disappeared, untold numbers of crows rushed towards his previous position. As the flock of crows flew by, the trees where he stood disappeared without a trace as if someone had taken an eraser to them. When Meng Hang stepped out again, he was standing at the position marked by the Sharingan eye before. Looking at the crows that turned around and flew back, he took another step and entered the alien space once again. "Crap, Toon-chan, do you have some accuracy or not? What's that egg you were talking about or not?" Meng Hang in the other dimension wiped away the tears of blood flowing out of his eyes and poured down 3 more bottles of rejuvenation liquid in a row before panting and asking the system, "Believe in you, brother Unity, and gain eternal life. So don't worry about it, okay? If I have anything to do with it anyway, we'll both end up playing together. I'll trust you for once." Saying so, he once again returned to real space. This time, when Meng Hang stepped out of the alien space, his eyes suddenly lit up and stared at the branches of a huge tree in the distance, only to see that this dead tree was 10 or so people ring the thickness, towering into the clouds, on which there was a huge bird's nest right in the middle, and in the bird's nest, there was a doom crow with bloodshot eyes, many times larger than the other crows, staring coldly at Meng Hang, the uninvited guest, and around it, thousands of dark doom crows circled, like faithful guards against outsiders. Although the Crow Emperor's eyes were icy cold, he didn't get up to attack Meng Hang and remained motionless in the nest. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed, and he noticed that there was a huge egg of pitch black color underneath it. It must be the Dark Knight Crow Emperor's egg as stated in the system quest, and it seemed that this herd of beasts reacted so dramatically to him entering the woods in order to protect this egg. The Crow Emperor looked at Meng Hang with killing intent all over his icy eyes. This egg that he had laid had actually produced a hint of mutation, and had made himself, the Crow Emperor, tremble before he was even born. So in order to make sure that his child was safe, no matter what this human in front of him was doing if he trespassed on his territory he had to die. A hint of disdain then surfaced in its eyes. Surrounded by these hundreds of thousands of his own people, what could this human do if he really wanted to snatch his own egg? Only looking for death. At this time, the crows chasing after him were already getting closer and closer to Meng Hang, but this time he no longer had a trace of anxiety, but instead, the corners of his mouth hooked up in an arc. Divine might. Only this time, the attack wasn't unleashed at the Crow Emperor, but instead focused on the giant egg beneath it. In the next moment, a distortion appeared in the space beneath the Dark Crow Emperor. The Dark Crow Emperor only felt an emptiness underneath it, and when it looked down, it realized that the egg that was hatching underneath it was no longer there. It's gone? That's it? It was a bit confused at the moment, not understanding how a good egg could be lost just like that. Gah! A roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth must have been the work of the human in front of him. The Dark Night Crow Emperor fluttered his enormous wings and slowly flew up, endless darkness permeating his body, and the great dark sky surged toward Menghang. The Doom Crows of this ancient battlefield all became frantic at this point, charging desperately towards Menghang. Seeing that the egg had already been absorbed by himself, Menghang also disregarded the fact that he could no longer see anything due to the overuse of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and used his divine might once again. Just when the endless darkness had surrounded him and the crows were about to touch him in the nick of time, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. As Menghang entered the alien space, he finally couldn't support himself any longer and fell to his knees with a plop. The tears of blood in his eyes were flowing downward uncontrollably, and at that moment, he only felt a glimmer of light coming in, but he couldn't see anything. Menghang smiled bitterly, knowing that these eyes were about to fail due to overuse of the kaleidoscope sharing wheel. Despite this, Menghang smiled faintly, not panicking at all. Brother Unity, this Dark Crow Emperor's egg has arrived, so you can give me the reward. Come on, Tai. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward host Juma cells. Menghang only felt a tingle throughout his body, and his eyes, which were already close to blindness, became bright again. Holy shit, is that amazing? He blinked his eyes and looked around incredulously. Menghang rubbed his hands in excitement. This is the legendary pillar cell. With it then he is not invincible. Thinking about it, he clapped his hands together. Kazuna no jutsu. In an instant, dozens of meters of Buddha appeared out of thin air. Meng Airline stood on top of the great Buddha. His face was filled with a color of excitement that he couldn't hide. Then, as if he thought of something, the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes in his eyes opened. In an instant, the great Buddha's was wrapped in light blue energy, forming a layer of blue armor. The armor-clad wooden man clenched his right hand in the air, and a light blue long sword appeared in his hand. With a flick forward, space unexpectedly began to distort, precisely the spatial ability of divine might. At this time, Menghang was so ecstatic and happy that he couldn't close his legs. With the powerful restorative power of the Jurassic cells, my kaleidoscope Sharingan can be used without limitations. You're thinking about fart eating. Iron. Just when Menghang was so excited that he couldn't help himself, the system's words poured over his head like a pot of cold water. Even if one possesses a pillar cell, the kaleidoscope writer's eye is not the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye after all. Unleashing divine might still has damage to your eyes, just not as much as before. With the current you can only use it for 5 minutes without interruption. What? It only works for 5 minutes? Menghang had thought that this book could already have a grand finale, and he had already stood at the top of the human pyramid, but he didn't think that the system would actually give him such a show. Then why is it that in the original story, Bandicoot can use it indefinitely, but I can only use it for 5 minutes? Menghang retorted. Then why don't you say that people can only use the power of Bandito's Kamui for 5 minutes? Menghang bristled, surprisingly powerless to retort. I know that Bandu can only use it for 5 minutes because he only has one sharpening will eye, but it's a fanfic. But after all, it's a fanfic. Even Kishimoto only dared to let Kakashi use the trial version of the dual shining eyes once, so I really don't dare to write too much of an anticlimax here. Being doused with this pot of cold water from the system, most of his excitement was gone, and he no longer continued to experiment with the new abilities he had gained. Disarming his Sharingan eyes from his Makujin no Jutsu, Menghang walked over to this pitch-black egg. As he approached he realized that although the egg had an ink-like shell, a closer look would reveal that there was a hint of golden vertical lines on it. Menghang's mood began to be a little churlish again, and excitedly asked the system, Brother Tuzi, is this a pet for me? Crows are ominous representatives in the eyes of the world? But Menghang was influenced by the skunk, and not only did he not hate crows, he was even very happy with the pet. I say Tai Z, can we have some future? I'm asking you to go through a lot of trouble to get it here. How can I just let you catch babies? The system said helplessly. Then what did you ask me to snatch him for? Hey. The system let out a long sigh and explained to him in a serious tone. Although you have a lot of means now, they are all dependent on my help. Think carefully about whether you ever awakened your powers at the awakening ceremony in the first place. Menghang opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, it didn't come out. I also didn't expect a rare species like the Doomcrow to appear in this dimension and actually produce a Fae in an egg. As long as you absorb the essence from the egg, you can awaken the powers that belong to you, not by me giving them to you. If one day I'm gone, at least you won't be left without the means to defend yourself because of it. Hearing this, Menghang's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. What do you mean by that? Has something changed that you want to let your kid's ass go? I'm fine. I'm just saying maybe. Upon hearing the system's denial, Meng Hang was able to put his heart down a bit. Although the system hadn't screwed him over much during this period of time, it was all thanks to the system that he was able to get to where he was today. So he had come to think of the system as a flesh and blood friend rather than a cold gold finger. Returning his attention back to this egg, Meng Hang asked with some curiosity, "How am I supposed to absorb this stuff? Is it like the rumor? Put your hands on the eggshell. What catalyzed the internal force? Come on. Where do you even hear about all this unreliable stuff?" The system interrupted him impatiently. "There's not that much to it. Just eat it." "Eat?" Meng Hang's eyes widened. "How do you eat it? Fry it? Or boil it? You fucking eat it straight raw." This time the system was completely rendered speechless by Meng Hang. Meng Hang was embarrassed for a moment, scratched his head, and without further delay, his fist blasted towards the eggshell. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Meng Hang looked at his fist in confusion, then at the still intact egg, somewhat incredulous. Although he didn't use his full strength, this punch couldn't be withstood by an average second-ranked demonic beast, and this egg in front of him actually did nothing. "I won't believe it today." Saying that, he used his entire body to blast out once again. Click click. The eggshell finally couldn't withstand Meng Hang's immense strength this time, and began to split apart inch by inch, with transparent egg white spilling out from it. Meng Hang took a look. How could he afford to waste it? And hurriedly came forward and started sucking like crazy. Instantly a fishy sweet flavor filled his mouth. Hiccup. I don't know how long it took, but Meng Hang stood up after patting his already rounded stomach and burped. "I say brother unity. Not that I'm bragging. Such a big egg is the only thing I can eat in one bite. If you were to put it on someone else, you'd have to choke on 2 bites, and all that essence would be wasted. And what's the point of mentioning absorbing the essence?" Listening to Meng Hang bragging about himself here, the system laughed disdainfully. "Who told you you needed to give it all away? There's a strand of black essence in here. That's the most important part of the whole egg, and the key to gaining the powers. So just pick out that strand of black essence and eat it." Upon hearing this, Meng Hang instantly became furious. "Nima, why didn't you say so? And you didn't ask me. You just want to think about pitting the old." Before Meng Hang could finish cursing, the next moment his face changed wildly, his body unconsciously bowed, and he finally collapsed on the ground and kept convulsing. At this moment, Meng Hang only felt a burst of indescribable pain coming from his whole body, as if someone was holding a razor blade to slice off his flesh piece by piece, and then after finishing the job, he would remove the remaining flesh and blood on the bones a little bit more, and he was awake the whole time during this process. Meng Hang wrapped his arms around himself and curled up on the ground. He now didn't even have the leeway to ask the system what was going on. He could only grit his teeth and hold on for dear life. And just as he was dying in the other dimension, the crowd outside had found the place where the nirvana grass grew. In the desert there is a strange village with houses made of huge stone blocks, and in the village at that moment, the shouts and killings shook the sky, and the energy of the colorful glaze was being cast outward like it was no money at all, and the people fighting on both sides. On one side were the hundreds of ability users who had entered this place, while on the other side were monsters with double heads and green fangs. Although these monsters weren't as numerous as the ability users, they were all powerful and their bodies were so hard that ordinary powers couldn't hurt them at all. "Everyone, step it up. Slaughter this group of 2-headed green flames and you'll get the nirvana grass," someone said as they unleashed their powers. "It's easy for you to say. Each of these monsters has a strength of more than the second rank. How can they be dealt with so easily?" A shifter who managed to dodge the attack said lamely. Right at this moment, a wind blade chopped through, directly cutting the second-ranked, 2-headed green flame demon in front of the man who spoke into 2 halves. A cold youth then walked out, disdainfully glancing at the man beside him, and said with a cold snort, "Humph, a bunch of losers. You can't even beat a bunch of second-order foreigners, and you still dare to come here to snatch the grinding grass. Don't end up dying without knowing how." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to that person, and another wind blade chopped out, attacking towards the other foreigners. The face of the person being mocked by the cold youth was green and purple, wanting to open his mouth to retort, but not daring to open his mouth. That cold youth was clearly an air-ranked ability, not something he could deal with as an earth rank, and there is nothing here that can't kill innocents indiscriminately. Once that youth accidentally slips his hand and a wind blade decapitates himself, then he really has no place to talk about it. The battle was in full swing, but no one noticed that no matter which side someone died tragically, a faint black mist floated out from their body and drifted in a certain direction. The war was getting more and more tragic, and the human side, relying on the advantage of having more people, soon slaughtered the 2-headed green flame demon clan basically into thin air, and behind a small hill, a monk with a ring scar on his head and a chubby little white fatty were peeking their heads out and peeking in. "I said, Master Shan, if we don't get on the field, We won't even be able to have soup later. How said anxiously. He didn't come here to swim in the mountains for fun. He could still fantasize about getting the nirvana grass and holding a beautiful woman. Monk Daishan smashed his mouth and shook his head. It's not right. It's not right. I don't know why. The poor monk's heart is always unsettled. It feels like something is going to happen. It's better to wait and see. Hearing him say that, How had no choice but to wait a little longer with his cat's head. At this time, there are only less than 10 two-headed green flame demons left in the field. The crowd will surround them in the center without the slightest pity in their eyes. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. The only way to deal with foreign races and demonic beasts is to kill them. The 10 two-headed green flame demons surrounded in the center knew that they couldn't escape, and their mouths angrily muttered a language that the people around them couldn't understand. And then they all roared together up to the sky. What are these beasts talking about? Someone asked curiously. Who cares? Hurry up and finish them off so we can go in and find the nirvana grass. Hearing this, the crowd did not delay any longer, and all of them used their own skillful techniques to blast at the group of foreigners, splashing up a cloud of smoke and dust. It didn't take long, and when the smoke dissipated, all that was left on the ground was a pile of mush. Upon resolving these few foreigners, the crowd didn't rush into the village to look for nirvana grass, but instead stood in place looking at each other warily. The Yao family only needed one nirvana grass. While there were so many people here that only one person could get the nirvana grass, the atmosphere in the field became subtle and incomparable. No one dared to be the first to act for fear of being sneak attacked. Dang, dang, dang. And just as the crowd was having their own thoughts, loud footsteps came from the distance and the ground began to shake with them. The faces of the people who were originally still at sword point changed wildly as they looked in the direction from which the voice came, only to see a monster that was nearly 30 meters tall, with 2 heads and 4 arms, with the same appearance as the two-headed green flame demon, only with 2 extra arms, walk out. Everyone was horrified at the sight of this monster. 5th ranked, 4-armed green flame demon. Someone recognized the creature and cried out in horror. He also stopped looking for any nirvana grass and turned his head to run. The 4-armed green flame demon looked at the tragically dead clansman in front of him, and a tyrannical color appeared in his eyes. You all deserve to die for killing my people. This monster even spit out human words. One of the 4 arms of the hand to turn to escape the person of the empty pinch, only to see that the person has not yet run out a few steps of the footsteps of a beat. A scream did not even shout out, immediately turned into a blood mist. Run! This scene looked at the crowd present scalp numb. Do not know who when the crowd shouted. The crowd scattered in all directions to run. The 4-armed green flame demon looked at the crowd that was scattering like birds and beasts, and an endless killing opportunity appeared in his eyes. Each of the 4 gigantic arms pinched out a spell seal, and one of the heads unexpectedly spat out a roaring green flame from its mouth. This monstrous green flame blazing heat was as if nothing could not be burned, and the entire space began to distort. The crowd had originally escaped in all directions, with a hint of luck in their hearts that this 4-armed green flame demon would chase after people in other directions, but feeling the heat coming from behind them, they knew that none of the beasts wanted to let go. Some people with a clear mind knew that if they fled any further, they would only be engulfed by the flames, so they simply stopped fleeing. Don't run, all of you. If you keep running like this, you'll only die, a competent-looking man said. The others hesitated and stopped when they heard this. They weren't stupid and knew that in this situation, joining forces together might still have a chance of survival. Any earth or water abilities, cast a shield first to ensure that the others can use their powers at full strength. Yes, I am. So can I. A dozen people stepped forward and said, Earth system on the outside, water system on the inside. We must block this flame. The lean middle-aged man shouted loudly, as if he had become the leader of the crowd. These few people didn't hesitate, and the water-type psychic among them mobilized his spiritual power first, and under the joint efforts of several people, a huge wall of water instantly appeared in front of the crowd. Earth, up! The lean middle-aged man shouted again. As soon as the words fell, a huge wall of earth appeared before the wall of water. Seeing that the 2 defense barriers had been formed, the middle-aged man let out a slight sigh of relief. Brothers, whether or not we can escape this today depends on now. Don't hold back. Use all your skills. In the next moment, ice cones, fireballs, and wind blades rained down from the sky, blasting towards the 4-armed green flame demon in the distance. The huge 4-armed green flame demon looked at the attack coming towards him. A hint of disdain appeared in his eyes, and surprisingly, he didn't even dodge. Boom boom boom. Explosions exploded across its body, rising in a small mushroom cloud. The crowd looked at the monster shrouded in smoke with a hopeful look in their eyes, but the next second, the color of hope in their eyes turned into despair, only to see the 4-armed green flame demon walk out of the smoke and dust intact, without even a trace left on his body. At the same time, the green-colored flames filled in before the earth wall. When the roaring flames came into contact with the earth wall, the nearly 2-meter-thick earth wall unexpectedly melted like a liquid. The crowd watched this scene and their faces changed again. Before they could react, the flames continued to sweep forward. Under the scorching heat of the endless heat, the second defensive water wall also instantly evaporated and disappeared without a trace in an instant. As soon as the crowd saw that the barrier created by so many people was actually broken so easily, there was not even a hint of resistance. The morale that had just been boosted instantly disappeared, and once again turned into birds and beasts scattering. Unfortunately, it was already too late to run. The other head of the four-armed green flame demon took in a deep breath before exhaling forcefully. The surrounding area was instantly surrounded by fierce winds, and the green-colored flames used the wind to burn even more vigorously. The ability user who ran at the end was engulfed in a sea of fire in a matter of moments, and after a scream, there was no more sound. At the same time, a speck of greenish-colored sparks splattered and crashed onto a desperately fleeing ability in front of him. The next moment, the sparks were like falling on a haystack, directly igniting flames. This power user's face changed drastically as he desperately slapped at his body. Unfortunately to no avail, the fire grew and spread to this body. By now the ability had panicked, and yanked on the person in front of him, crying out in supplication, "Help me! Please help me! I don't want to die!" The face of the person who was yanked in front of him instantly turned pale. He couldn't even protect himself. How could he care about the others? "Get loose! You let go!" Seeing the flames immediately spreading to his body, this person's face twisted as a vicious color emerged. A long knife appeared in his hand, and with a single slash, he slashed at the arm that was tugging at him. Ka-ching! The arm should be broken. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late, and the green flame had already spread down the arm to his body, instantly turning this person into ashes as well, in a matter of minutes. However, what had been screams mixed with cries for help became dead silence in the flames. All of these nearly 100 ability users were buried in the fire just like that. The green flame was still burning, and a black mist floated out from it, then converged somewhere. The two who were hidden behind a small hill in the distance had already been scared out of their wits and hid behind the hill, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of being discovered by the four-armed green flame demon. Ancient battlefield. In front of a huge altar, Yao Tianshang and Ya Yushu stared at the altar with grave expressions on their faces, only to see countless black mists converging into the spell formation in front of the altar. Yao Tianshang opened his mouth. "Holy Maiden, we've already sacrificed the souls of hundreds of able-bodied people. Why is this spell still not moving? Is it possible that the Holy Church's canonical records are wrong?" Ya Yushu also furrowed her pretty brows and was just about to speak when her eyes lit up in the next moment, casting her gaze above the altar. Seeing her movements, Yao Tianshang also hurriedly turned his attention back to the altar, only to see that after the formation on the altar had absorbed the soul power of these hundreds of people, a silvery-haired young man with crystal and jade horns on his eyebrows and an extremely handsome face slowly appeared in silhouette. As more and more soul power was absorbed, the figure gradually became solidified, and in the end, the entire physical body descended into this space, and as he descended, a mighty pressure swept over him, pressuring Yao Tianshang and Ya Yushu, who were not far away, to lift their heads. The silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the roaming desert, his brows furrowed. "I didn't expect the legendary ancestral star to be such a barren world." Then he clenched his fist and shook his head in disgust again, muttering, "The power of the rules here unexpectedly suppresses my strength, and I can only utilize 1/3 of my strength. Greetings to the God Emperor." Not far away, Yao Tianshang and Ya Yushu kneeled down on one knee and respectfully made a deep bow to the youth in front of them. It was then that the silver-haired youth noticed the duo, skimming over them with indifference in his eyes. "You are the ones who summoned this seat here? Your Excellency, the two of us are from the Lifeless sect and have specially summoned the divine envoy down to the realm. My subordinate is the rudder master of the Lifeless God sect, Yao Tianshang, and next to my subordinate is none other than the holy daughter of the divine sect, Yilingxian." "Oh," the silver-haired youth let out a light eep, not caring about any Lifeless sect's helmsman, but instead casting his gaze towards Yilingxian. "You're this generation's holy maiden?" Yilingxian raised her white and flawless jade neck and looked at the silver-haired youth with a light smile. "Back to the God Emperor. My little daughter is the contemporary holy maiden." With this smile, her stunningly beautiful and clear face revealed a hint of flirtatiousness, like a fairy who mistakenly fell to the mortal world tainted with a hint of dust, and even the silver-haired youth who was looking at her was dumbfounded. There was a flash of strange light in the silver-haired youth's eyes, but in the next moment, as if he had thought of something, his expression became solemn again. "Since you are the contemporary holy maiden, there is no need for you to perform such a great salute to me. Quickly get up." After he said that, he gently supported him with his right hand, and an invisible force helped Yilingxian up. Yao Tianshang, who was still kneeling on the side, saw that the divine messenger had already helped the holy maiden up and stretched his hand forward as well, waiting for the silver-haired youth to help him up as well. But who knew that the silver-haired youth was putting his hands behind his back and didn't even look at him? This time Yao Tianshang directly froze in place, embarrassed and incomparable. Standing is not. Kneeling is not. The silver-haired youth with his hands behind his back didn't even care about the incredibly embarrassed Yao Tianshang. In his eyes, in addition to the holy maiden with a special identity, the rest of the world were all mole crickets, and not worth the energy he put into them at all. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as his eyes looked into the distance, sensing the terrifying aura of a fifth-ranked, four-armed green flame demon. Oh, there's also a still relatively powerful mole, just so I can test my current strength. After saying that, he took a step and disappeared in the same place. Seeing that the divine envoy had already left, Yao Tianshang then stood up and said with a bit of displeasure, "Holy maiden, this divine envoy doesn't take our holy sect seriously at all. Can he really help us grow the holy sect?" Ye Lingshuan beckoned him to attach his ear. Actually, Yao Tianshang only felt a warm breath coming from his ears, feeling the holy maiden's exhaling breath. At this moment, he was a bit distracted. Although on the surface the two have always presented themselves as father and daughter, in fact they are only in an upper and lower class relationship. What man could be unmoved by a sometimes innocent, sometimes flirtatious siren like her? Although he was outwardly respectful to Yi Lingxian, he had privately fantasized countless times about the scene of riding this high and mighty saintly maiden on his crotch. Stinky bitch, one day I'll get my hands on you, Yao Tianshang thought darkly. Actually, you can die. Aha, Yao Tianshang froze for a moment, then his face changed drastically. Put. The next moment, a pair of crystal clear, soft and boneless delicate hands had been inserted into his heart. When Yi Lingshuan's right hand came out again, there was already a thumping heart in his hand. Yao Tianshang covered the wound in his heart. His eyes were wide open with disbelief. Why? Cluck cluck cluck. Yi Lingxian used his other hand to slightly dab some blood on this bloody heart, then gently dabbed it on top of his own vermilion lips, and his originally clear face was suddenly flooded with a hint of bizarre demonic splendor. Only then did she let out a petulant laugh. Every man for himself. You'll never know what it's like to be a dowry for someone else, so I'm going to do whatever it takes to get stronger, and anyone who stands in my way must die. Speaking of which, a hint of helplessness flickered in her wintry eyes. Stinky bitch, I want. With a poof, Yao Tianshang, who was still trying to say something else, died here without living. Yi Lingxian threw away the heart that was no longer beating in his hand, licked the smear of blood on his lips, and looked in the direction where the silver-haired youth had disappeared, with an enduring smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't you let me down. She took one step and her figure disappeared into thin air. At the same time, there was a twist in space, and the silver-haired youth who reappeared had already arrived in front of the four-armed green flame demon. Seeing that it was actually a two-headed, four-armed monster, the silver-haired youth raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't realize that the ancestral planet still had the remnants of the green flame demon clan, which is ranked 98 in the 108 god pillars. The four-armed green flame demon also discovered the silver-haired youth in front of him at this time, and a trace of scorn was actually revealed in his tyrannical eyes. For some reason, it felt a sense of oppression from the other party's breath that came from its soul. The silver-haired youth looked at the four-armed green flame demon actually looking down on him, and a displeased look appeared on his face, but he still said indifferently, "Considering that you are a descendant of the green flame clan, I will now give you a choice. Submit or die." Upon hearing these words, the four-armed green flame demon, who was still somewhat fearful, once again became furious. Aside from the gang of crows that represented ominousness, it was the master of this space, and the mole in front of it dared to threaten itself. "Griffin, don't think for yourself," the four-armed green flame demon said in a jared voice, and all four arms were launched at the same time, slapping towards the silver-haired youth. Looking for death. The silver-haired youth snorted coldly, a flash of anger surfacing in his indifferent eyes. As a royal clan in the 108 divine pillars himself, he condescended to take in a bottom-ranked four-armed green flame demon, and the other party was so ungrateful that he even dared to take a shot at himself. Looking at the four huge arms that were glowing with green flames slapping towards him, the silver-haired youth took one step and stood directly in front of the four-armed green flame demon in the air, pointing a finger at the center of its brow. Compared to the four-armed green flame demon, the silver-haired youth's size was not as big as one of its fingers, but it was when such a tiny silver-haired youth pointed a finger at its forehead that the forearms of the four-armed green flame demon slapped out. Forearms lurched, and the entire person froze in place. The silver-haired youth withdrew his right hand and slowly fell to the ground. As he landed on the ground, The four-armed green flame demon's gigantic body unexpectedly shattered inch by inch like a broken mirror, and directly exploded in the next second. Blood and flesh splashed in all directions, turning into a rain of blood and falling. And the silver-haired youth stood right where he was, surprisingly without a trace of blood on his body. "You've been given a chance and you're not using it," the silver-haired youth sneered and said indifferently. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, his footsteps suddenly retracted again and he looked in a certain direction. And on the backside of the small hill in this direction, Monk Daishan and Anai were covering their mouths with their hands, not daring to utter a single breath. "Oh, there are actually two mole crickets hiding." With a flash of his figure, the silver-haired youth came directly in front of these two, staring at them with interest. "Ha ha, little fatty. Look at this moonlight tonight. It makes me want to recite a poem." The light of the moon before the bed is suspected to be frost on the ground. Touchy-feely, touchy-feely. The poor monk is actually a bit homesick. "Why don't we go home now?" Monk Shashan pretended not to see the silver-haired youth, shook his head and recited 2 verses of poetry, and then said to little fatty. The little fat man looked up at the sky in a contemplative manner. "Master is right. The moon is bright in the hometown. The moon here is no more beautiful than in the hometown. We'd better hurry out and go home to enjoy the moon." With that, the two of them turned around and were about to leave. "Don't leave if you're here, or go down and accompany that four-armed green flame demon." The silver-haired young man had no waves in his eyes as he said to the duo who turned to leave. "Little fatty, do it." Knowing that he couldn't muddle through, Monk Daishan shouted at Anai while he himself ran to the side. In comparison, Anai was able to get into God's capital university, and with his mid-air stage strength coupled with his SS-rank psychic abilities, he still had real skills in his body. As for himself, he was only an E-class ability of the Earth rank. Going up would only add to the chaos, so he might as well stay on the sidelines and see if there was a time for a sneak attack. Anai didn't hesitate at the moment of life and death. SS Alien Energy Dragonization was unleashed. The whole body was covered with scale armor, and the original white, chubby and somewhat cute face protruded forward, with a mouth full of sharp teeth. It became a Tyrannosaurus Rex lookalike with a dragon's head and body. After the transformation, Anai's strength and speed all skyrocketed a few times, and with a push of his feet, he rushed towards the silver-haired youth like a cannonball. The silver-haired youth raised an eyebrow, clearly a little surprised by Anai's transformation, and muttered, "Oh, there's an ancient demonic beast bloodline in your body, so you can transform? It's a pity that the power of the bloodline is so thin that it can only go so far." After saying that, he again stretched out his right hand to lightly point toward Anai. Although this casual strike of his looked weak, the forward-charging Anai only felt a chill run down his spine. The transformed beast's intuition told him that if he was hit by this finger, he would absolutely fall here. At that moment, he didn't dare to hesitate, and with a sharp stop of his body, he quickly retreated backward, trying to dodge the strike. But what made his scalp numb was that no matter how he retreated, that light finger was like a maggot in his hock, rapidly approaching in front of his eyes until it immediately pointed at his forehead. "It's over." Cold sweat instantly flowed from Anai's forehead, knowing that today was going to be a disaster. The words are split. Meng Hang woke up in a daze, and only after a brief moment of disillusionment did he remember what had happened before, and with his mouth open, he started cursing at the system. "Devouring the Lord. You're devouring the Lord. Cub seed. You come out and look at me straight on. I won't rest with you. Hey, Iron. You can't look at the sky with your bare ass and have eyes for the sky. I went out of my way to make you awaken your powers, and in the end I got a scolding from you. Pull yourself together. Why didn't you tell me that awakening this what ability is so dangerous? Old me almost hung up just now," Meng Hang said without a trace of anger. As the great and omnipotent system, how could it possibly put the host to death?" The system explained in a nonchalant manner. "Why do you think I'm rewarding the Jubilee cell this time? It's not because of its perverted repairing ability. Without the wood attribute power of the pillar cells, I wouldn't have dared to let you devour the Dark Knight Crow Emperor egg. The dark attribute energy contained in it will devour the cells in your body, but with the pillar cells it's different. While the dark attribute destroys the cells, the wood attribute repairs your cells. So I'm 80% confident you'll be safe and sound." Hearing 50%, Meng Hang's forehead veins rippled, knowing that the system was punking him again, but he didn't say anything else, and inwardly he was vaguely grateful to the system. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and in the face of huge profits, half the odds are enough to make a man break his head and go for it. Stretching his arms, without the everlasting pain that he had just experienced, Meng Hang then let go of his heart, but he froze when he saw himself in a black robe. He remembered that he was obviously wearing a set of sportswear. How did he turn into a black robe in this moment of time? Meng Hang had wanted to take out a mirror from his spatial ring to look at it, but a flash of light gave him a better idea. Make a seal with both hands. The art of shadow splitting. A person who looked exactly like Meng Hang appeared, and the two of them stared wide-eyed, looking each other up and down, looking at himself across the room. He was dressed in a black robe. His fine hair had become black and shiny, and his appearance had not changed much, with sharp corners and a high nose. But I don't know why. With this black robe, I always feel like I have a gloomy aura, like a villain. Hey, a villain is a villain. A good man doesn't live long, and a scourge is 1,000 years old, so it's good to be a scourge, he reassured himself. Then he looked across the room at himself, an intriguing smile curling the corners of his mouth. Hey, brother unicorn, how many kill points are in the art of color seduction? System. Fuck off. You're playing a pretty sick game. We're going for a little freshness. Meng Hang laughed and didn't care. Originally he was just joking. Brother unicorn, open the character attributes. Host, Meng Hang. Abilities, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Dual Divine Might, SS rank. Dark Knight Doom Crow, SSS rank. Blood Limit, Kizuna, SSS rank. Mental Power, 520585, Empty rank Intermediate. Power, 354. Agility, 398. Physique, 405. Meng Hang nodded with satisfaction. Not only had he obtained the pillar cells, but he had also awakened his own psychic abilities. This trip to the ancient battlefield could be said to be a great harvest. It's also time to go out, and I don't know how Monk Goodness and Little Fatty are doing, he muttered as the kaleidoscope sharing wheel appeared in his eyes and took a step out of the alien space. The Dark Crow Emperor, who had lost his own egg, was leading his flock of crows in a frenzy to search for Meng Hang in the woods. Nay, after searching round and round, there was still no sign of it at all. The Dark Crow Emperor didn't believe that the person who stole its egg could still run out of this space. Just as it was about to lead its people to expand its range and search throughout the ancient battlefield, a certain part of the forest distorted in space, and Meng Hang, dressed in a black robe, stepped out. The blood-red pupils of the Dark Knight Crow Emperor, who was circling overhead with his crows, shrunk violently as he looked toward the place where Meng Hang had appeared. Gah! With an angry roar, the commanding hundreds of thousands of crows swooped down towards Meng Hang. Hearing this roar, Meng Hang, who had just walked out, was startled. Looking up, the crows of Dark Doom swooped down at him. This time Meng Hang no longer panicked. His heart moved freely, and a golden vertical pupil appeared in his blood-red sharpening will eye. At the same time, darkness filled in behind him, spreading in all directions. Wherever the darkness passed, all objects were swallowed up without a trace. The swooping flock of Doom crows at full speed gave a lurch. For some reason, they actually felt the suppressive power of their bloodline from the human in front of them, making them not dare to continue their attack. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor hovering in the sky also felt this bloodline suppression, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes, followed by endless rage. It instantly understood that the human in front of it had absorbed its own offspring and gained that hint of returning power. Gah! Gah! The Dark Knight Crow Emperor both angrily and anxiously urged the crows to continue their attack, but no matter how much it urged them, the crows were always hovering in midair, not daring to take another step forward. Looking at the crows in the sky, Meng Hang blessedly shouted, "Come here!" An irresistible force in their bloodline enveloped the crows, causing them to involuntarily rush towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang stood in place without moving, allowing these hundreds of thousands of Dark Knight Doom crows to charge towards him. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor in the sky let out a cold laugh in his heart as he watched him take this path to death. Unfortunately, the next moment, it froze in place. When the crows touched Meng Hang's body, it was like a drop of water falling into the middle of a lake, or a river merging into the middle of the ocean, and it just logically merged into his body. At this moment, Meng Hang's body was like a black hole, facing the torrent formed by hundreds of thousands of crows that came and went, all of which were integrated into his body. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor in the sky was completely flustered when he saw his people integrating into that human's body in a desperate manner. It cawed desperately at the crows, issuing commands to try to recall its people, but it was useless, as if Meng Hang was now the supreme being of the Doom Crow flock, and his orders could make them fight to the death. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor wanted to step forward to stop it, but whenever it tried to get close to Meng Hang, a power in its bloodline prompted it to merge into Meng Hang's body as well, so it didn't dare to come closer, and could only hover anxiously in the sky. The black waves continued to surge towards Meng Hang's body, and after a full 5 minutes, there was no longer a single Doom Crow to be seen in the sky, except for the Dark Knight Crow Emperor. At this moment, Meng Hang was wearing a black robe, and behind his back, the slightest hint of darkness surged, and the aura around him was even colder. He looked at the Crow Emperor hovering in the sky and said faintly, "A family needs to be neat and tidy, so you come in too." With that said, the red light in his eyes blossomed, and his kaleidoscope shell and eyes opened, marking the front of the Crow Emperor in the air. only a flash of his body was seen, coming into the air like an instantaneous movement. A pair of black wings like demonic wings unexpectedly stretched out from his back. The wings slowly flapped, and Meng Hang just floated in the air. When the Dark Knight Crow Emperor saw that this human actually came to his side, as a fifth-ranked demonic beast, it actually didn't think of attacking at the first moment, but instead turned its head to run. Meng Hang snorted coldly. Humph. Still trying to run. Darkness quickly filled out behind him, like a giant black net, covering towards the Dark Knight Crow Emperor. In just the blink of an eye, it, which had just flapped its wings twice, was instantly enveloped in endless darkness and dragged toward Meng Hang's body. At this moment, Meng Hang's body was like a tao-tai, coming and going, and the closer the huge Dark Knight Crow Emperor got to his body the smaller it became, until it was completely swallowed by his body. The heavens and earth became clear once again, and the darkness that could devour everything disappeared without a trace. Meng Hang hovered in midair, muttering to himself, "It's also time to go and see how the good monk and little fatty are doing." After saying that, the upright body unexpectedly suddenly exploded into a sky full of crows and flew off into the distance. Unlike before, although the flock of dune crows that Meng Hang had transformed into also had bloodshot eyes, there was an additional runic mark in the pupil of each dune crow. It was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The silver-haired youth pointed out a finger, and it looked like he was going to point at the center of little fatty's eyebrows. Just then, the sky suddenly became dark, as if there was a dark cloud covering the sky. Gah! Gah! As the sky darkened, the cries of countless crows resounded in the sky. The silver-haired youth frowned, a little distracted by the raucous cries. The finger that was pointing out at that moment lurched and looked up into the sky, only to see that the sky at this time hovered densely packed with crows, blocking out this sky. The silver-haired youth's face immediately changed, and he said with some exasperation, "How can there still be something like this here that should have gone extinct long ago?" But then the heart dropped. This group of beasts would not take the initiative to attack themselves as long as they did not provoke them. Seeing that the silver-haired youth's attention was attracted by the crows in the sky, How looked delighted and turned around, about to flee backwards. "Griffin, where can you run?" The cold voice of the silver-haired youth suddenly came back to his ears, accompanied by a sound of breaking air. "Fatty, watch out!" Seeing this scene from afar, Monk Daishan's face changed drastically and he warned in a loud voice. Unfortunately, his reminder was still a step too late. The silver-haired youth's speed was too terrifying, catching up with How in just the blink of an eye. Seeing that this finger was about to pierce through the back of his head, Dyson knew that it was too late, but he still charged this way regardless of his life. And just at this moment, the kaleidoscope sharing will eye in the eyes of the ear crow in the sky turned slightly, and the little fat man who had already shown his face in despair unexpectedly disappeared strangely into place. "Ha!" The silver-haired young man whose finger fell short gave a light eep and looked around with some confusion, but other than seeing the monk Yushan, who also had a dumbfounded look on his face, he did not see his figure. He then looked over at Good and said with interest, "I didn't expect that there would be times when this seat would look away, and you actually have such tactics." With that said, the void made a grab at the good monk. At this time, Monk Daishan also froze on the spot, not understanding exactly what the situation was. Hearing the silver-haired youth's words, he quickly waved his hand. Just before he could open his mouth to explain, a huge suction force came from the silver-haired youth's hands, causing him to involuntarily walk towards the silver-haired youth's body. Right at this moment, the countless Dark Knight Doom crows in the sky once again chirped and turned into a black torrent that swooped down towards the middle of the silver-haired youth and Monk Yushan. As the crows fell to the ground, they unexpectedly coalesced into a black-robed young man in the likeness of Meng Hang. Only this time, unlike the previous illusions created by the use of Sharingan, this time his body was truly coalesced from the crows. This bizarre scene directly scared the startled goodness to sit on the ground with his buttocks, while a touch of surprise also appeared in the indifferent eyes of the silver-haired youth. The black-robed Meng Hang stood not far away from the silver-haired youth, a cold aura drifting out as he similarly stared at the silver-haired youth with an indifferent look. The paralyzed Monk Daishan stared at the black-robed youth in front of him with an odd look. It was clearly Meng Hang's looks, but the temperament was completely different. For some reason, the black-robed youth in front of him gave him a chilling feeling, so he hesitated, still a little uncertain, and asked, "Meng, Caster Meng Hang? Grandpa's here." Monk Yushan's face darkened, only feeling that this one sentence made the temperamentally grim Meng Hang instantly break down and turn back into that dangling brat. He had some unkind thoughts about disliking him back, but when he thought about his current situation, his face became ugly again. "Scholar Meng, why are you here? This is not the time for jokes. Now that cultivator How is nowhere to be found. This person in front of us isn't something we can deal with. I personally saw him kill a 5th-ranked 4-armed green flame demon in seconds. Oh yeah, gotta let that little fat ass out." Meng Hang nodded indistinctly. the space beside Monk Daishan twisted, and Ni Hao, who had already regained his person, fell to the ground on his butt. He looked around with confused eyes. Just now, just in the nick of time, Ni Hao's eyes blinked and he found himself in an unfamiliar space. Originally, he thought he was coming to the netherworld, but before he could recoil, he actually returned to the real world. What's going on? Ni Hao asked as he looked at Deshawn, who was staring at him with wide eyes beside him. Me, you, he. Monk Shashan was so shocked by the fat man who had disappeared and suddenly appeared that he could not speak, pointing at himself for a moment, then pointing at him, and finally pointing at Meng Hang, the last sentence not coming out. Meng Hang didn't look back at Ni Hao, but instead raised his eyebrows and looked at the silver-haired youth with interest. Although he didn't know what a four-armed green flame demon was, but to be able to kill a fifth-ranked existence in seconds, its strength must be very powerful. Looking at the jade horn on the silver-haired youth's brow, Meng Hang cocked his head and asked with some curiosity, "Good lord, what kind of species are you with horns on your head? Could it be a cross between a human and a cow?" When the silver-haired youth heard this, his entire body's veins rippled with anger, and his face lost its indifference and became incomparably hideous. "Humble human, this seed is the royal clan in the 108 God Pillar, the Jade Horn clan. You, a humble human, actually dare to humiliate the seat like this? The Jade Horns? What the hell?" Meng Hang had only heard of the demon race, but he had never heard of any Jade Horn race. Seeing his confused look, the silver-haired youth smiled disdainfully. "Surely you, a humble human, have never heard of the 108 God Pillar. Soon enough, when the 108 God Pillar descends on the ancestral planet, you will worship our glory." At that, he paused before continuing. "Too bad you won't get to see that time." Meng Hang didn't care about the austere killing intent in the silver-haired youth's words, and instead turned his head to look at the two people behind him. "Have you heard of any of the bullhorns? Any of the 108 Pillars of God?" The two shook their heads in confusion at the same time. When the silver-haired youth saw that Meng Hang, who was confronting him, was not even putting himself in his sights, revealing such a big break in front of him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Regardless of whether this black-robed youth was artistically bold or truly stupid, since he dared to ignore him, then don't blame him for being merciless. In fact, what the silver-haired youth was unwilling to admit inwardly was that since Meng Hang had appeared, he actually had a vague sense of awe in his heart, but his condescension would not allow him to admit the weakness within his heart. "Die!" The silver-haired youth repeated his trick and pointed a finger at Meng Hang's chest. "Look out!" The two of them, Dai Shan and Ni Hao, immediately changed their colors when they saw the scene and exclaimed out in shock at the same time. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The silver-haired youth's fingers, along with his arm, ran directly through Meng Hang's chest. The two of them showed despair and closed their eyes, unable to bear to look at the scene of Meng Hang's tragic death. "Humph, it's still a mole cricket after all." The silver-haired youth coldly snorted in disdain, and the trace of scorn in his heart instantly disappeared as well, just before he finished a sentence. The next moment he was frozen in place with his jaw dropped. It was only then that he realized that his arm that had passed through Meng Hang did not even have a trace of blood, as if it had passed through the air. The Duoshan duo also realized that something was wrong at this time and looked at Meng Hang in shock. Meng Hang slowly turned his head, the corners of his mouth rising, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Griffin, are you talking about me?" At this time, the silver-haired youth's eyes were no longer indifferent. Instead, he was showing a hint of panic, but his mouth was still speaking harsh words. "Humph, playing God." Quickly pulling his arm out, his 5 fingers were like hooks, emitting a faint fluorescent light as he once again pulled out Meng Hang's heart. Meng Hang stood in place, his expression unchanged, and just watched as an arm hollowed out hard towards his heart. In the next moment, the fluorescent arm pierced through his body once again, not causing him a single damage. The silver-haired young man's heart was in turmoil, and his body shape exploded back, instantly coming dozens of meters away from Meng Hang to finish, looking at him with an unbelievable face. "Kid, what kind of power is that?" The corners of Meng Hang's mouth rose, clearly smiling, but giving the silver-haired youth an eerie feeling. "Go down and ask Hades." Meng Hang had always implemented the guideline that villains die from talking too much, and even though he now looked like a full-blown villain on the outside, he didn't want to end up like one. Divine might. The kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes were activated, looking straight into the silver-haired youth's head. With the slight distortion of space, the silver-haired youth's pupils contracted violently, and an aura of death enveloped his entire body, causing sweaty hairs to explode all over his body. Just in the nick of time, the jade horn on his forehead suddenly lit up with a brilliant light. As if enlightened, the silver-haired youth instantly reacted, his head tilting back violently. Just as he tilted his head back, the divine might effect was unleashed, and the space in front of the silver-haired youth distorted while he just managed to dodge the Divine Might's attack. Seeing that the silver-haired youth had actually dodged Divine Might's attack, Manhwang's eyes stared, and although there was no expression on his face, his heart set off waves of shock. From the beginning of obtaining the kaleidoscope sharing wheel eye, this move of God's might could be said to be unbeatable, and no one had ever been able to dodge this strike. But he didn't expect to be defeated today on the body of this silver-haired young man. The Jade Horns? Manhwang secretly read the name over in his mind, and really began to pay attention to what the silver-haired youth had said about the royal family. The silver-haired youth who had dodged this strike was covered in cold sweat. If it wasn't for his racial talent, he would have almost fallen in the gutter and fallen here. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the corners of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, as if everything was under control. So it's a rare spatial ability? I'm sure your body vaporization just now was also a result of using this spatial ability to teleport the part of yourself that was attacked into a different space. So you didn't get hurt, right? And that little fatty was saved from death by you unleashing your powers and teleporting him into an alien dimension. Hearing the silver-haired youth say this, Manhwang was a bit surprised, not expecting him to have discovered his abilities so quickly. Manhwang hadn't said anything yet, but the two behind him were numb from hearing it. Holy shit, what kind of sick ability is this? With this ability, wouldn't it be invincible? Little fatty said with a shocked face. Monk Daishan also pretended to fold his hands. I didn't realize that Monastery Master Mang was so deep in hiding. What an era! And he still likes to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. A string of black lines appeared on Manhwang's forehead as he listened in front. When did Laozi pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? It's just that I didn't have the chance to make a move. He looked at the somewhat complacent silver-haired youth in front of him, and with a cold snort under his breath, he somewhat disbelievingly unleashed his divine might once again. The space in front of the silver-haired youth distorted again, while this time he was much more subdued. At the same time that the jade horn on his forehead issued a warning, his body transformed into a residual shadow, easily dodging divine might strike. Seeing this scene, Manhwang stared at the silver-haired youth's forehead jade horn with some curiosity inside in his heart. With the warning of this strange jade horn, one's divine might attack is considered null and void? The silver-haired youth couldn't help but sneer as if he had seen through what was going on in Manhwang's mind. Humble human, this is a symbol that only people with the noble Jade Horn clan bloodline can possess, and the might of it is beyond your comprehension. Today, I'll show you the difference between the noble royal family and a lowly bloodline like yours. After he said that, the Jade Horn glowed greatly, and his aura rose again and again, pressuring the two people behind Manhwang to turn red in the face and gasp for air. The silver-haired youth moved his feet, and his figure directly whistled out, surprisingly several times faster than before. Seeing him charging towards him, Manhwang also subconsciously blasted out a fist. However, he did not expect the silver-haired youth with the Jade Horn addition to be so fast that he came to his body in the blink of an eye and blasted his body with a single punch. The silver-haired youth's punch was so powerful that the air generated by the wind from his fist could barely skim over the tops of Sean and Anaihao's heads, and even the small hill behind them was directly blown out into a gully that was nearly 100 meters in length. Both of his necks cringed as they slowly turned their heads to look backward. When they saw the scene behind them, they turned pale and sucked in a breath of cold air. Crouching, 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 good guy. Fortunately we both have a big life. Any shorter we all have to go drink manhwa soup together. Anaiha patted his chest and said with fear to Deshaun beside him. Daesun gave a smile that was worse than tears and said, "You are wrong to say that. The poor monk is really dead, but also to go to the western heaven to pay homage to Buddha Rulai," he said, not forgetting to touch the top of his head. The next moment he let out a scream. "It's over. My hair is blown out." This shout scared Anaiha next to him, then reacted with exasperation. "Are you freaking out in your head? Where did you get hair from a monk?" So it is. With this lesson, the two of them no longer dared to stay behind Manhwang and ran out 100 meters away in a puff of smoke. Manhwang stared at the body pierced by the arm, and a wave of fear ran through his heart. He didn't expect his opponent to be so fast, the only thing he had seen in his life out of all the enemies he had encountered, leaving him unable to react. Luckily, his divine might was a passive skill that would actively transfer a part of his body to the divine might space when he was attacked. At the same time, the fist he had handed out had only just blasted and penetrated the silver-haired youth's face at this point. The two just brushed past each other and stood face to face again. The silver-haired youth wasn't annoyed by the fact that the attack missed again. Instead, the smile on his face became even wider. "Ha ha ha, kid, I finally know the weakness of your powers. Whenever you want to attack, or absorb and release other objects, your body must be solid, not disembodied." Seeing that his divine might had been completely seen through, Manhwang shrugged unconcernedly. "So what if you see through it? You still can't hurt me all the same." The silver-haired youth was not annoyed and said, "Humph, I don't believe you can use your powers without limit. After he said that, his body glowed greatly, and a rain of light appeared in a 100-meter radius of the sky, enveloping Meng Hang underneath and smashing down with a loud bang. Feeling this destructive power, Anaihao's forehead oozed with cold sweat. Not daring to slow down, he directly dragonized and tugged the still-dazed great monk to turn his head and run for his life. Boom boom boom. The rain of light fell and the ground rumbled, not giving Meng Hang a chance to catch his breath. The silver-haired youth stood in the air, looking down on Meng Hang, who was being penetrated by the rain of light. Like a victor. A mole cricket is a mole cricket, even if its ability is heaven-defying, but in front of absolute strength, it can only be a shrinking turtle, passively beaten. Meng Hang tilted his head and looked at the silver-haired youth who was condescendingly looking down on him, his body radiating a grim aura as he said in a displeased manner, "The last one who dared to speak to me in that tone of voice has gotten down on his knees and apologized to me. And who gave you the courage to talk to me like that?" When the silver-haired youth in the air heard this, he laughed angrily and sneered, "Dead to the world, but your mouth is still so tough. In a moment, when your powers fail and I've beaten you to a sieve, I'm going to cut your mouth off and see if it's still this hard. Oh, well, let's just see whose mouth the water cuts off later," Meng Hang said indifferently, then clapped his hands together. Kizuna no jutsu. The earth trembled violently as a huge Buddha slowly rose from the ground. Anai-hao, who had already run hundreds of meters away, looked at the giant Buddha, and the 1,000 words in his heart finally converged into one sentence. Crouching, crouching, crouching. Where in the world did Meng Hang pop out as a pervert? On the side of the monk Daishan was not less shocked than him, even more than ever, plopped down on his knees, hands folded, pious, presiding senior brother. I never thought that I would actually be able to see the true Buddha in my lifetime. Then he gritted his teeth and whispered, "And what gold plating for the Buddha? How dignified to invite this great Buddha back directly." The great Buddha gently waved his right hand lightly, and the rain of light in the sky flew backward and forth, all of them bombarding the silver-haired youth in the air. The silver-haired youth's face changed drastically, and a ray of light emitted from the jade horn, forming an energy shield that enveloped him. The rain of light from the sky bombarded it with a deafening sound, but it never shattered the energy shield. The situation changed too quickly. One moment it was the silver-haired youth looking down on Meng Hang, the next it became Meng Hang looking down on him. Watching the silver-haired youth eat his own words, surrounded by his own attacks, Meng Hang said indifferently, "Boy, told you not to talk to me like that. The water here is too deep for you to grasp. It's still me who has to do the pretending like this." After a few minutes passed, the rain of light that rained down slowly dissipated, and it was only then that the silver-haired youth had the effort to tilt his head back and look at the nearly 50-meter-high wooden man, and his eyes were full of indescribable shock. "Why would you, a human with space-based abilities, still use wood-based powers? And why is your wood-type ability so strong? Even for the Greenwood clan, which was born from the essence of grass and trees, most of them couldn't possibly perform such a terrifying wood-type ability." The silver-haired young man who came back to his senses chattered at Meng Hang. Where was the high cool demeanor he had at the beginning? Meng Hang looked down on him condescendingly. The corner of his mouth curved up into an arc as he said faintly, "An open life needs no explanation," said the man, controlling the wooden man with a slap. The huge palm brought up a whistling hurricane, causing the surrounding yellow sand to fill the sky. The silver-haired youth was just like a baseball, directly slapped out 100 meters away and ruthlessly smashed on the ground. With a loud bang, a huge deep pit unexpectedly appeared on the ground. The duo of Deshawn and Anai-hao had been dumbfounded as they watched the battle in front of them that had surpassed their perceptions. Anai-hao was self-effacing when he said that his SS psychic ability was not worth mentioning and that he was the existence of the bottom of the heap, but that was relative to what those demons said. In fact, he still had a trace of arrogance within him. The tens of billions of people in the Dragon Kingdom, and how many of them can awaken the supernormal ability of SS? And how many of them can take the God's Capital University? It was only when he saw Meng Hang, who was about the same age as him, today that he truly knew what it meant to be a demon, and that he could no longer use common sense to speculate. "I told you you couldn't grasp it, and you didn't believe me." Meng Hang looked out over the deep pit of smoke and dust and said indifferently, "Ahem, it looks like I've really been underestimated." In the smoke and dust, the silver-haired youth slowly stepped out. A head of flowing silver hair had become messy, and traces of blood appeared on his flawless features. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand and saw the blood on his hand. His brow furrowed as he continued, "If it weren't for the suppression of me by the power of the rules of this world, wouldn't it be possible for a lowly human like you to hurt me? Egu, you don't even need to draft your bragging now." With Meng Hang there, the fat man had a bottom line in his heart, and seeing the silver-haired youth who was already in such a sorry state but still pushed his luck, he finally couldn't look away and opened his mouth to taunt. "Humph, a frog at the bottom of a well. I didn't want to perform that move. The image after the transformation was too ugly, but it doesn't matter, as long as you're all dead. Who knows? The silver-haired youth snorted coldly, then looked at Meng Hang. I admit that you're strong among humans, but before the noble bloodline, you're still an ant. After saying that, without looking at Meng Hang's reaction, a ray of light shot out from the jade horn of his forehead and shot straight up into the sky. The light seems to be a key that opens the door connecting the two spaces. The sky began to distort, and a spatial tunnel like a black hole was revealed. Excitement appeared on the silver-haired youth's face, and his hands opened up as if he wanted to embrace something. In the next moment, a huge pillar of light was cast directly from the black hole, enveloping him in it. As the pillar of light enveloped him, the jade horn on his forehead began to grow larger, and the silver-haired youth's entire body began to swell. In an instant, a monster the same size as it appeared in front of the wooden man. This monster had a unicorn head, thick limbs, and a thick layer of scale armor, like a giant rhino in crocodile skin. Meng Hang rubbed his chin with his right hand and looked at the monster in front of him with interest. So it's not a cross with a cow, it's a cross with a rhinoceros. The fat man who was still chattering and taunting him covered his mouth in shock and muttered, "Is it all the rage to fly a Gundam now?" Meng Hang also stopped talking, although his expression was slightly playful, but his heart was on guard. He actually felt a hint of threat from this monster. The wooden man made a Vajra Luohan shape, and with one punch, he blasted at the monster with a one-horned head on the opposite side of the room. The rhinoceros-like monster on the opposite side also stomped its front hooves twice and charged towards the wooden man. In the next moment, the wooden man collided with the rhino's front horn. The immense force generated by the two behemoths caused the ground to crumble by inches and begin to sink. The rhinoceros-like monster only took 2 steps backward, while on the contrary, the entire arm of the wooden man summoned by Meng Hang was shaken by an unnameable force and directly exploded. The duo who saw this scene from afar instantly paled. They had thought that Meng Hang's wooden man was already perverse enough, but they hadn't expected it to be so unbeatable in front of the monster that the silver-haired youth had transformed into. The monster that took 2 steps back then mouthed the voice of the silver-haired youth. "Oh, Griffin, in front of absolute power, no matter how many means you have, you are still so unbearable. Now I give you a choice. Submit to me. Submit to the great Jade Horn clan, and when the 108 God Pillar descends, I grant you eternal life." At this time his words were filled with the flavor of superiority, as if it was the superior person who bestowed a precious opportunity to the beggar by the roadside. Meng Hang was not alarmed by the fact that the wooden man had fallen into a disadvantage, but instead, he pulled out his ears impatiently. "Told you not to talk to me in that tone. Why don't you listen?" Saying that, the wooden man's flush arm and broken place countless spines scrambled out, like a group of snakes-like intertwined growth, and finally formed a brand new arm. When the rhinoceros monster saw this, its eyes narrowed, then it let out a cold laugh. Worthy of being a wood system ability, recovery is so fast, but what can it be? It's just a pointless struggle. Noisy. Meng Hang had completely lost his patience and was unwilling to ink with this middle-aged youth who was feeling self-conscious. Both eyes kaleidoscope Sharingan turned at the same time. In the next moment, the green-colored wooden man's feet glowed blue and quickly scurried upward. In the blink of an eye, nearly 50 meters of the wooden man was enveloped in blue light, forming a set of blue armor, and a long blue blade appeared in its hand. The aura of the wooden man in the armor rose in pitch, a fierce aura sweeping across the scene. "Come on, let's try it again this time," Meng Hang said with a smirk, feeling the terrifying aura coming from the wooden man. The monster transformed by the silver-haired youth finally stopped being calm and roared in exasperation. Why do you still have a card? My hallowed royal clan doesn't even have so many means. What gives you, a humble human, so many heaven-defying abilities?" Hearing him say that, Meng Hang actually looked at him with some pity in his eyes. "Poor boy. Who let you meet me? Who cares what kind of bullshit royal family you are? How much more powerful can you be than me? The hanging ratio?" Of course, this could only be thought about in one's mind. It was impossible to say it in front of the silver-haired youth. No longer caring about the silver-haired youth's shock, the wooden man held the azure-colored long blade in his hand and slashed down. The target was none other than the rhino monster's huge jade horn. Just as the silver-haired youth could see Meng Hang's brokenness, Meng Hang could also see that all of his might depended on this jade horn. So Meng Hang just wants to break his roots and see how he can still jump around. The silver-haired youth, who was still a bit panicked, was overjoyed when he saw that Meng Hang's attack was actually on the jade horn he was most proud of. The reason why the Jade Horn clan had become a royal clan could be said to be all due to the power of the Jade Horn's talent on top of his head. Not only did the Jade Horn grant him infinite power, it was also incredibly sturdy in its own right. He had yet to see an attack that could damage his own Jade Horns. The huge blue blade flashed by, and the space began to distort wherever the azure blade passed. In the next moment, the long blade collided with the Jade Horn. There was no imagined earth-shattering power or deafening sound. The long blade was like slicing through a thin sheet of paper, and was then slowly retracted by the kitsune with the Susanagome on it. The forward momentum of the monster transformed by the silver-haired youth suddenly stopped and froze in place. Meng Hang was now expressionless on top of the wooden man's head. The two of them froze in place, staring ahead with their mouths wide open, and didn't know what they were seeing. At this time seemed to stand still, and all was quiet in the field, without a single sound. Put! A huge jade horn was thrown up high and then landed heavily on the ground. This loud bang broke the silence of the field, and a great wind rose up and clouds flew up. A gust of wind whistled past and swept up the yellow sand in the sky. Ah! A heartbreaking scream. The rhinoceros-like monster desperately shook its head as countless rays of light flooded from its body and drifted away into the sky. The light floated in the air like daytime fireworks, and it was beautiful. When the light dissipated, the huge rhinoceros monster instantly shrunk, once again taking on the appearance of a silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth's entire body was weak and paralyzed on the ground, his entire body's strength drained. A head of silvery hair turned a withered white, and countless wrinkles appeared on his handsome face. In just the blink of an eye, he went from a young man to a dying old man. The silver-haired youth collapsed on the ground, the colors of confusion, shock, and horror on his face changing with each other, finally turning into an unbelievable hiss. How could I lose at the hands of a humble human like you? Meng Hang laughed as a pair of demonic wings unfolded behind him. With a slight flap of his black wings, his black robes fluttered and he transformed into a black residual shadow, dodging directly in front of the silver-haired youth from above the wooden man's head. Dead to the world and still barking at this dog, Meng Hang gently picked his forehead with his long knife, and the sharp tip of the knife directly cut through the silver-haired youth's neck, and there was crimson blood flowing out. Feeling the vague pain coming from his neck, the silver-haired youth then reacted to the fact that he had become a bereaved dog, and his eyes revealed a horrified look. You can't kill me. I'm the divine son of the Jade Horn clan. If you kill me, the Jade Horn clan won't spare you in the future. As long as you let me go, I promise that I'll forget about today's incident and will give you endless benefits in the future. Meng Hang skimmed his mouth, a look of disdain in his eyes. He was most annoyed by people like this who brought up the forces behind them to pressure people whenever it came to this kind of time. Previously, that Hua Xiao said that he was the second son of some imperial capital Hua family, and now there's some Jade Horn clan young lord coming out. He felt that since both sides were fighting for life and death, he should listen to God's fate, and in the end, he would have no regrets even if he lost at the hands of the other side. Even if one day he, Meng Hang, lost under someone else. His skills were inferior and he had no complaints about dying under someone else. You'd better go down and pretend with the King of Hades, so that he can give you a good reincarnation in your next life. With killing intent in his eyes, he raised his long knife and slashed at the silver-haired youth's neck. Right at this moment, Meng Hang's expression contracted violently, and he surprisingly realized that the air around the silver-haired youth had begun to distort. It's like the effect you get when you cast a divine power. This scene directly caused the hairs of sweat to explode all over his body as he watched, and the movement of swinging his sword was also slightly lurched, and within the half a second of his hesitation, the silver-haired youth's figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with a beautiful, youthful and moving appearance, but when looked at closely it was charming from the bone, wearing a thin veil, slowly appeared, and the silver-haired youth appeared beside her. When the little fat man in the distance saw this woman appear, his eyes instantly straightened and his saliva involuntarily flowed out. Even Monk Daishan was chanting Buddha's name incessantly with his mouth, his eyes half closed and half open, glancing at her surreptitiously. At this moment, Meng Hang's heart turned over in shocking waves, and he almost lost his voice and screamed out. It wasn't that he was also shocked by this woman's astonishing looks, but rather by his psychic abilities, space-based powers. How? Meng Hang secretly exclaimed in shock that this woman's psychic ability was actually so similar to divine might. His eyes instantly became sinister, staring dead at the woman of unknown origin in front of him as he asked, "Who are you?" The woman across the table said with a flirtatious smile, "I didn't expect to meet a dual-system alien with a spatial system and a wood system here." Although she was outwardly bland, the shock in her heart was no less than Meng Hang's. Her psychic ability was a SSS-ranked spatial psychic ability, and originally she thought that her spatial psychic ability was already perverse and powerful enough. I didn't expect to meet someone today who not only possessed spatial faculty abilities, but also used the auxiliary faculty of wood faculty in such a terrifying manner. The fact that someone with such a perverted ability was something she hadn't actually heard of before made her heart skip a beat. Ever since the silver-haired youth and Meng Hang had fought, she had used a secret technique to hide nearby and peek. Yilingxian had a premonition that if this man was not removed, he would be a great danger to the sacred sect in the future. The silver-haired youth was instantly delighted to see that the visitor was Yi Lingxian and shouted, "I order you as the divine envoy of the lifeless sect to take me away at once." He no longer had the luxury of hoping that this so-called holy maiden could defeat Meng Hang. He only wished to hurry and escape from here. Yi Lingxian winks. "Okay, God Emperor, slave will send you on your way." After saying that, her flourishing jade hand directly ran through the silver-haired youth's chest. The silver-haired youth looked down at his pierced chest, then up at the woman in front of him, incredulously. "You will be in a noble position later on. Why are you doing this?" "Oh, I'll still be me at that point." After saying that, her right hand pulled out, and along with it, a drop of blood with a golden glow coalesced at her fingertips. Seeing this, the silver-haired youth finally realized her purpose and roared, "You're actually doing this for the royal bloodline in me." Before he could finish, Yi Lingxian directly broke his neck. Everyone present was shocked, not expecting the woman in front of them to be so ruthless in her methods. Meng Hang also smacked his lips and lamented that the most poisonous woman's heart, the more beautiful the woman, the more so. However, he thought of something in the next moment and instantly burst into a rage. "Stinking woman, you dared to rob me of my points." He didn't care if Yi Lingxian was some kind of great beauty who had fallen in love with the country. If she dared to rob his head, then he couldn't let her go. The woodman Vajra stared at Yi Lingxian angrily, his long sword already raised high at her. Seeing this scene, Yi Lingxian slightly changed color. She had just seen the power of a huge wooden man strike. "Sir, if you kill the little lady, you won't be able to get out." Oh, Meng Hang's brows furrowed slightly, and the wooden man behind him stopped moving. When Yi Lingxian saw that Meng Hang did not continue to strike, he secretly sighed in relief and continued, "How about this? As long as the gentleman promises to let the little lady live and promises not to make a move against me even after he gets out, I'll take the three of you out of this ancient battlefield. How about that?" Meng Hang thought about saving for a moment and randomly smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Fine, I promise on my honor that as long as you get us out of here, I'll never touch a hair on your head, but you have to tell me what this drop of golden essence blood is good for." "Good, the gentleman is quick, and the young lady trusts you as a person. This drop of golden essence blood is the essence of the Jade Horn clan's entire bloodline. As long as I refine this drop of essence blood, I will be able to obtain the bloodline of the Jade Horn clan." "Oh, I didn't realize this world had such bizarre abilities." Meng Hang raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise. The two then looked at each other and smiled, tacitly neither of them mentioning what lifeless sect the silver-haired youth had just said. "It's all in the words. By the way, I still don't know what your name is?" Meng Hang asked. "My little girl's name is Yi Lingxian. Your Excellency is courteous in this compartment." Yi Lingxian slightly owed his body and said to Meng Hang. Meng Hang also nodded at her, and although he was smiling on the surface, in his heart he was a little more wary of this woman. This woman in front of him was definitely not simple, and he, who possessed divine might, naturally knew the terror of spatial faculty powers. Moreover, the scene where she killed the silver-haired youth without changing her face was clearly seen by Meng Hang. This is definitely a ruthless character like himself. Yi Lingxian took out a delicate jade bottle from his storage space and carefully placed the golden blood in his hand into it. Meng Hang watched the scene with interest, then thought of something else and asked with some curiosity, "By the way, what exactly is the origin of the Jade Horn clan? And what is that so-called 108 God Pillar?" "Mr. Meng, the slave even told you the secret of her trip. Can't you leave some secrets for others?" Her eyes that were pitiful and with a hint of grudge. If it was any other man, his soul could be hooked out by this glance. Meng Hang smiled faintly and didn't look into it. After all, he had no interest in the secrets of the dead. After the two of them agreed, Yi Lingxue began to carve spell formations into the ground, while Meng Hang walked towards the still-frozen monk Yushan and Nai Hao. Looking at the two straight-eyed duo, Meng Hang shook his hand in front of them. Snap! A crunch! Meng Hang looked at the little fat man who had slapped the back of the good monk's head in shock and wondered if he had been scared silly. Ouch! The still-dazed Yushan cried out in pain from the slap and opened his mouth to curse. "Little brat! What are you slapping me for? Does it hurt? You're full of fucking crap. I'll slap you and see if it hurts." "It hurts, so that means it's not a dream." The little fatty rubbed his fleshy face vigorously, still somewhat unable to accept the scene he had just seen. His words made Dae-san angry and questioned. "You want to know if you're dreaming? Why don't you pinch yourself and hit the old man for what?" "I'm afraid of pain." The little fat man returned as a matter of course. "Meng Hang, I have been able to get a good deal." Although he was talking to the duo, Meng Hang's attention was still on Yi Lingxuan's side. Seeing that she had already finished carving the spell formation and was in the process of inlaying essence cores onto it, Meng Hang brought the two of them closer. Fatty was only surprised just now, and only then did he remember that there was another absolute beauty here, and ran his ass over to Yi Lingxian. "Hello this fairy, my name is Nai Hao. I wonder what your name is." Yiren Lingxian covered her mouth with a delicate smile and said, "This brother, the little woman can't afford to be called a fairy. Just call me Xianer." "Hey, okay, Hen-chan." How's eyes rolled upwards at her cry of Xianer, and he looked like he was dying of lust. Next to him, Manghang shook his head helplessly when he saw Fatty's rotten appearance. Lamented the good is worthy of the monk. Determination is still strong. Did not also like a love-struck Teddy, see a beautiful woman to rush up. Only when he turned his head to look at goodness, Manghang fiercely couldn't slap himself twice. Only saw the good mouth staring straight at Yilingxian. Saliva already dripping downward in bunches. Yilingxian's technique of carving the spell formation was incomparably skillful, and in not much time, a complete spell formation had already taken shape. With a great burst of light, the four of them stepped into the spell formation and disappeared into the space. After a moment of dizziness, Manghang only felt his feet sink and knew that he had teleported out. Manghang didn't say anything. The long knife appeared directly in his hand, and with one slash, he slashed towards Yilingxian's position. This knife was decisive and ruthless, aiming straight for her vitals. What? Manghang swears on his honor? Does he have that? Manghang learned from the silver-haired youth shouting just now that she was someone in the lifeless sect, and that her status was definitely not low, and that she was even involved in that what's-her-name Jade Horn clan. This woman's methods were ruthless and her abilities eccentric. If she wasn't removed this time, she might still bring herself some trouble in the future. Manghang didn't have the habit of letting tigers return to the mountain, and definitely didn't wait for tomorrow if he could solve it as early as possible. Now that the light of the spell formation hadn't dissipated, he, the old sixth, naturally wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity. And at the same time, as Yilingxian's feet touched the ground, a piece of talisman paper with a plain and unadorned appearance appeared in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, spiritual energy was poured into it, and her figure directly transformed into a white light and disappeared in place. Crap! So fast! Manghang was a bit confused. The bitch ran away before her own knife arrived? At that moment, Yilingxian murmured soft words from the sky. How rude of you, Mr. Gong, to go back on your words. How can you be so cruel to a weak woman like your slave, and say you're on your word of honor? Slave will come back one day to talk to you by candlelight again. Sir, you must wait for me. Is this on me? Manghang smacked his lips and muttered, and didn't take the miss too seriously. As long as she didn't want to die and dare to tease him again, she could run away once, but not twice. The light of the teleportation array had only just dissipated at this time, and only then did Fatty and the duo of Deshan come to their senses from the dizziness of the teleportation. Little Fatty exclaimed as he looked at Yilingxian, who had transformed into a stream of light, flowing like thousand-mile charm. Seeing that Fatty actually recognized this thing, Manghang hurriedly asked, "The flowing light thousand miles talisman? What is this?" The fat man looked at Manghang as if he was looking at a hick, finally finding some confidence in him, and said smugly, "That you don't even know. The flowing light thousand miles talisman is a disposable life-preserving talisman paper. As long as you infuse your spiritual energy into it, you can instantly transform into a stream of light and appear 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. It can be said that it's a good thing that is essential for life preservation. It's just a pity that it's a disposable consumable, and it's also ridiculously expensive. A single flowing light 1,000-mile talisman is sold for 800 essence cores. Ordinary people can't afford it at all, and it's still on the market without a price. Even I didn't get one." Manghang counted with his fingers. 800 essence cores is $80 million, and he couldn't help but be jaw-dropped. This is not using talisman paper to save your life. It is clearly smashing money to save your life. Then he reacted and looked at Fatty with glowing eyes. "Is your family rich?" Looking at Manghang, who looked like he wanted to eat people, the fat man was so scared that he hastily took a few steps back. Average. The three of them looked at the large Yao family, which was now empty, and all three of them couldn't help but be silent for a while. There were still hundreds of people bustling about when they arrived, and now only the three of them were left to come out alive. After some discussion, How didn't have the heart to wander any further, and was ready to go directly to the imperial capital to prepare for the start of school. Manghang didn't get any benefits either, and was a bit disinterested and ready to move on to the imperial capital as well. For some reason, after coming out from the ancient scene, he always felt that Monk Xiaoshan looked at himself in a particularly ambiguous way, just like the way he looked at Fatty when he knew that Fatty's family was rich. It gave him goosebumps to watch. Amit Ba Buddha. The poor monk is fortunate that nothing has happened, so let's also go with the two of you to the imperial capital to see what's going on. Manghang asked somewhat strangely. Master, you're not going to come up with the money to remake the golden body for your temple Buddha? Oh, I've got a better idea. Daesun smiled slightly and said to him with a look that Manghang couldn't understand. Since entering the ancient battlefield, I've observed that Scholar Meng was born with wisdom roots. How about converting to our Buddha? Hearing this, Meng Hang had a black line on his head and hastily refused. Just kidding, he hadn't had a girlfriend yet. He hadn't felt the beauty of life yet. How could he go and become a monk? Oh, let's just forget it. I'll just continue to be a mundane. When Daesan heard Meng Hang say this, he didn't dwell on it too much and just looked at him with a meaningful look. With that, the trio once again boarded the train for the imperial capital. The imperial capital Hua family. Hua Qiu cowered and knelt on the ground, not daring to look directly at the middle-aged man sitting in front of him. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man of about 50 years of appearance, dressed in an expensive suit with his hair meticulously combed back. This person was precisely the head of the Hua family, Hua Hongjin, who was rarely able to compete with the three great families in the imperial capital. I heard that you knelt to someone in Cloudwater City? Although Hua Hongjin's tone was unperturbed, Hua Qiu, who was kneeling on the ground, looked as if he had been frightened by some horror, and his body trembled even more. Dad, let me explain. Pop. Before he could open his mouth to explain, a loud slap was already on his face. Hua Hongjin suddenly went berserk, his veins rippling, staring angrily at his indomitable son in front of him. As a descendant of the hallowed Hua family, you were actually scared by an unknown kid and knelt down in front of so many people. You've disgraced the Hua family. The roar of Hua Hongjin's voice echoed through the large villa, and the servants in the house all stood to the side trembling, not daring to utter a single breath. But Dad, if I didn't kneel down then, he really might have killed me. Hua Qiu desperately defended himself. Upon hearing this, Hua Hongjin became even more angry, and his right hand, which had already been lowered, was raised once again. Right at this moment, a young man who looked 7 times similar to Hua Qiu, but with a much more steady demeanor, unexpectedly walked out at this time. It was as if he didn't see the angry Hua Hongjin, but instead looked directly at Hua Qiu and said coldly, "Oh my foolish brother, you're at least an S-ranked ability user, and you'd actually lose at the hands of a student from a third-tier city. Has all the training the Hua family has given you over the years been cultivated into a dog's stomach?" Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's face that had originally faced Hua Hongjin's fear instantly turned red. "Hua Yang, you don't need to be out here in the cold. I guarantee that even if you met him, it's not certain if you could win against him." Naturally, he hadn't seen Meng Hang kill a bone demon in seconds during the entrance exam, but at this point, for the sake of face, he could only say this now. Then I'll be sure to learn what kind of existence the person who can scare you to your knees is. Hua Yang sneered and deliberately increased his tone on the word kneel down. "You? Well, what a scandal." Seeing his two sons going toe-to-toe, Hua Hongjin shouted angrily, interrupting their conversation. "All of you go down first." Holding back the crowd, he sat down on the couch with a hard look on his face. Shadow 3. When the crowd had all retreated, Hua Hongjin called out to the silent room. At the same time, a black shadow came in front of him and dropped to one knee. "Master of the house," Hua Hongjin said to the black shadow with a killing intent on his face. "You go to Cloudwater City to check out that kid named Meng Hang, daring to humiliate the Hua family. I don't want to hear this person's name again in the future." "Yes," the dark figure replied softly, and was just about to retreat, when he was called back. "Right, after resolving that brat, hang his head at the head of Yunshui City. The shame of the Hua family must be repaid with blood." "Understood, family master." Hearing Hua Hongjin's bloody words, this person called Shadow 3 was not half surprised and still replied flatly before disappearing into the room. Looking at the disappearing black shadow, Hua Hongjin nodded gently. For a family to be able to stand in a place like the imperial capital, it was natural for them to have their sordid side. And this black shadow just now was one of the dead guards that the Hua family had trained since childhood, specializing in solving the family's unseemly matters. For a high school student, he thought he was already giving the kid face by sending out the third-ranked Shadow 3 of the Deadpool, and at the same time, as one of the few Ruan family that could compete with the Hua family in the imperial capital, Ruan Su was lying poorly on top of an old man with silver hair, crying, "Grandpa." At that time, if it wasn't for that city lord of Cloudwater City stopping me, that bastard really wanted to kill me with a knife. "Grandpa, you have to do it for me." Ruan Hong listened to Ruan Su's cries, and even the body wrapped around her began to tremble with fear. As the jewel of the Ruan family, Ruan Su has grown up with a lot of favor. Even he himself did not spare a single word to scold her, and now he was actually almost killed by an unheard-of kid. How could he not be angry? "Ogwin Hung!" Ruan Hong roared, like a furious lion that had gone berserk. A big man with a tiger's back and a tower of steel walked out to his side. "Go to Cloudwater City and bring back that brat's head, and find out the connections of all 18 generations of that little brute's ancestors. No one left behind." Upon hearing this, the burly man named Ruan Xiong hesitated and said, "Master, the sin is not as bad as the family. Isn't it a bit wrong to do this?" "Fart." Ruan Hong's whiskers flared as he looked at him angrily. He actually dared to touch the jewel of my Ruan family. If Suer really suffers a little bit, I'll make everyone who was present at that time bury her with him. Now just letting that brat's family be buried with him is already my mercy. Ruan Xiong sighed darkly and stopped speaking, silently retreating. Seeing Ruan Xiong retreat, Ruan Hong changed back to a kindly look and said to his granddaughter in his arms, "Alright Suer, don't cry. I've already sent someone to take it out for you." Well, I knew Grandpa was the best. Ruan Su lay in Ruan Xiong's arms and stopped sobbing. Instead a hint of smugness appeared on his face. At this time, Meng Hang didn't know that the Ruan and Hua families had already sent their experts to Yunshui City to look for trouble for themselves. He was currently on the train with the duo of Yushan and Ni Hao, wide-eyed. "I say you too, can you stop looking at me with those monster eyes?" Meng Hang said somewhat helplessly. It was as if these two hadn't heard him, still staring at Meng Hang with complicated eyes. Due to the fact that what happened in the ancient battlefield was really too sudden, it made them not react from the shock for a while. The more the duo, now back in their senses, thought about it, the more they were shocked, as if they were dreaming. "Meng Hang, tell me the truth. How old are you really this year? Are you or are you not some 1,000-year-old monster manifested?" Meng Hang returned with an innocent look on his face. "What's with that? I'm only 18 this year and just graduated high school this year, just like you. You fart." Upon hearing this, Ni Hao became even more excited. "With your perverted strength? Your college entrance exam scores must be unbelievable. Why didn't I see you on the list?" I remembered the time of the entrance exam wrongly because of something, and I didn't make it in time to take the exam, so I was disqualified." Meng Hang's face became a little embarrassed as he said this. "What? Ni Hao?" Dui Shan and the two of them let out a gasp at the same time. How could you forget something as big as the college entrance exam? After the shock, it was Good's turn to speak. "Hey, is this a genius? Not even bothering to take the entrance exam." Meng Hang's mouth twitched, thinking that obviously he said that he remembered the wrong time. How did he become disdainful of taking the college entrance exams? Monk Daishonin continued, "To have such strength at such a young age, people say that geniuses are forced out, and I don't know what you've been through." Monk, Ni Hao shook his head. "That's not necessarily true. I just had a C-section." When Meng Hang heard this, countless Chao Nima ran wild in his heart, and he hastened to stop it. "Stop, Fatty, that's not a good thing to say." Fatty also reacted at this time, and quickly waved his hand and smiled sarcastically. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. Actually, I agree with Master Yushan's words. The fact that I can awaken SS-ranked psychic abilities is also because I was forced to do so. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang and Dushan both showed interest in their eyes and hurriedly asked after them. Fatty looked out the window and began to reminisce. "Back when I was only 8 or 9 years old, my third uncle took me out into the mountains. Who knew that just as the two of us were chasing a second-ranked beldeer, a fourth-ranked bloodthirsty tyrannical bear would suddenly appear? It scared both of us to death at the time. My third uncle was only an empty ranked ability and I was even more of a kid who hadn't awakened his powers. So how did you guys end up running out?" Monk Daishan's eyes were glowing, clearly interested in this matter. "By the arrow in my hand," the fat man replied in a loud voice. Good. I didn't expect that at that time. At such a young age, Cultivator Ni would have such a skill. To be able to shoot a fourth-ranked demonic beast with just a bow. A hero is a young man. Monk Daishan clapped his hands and was a bit overwhelmed with excitement. These words, however, made Meng Hang, who was on the side, sweat. He wondered if Monk Goodness had not yet gotten over the shock of the ancient battlefield, and he believed such words. "Tell us the exact process." Monk Xiaoshan couldn't wait to urge Fatty to continue on. The fat man cleared his throat and continued. "I ended up running away. It's just a shame about my third uncle who took 2 arrows in the knee." Silence is another Cambridge. The originally excited face of Daesun's face became incredibly ugly, and he took off his shoes and huffed at the fat man's face. He'd be a fool if he didn't realize that Fatty was teasing him at this point. Fatty hurriedly held his head in his hands and begged for mercy. "Don't fight, master. I'm just trying to lighten the mood." After a long day of traveling without words, the three of them finally arrived at the imperial capital. After getting off the bus, it was already night. Looking at the tall buildings, neon lights will be the city decorated incomparably bright imperial capital. Meng Hang staggered. Worthy of being the imperial capital, the level of prosperity was indeed not comparable to Yunshui City. Calling a car, Meng Hang and the two of them followed Ni Hao to a villa area. As early as on the train, Meng Hang already knew that Fatty was a big dog. To be able to have a set of villas in a place like the imperial capital where every inch of land is gold, one can imagine that the family of the Fatty's family is definitely not ordinary. The villa has 3 floors above and below and a small garden outside. When Meng Hang walked in, he found that although the house was empty, The furniture inside was cleaned up without a trace of dust. "Hey, fatty, why haven't you seen your family this late?" Manhang asked somewhat strangely. "Hi, this house is a backup, so if anyone in the family comes to Imperial on business, there's a place to stay," the fat man said indifferently. Manhang shook his head. He didn't understand the world of the rich. "I actually bought a villa outright in order to have a place to stay for my errands." Looking at the gorgeously decorated Dabino, Manhang couldn't help but ask, "This villa has to be a couple $1,000,000, right? How much?" The fat man stared at him with some disbelief. "Brother, I'll give you $50 million. See if you can buy me a villa like this in the imperial capital." Upon hearing this, Manhang's eyes directly glowed. "Fatty, if I were to kidnap you right now, how much money could your family get for you?" "Brother, we don't joke around like that." Fatty was really a bit scared at this point. With Manhang's strength, if he really wanted to kidnap himself, he felt that he wouldn't be able to last a single move in Manhang's hands. After joking around with the fat man for a while, and finally really scaring him to death and begging for forgiveness, Manhang was satisfied and picked a room to rest in. After taking a comfortable bath, Manhang cultivated on the bed with his legs crossed. Unfortunately, after only half an hour, he opened his eyes again helplessly. He didn't even get half a piece of essence core from the Yao family's trip. Without the essence cores to provide spiritual power, he only felt as if his current cultivation was like a turtle crawling. The improvement was too slow. A horse cannot get fat without night grass. Manhang rubbed his chin, thinking about how to earn essence cores. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly clapped his hands together excitedly, and the light in his eyes shone brightly. How could I forget about this ability? Thinking of this, he also stopped cultivating and instead fell asleep. Early the next morning, Manhang came in early, greeted the two, and headed out. "Master, go to the Heavenly Mansion Trading House." Hailing a car on the road, Manhang went straight to the Tianfu Trading House. That's right, the method he came up with last night was to pull the wool over the Tianfu Merchant Bank for once. The first time he went there, because Manhang had just awakened his psychic abilities and was strapped for cash. Even unopened spirit weapons were not something he could afford. Although he was still strapped for cash in his hands, at least he still had $500,000 in his spatial ring from when he had picked up the bodies in the mountain range and sneak attacked those 3 people of his. $500,000 wasn't much, but it should be enough to buy an unsealed spirit weapon. A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Manhang also didn't expect the villa to be so far away from the Tianfu Trading House, and the cab traveled for almost an hour before arriving at the place. He immediately handed the driver's master 200 yuan before walking towards the Tianfu Merchant Bank. Worthy of being the imperial capital's Heavenly Mansion Merchant Bank, the grade of the decoration was unknown to be a few grades higher than that of Yunshui City. It's just that Manhang had gone as far as the front door, but there was still no one to come and receive him. This caused him to frown slightly. The automatic sensor door opened, and Manhang only saw 5 or 6 beautiful sales clerks in professional attire, gathered in front of a young man with a famous brand in very avant-garde dress. "Young Duan, what do you think of the trapped dragon sword that was just opened today? This is an intermediate spirit weapon that can perfectly conduct spiritual energy and utilize 100% of the power of your supernatural abilities. And it's not expensive either, just $8 million. It's not 9 cows and 1 dime for you, young Duan." The youth shook his head dismissively and snorted. "Intermediate spirit weapon? Ask around. When did I, Duan Ning, ever buy such trashy goods as intermediate spirit weapons?" The other clerk next to him rushed forward and said to the youth, "Duan Xiao, she's new here, so don't get on her bad side. How about you take a look at this gold silk inner armor? This is woven from the silk spat out by the 4th-ranked Heavenly Phoenix Xian Forgotten Silkworm, and water and fire are invulnerable. The key thing is that as long as you wear it, you can withstand the full force of a 4th-ranked expert. If it weren't for young Duan's visit today, I wouldn't have even bothered to take it out. Oh, this gold silk inner armor is quite interesting. How much is it? $20 million. Just $20 million. Okay, put it away for me," Duan Ning said indifferently, not even blinking. "Young Duan, take a look at this spirit weapon in my hand. Young Duan, this is an elixir that can increase your physique." A few other receptionists saw this and became excited, scrambling to sell him what they had in their hands. They all knew in their hearts that as long as they could sell an item in the hands of this gentry, then they would not have to worry about the rest of their lives. I want to buy something." Manhang stood at the door for nearly 5 minutes, and seeing that there was still no one to take care of him, he could only open his mouth and say. The crowd froze and turned their heads to look at Manhang. It was only then that they realized that there was also a handsome-looking, but somewhat gloomy black-robed teenager standing at the door. When they saw Manhang's costume, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Since they were able to work in the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Bank, they naturally had a unique vision. A quick look up and down will give you a rough idea of the person's family status in terms of clothing, demeanor, and so on. What era is this? This teenager in front of him is still wearing this kind of old-fashioned clothing, and it doesn't look like it's a name brand. Temperament-wise, the crowd knew Manhwa was a country bumpkin when they saw his two eyes glowing at the various treasures displayed in the counter. If it was in normal times, they would have forced a smile and gone up to the front to deal with it. But today, with a rare fortune teller coming, how could they miss this opportunity to deal with that hick? One of the clerks said coldly, "Take a look around and I'll make you an offer if you see which one you like." Good. Manhwa laughed and didn't get angry. Originally he was not a rich young man. He first casually looked good. He also didn't look at the spiritual weapons that had been unsealed. These could easily cost millions or tens of millions of dollars. Not something he could afford right now. He came straight to the area of the unsealed spirit weapon cabinet, and there were actually nearly 100 pieces of spirit weapons laid out in bits and pieces on the counter. Manhwa secretly sighed, worthy of being a heavenly mansion merchant. Previously, when he had gone around the Cloudwater City Ghost Market, most of them were imitation products, while here could all be genuine unsealed spirit weapons, and it's up to each person's luck whether they can open an intact spirit weapon or not. Of course, Manhwa didn't come here to gamble on luck. His sharpening will eyes were able to see the spiritual energy in spiritual artifacts. The pupils turned from black to red, and the three hooks slowly emerged. Meng Shipping glanced through the pile of spirit weapons with his sharing will eyes, and instantly saw a few spirit weapons that shimmered with a faint light. There! He raised an eyebrow, knowing that the $200 for the cab ride wouldn't be wasted. Picking up one of the long swords encased in crystals, he asked the shopkeeper who was still surrounding Duan Ning, "How can I sell this sword?" Glancing at the place, one of the clerks returned impatiently. $500,000? $500,000? Manhwa let out a gasp of surprise, thinking that back then, he had bought a low-ranked spiritual weapon from Monk Yushan for a huge sum of $20. "I didn't expect that by the time I got here. A spirit weapon that hadn't even been unsealed would be sold at such a high price. That one, can it be cheaper?" he said with some embarrassment. He also wanted to keep some money for a cab ride back. "Put," came a sneer. "Where are the beggars? Are all the heavenly mansion merchant houses so low-end now that such beggars can be let in?" Manhwa raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction the voice came from. Duan Ning, who was surrounded by the stars, was looking at him with a sneer on his face. The other clerks were a bit embarrassed and hadn't wanted to interject. After all, the visitors were guests and they were the clerks here. If he also opened his mouth to taunt, and the higher-ups knew about it, there would be absolutely no good consequences. But then he thought that as long as he pleases the Duan Shao in front of him, and casually buys an item in his hand, then he would admit to being dismissed. Besides, as long as it was hurriedly dispatched, it wouldn't necessarily be discovered by the people above. So someone hurriedly catered to Duan Ning to Manhwa. "I say this customer, this is the Heavenly Mansion Trading House. You take it as an outside stall, and you're still haggling. If you can't afford this place, go out and turn left. The most famous ghost market in the imperial capital is right there. It matches your status better." Hearing this, Manhwa frowned slightly. A clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire, let alone him Manhwa. An eerie aura spread toward a few people in the distance. The crowd that was still wearing a look of contempt only felt a chill rise from their hearts. Duan Ning also shivered, and the mockery in his eyes turned into fear, but he still colored and said towards Manhwa, "Kid, what do you want? I can tell you that I'm a member of the Duan family of the imperial capital, so don't mess around." Hearing this, Manhwa shook his head helplessly, lamenting that while there wasn't much else in the imperial capital, there was a lot of this family. Just as he wanted to educate this what's-her-name Duan Shao on how to speak, he suddenly thought of the purpose of his visit today and withdrew his crossed-out foot again. By and by, he mumbled in his mind, and the grim expression on his face turned into a sardonic smile. When Duan Ning saw the change in Manhwa's expression, he thought it was because he was afraid of his family's strength, and he suddenly became high and mighty again. "Kid, I've seen too many of your kind trying to get rich overnight by luck. If you can open intact spirit weapons today, this young master will buy as many as you open, and double the market price." "Really?" Manhwa's eyes lit up and he said with some excitement, "Oh, this young master is bad at everything but money, but I've also made a deal with you. If you can't open it today, you'll have to take a detour whenever you meet me in the imperial capital in the future. Don't let you get in my way." "Ha!" Manhwa pursed his lips and sneered. "Tell you what, young Duan, I don't need you to pay double the price either. As long as I pick 2 unsealed spirit weapons in a row, if both of them open up complete spirit weapons, you can just buy them at the original price. But when you see me in the imperial capital in the future, you have to say, 'Master, you're here,' every time you see me. You stinking beggar are worthy to let this young master call you master?" Duan Ning growled somewhat angrily. What? You don't dare? Bullshit. There's still nothing this young master doesn't dare to do. Duan Ning Gungun's neck directly drilled into Meng Hang's agitation. Seeing that things are a little too big, the side of the shopkeeper rushed to come over to persuade the fight. Young Duan, you have a distinguished status, why bother with him? That's it. It's not worth your weight in gold to bet with him. Hearing the persuasion of the crowd, Duan Ning also calmed down somewhat. There's nothing to be gained by winning, but if you lose, the money is fine, but the loss of face is a big deal. I don't know who spread the rumor that the Hua family's second youngest master was scared by a high school student from a third-tier city and knelt on the spot, which had become a laughingstock in the imperial city's family circle. As soon as Meng Hang saw Duan Ning's hesitation, he secretly said that it was not good, and hurriedly added more fuel to the fire and continued to taunt. Is that all the young master of the Duan family has? Not even daring to make a bet? As expected, Duan Ning's face instantly turned red when he was so provoked. Don't look at him like he's enraged on the outside, but he's actually not stupid. The probability of opening a complete spiritual weapon twice in a row was like an ordinary person winning the $5 million lottery twice in a row. The probability was basically zero. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to accept Meng Hang's conditions. Kid, you don't have to provoke me. Even if the King of Heaven is here today, this bet has to be made. Yes. Meng Hang let out a loud shout and directly threw out the crystal-wrapped longsword he was holding in his hand, landing firmly in the hands of one of the shopkeepers. I'll take this one. Go open it for me. Saying that, he threw over another $500,000 from his space ring as well. The clerk who received the longsword had an ugly look on his face, but having reached this point, he could only take one step at a time. Taking the longsword to a machine that specialized in breaking down crystals, he carefully sliced off the outside layer by layer. It didn't take long for a long sword glowing with eerie cold light to appear. I'll try. Duan Ning snatched the long sword from the clerk's hand and directly poured his spiritual energy into it. In the next moment, the long sword glowed brightly, and a faint layer of spiritual power was instantly attached to the sword. A low-grade spirit weapon. The crowd let out a gasp of surprise and stared incredulously at Meng Hang. Low-ranked spirit weapons weren't that much of a rarity in the Heavens Mansion trading house, but it was rare to pick just one and open a complete spirit weapon. Duan Ning said with an ugly scowl on his face. Kid, don't be complacent. It's just luck this time. Don't forget that we're betting on 2 consecutive hands to open a spirit weapon. That, young Master Duan, why don't you give me the money for this low-grade spirit weapon first? Upon hearing this, Duan Ning coldly snorted in disdain. We'll count them together in a moment. A mere handful of low-ranked spirit weapons. Duan Ning, don't put it in my eyes yet. You're not bad, I'm bad. I only have $500,000 in my pocket. I can't keep buying if you don't give me the money. Meng Hang spread his hands and said helplessly. You. Duan Ning was furious. Dare I say that this was treating himself as an ATM. How much does a low-grade spirit weapon cost? He asked the clerk next to him. Normally, he didn't even look at this kind of trash. So naturally, he didn't understand the price of low-grade spirit weapons. Young Duan, $1 million is enough for a low-ranked spirit weapon. A store clerk shuddered. Duan Ning sneered and casually threw $1 million to Meng Hang. Meng Hang took the money, and again subsequently threw $500,000 of it to the clerk before turning his head to continue picking. The red aura in his eyes flickered once more as he looked towards the pile of unsealed spirit weapons. At the beginning of the time, Meng Hang also wanted to keep a low profile. A thin stream, can not once the wool gathering. But with things having come to this, he wasn't going to save any face for the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, and directly picked a spirit weapon with the most radiant light from within. This time, he picked an iron rod that was rusty inside, and the patterns carved on it were no longer visible. Duan Ning finally smiled with relief when he saw the iron rod that Meng Hang handed over. Ha ha ha, I told you were just lucky the first time. Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that there is no way to tell from the outside whether or not a sealed spirit artifact still has spirituality. But over the years, people who bet on spirit weapons have still summarized a rule that the more intact the appearance of a spirit weapon, the higher the chance of opening it with a spirit. Look at this iron rod you've picked out. It's too heavy even for a fire. After listening to his long-winded speech, Meng Hang impatiently snapped his ears and said, Where is all this nonsense? Don't you know if it's a mule or a horse when you drive it out? Humph. Don't turn back until you hit the wall. Duan Ning snorted coldly and directly handed the iron rod to the clerk. The clerk's face was also happy when he saw this rusty iron bar. Knowing that it was impossible to open a complete spiritual weapon with this kind of trashy goods, it didn't take long for her to hand the cut iron rod to Duan Ning. Duan Ning took the iron rod and stared gloatingly at Meng Hang. Kid, when you see me from now on, you'll have to take a detour. Where did you get all that crap? Meng Hang finally couldn't stand his ink, and De Sheng rebuked. With this rebuke, The aura on his body was not angry and intimidating, and Duan Ning's hand holding the iron bar trembled. I'll let you die clearly today. Duan Ning's face turned pale, and he really didn't dare to ink anymore, so he put down a harsh word and poured his spiritual energy into the iron rod. In an instant, light flowed throughout the room, and the rust on the iron rods began to fall off, revealing formations that had been dusted off for millennia. The iron rod was pitch black, and a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon hovered over it, as if it was about to fly out the next moment. High-ranked spirit weapon. Feeling the spiritual pressure coming from the iron rod, one of the shopkeepers covered her mouth and exclaimed in incredulity, "How?" At this time, Duan Ning's face became even paler, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. He didn't believe that someone could open a complete spirit weapon twice in a row. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be lucky. Pick another one if you can. Duan Ning shouted hysterically. Meng Heng also didn't expect to actually be able to open a high-grade spiritual weapon himself, and the excitement on his face was a bit uncontrollable. Beauty. I wonder how much a high-grade spirit weapon costs. This time, there was no need for Duan Ning to ask, as he asked the clerk with both eyes glowing. High-grade spirit weapons are around 50 million. Once he heard the amount of money, Meng Heng directly widened his eyes and said impatiently to Duan Ning, "You give me this money before you say anything else." He is now not seeing the rabbit. The money is only solid in his hands. Duan Ning gritted his teeth, and instead of giving cash directly this time, he threw Meng Heng a bank card. "There's $50 million in there. Open it again if you can, and I'll take it back if you can still open it." "Alright, Mr. Duan's atmosphere." With $50 million in hand, Meng Heng was all smiles and spoke in a much better tone. Not long after, he picked out another ancient bronze mirror. This time, he didn't bother wasting time for the clerk to cut it, and with his right hand, he directly pinched the crystals on the outside of the bronze mirror, and then poured his spiritual energy into it. The room glowed again. Middle-ranked spirit weapon. Duan Ning's voice was a little broken, his voice filled with incredulity. "You can find out which of the sealed spirit weapons are spiritual. How in the world can there still be such an ability? Opening a complete spirit weapon once or even twice might be considered luck, but the fact that it's still open for the third time, even the most idiotic person would know that there's definitely something fishy going on there. Fine, I'll admit it today." With that, he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't want to stay a moment now. He just wanted to hurry home and tell the elders of his family about this amazing discovery. Being able to recognize the perverted ability of not unsealing a spiritual weapon that still had spirituality in it. If he could be recruited by their Duan family, the Duan family would definitely rise to the next level. He was now imagining his father praising himself. Later, as soon as he saw that Duan Ning was about to leave, Meng Heng hurriedly called out to him, "You haven't paid this money yet and you want to leave? I'm that close to you?" Duan Ning looked toward the store clerk next to him as soon as he finished speaking. Middle-ranked spiritual weapons 8 million. This clerk was about to cry, knowing that he was in trouble today. "I don't have that much money in my hand right now. Can I give you the essence core?" Duan Ning flipped through his space ring and realized that he didn't bring that much money with him when he went out today, so he could only ask Meng Heng stiffly. Meng Heng hastily nodded in agreement. He came here originally to run for the essence core, and it was certainly better to be able to give it directly. Accepting the 8 essence cores handed over by Duan Ning and handing him this copper mirror, Meng Heng said indifferently, "You know what to call me when you meet me on the road from now on, don't you?" Duan Ning was still expecting to recruit Meng Heng to his clan and didn't want to make the relationship too stiff. He could only smile awkwardly and turn his head away without saying a word. "Young Duan, you still haven't bought that gold silk inner armor you promised me to buy just now." At this time, a store clerk anxiously ran to the door and dragged Duan Ning crying. She now knew this was going to be a big deal, and she just hoped to earn this commission so she wouldn't have to worry about it for the rest of her life. Duan Ning's eyebrows stood up and he directly gave her a slap, knocking her to the ground. "I'll buy it if I want to, and I won't if I don't, and I don't need you to remind me here." After saying that, he turned his head and left, ignoring the clerk who was crying on the floor. Meng Heng watched the scene with interest, without a hint of intention to come forward to stop him. He doesn't despise snobs. After all, who doesn't like money? But as a shopkeeper of the Heavenly Mansion Trading Company, he actually couldn't treat his customers the same, which made Meng Heng look bad. So he, who had always considered himself careful, was still happy to see the clerk get a little lesson. "Well, that's over with him, so I'm going to keep picking." As soon as he heard Meng Heng's words, the others who were still squatting on the ground to pacify the pearly whites who were crying suddenly froze in place, staring up at Meng Heng in disbelief. "Sir, you still want to drive? What? There's still a rule in the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Guild that there's a limit to the number of spiritual weapons you can gamble on? No, It's just that we can't make the call on this right now. I need to ask our supervisor. They knew that things had gotten so big that they couldn't hide them. So they had to ask the supervisor who had gone out to do the work to come back. Okay, I'll keep picking mine. And you guys can call if you need to. After saying that, Manhang started picking again. Since we've already torn our faces off, let's make things worse and earn enough at once. Several sales clerks saw that he was determined to pick more, and did not dare to delay, hurried to the backstage to call the supervisor. And at that moment, in Ni Hao's villa, an old man around 50 years old was nodding his head at Ni Hao. Young master, why didn't you notify me when you came to the imperial capital, so I could send a car to pick you up and give you another reception? Ni Hao waved his hand indifferently and said indifferently, there's no need to bother elderly that much. I came with a friend this time, and it was already too late to get off the bus, so I didn't inform you. The man called elderly was about to say something, but was interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone in his pocket. He stepped aside and carefully picked up his cell phone as if he was afraid of disturbing Ni Hao. Just after listening to 2 sentences, Elder Li's face changed and his voice grew uncontrollably louder. Someone dares to cause trouble at the Heavenly Mansion Trading House? What? Someone can actually see through the spirituality inside a sealed spirit weapon? I see. You must honor him with as much as he is willing to take. I'll be right back. There was sweat pouring out of Elder Li's forehead in a hurry. He was well aware of how much of an impact this would have on the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company if he could keep such a wizard in their midst. A clerk on the other end of the phone hung up the phone apprehensively, silently praying that this matter would never wear out. She only mentioned Meng Hang's special psychic ability and the non-stop purchase of spirit weapons to the supervisor, and didn't say a word about them mocking the guests. Elder Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Lao hang up the phone, Ni Hao asked with interest. Young master, the clerk at the store called and said that there is a young man who can actually see through unsealed spirit weapons, now relying on this psychic ability. He's raiding the store for spirit weapons. This person's supernatural ability is not trivial to the family. As long as we can recruit him, we will have an absolute advantage in the future when we compete with other merchant houses in the ancient battlefield. I'm going back to meet the teenager now. Ni Hao released a flash of color in his eyes after hearing this. And such power. Come on, I'll check it out too. Since the discovery of spirit weapons, he hadn't heard of anyone being able to see through a sealed spirit weapon, which made him incredibly curious, so he planned to check it out as well. Just as the two of them were heading out, Monk Yushan, who had been listening to their conversation from the side, finally couldn't sit still. As the largest merchant house in the Dragon Kingdom, the Heavenly Palace Merchant House could be said to be rich. This little fatty in front of him was actually the young master of the Heavenly Mansion Trading House. Killing him would not believe it. Yanking the fat man aside, he stammered, You're the young master of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company? Yeah. Ni Hao nodded rightfully. Then why didn't you say so? Didn't I say that? Did you say that? Then I probably forgot. Ni Hao scratched his head and said perfunctorily. After a moment of stalemate, Monk Yushan finally accepted the fact that he was the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion Trading Company. By the way, did you guys just say that someone can see through an unsealed spirit weapon? Reacting from the shock, he then realized there was something even more shocking. He had also sold unsealed spirit weapons in the ghost market back then, and knew that that thing could shield the probing of spiritual power. And it could be said that it was simply impossible to directly probe the spirit weapons inside through the crystals on the outside. The imperial capital is really a hidden tiger and dragon. Monk Daishan sighed with emotion, packed up, and also followed Ni Hao forward to see which immortal had such an ability. Meng Hang crossed his legs and sat boldly on the sofa, drinking the fine dragon well that the clerk made for him. On the table in front of him were the 5 spiritual weapons that had been cut out, and upon inspection, all of them were middle-ranked spiritual weapons. Several shopkeepers stood by the side in a state of disbelief, and it was neither right nor wrong to accept or not accept the money for the 5 spirit weapons handed over by Meng Hang. They wanted to say something to Meng Hang, but when they saw him sipping his tea in an old-fashioned manner and not paying any attention to them, they knew that Meng Hang was still haunted by the earlier incident. Yes, Meng Hang is so careful. Just then, there was a sharp breaking sound from the doorway, followed by a figure walking in a windy manner. Meng Hang raised his eyebrows, knowing that the steward here had arrived, and he no longer deliberately held his posture as he stood up. Only when he saw the 2 men following behind the visitor, the words he was about to say were hardened and held back. Why are you guys here too? Ni Hao and Monk Daishan saw Meng Hang in the room, and were also confused, asking in unison, Meng Hang, why are you here too? Then thinking of something, Ni Hao asked incredulously, Meng, don't tell me that you're the one who's been scavenging here on the strength of your supernatural ability to see through unsealed spirit weapons. Meng Hang was a bit embarrassed to be exposed by his friend in public, but he was even more curious as to why this little fat man and Monk Daishan had come here. and how they knew about him. Ha ha ha, I've been a little short on cash lately, so I'm going to come here and make some money. You're making money all the way to the home of the Sure master. Monk Daishan gloated from the side. What the hell, the Heavenly Mansion Trading Company is your family? Meng Hang was truly shocked this time. How could he not expect that this plain-looking fat man was actually the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion Trading House? Fatty, I didn't realize you were hiding quite deeply. Oh, each other. Meng, you're hiding pretty well too. I didn't realize that not only are you so strong, but you also have this kind of perverted ability. So tell me what else you don't know how to do. Ha ha, it's just a mixer. It's not an extraordinary ability. Meng Hang laughed and played a sloppy game. Elder Lu, who hadn't interjected since he came in, had a look on his face that went from puzzled to shocked to full of surprise, when he finally opened his mouth to speak. Ha ha, today is also really a day when the water has hit the Dragon King's temple, and a family doesn't recognize a family. I didn't realize that little friend was actually good friends with my young master. That's great. I hear you're strapped for cash? It just so happens that our Heavenly Mansion merchant house is still short of a big boss. Do you think you'd be interested in working for us? The price and everything is fine. 100 essence cores per month. What do you think? If it's not enough we can still negotiate. Meng Hang glanced at the clerk who had long since turned ashen, and he sneered. The Heavenly Mansion merchant house is a big family, so a country bumpkin like me can't afford to climb up to it. Hearing this, how and Elder Lu frowned, both hearing something in his words. Lu Lao coldly looked at the clerk on the side and angrily rebuked. What the hell is going on? Hurry up and tell me. A few sales clerks were shivering from Lu Lao's yelling and no longer dared to hide, telling Meng Hang exactly what happened from the moment he entered the door. When they finished speaking, not only was Elder Lu's face unsightly, even Hao's gloominess was on the verge of dripping. At this moment, Hao's temperament changed, and without his usual easygoing appearance, he became serious. Elder Lu, my family has trusted you with the management of the Imperial Capital's merchant houses, and this is the kind of shopkeeper you produce? If this kind of thing happens a few more times, won't my Heavenly Mansion merchant house's reputation stink in the Imperial Capital? He then said coldly to a few of the clerks, you guys get the hell out of here, and don't let me see you again. Lu Lao lowered his head without arguing and looked apologetically at Meng Hang. This matter is indeed my failure to discipline my men. I hope that Mr. Meng will not take it personally. For the matter of joining the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, please also consider it. We will definitely not treat you poorly. Meng Hang waved his hand and said, thank you for Elder Lu's appreciation. I came to the Imperial Capital with something to do and it's impossible for me to stay for a long time. So let's forget about this matter. Hearing Meng Hang say this, Elder Lu was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Hao at the side. Alright Elder Lu, since Brother Meng is unwilling, then we shouldn't force him. He knew that Meng Hang had that terrifying strength at such a young age, and with this ability, he definitely wouldn't be willing to stay in one place all the time, so all the talking was useless. At this time, Hao glanced at the 5 spirit weapons placed on the table and said with some curiosity, Brother Meng, is this the spirit weapon you picked out by virtue of your ability? Meng Hang is a little embarrassed. Pit people to the head of his own brother. The lack of some cannot be said. He said with a sardonic smile. These are the only ones in that pile of spirit weapons that still have their spirituality intact. And since it's your family's property, I don't want it. Don't. You're not punching me in the face. Hao said hurriedly. There's no reason to take back what the Heavenly Mansion merchant house has sold. You should buy whichever one you want. It's all on my head today. Even if I'm making amends to Brother Meng for today's events. Meng Hang shook his head in rejection. A brother's brother is a man of honor. And though he is greedy for money, a gentleman loves money and takes it in his own way. Hao wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Meng Hang. Fatty, there's no need to say anything. If you insist on treating me, then I'll just have to one without buying. Seeing how determined Meng Hang was, Hao could only give up. At this moment, the monk Daishan on the side finally recoiled and stared at Meng Hang with an unkind face. Meng kid, tell me honestly, did you use this same ability before you went to my stall to pick out that dagger in the first place? Meng Hang's brows were skewed, not expecting Monk Xiaoshan to suddenly ask about this. As soon as he saw his expression, Daishan instantly understood what was going on. Reaching out his hands, he angrily pinched Meng Hang's neck. Little bastard. You spit out the money that you screwed me with. Meng Hang handed these 5 middle-rank spiritual weapons to Elder Lu and added another $2.5 million to the capital. He roughly calculated that with the previous sale to Duan Ning, his net income today was 95 million. Meng Hang's hands shook uncontrollably as he held the 950 essence cores that had all been exchanged for essence cores. Horrible as hell. Horrible as hell. The only pity was that in the future, the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company couldn't come back, or else they would have been able to top out at the emperor rank in minutes by relying on the essence cores. After carefully storing the core system, Meng Hang returned to the villa by car with an Hao intuition. Meanwhile, Duan Ning rushed home in a hurry, and without even knocking on the door, he barged straight into Duan Ruohai's room. "Dad, I'm telling you, I made a big discovery today." Duan Ruohai, who was sitting on a chair and was reading a newspaper, looked at his adventurous son, frowned, and sternly lectured. "As a son of the Duan family, can you be stable when you're this old? What can you find out by loafing around every day and spending money like water?" Before Duan Ning could even wait to speak, he was inexplicably scolded and said with some aggression, "But I really did make a major discovery today." Duan Ruohai glanced at his own untalented son and said with a cold snort, "I'd like to hear what you can find out." Duan Ning's eyes sparkled as he spoke about what happened today at the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Guild. When Duan Ruohai heard that he actually made a bet with someone and had to call him master when he lost to them, his forehead veins rippled and he almost huffed with a slap. But in the end, he managed to control his inner anger, intending to listen before deciding how to teach this unproductive and rebellious son a lesson. When he heard that the first unsealed spirit weapon picked by that kid had a spirit, he was also slightly stunned, but not too surprised. After all, there are plenty of people who are lucky. However, when he heard that 2 complete spirit weapons had been opened in a row, his expression finally became somewhat solemn. After hearing that 3 consecutive times were successful, Duan Ruohai finally couldn't control his inner shock and crushed the newspaper in his hands. "There's actually such a capable person under the sky. Good, good, Ninger, you're worthy of being my Duan Ruohai's son. Good." Duan Ruohai was ecstatic. If Duan Ning hadn't lied, as long as he recruited that kid into the Duan family, then in this year's weapon gambling conference, the Duan family would definitely be able to win the top spot, and thus the Spiritual Treasures Mystery Realm's output of spiritual weapons would be able to be accounted for in a big way by their Duan family. Seeing his father actually praise himself so much, Duan Ning was moved to tears. Nothing he had done since he was a child had pleased him, and today was the first time he had complimented himself so much. Duan Ruohai took out his cell phone, dialed a phone number, and said with a grave expression, "Check for me a teenager around 18 or 19 years old who entered and exited the Heavenly Mansion trading house an hour ago. I want to know his current whereabouts as soon as possible." "Okay, Duan family master." The caller returned faintly and hung up the phone. Duan Ruohai signaled his son to sit down, and the two of them waited here for news to come back from there. He had an old-fashioned look on his face. Only the occasional flick of his right hand on the handle of his chair showed that he was not as calm inside as he appeared to be. Little by little time passed, and the room was terribly silent. Nearly 10 minutes later, the cell phone suddenly rang. Duan Ruohai opened his eyes with a huff and sought to pick up his cell phone and answer it. Well, he couldn't wait to ask. Found out. After that kid walked out of the Tianfu trading house, he went back to his villa in the suburbs with 2 friends. And one of his 2 friends is the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion trading house. The person on the other end of the line said this point blank and didn't say any more. Duan Ruohai's eyes narrowed and his brain raced. So many years of experience allowed him to taste a hint of something wrong. The ability to see the supernatural power of an unsealed spirit weapon. The Tianfu merchant house, the Duan family. The thought of it enlightened him. Isn't this just the Heavenly Mansion merchant bank looking for someone to make a game of it? Trying to join forces to pit them against the Duan family. Looking at Duan Ning, who was still waiting for news with an expectant face next to him, Duan Ruohai was furious and slapped him across the face. Pop! This slap directly blindsided Duan Ning. Dad! What are you doing? Duan Ruohai said angrily. And you have the nerve to say what for? Being sold and still here to count the money for you. If I hadn't kept an extra eye out and gotten someone to check, I would have been taken in by you too. There's no need to bring this matter up again. Returning to his room, Meng Hang greeted the two and dove headfirst into his room. Taking out all the essence cores in his spatial ring, he ran the breathing technique, and wisps of mist drilled through his nose. I don't know how long it took, but when Meng Hang opened his eyes again, he realized that the sky outside had completely darkened. Taking a long breath, relying on these 950 essence cores, he finally broke through to the late empty stage. Grr. Feeling the hunger in his belly, Meng Hang looked at the wall clock, actually around 12 o'clock in the second half of the night, and let out a bitter smile. It was already so late, no wonder he was hungry. He was going to go to the fridge to find something to eat but realized that there was actually food left for him at the table. Meng Hang smiled faintly as a warm current flowed through his heart and he ate with great gusto. And at this time, Cloudwater City. The night was dark and windy, and the people had gone to sleep. Downstairs in Meng Hang's dilapidated house, a black shadow flashed by, easily leaping onto the 3rd floor windowsill, and by some unknown means, gently pushed the locked window open. Shadow 3 touched inside the room as silently as a ghost. and casually closed the window again. The room was out of reach, but he didn't care. A perennial assassin. He doesn't really like sunlight, darkness is his home turf. When he opened Meng Hang's bedroom door, he frowned. The covers on the bed were neatly folded as if no one had slept there for a long time. Where can I go this late? Shadow 3 frowned at the thought. And just then, he suddenly heard the door being slowly pushed open. The eyes flashed with a cold light, and he thought that Meng Hang had returned. This little beast came back so late. He must have gone somewhere to wave. Ruan Xiong gently pushed the door open. The broken door in front of him naturally couldn't possibly stop him. Don't look at him like a tiger. But he actually didn't make a sound when he walked on the old floor. Ruan Xiong breathed evenly. He had done too many such things for the Ruan family. This time it was just killing a nameless high school student. So at this time there was no pressure in his heart. Also quietly pushing open the bedroom door, Ruan Xiong's eyes showed his killing intent and said silently in his heart, "Kid, who told you to mess with someone you can't afford to mess with? Pay attention in your next life." But at that moment, a cold light flashed and wiped straight towards his neck. The pupils of Ruan Xiong's eyes shrunk as he quickly retreated backwards. Unfortunately, despite his quick enough reflexes, his neck was still cut with a line of blood. There's an ambush. Ruan Xiong was shocked in his heart and instantly unleashed his supernatural ability, his body becoming pitch black as if it were gold and iron. At this time, the opposite Shadow 3 was also surprised in his heart. He was an assassination expert? In this environment, he was able to dodge his own surefire strike. This kid was definitely not simple. Thinking about this, both of them had killing intent in their hearts. Now that we've been discovered, there's no need to sneak around. The two of them struck almost simultaneously. Shadow 3's figure was like a ghost. His body swayed from left to right, and he even transformed into 3 black shadows, rushing towards Ruan Xiong from 3 directions respectively. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. He is called Shadow 3 because he walks in the darkness like a shadow and can manifest 3 identical selves. Ruan Xiong's face was gloomy, knowing that the incoming people were not easy to deal with. His right hand turned into a palm into a claw, on which there was also a metallic luster, and grabbed towards one of the black shadows. When he pinched the black shadow's head with his right hand, the black shadow unexpectedly dissipated in an instant. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the face of one of the 2 remaining black shadows as the dagger stabbed out, pointing straight at Ruan Xiong's back heart. Ding! When the dagger touched his body, it unexpectedly made the sound of gold and iron clashing. Seeing that the strike was ineffective, Shadow 3 did not continue his attack, but split back. The 2 stood and looked at each other. It was too dark in the room to see each other's expressions, but both could feel the other's gravity. At this point, Shadow 3 also knew that the visitor was definitely not Meng Hang, but someone else, and like himself, he was a U-rank expert. The room was just too small, and his hands were tied up, fearing that he would accidentally demolish the entire building, and then lure the Cloudwater City Lord here. In fact, as fellow U-rank experts, they weren't afraid of Zhao Sanbian, but if they leaked their identities as a result, it would have an impact on the family behind them. After all, what Zhao Sanbian represented was the Dragon Kingdom. The 2 looked at each other, both understanding each other's thoughts. Without any nonsense, they all took a step out and flew through the air, rushing towards the mountain range outside Cloudwater City. With the speed of the 2 of them, it was only a matter of minutes before they arrived in a forest in the mountain range. They hadn't said a word from the time the 2 had met until this point. They knew that there was no point in talking too much, and if they talked too much they might even give away their identities, so they might as well see the truth underhand, and the one who won in the end would have a way to make the one who fell to the ground talk. Despite this, they were still secretly a little shocked in their hearts, not realizing that an unknown high school student would have a U-ranked expert protecting him behind him. This student is not as easy as he thinks. Seeing that there were no more scruples, the 2 of them had a great deal of aura, and their aura as U-ranked Abelites was displayed without a doubt. Shadow 3 once again split into 3, and the dagger in its hand also had threads of black mist surrounding it. He was surprisingly a dark attribute ability person. Ruan Xiong also no longer hid his strength, his body glowing with a metallic luster under the moon's afterglow. With a wave of his arms to the sides, both of his arms unexpectedly turned into 2 machetes that were glowing with eerie cold light. Watching the black-clothed man on the opposite side turn into 3 residual shadows and rush towards him, Ruan Xiong knew that he couldn't match him in terms of speed, so he just stayed put and responded to the situation with no change. Seeing that the strong man on the opposite side actually wanted to resist his attack, Shadow 3 let out a cold laugh in his heart. 3 black shadows struck out at the same time. The daggers in his hands transformed into 3 venomous snakes and stabbed towards Ruan Xiong. Ruan Xiong couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw the same trick again. Your methods are no longer sinister. But what's the point of not being able to break through your own defenses? Ha! With a loud shout, Ruan Xiang's body actually had 3 long knives sticking out of his body, stabbing straight at the black shadows in 3 directions. It turns out that the machetes on both arms are just a blindfold, but in fact his whole body is capable of extending long knives. He already didn't know how many experts he had pitted to death with this move. Shadow 3 also did not expect the burly man in front of him to have this kind of tactic, and in a moment of inability to react, he was directly penetrated through his body by the long knife, and at the same time, the dagger in his hand that had a black mist filling it was not subject to resistance like before. With the dark attributes bonus, Ruan Xiong's golden iron-like body was easily pierced through, and it was 3 black shadows piercing through at the same time. This time, the 3 black shadows that Shadow 3 had transformed into were surprisingly all solid. In an instant, both of them were seriously injured at the same time, with blood spurting out of their mouths. The 2 figures separated at the same time, both staring at each other in shock. They both thought that they could take down the other party, but they didn't expect that the other party would have such bizarre tactics that they would be able to injure themselves so badly. Both knew that there was no point in fighting anymore today, and with a scornful look at each other, they each turned their heads and disappeared into the darkness. To the end, they didn't say a word. Shadow 3 moved at high speed through the forest, and his pale face only improved after he took out a turquoise medicinal pill from his spatial ring and hastily swallowed it. Finally stopping at a tree, he looked around and realized that there was no danger before taking out a special phone from his space ring and making a call. The phone is connected. To the other side of the phone came Hua Hongjin's low voice. Things work out? I'm sorry, family master. I missed this time. Hua Hongjin was stunned. After all these years of me explaining things to you and rarely missing a beat, you actually missed a beat this time against a high school student? Shadow 3 returned weakly. That kid's identity is not simple, and he is protected by an expert behind him. Even I was injured by the expert behind him. Hua Hongjin on the other end of the phone looked grave and thought for a while before saying, there's something fishy about this, so come back first and don't make any more moves, so as not to frighten the snakes. Yes, after Kajamusha replied dryly, he hung up his cell phone and his figure disappeared into the forest. On the other side, Ruan Xiong also stopped at a tree and weakly dialed Ruan Hong's phone. Gramps, missed, that kid's identity isn't simple. He actually sent you rank experts to ambush his home. Moreover, this U-ranked ability user has strange methods, not an ability user that can be cultivated by an ordinary family. Ruan Hong on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before he spoke. I see. You come back first. This is a matter to be discussed in the long run. The 2 families had sent out experts to assassinate Meng Hang, and it had ended in such a dramatic scene. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. The 2 of them, Fatty and Monk Dyson, were eating at the table. When he saw Meng Hang come out, he greeted him and came to eat with him. And I said with some indignation, the world is so unfair. I start getting up at 6 a.m. to practice. It's almost 9 o'clock and you're just getting up. Why is there such a big difference in strength between the 2 of us? Meng Hang smiled faintly and didn't explain. After all, an open life needs no explanation. When the 3 of them had finished eating, Anihao thought that he suddenly remembered something and said to Meng Hang and Monk Deshan, tonight the Imperial City's gentry are having a party at the Imperial City Hotel, and I've been invited to attend as well, so you 2 should come with me as well. Monk Daishan waved his hand and refused. That kind of place poor monks can go is not accustomed to, or at home honest meditation chanting sutra. Meng Hang also shook his head in rejection. Although there was no shortage of easygoing ones like Anihao among the rich second generation, he had met more of the high and mighty like Hua Qiu and Duan Ning, so he really doesn't bother dealing with those pretentious people. Seeing that both of them were not going, Fatty quickly said to Meng Hang, I don't come to the Imperial City often either, and I'm not familiar with those people, but it can't be helped. A family son like me always has to socialize and put on a show. Master Jashan won't go if he doesn't go. Brother Meng, today you have to accompany me on a trip. Besides, with your skills not getting into college, you can also take this opportunity to make more friends in the family, which will help you in the future. Meng Hang had wanted to refuse, but couldn't resist the fat man's soft words, and in the end, he could only agree helplessly. Around 4 p.m., the packed fat man asked Meng Hang to go out with him. When Meng Hang came out in his black robe, Fatty said somewhat helplessly, Brother Meng, the places we're going to this time are all rich kids from the top families in the imperial capital, so you're going to wear this. Meng Hang shrugged indifferently. Since somehow put on this body do not know what material of black robes, he found that this body of black robes water and fire does not invade, smooth texture also does not fall a trace of dust, but also exempted him from the trouble of washing, so he's used to wearing it everywhere he goes now. Fatty, if you think this outfit is embarrassing you, then I won't go. When Fatty heard this, he hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. I, Fatty, am that kind of snob. when the two of them walked out of the villa. A Rolls-Royce Phantom had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Seeing this luxury car worth $10 million, Meng Hang couldn't help but joke. Dog Dato, I really should have tied you up in the first place. The fat man also knew he was joking, and laughed dryly back. What's the point of having more money? I didn't earn it. The two smiled at each other and got in the car to head to the Imperial Hotel. The Imperial Capital Hotel is located in the center of the Imperial Capital, a total of more than 80 floors, more than 300 meters high, from which you can overlook the entire Imperial Capital. And those who can come here to spend money are the top tycoons. As soon as Meng Hang got off the bus, he saw that the people coming in and out were all dressed in designer labels, and finally realized why the fat man wanted him to change his clothes. As the two of them, Meng Hang and Ni Hao, walked inward, the people coming and going looked at Meng Hang, who was dressed in a black robe, with odd eyes. The eyes unconsciously showed contempt and disdain, not understanding how such a person could also enter the Imperial Capital Hotel. Fatty also noticed the contempt shown in the eyes of the people around him and comforted Meng Hang. Dog's eyes. Brother Meng, don't pay attention to their eyes. Meng Hang smiled and shook his head. Let them look if they want to. I'm not missing a piece of meat. Riding the elevator to a lavishly decorated private room on the top floor, I heard talking and laughing inside before I even entered. When the waiter pushed open the door and invited the two in, the voices in the room stopped and eyes glanced toward the door. Seeing Ni Hao walking in front of him, a youth with a head of yellow hair smiled and stood up. He was the organizer of the party and the only person here who knew Ni Hao well. Ha ha ha, Ni Shao, you're finally here. You've kept me waiting. Today you must punish yourself with 3 cups, Yellow Hair said as he walked to the door, enthusiastically grabbed Fatty by the shoulders and yanked toward an empty seat. Let me introduce to you all. This is the young proprietor of the famous Heavenly Mansion Trading House, Ni Hao. Once the crowd heard that it was actually the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, their faces overflowed with enthusiastic smiles as they greeted him, all as if they hadn't seen Meng Hang behind him. Just then, Yellow Hair finally noticed Meng Hang following behind him and said in a cold voice, "The bouncer is waiting outside. Why do you still want to serve?" Hearing this, Meng Hang hadn't reacted much yet, but the fat man's face was solemn first. Brother Jiang is mistaken. This is my good brother, not some bodyguard. Yo, I say Ni Shao, this is where you're wrong. The people that Jiang Shao invited today are all famous figures in the imperial capital. Aren't you bringing this person dressed like a bumpkin here to intentionally slap us in the face? The one who opened his mouth to speak was no one else but Duan Ning, who had a meeting with Meng Hang at the Heavenly Mansion Trading House yesterday. He didn't expect to meet Ni Hao and Meng Hang here today. He had been harboring a grudge ever since he heard his father say that yesterday's incident was a joint effort between the Heavenly Mansion Trading Company and Meng Xing to screw him over. I didn't realize that the enemies would meet again today. And after hearing the fat man personally admit that Meng Hang was his friend, he was even more certain that this was the two of them ganging up on him. So that's why he opened his mouth to ridicule the two. Hearing Duan Ning say this, the remaining people also agreed. Duan Shao has a point. What kind of status are we all in? What qualifications does he have to sit with us when he comes dressed like a cosplayer? That's right. What era is this? Still wearing a black robe and playing the villain here? And I wonder if he'll bray and laugh. Ha ha ha. A sneering laugh came from the table. When Fatty heard their jeers, his face sank. Although he usually had a harmless face, don't forget that he was the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion Trading House, also pampered since childhood, born with a golden key, also has the side of a playboy. Without looking at who had spoken in the first place, he pointed in that direction and started cursing. Fuck you. It's not your turn to taunt my friends here. Meng Hang didn't have much of a reaction, only lifting his eyelids towards the person who spoke. When he saw that the person who spoke was Duan Ning, he raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, I didn't expect the imperial capital to be so small and to meet you here. Have you forgotten our agreement yesterday? The people present were stunned, not expecting that the country bumpkin in front of them actually knew Duan Ning, and they couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at Duan Ning. Hearing Meng Hang say this, Duan Ning's face became very ugly. Humph, don't think I don't know that yesterday's incident was you and Ni Hao teaming up to trap Lousy. Meng Hang frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. But then, after a little thought, the key was realized. This was to see that he and Fatty were too close, and Fatty was the young proprietor of the Tianfu Trading House. So it was no wonder that it would make Duan Ning think that it was him and Fatty teaming up to pit him. Fatty naturally already knew about the bet between Meng Hang and Duan Ning at the Heavenly Mansion Trading House yesterday, and understood what he meant at this point, so he couldn't help but be furious. My family is so rich that I don't care about pitting you for those $2 crappy. Duan Ning also became angry at this time and choked. If you two weren't the ones who made the pit, then how is it possible for this kid to cut out complete spirit weapons 3 times in a row? Hearing this, the people watching the play nearby were all stunned. Can someone see through the spirituality in an unsealed spirit weapon? How is this possible? Being at the top of the pyramid, they could be said to have seen a lot, but they had never heard of anyone with such a perverted ability. That's why they all thought that cutting 3 complete spirit weapons in a row was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Yellow hair fought for Duan Ning. It's not that I'm saying, young am I, you can also be considered a big family. So why bother to join forces with others to pit young Duan? At this moment, Anihao was as if he was a showman meeting a soldier, unable to reason. His entire face was suffocated and swollen red. But when he saw Meng Hang, his eyes lit up and he thought of a way. Whether or not we're teaming up to pit him, let Meng Hang try it again and we won't know. And while the crowd watched with interest as things unfolded, one of them seemed out of place. He hadn't taken his eyes off Meng Hang since the moment he walked in. The face of the man Anihao had brought here and the face of the man who had brought him into disrepute gradually merged. It was clearly a face, but the difference in temperament was extraordinarily large, which made him momentarily unable to distinguish whether it was a person or not. Could there really be 2 people in heaven who look so much alike? So just as other people were watching, his gaze stayed on Meng Hang, and just as Anihao called out the word Meng Hang, his face instantly turned pale. The scene in Cloudwater City was like yesterday again, floating before his eyes. The teenager with blood-red pupils, the teenager who scared himself to his knees just by being full of killing power, the teenager who made himself lose his reputation, the teenager who had become his psychological shadow. It's him, it's really him. Hua Qiu couldn't control his whole body trembling, his heart couldn't stop screaming. Why would he be here? Put! A loud bang brought the crowd's attention to this side. The crowd only saw that at some point, Hua Qiu, the second youngest master of the Hua family, fell to the ground with a pale face and a head full of cold sweat, looking at Meng Hang with a terrified expression. At this time Meng Hang was also attracted by the sound, and when he saw the appearance of the person sitting on the ground, he also couldn't help but smile. What a narrow road! Not only did I run into young Duan today, I actually ran into you. The crowd, who were already confused by Hua Qiu's actions, were even more confused when they heard Meng Hang's words. Who the hell was this strangely dressed youth? Not only did they know the young masters of the 2 top families, but looking at the situation, there was something else in it that they didn't know about. Hua Qiu's face was filled with horror as he pointed at Meng Hang and trembled. Why are you here? I apologized outside of the entrance exams in the first place, so why is it still haunting me? Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. The matter of Hua Qiu kneeling to someone in the college entrance exam had already spread in the circle of rich second-generation people in the imperial capital. Coupled with what he said to Meng Hang at that moment, it wasn't hard for the crowd to guess that Meng Hang was the one who made him kneel at that time. Crap! This kid is the one who forced Hua Xiao to kneel in the first place. I thought that kid was some kind of 3-headed, 6-armed guy, but now I see that it's nothing more than that. Hua Xiao is at least an S-class alien. I don't know what he was thinking in the first place, but he actually knelt down for him. And when the spirit hit Hua Xiao, now see him how like a mouse saw a cat, give a scare like this. Meng Hang also did not expect that he would leave such a serious psychological shadow on this high and mighty Hua Xiao. It's been such a long time, and it's amazing to see yourself with such a reaction. Just then a young man dressed in an expensive suit with polished shoes and gold-rimmed glasses walked over to Hua Qiu and gently helped him to his seat. Then he looked at Meng Hang and said with a smile, logically speaking, this matter is an internal matter of the Hua family. I shouldn't interfere. But the fact that you forced Hua Qiu to kneel not only slapped his face, the Hua family's face, but also the face of our entire circle of imperial capital family sons. Now people in other cities are saying that the sons of the families coming out of our imperial capital are embroidered pillows. Not useful. If you had honestly stayed in that small, third-tier city of Cloudwater City, I probably wouldn't have made a point of going after you. But since you dared to come to the imperial capital today, then don't blame me for stepping in to teach you a lesson. Hearing the glasses man say this, the organizer of this meal, yellow hair, hurriedly came out to round up the situation. It wasn't that he wanted to intercede on behalf of Meng Hang out of the goodness of his heart, but the owner behind the Imperial Hotel had quite a big background. If he really made a move here and trashed the restaurant, he, the organizer, could not be blamed. Moreover, this glasses man was the son of the Yi family, the third largest family in the imperial capital, although it was only a sideline, but a thin camel is bigger than a horse. If Meng Hang was really as powerful as the legend said, and injured the glasses man again, he wouldn't be able to shrug it off. Yi Xiao, after all, this is the hotel owned by that person. If we smash the place up, I'm afraid we can't even explain. The man with glasses who was called Yi Xiao smiled slightly and said, of course I know that the one runs this place. Even I wouldn't dare to be too reckless here. But don't forget what I'm capable of. Do I even need to make a move against him? As soon as Yellow Hair heard this, it suddenly dawned on him, and he slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Why did I forget about your powers?" Yi Yun stared at Meng Hang with a bland face and said, "Kid, today I'll tell you plainly that you have to accept the challenge even if you accept it, and you have to accept it even if you don't. And I Shao is the young master of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant House. I really can't stay, but if you don't take it, I'll make sure you don't walk out of this door today." Hearing him say that, Meng Hang smiled, and smiled brightly. As far as he could remember, it seemed like the ones who dared to threaten him didn't end well. The Fifth Order red-blooded demon king that had threatened him at the beginning was now, to put it mildly, reincarnated as a loach. There was also this Hua Xiao in front of him who was sitting on a chair, not daring to look directly at himself. Meng Hang was just about to open his mouth to agree, when the fat man stepped out and blocked him in front of him, looking coldly at Yi Yun. "I don't care which family's young master you are. Aren't you a bit disregarding my Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, actually daring to threaten my friends in front of me?" Yi Yun lifted his gold-rimmed glasses and returned without showing any weakness. "My surname is Yi, and I don't need to say anything about the family surnamed Yi in the imperial capital, so I'm sure brother and I knows about it as well. Although I'm not a direct descendant of the Yi family, you shouldn't forget that this is the imperial capital, not in your home base." Hearing that this person was from the Yi family, Anai showed a hint of gravity on his face, but didn't have the intention of backing down. Just then a large hand tapped him on the shoulder and pulled him back. Meng Hang looked at him expressionlessly and said indifferently, "I agree to the contest, but it's better to change the place. It's not good to break people's things here." Yi Yun shook his head in disdain. "There's no need. Against you I'm still confident I won't destroy anything here." Meng Hang laughed, not only at the arrogance of the night young man in front of him, but also at what Brother Unity was saying in his head at this moment. Crap, he's really jumping over the shit in the thatch. I've never seen such a pretentious person. Tai Z, if you don't hit him with a face full of peach blossoms, don't say I know you. Okay, Lateng Z brother, you see well. The two stood and the rest of the group stepped back to give them plenty of room. Meng Hang was not polite, and his Sharingan eyes directly opened. Seeing the blood redness in Meng Hang's eyes, Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Nor did he see any movement from him. Meng Hang only felt his head sink, as if there was an extra voice in his consciousness. The voice was like a loud bell, shaking Meng Hang's head. When the people on the side saw Meng Hang's expression, a hint of excitement appeared in their eyes and they whispered, "Hey, he got hit so fast. Yi Xiao's S-class skill of mind control is not that good of a defense. Any of your abilities or more bullish spirit is controlled. You can only obediently listen to his orders." At this moment, a trace of anxiety also showed in Fatty's eyes. Originally, he was extremely confident in Meng Hang, thinking that defeating this so-called Yi Xiao was nothing more than a breeze. However, he did not expect that Yi Yun's ability was actually capable of such a bizarre ability that it directly attacked Meng Hang's spiritual world. Yi Yun looked at Meng Hang like an emperor, and his mouth snapped. "On your knees," the voice came out, and Meng Hang could only feel a voice like that of a godlike deity appearing in his head and echoing within. "On your knees, on your knees, on your knees." Meng Hang's eyes started to get confused and his legs couldn't help but start to bend. Seeing Meng Hang get hit so quickly, sounds of disdain rose from the side. "What the heck? I was expecting him to have some kind of undercard, but he actually couldn't even withstand a single move under the hands of Night Young. I really can't figure out how Hua Xiao lost to him in the first place with goods like him." At this moment, Hua Qiu was also confused. This is going to lose? In fact, his heart was still a little bit expectant, looking forward to Meng Hang finishing off Yi Yun in public. There is a comparison so that one's own initial disgrace is not too ugly, but now he was completely desperate. If Meng Hang lost so dryly, it really only meant that he was just a waste. Instead of dissipating, the mockery of outsiders towards him will increase with each passing day. The corner of Yi Yun's mouth hooked into a smile. As long as he could make Meng Hang kneel to himself in public and gain face for the circle of Kyoto's family science, then his status among the crowd would soar. Even if he didn't rely on the Yi family, he could still be famous in the imperial capital. Right at this moment, Meng Hang, who had already bent down half of his body, suddenly gave a start, his head slowly lifting up as he sneered at Yi Yun. "Happy? Just kidding." In fact, when that spiritual attack from Yi Yun rushed into Meng Hang's spiritual world, it only affected him for a split second. For Meng Hang's boundless world of spiritual power, this one impact was simply like a piece of gravel on the seashore, instantly swallowed up by the waves of his spiritual power. When Yi Yun saw Meng Hang's appearance, he instantly knew that he had actually been pretending and had not been under his mental control, and with a slight change in his face, he wanted to launch his mental control again. Unfortunately it was too late. How could Meng Hang fall twice in the same position? The hook jade in his sharpening will eye that he looked at Yi Yun turned slightly, and Yi Yun instantly froze in place, his eyes empty. This time it turned into Meng Hang looking down on him like an emperor. His mouth said majestically, "On your knees." At this moment, Yi Yun felt that the entire world was spinning and twisting, making him unsteady on his feet. A myriad of tumultuous murmurings came to his ears, like the demons of hell tempting him in his ears, and like the high gods of heaven, commanding him majestically, "On your knees, on your knees." Put. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Yun knelt straight in front of Meng Hang. There was a silence in the arena, and you could hear a pin drop. The crowd's eyes widened and their jaws dropped to the floor. Shouldn't it be the kid in the black robe kneeling? Why is Yi Yun kneeling? There's something weird about this kid. And I was also dumbfounded at this time. Meng Gur, didn't you tell me you're a dual-type spatial and would system exalt? And what the hell is this spirit system? There was only one person in the room whose expression was different from the crowd. Naturally, it's still Wahoo. Huaqiu lowered his head. His shoulders kept shrugging. And under the shadow was a face that had laughed until it was twisted. He shouted frantically in his mind. See, you're on your knees to him too. Let's see which one of you still dares to mock old me in the future. At the same time he was laughing at Meng Hang. You think this is in your little third-tier county? Here, it's the dragon you have to coil, and the tiger you have to lie down. Which one of them here is not rich and has a deep background? You actually dared to make the Yi family's children kneel in public. So where in the imperial capital is there still a place for you? At this time, Yi Yun had already come to his senses, but still froze and knelt in place, with unbelievable colors in his eyes. He couldn't believe that he had lost in his best skill of mind control. Yi Yun's face swelled red, his forehead veins popped up, and he roared in defiance. Destroy him for me. As soon as these words came out, the air in the room became frozen, and all the sons of the world families present stared at Meng Hang with ill will. Although their bodyguards were waiting downstairs, they had been trained by the family since they were young, and their strength was not comparable to ordinary people. Looking at the surrounding rich kids who were all unsuspecting and ready to make a move, Meng Hang's face sank. His black robe was windless, and a cold aura permeated out from his body, enveloping the entire room and causing everyone present to shiver. He looked around the room and said coldly, "Since none of them want to leave, let's all stay." Fatty walked over with a sweaty head, a worried look appearing on his face. Only at this time, he was not worried about Meng Hang, but about the group of people who were preparing to make a move on Meng Hang. Fatty whispered quietly in his ear as he took hold of his arm. "Brother Meng, you have to be merciful, or else this entire building will have to be demolished by you." The atmosphere in the arena became incredibly condensed, and both sides were on the verge of a fight. Just then, a lazy voice came through the door. "Yo, I'd like to see who's the son of a family with such a big row today, actually making trouble in my hotel." Upon hearing this voice, the faces of everyone present changed, and they all put their auras away. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the crowd, Meng Hang was extremely curious as to who the visitor was that could scare them like this. Turning his head, he realized it was a tall woman in a cheongsam, although painted with light makeup, but the knitted brows and smile all look extremely graceful and luxurious. At a glance, she looked about 30, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes revealed her true age. Yellow Hair came to this woman and said with a smile on his face, "Aunt Yun, what brings you here?" The woman known as Aunt Yun skimmed him and said, "If I don't come here again, my little store will be demolished by all the little ancestors." Yellow Hair hurriedly explained, "Aunt Yun, see what you're saying, we're just sparring between friends." "Sparring? We wouldn't dare to make a move on you even if we had both our guts. Don't you think so?" After saying that, he didn't forget to give a wink to the crowd. The crowd chimed in. That's right. It's just a cut." Aunt Yun snorted coldly. "It better be. Okay, now that it's okay, pack up and get going." Hearing him say that, Yi Yun did not say a word and walked out with a gloomy face. Walking next to Meng Hang, he didn't forget to give Meng Hang a cold look. When the others saw that Yi Xiao had all left, they followed in silence. When the crowd had all left, Meng Hang saw that a bite of the food on the dining table hadn't been moved yet, and couldn't help but shake his head in regret. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten yet, and he didn't care about that Aunt Yun next to him, and casually found a stool to sit down, and began to feast. Cluck cluck cluck. A soft laugh came from behind him. The woman called Aunt Yun sat down next to Meng Hang and looked at him and said, "This food is getting cold. I'll have the kitchen make another one for my brother." Meng Hang waved his hand indifferently as he took a big bite. "Don't bother. I'll just deal with a couple bites." Meng Hang then looked at her somewhat strangely and asked, "Are you the owner of this hotel here?" Aunt Yun smiled without saying anything and just nodded silently. Seeing her admit it, Meng Hang's eyes instantly lit up. "Auntie, why don't you change the bowl of kanji for me? I was born with a bad stomach and can only eat soft food." Crap! The fat man behind him saw Meng Hang actually molesting this aunt in public, and was so scared that his entire body went numb. Taking a step forward, He hastily covered Meng Hang's mouth, which was stuffed with food, with his hand. It's not that I'm talking about Meng. You can't plug your mouth even if you eat. Aunt Yun used her slender fingers to gently point at Meng Hang's forehead and pouted. You little immodest. But you look exactly like that negative man from back then. Back then, he also stood across the street, facing many family descendants all by himself without a hint of retreat. Her eyes, which had been smiling, turned sad at the thought, and without the desire to chat any longer. Aunt Yun stood up and said to Meng Hang and the two of them, I'll leave you with something else. From now on, if you guys have nothing to do, come here and sit down more often, and Auntie will treat you to dinner. Hey, okay, the two replied in unison. Yi Yun and his group came downstairs and prepared to leave in their own limousine. Before getting into the car, Yi Yun coldly turned his head and said to the crowd, I don't want a word of what happened today to show. You all know the Yi family's methods, especially if this matter is known by Brother Yi. None of us will have a good time. When the crowd heard the word Yi, their faces all changed in unison, and they were actually 3 times more afraid than when they heard the Yi family. When Meng Hang had eaten and drunk enough, the two of them also left by car. Meng Hang asked with some curiosity in the car, what exactly is the identity of that Aunt Yun of fatties that can make that group of arrogant and domineering male children so scornful? The fat man let out a long sigh and looked at Meng Hang with grudging eyes. You don't even know what someone's status is, and you dare to molest them. She's the previous generation's eldest daughter of the Yun family, one of the 3 great families in the imperial capital. That's not the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing is that she's also the old flame of the one from Jinyuan City. Crap! Meng Hang's entire body was crispy after hearing this, and he hurriedly sat up straight to look at Fatty. Don't tell me that the one from Jinyuan City that you're talking about is Jinyuan City's city lord Zhao Shanhe. The fat man nodded helplessly. Meng Hang only felt his entire body go numb. He had actually molested Martial Emperor Zhao Shanhe's old flame. If people knew about this, they'd have to dismantle themselves. Meng Hang hurriedly pulled the fat man and gossiped. Quickly tell me what's going on. Actually, well, this matter isn't a secret in the imperial capital. Fatty shook his head and began to narrate to Meng Hang. Back then, Zhao Shan's blocking of the school gate at Imperial Capital University was a big deal. The various clans couldn't sit still either, so they sent assassins to assassinate him, basically to no avail. Until one time an assassin took advantage of Zhao Shanhe's momentary carelessness and seriously injured him. And in the end it was Aunt Yun who secretly saved him, and the two of them formed a bond. And the two ended up getting married? Meng Hang asked nosily. The fat man shook his head back. Falling flowers, flowing water. At that time, Aunt Yun, who was a beautiful woman, was not married to him, but that one already had a lover in mind. So since then, Aunt Yun has guarded this imperial hotel and has never married. Although the two didn't end up together, the various families were still afraid of Zhao Shanhe's existence, so no one ever dared to mess with Aunt Yun easily. Meng Hang nodded indistinctly, not realizing that legendary martial emperor Zhao Shanhe was actually still a great lover. Far away within the city lord's mansion of Jinyuan City on the first line of heaven, Zhao Shanhe, who was studying the sand table, suddenly sneezed. TND, what asshole dares to talk bad about me behind my back? Yi Yun returned home and directly locked himself in his room. After this incident, he would be just like Hua Chou, losing his reputation and becoming a joke amongst the rich kids of the imperial capital. But he didn't dare report it to the family yet. The other Hua Chou was at least a direct descendant of the Hua family, and the Hua family wouldn't do anything to him. But he, Yi Yun, was different. He was just a sidekick with a humble status. Don't look at him out there foxing around and mixing it up. But within the family, he was just a dispensable person. If this matter was known by the people in the family, he would most likely be expelled from the family. Yi Yun's fists were clenched tightly. His nails were deeply embedded into his flesh. His expression was extremely hideous. Meng Hang, you must die. Saying so, he turned on his computer and typed a complex string of URLs into the web page. Upon landing on the URL, the page appeared with a deep black background, with the two big words Dark Pavilion standing out. This is the dark network used by the Dark Cabinet to receive tasks. And the Dark Cabinet is extremely mysterious as the #1 assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom. They are secretive and never take missions offline. If someone wants to post a bounty, they can only do so by logging onto the dark web. The Dark Grid would dispatch the appropriate assassin to carry out the mission based on the amount of the bounty. The Dragon Kingdom had been trying to find out information about the Dark Pavilion based on the LP of the Darknet for so many years, but unfortunately they all came up empty-handed. Yi Yun operated the computer, wrote Meng Hang's address appearance in detail, and finally clenched his teeth and marked the reward amount of $80 million. Click to publish. In a matter of seconds, however, Yi Yun realized that the quest he had posted had already been picked up. He smiled coldly, grimacing as he muttered to himself. "Manhwa, you're dead this time. As long as the dark cabinet accepts the mission, it's a no-win situation." With nothing to say along the way, Manhwa and Anihao returned home, so they each went back to their rooms to cultivate. In the dead of night, around nearly 1 o'clock, there were two mysterious figures outside Fatty's villa talking in a low voice. "The master actually sent us two U-rank experts to protect the young master. A little too big for his britches." "You can't say that." The one who was protecting the young master earlier inexplicably disappeared at the faraway scene, which scared the old master. Now that the world is getting more and more chaotic, the master is also afraid that the young master will have a slip-up. And while these two were talking, they didn't realize that in the darkness, a figure was quietly approaching them. And this figure didn't realize that on the roof of the villa, there was a crow with blood-red pupils and a hooked jade within it also staring coldly at him. When the black shadow appeared, Manhwa, who was practicing cross-legged in the room, raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. Manhwa wasn't stupid. After offending so many family sons in a place like the imperial capital, how could he not take precautions? So he detached a raven from his body and watched every move in the neighborhood from the roof day and night. In fact, the duo who had spoken earlier had found out on Manhwa's first night here. After figuring out that these two were Fatty's bodyguards, they didn't pay much attention to them. It wasn't until tonight that this strangely traveling figure caught Manhwa's attention. Manhwa, who opened his eyes, sneered and muttered, "It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, but a villain takes revenge from early to late." This assassin also doesn't know if it's the Hua family, or that Yi Yun from the Yi family who found him. But it doesn't matter which side sent them. Let one come and die. Killing intent rose in Manhwa's eyes. The black shadow approached the two bodyguards outside the villa like a ghost. It was as if he had become one with his surroundings. His heartbeat slowly calming and his breathing slowly diminishing without giving away a single trace of killing intent. He didn't stop until he was 5 meters away from the two bodyguards. The black shadow raised his right hand. His fingers moved slightly, and two silver wires, unnoticeable to the naked eye, appeared from his fingertips, and like a swimming snake, it strangled towards the necks of the two bodyguards. And just as the silver wire was about to cut off both of their heads, the kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes in the eyes of the Doom Crow on the roof of the room turned slightly, and the space around this assassin began to distort, and along with it, the silver wire in his hand suddenly disappeared from its place. Meng Xing inside the room also sneered and disappeared into the room. "Hey, did you feel something coming toward the two of us just now?" One noticed the anomaly and asked the other. The other bodyguard was instantly alert and looked around, realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary before saying, "Don't make a fuss. With the two of us being U-ranked ability users, how can we not know when something is approaching?" Un looked at his surroundings in horror, not understanding that 1 second he was outside the villa on an assassination mission. Why was he in this inexplicable place the next? The Dark Grid has a strict hierarchy. They divided the ranks of killers into 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. Ranking is based on points for each successful kill. His current ranking was way of the 12 earthly branches, and as long as he did a few more quests, his ranking would be promoted to Wu, while the original killer Wu would be demoted to Wei. In the evening, Un was searching for a suitable mission on the darknet until he saw the mission posted by Yi Yun and his eyes lit up. The person being rewarded happened to be in the imperial capital, and the high reward of $80 million excited him. So without hesitation, he took on the task. But at this moment, being inexplicably transported to this space, he was really a bit flustered. Right at this moment, a teenager with a black robe and blood-red pupils appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. He could already tell that this teenager was the one who was being offered a bounty in the mission. "Boy, is this your doing?" Un asked coldly. "I say, do you have any manners at all? Running up to someone's door and not knowing to register yourself first?" Manhwa didn't answer his question and instead choked back. Un grimaced. "I have nothing to say to the dead." Saying that, a silver wire suddenly shot out at Manhwa. Manhwa's pupils shrunk, and the dynamic vision of his Sharingan eyes was at play at this point. All he saw was a silver wire, several times thinner than a fish line, coming towards his neck at a high speed. The long knife appeared in Manhwa's hand and slashed towards the silver wire with lightning speed. Ding! Manhwa retracted his long sword, and the silver wire was flicked to the side. He frowned slightly, not realizing that such a thin piece of silver wire was actually so strong that even the 1,000 blades had no way to cut it. And at that moment the Un on the opposite side of the room was even more stunned. The silver silk attack in his hand was extremely fast, and coupled with the fact that it was itself unsearchable to the naked eye, there was no way for ordinary people to notice it. It could be said that he was able to get to this position in the dark cabinet thanks to this supernatural ability of his. "Don't get cocky, kid, this is just the beginning," Wei roared with some annoyance, and then countless silver wires transformed into silver light, bursting out from in front of him and stabbing toward Manhwa. He was confident that as long as there was a silver wire Meng Hang did not block, the silver wire would be able to cut off his neck. Meng Hang's face was unchanged, and the long sword in his hand had been wielded in a dense manner. With the perverted dynamic potential of his Sharingan eyes, he could anticipate where each silver wire was coming at him and pick them off one by one. After a few minutes Un finally stopped striking and instead looked at the teenager across the room with a horrified look on his face. How could you possibly block each and every one of my heavenly silkworm silks? Meng Hang didn't answer him, just said in an ancient voice, since there's no other means, it's my turn to make a move. With that, he was about to carry his sword towards the killer in front of him. Wait, Un horrified. Don't you want to know who asked me to kill you? If you let me out, I'll tell you who invited me out. No, are all you assassins so unprofessional nowadays? I haven't even pressed the issue yet, and you're telling me yourself. In Meng Hang's impression, this kind of killer should be like what he saw in the TV dramas in his previous life, with poison in his mouth, and as long as the mission fails, he would just take the poison and kill himself without saying a word. Do not leave your opponents a single chance to torture themselves. Meng Hang shook his head and said, unfortunately, I don't believe a single punctuation mark that comes out of your mouth. I'll ask myself later. Hearing him say that, the Un, who was still face-shocked, his face suddenly calmed down. That's when he became more of a cold-hearted killer. I was going to try to get out of you where this place is, but since you brat won't take the bait, don't blame me for being ruthless in a while and using my means to make you talk. Do you think you blocked my silver wire off by your powers? Actually, I let you see it on purpose. Kid, next I'll let you experience the horror of my ability. With that, his right hand pulled. The countless suspects scattered on the ground began to wriggle like snakes. The next moment, blood splattered. One man stood still without moving, while the other had fallen to the ground, blood spilling out of his body non-stop. How is this possible? Un collapsed on the ground. This time there was no hint of camouflage in the horror that showed in his eyes. The silver wire that should have been wrapped around Meng Hang's body was actually tightly strangled into his flesh and blood at this time. Fortunately, he wanted to keep Meng Hang alive at that time and force him to ask how to get out of this space, so he didn't kill him painfully. Otherwise the Un would have been dismantled by his own silver wire at this point. Tell me how you did it. Un asked weakly as a begging look spread across his face. He's not happy about it. He had been a killer for more than 10 years, but he never thought that he would end up losing to his own abilities. If he doesn't ask what's going on, he won't die in peace. The color of blood flashed in Meng Hang's eyes as he said faintly, you'll never understand the horror of the Sharingan. In fact, when he hadn't struck, Meng Hang realized with his sharpening will eye that each of the silver threads he shot out had its clear destination, and after all the silver filaments were formed, he found that they would bind himself securely. Even though these silver threads wouldn't cause the slightest harm to Meng Hang, he decided to return the favor. So he ejected each of the silver wires that shot out in the direction he had calculated, and routed them back. The end result was that when the silver wire was not pulled tight, not only would it not hurt Meng Hang, but it would bind him to himself. After listening to Meng Hang's explanation, Un smiled bitterly and said, what a horrible ability. After saying that, his mouth moved slightly, and he wanted to take poison to kill himself. However, how could Dreamhaven, who had prepared for this, do as he wished and directly use his Sharingan eyes to control his spirit? 10 minutes later, Danganmui's eyes became clear again. He instantly realized that he had already told all of his secrets to the black-robed teenager in front of him. Why are you still an illusionist? In all the years he had been engaged in assassination, he had never seen such a perverted teenager. The teenager in front of him was so powerful that he could crush himself no matter which way he went, making him unable to put up a single shred of resistance. Moreover, he had a premonition that the black-robed teenager dealing with himself at this moment was not using his full strength at all. Frustration. Never felt more frustrated. Like I said, you'll never experience the horror of Sharingan. After saying that, Meng Hang swung out his sword without a moment's hesitation and chopped off his head. After solving this killer, Meng Hang didn't rush back to real space. Instead, he sat on the ground, rubbing his chin with his hand, thinking about something. From the mouth of this assassin in front of him, he learned that he was from an assassin organization called the Dark Pavilion, and that he was the Un of the 12 Earthly Fury. Moreover, the Dark Cabinet relies on the Dark Net to receive missions, and for the sake of concealment, employers post missions anonymously on the Dark Net. Just as the employer doesn't know who the assassin who takes the assignment is, the assassin doesn't know the identity of the employer who issued the assignment. The employer simply pays the money to an intermediary platform on the dark web, and if the assassin fails the mission, a higher-ranked assassin than him will take it again until the mission is successful. When he heard that the bounty was actually $80 million, both of Meng Hang's eyes released a different kind of luster. He was thinking at the moment how he could hack this $80 million. Meng Hang pondered on the ground for a long time, and finally slapped his hands together and came up with a good idea. Without further delay, he ripped off Yuan's clothes and mask and went straight back to his room. Meng Hang made seals with both hands and used the shadow divergence technique to summon an identical version of himself. The doppelganger was then told to lie down on the bed and cover himself while he changed into the Yuan's assassin's costume and put on his mask. Meng Hang took out his cell phone and turned on the camera function, found the right position and placed it, and began to record the video. He took one of the daggers he had found from his unspace ring in his hand and slowly walked towards the doppelganger on the bed. Then without hesitation, slit the doppelganger's neck throat. After doing so, Meng Hang then imported the video into the computer in the room and logged into the darknet according to the unspoken URL to transmit the video to his employer. At this time, it was already around 1 o'clock in the second half of the night. Yi Yun still did not sleep, but kept wandering around the room, his eyes going to the computer from time to time. Meng Hang had become a thorn in his heart, and if he did not settle Meng Hang, Yi Yun felt that he would continue to have trouble sleeping and eating like this. Ding! Just then, a message alert came from the computer's darknet, and Yi Yun couldn't wait to click on the message bar. The video that came into view was of a man in a darkroom wearing a nightshirt and a mask on his face, taking a step towards the bed. And the person lying on the bed is exactly the Meng Hang who met in the hotel at night. The dark cabinet assassin raised the dagger in his hand and cut Meng Hang's throat without hesitation. And that's where the picture ends. Of course Dreamhaven wouldn't be foolish enough to let him see the next image of the split disappearing. Yi Yun couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement when he saw that the assassin had indeed cut off Meng Hang's head. Good, yes. Worthy of being the famous Dark Pavilion. The strike is just clean. A beggar from Cloudwater City dares to offend me. And just then, a quest confirmation message popped up in the chat box. Yi Yun naturally didn't dare the Dark Pavilion's money, or else the next person to suffer an endless pursuit would become himself. Meng Hang, who had been waiting in front of the computer, couldn't help but rejoice when he saw that site confirming the completion of the mission. Take out the bearer bank card found from the unspace ring and click to check the balance. Seeing the shiny $120 million in front of his eyes, Meng Hang almost drooled. Good lord, is this how you make money as an assassin? Anyway, it's still a few days before the Imperial University starts. Should I go work part-time as an assassin and earn some money too? Throwing the useless things back into the divine mighty space once again, Meng Hang laid down on the bed to continue to take a nap. And for this assassination attempt tonight, no one else in the villa was aware of it except Meng Hang. The next day dawned bright. Yi Yun opened his eyes and let out a deep breath, feeling more relaxed than ever. He couldn't wait to take out his phone and dial his best friends one by one, inviting them to go to the Tudor Hotel again tonight. He was going to announce the fact that Meng Hang was dead in public at that time, so that they would know his Yi Yun's tactics and at the same time gain face for himself. Oh yeah, how did I forget about him? He was going to get an eye how to show him that being on his side was the right choice. Yi Yun's eyes lit up and he directly dialed Yellow Hair's phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Yellow Hair's bitchy voice came from the other side. Yi Xiao, what are your orders? Is it because you want me to find someone to deal with that Dreamhaven guy? Don't worry, young Yi, I've already contacted the people, just waiting for your order. Yi Yun smiled meaningfully and did not explain, but said with a smile, I'm also going to host a banquet at the Imperial Capital Hotel today, so you invite N.I. Hao, the young master of the Heavenly Mansion merchant firm, as well. What? And go to the Imperial Hotel? Yellow Hair thought he had heard wrong. What happened last night? Before Yellow Hair could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Yi Yun. Where's all this nonsense? I have an important announcement to make tonight. Yellow Hair didn't dare to refute it and quickly agreed. Alright, Yi Xiao, I'll get on with it. Just after hanging up the phone, the Yellow Hair on the other end of the phone had an odd look on his face. This pussy was stimulated and stupid yesterday, wasn't he? I can't believe you still have the face to ask us to go to dinner today. Isn't this a naked slap in your own face? Although he said so, his hands didn't stop, and he dialed the phone to Fatty right afterward. When Meng Hang walked out of the room, he was seeing the fat man by himself talking to himself. I can't believe you have the nerve to ask me to go to dinner. That's more than not right in the head. Meng Hang asked with interest. Who are you calling brain dead this early in the morning? Seeing Meng Hang come out, the fat man's eyes lit up and gossiped as he pulled him to his side and said, Meng, let me tell you something interesting. That Yi Yun who made you give the whole thing an E last night actually wants to host a banquet at the Imperial Capital Hotel tonight, and he even named me to go. Do you think he was so stimulated last night that he got intermittent amnesia? How else could a sane person come up with this whole netherworld operation? I finally understand a saying from him, trees without skin will surely die. People without face are invincible. Hearing Fatty say this, Meng Hang's eyes flashed with an intriguing glint. Oh, there's that? Then I'll be sure to check it out tonight. 2. He was now basically certain that the dark court assassin from last night was the one he had spent a lot of money on. At this time, Meng Hang was not only not angry, but also somewhat grateful to him for sending money to himself. Worthy of being the young master of the Yi family? It's generous to kill such a small minion as me. He actually spared a huge sum of $80 million. I also wonder if I can still pull some more wool out of this rich kid's hands. Meng Hang rubbed his chin and had already begun to think about how to pit Yi Yun again. Okay, let's go and take a look again tonight, and learn what else the Ji Shao can come up with, the fat man said with a lone voice. 6 o'clock in the evening. It's still the same private room at the Imperial Hotel. At this time, except for Fatty and Meng Hang, the people who were present last night had basically arrived. The crowd looked at the spirited Yi Yun at this moment. Looking at him like this, it didn't look at all like he was kneeling down to that Meng Hang in public yesterday. Instead it looked like Meng Hang was kneeling down to him. Yi Yun's appearance completely gave them a whole lack of confidence. Did we misremember last night? Hua Qiu, in particular, was in a daze. Again, all of them are kneeling to Meng Hang. Look at yourself. Ever since that incident, you've been devastated. And then look at the other person. Yi Yun. It was as if nothing had happened. Instead, he had become more confident. Is this the difference between people? Some people rise to the occasion, while others hit a snag and just fall flat on their face. Hua Qiu let out a long sigh and said darkly, I'm not as far behind as Yi Yun. Yellow Hair, who had not been speaking, finally could not hold his tongue at this time and opened his mouth to ask Yi Yun, what big happy event has Yi Shao met that he's so happy? Come on, share it with your brothers. Yi Yun laughed and without hurry, he found out the videos he had downloaded from the darknet yesterday from his cell phone and showed them one by one. When the crowd saw the video, the moment the throat of the man on the bed was cut off, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. They all recognized that the person on the bed was Meng Hang, who Yi Yun had given a knee to last night. This video looked like it was taken last night. How could they not expect Yi Yun to strike so quickly, not even waiting for one night to take care of the people? In the bottom of their hearts, all of them placed a not to be messed with label on Yi Yun. Yellow Hair was the first to react and said to Yi Yun in a tone of both shock and admiration, it's okay, Yi Shao. This nighttime hasn't passed and you've taken care of the people? Little brother will have to learn more from you in the future. Revenge doesn't come overnight. Yi Yun pushed his golden glasses and said smugly, nothing more than a self-righteous griffin. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in the imperial capital just because he has some skills? What's the point of his strong psychic ability? It's necessary to have strength and background to come out. He's a little yakuza who dares to come to the imperial capital to run wild. So of course I'm going to teach him a lesson. Only this is a bit of a lesson, and I hope he learns it in his next life. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yi Yun held his glasses and laughed wildly, living like a Sven scum. Just then, a faint voice came from behind him. Oh, who did you say you wanted to teach a lesson to? When Yi Yun heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, he first froze, then his limbs slowly stiffened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he only felt a touch of coldness running down his back. He slowly turned his head and looked at Meng Hang in horror, his teeth trembling as he made a cackling sound. No way. How can you be standing here? Are you a fucking human or a ghost? The people present were also staring blankly at the doorway, but they had seen the scene of Meng Hang's throat being cut in the video with their own eyes. At this moment, Fatty's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. When he walked to the door, he had already heard Yi Yun's yelling just now and instantly understood what was going on. Yi Yun dared to send assassins to his house to kill people, and then he even made a feast here. This was not putting the heavenly mansion trading house in his eyes at all. Yi Yun, don't think that just because you're a member of the Yi family that you can do whatever you want. You actually dared to send assassins to my house to kill people. Do you really think that I, Tianfu Merchant House, am a vegetarian? But despite his anger and loud rebukes, the crowd still acted as if they hadn't heard him, just staring blankly at Meng Hang next to him. Meng Hang slowly walked towards Yi Yun, and with every step he took, Yi Yun took a step back with a pale face, until he hit the corner and retreated, sitting on his ass. Yi Yun stared straight at Meng Hang in horror. What are you going to do? This is the Imperial Capital Hotel. If you dare to make a move here, Aunt Yun won't let you go. And if you were to hurt me, the Yi family wouldn't let you go. Meng Hang looked at the mad-like Yi Yun and slowly bent down to look straight into his eyes. Too bad. Just a little bit. If the assassin you found was that much stronger, I would have died by his hand. Luckily, an Ihouse bodyguard was so strong that he saved me in the nick of time and gave me a 5-turn rejuvenation pill, which pulled me back from the ghost gate. Upon hearing the 5 turns rejuvenation pill, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in unison. Legend has it that this elixir can give life to the dead and flesh to the bones. As long as there is still a breath in the air, no matter how badly injured, you can bring someone back. I didn't expect this young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion merchant house to be so generous as to directly take out a 5 turns rejuvenation pill to save him. The fat man at the door was also listening at this time, but he was dumbfounded. Since when do I have that kind of perverted potion? Wouldn't it be nice if I had one of those to keep for myself? Manhang coldly looked at Yi Yun, who was already scared to tears, and the long knife in his hand was already slowly sheathed, chopping at him without hesitation. The people present were horrified by Manhang's actions, and no one had expected him to be so ruthless as to say that he was going to make a move. And let's not forget that Yi Yun was the son of the Yi family, and this was the imperial capital hotel that all families had to retreat to. Doesn't he have any scruples at all? At this moment, this thought came to everyone's mind. Kid, you seek death. The yellow hair in the crowd reacted the fastest. He had the best relationship with Yi Yun. Naturally he couldn't just watch Yi Yun die in Manhang's hands. A flying knife flew out of his hand and chopped at Manhang with lightning speed. Manhang felt the sound of breaking air coming from behind him and didn't turn around. The long knife in his hand turned and swung backward, directly blocking the flying knives that yellow hair flung at him. After hovering in the air for a few circles, the flying dagger once again flew back in front of yellow hair, and it actually floated in the air. Manhang slowly turned around and coldly looked at yellow hair. What? You want to fight me too? Yellow hair's face was extremely ugly as he felt the eerie chill coming from Manhang's body. But with things having come to this, it was impossible for him to stand by and watch, so he could only forcefully endure the hint of fear that had arisen in his heart and said through gritted teeth, "Kid, today, let the Grand Master learn just how much you can do before you dare to be so rampant." With that said, the flying dagger suspended in the air once again turned into a cold light and chopped towards Manhang. Looking at the flying daggers flying towards him, a hint of disdain flashed in Manhang's eyes. With this kind of tactic, he would just stand still and let yellow hair beat him until tomorrow, and he wouldn't suffer a single injury. It was only that Divine Might's ability was too heavenly, and he didn't want to expose it too early at the moment. Right at this moment, the crowd only saw Manhang's odd black robe unexpectedly begin to wriggle, and a crow with blood-colored pupils just drilled out of the black robe. The bizarre crow fluttered its wings twice in the air and flew straight towards the flying knife that was moving at high speed in the air. The crow transformed into a black lightning bolt, meeting the flying dagger in just the blink of an eye and easily holding the incomparably sharp flying dagger in its beak. The crow carried the flying dagger in a turnaround, flew back to Manhang and landed on his shoulder. As Manhang did, coldly looking at the crowd, such a bizarre ability made the crowd unable to stop themselves from sucking in a breath of cold air once again, and involuntarily took 2 steps backward. What is this ability? Someone murmured. I think it's the summoning department. The other returned unconfidently. But didn't he just use his spirit faculty's supernatural ability yesterday? Why did he perform the summoning faculty's psychic ability again today? How many skills has he awakened? Monster. This is a monster. No wonder Hua Xiao lost in his hands back then. Yellow hair's face was unsightly. The flying dagger that he had harnessed with his spiritual power had actually lost contact with him the very moment the crow had held it. And no matter how much he summoned it, the flying dagger didn't have a single response. Manhang looked at yellow hair and sneered. Finished? Don't you tell me it's over. That's not very firm of you. Being taunted by him like this, yellow hair immediately became furious, and 10 flying daggers appeared out of thin air in his 2 hands. These 10 flying daggers transformed into 10 silver-colored swimming fish, circling several times in the air towards Manhang. Manhang was still standing still, but the black robe on his body was writhing once again. This time instead of 1 crow, 10 appeared. These 10 crows flew straight towards the 10 flying daggers, holding them in their mouths without dropping a single one, and flew back to Manhang's shoulders. At this moment, Manhang's demonic flames were monstrous. Like a bird holder? Unfortunately, at this time, yellow hair couldn't get the punchline and just looked at Manhang in horror. The 10 instinctive flying daggers lost contact with him, causing his mental power to take a heavy hit and his face to turn pale. At this time, Manhang was dressed in a black robe, and the blood color in his eyes was coldly staring at yellow hair, living the image of a villainous demon king, and the 11 crows on his shoulders, with bloodshot eyes, stared unblinkingly at yellow hair, staring him right in the face. I said I didn't want to go, so don't even go. After Manhang finished saying this, the flying daggers in the crow's mouth unexpectedly reversed and flew back in unison towards yellow hair, and looking at the speed, it was even several times faster than before. Due to the speed of the flying dagger, yellow hair surprisingly did not react and just froze in place. Seeing that 11 flying daggers were about to pierce through his body, and just then a lazy voice rang out. My good brother, I'm here to eat, no matter what grudges you have. You can't come out here and hurt people, yo. At the same time as the voice rang out, a whirlwind unexpectedly blew in the room, easily rolling these 11 high-speed flying daggers to the ground. Manhang turned his head to look. The person who spoke was no one else but the owner of the Imperial Capital Hotel, Aunt Yoon. The sight of her arrival caused the crowd to let out a long breath. Yellow Hair also seemed to see the savior, rolling and crawling to run behind Aunt Yoon, shouting, "Aunt Yoon, you have to save me. He's going to break the rules of the Imperial Hotel and kill me here." Aunt Yoon didn't pay any attention to him, but looked deeply at Meng Hang and shook her head slightly. The meaning is self-evident. Alright, then I will give Aunt Yoon face today. After saying that, Meng Hang ignored the crowd's reaction and walked straight toward the door. Fatty also gave the people around him a hard stare and followed him out. The two walked downstairs before the fat man said in exasperation, "Damn. I said that after something like that happened yesterday, Yi Yun actually still has the face to invite me to dinner today, and specially called me up. So this son of a bitch is a weasel paying homage to a chicken." Unsettled. "You too, Meng. You didn't tell me about such a big deal." Meng Hang shrugged helplessly and said, "It wouldn't have been a big deal. I'm not standing here properly. Besides, I wasn't sure at the time exactly who was looking for a killer." By the time Meng Hang and his duo left, the private room became silent. "Aunt Yoon, this kid broke the rules of the Imperial Capital Hotel, and you're just going to let him go?" Yellow Hair said with some reluctance. "It's not your turn to interfere with what I do." Aunt Yoon coldly glanced at him. With just this glance, Yellow Hair only felt chilled and no longer dared to say another word. "This small store of mine can't accommodate all of you great Buddhas, so you'd better not come to eat at my place in the future." After saying that, Aunt Yoon turned her head and left, not caring about the ugly faces of the people present. Yi Yun stood up and his face became sinister as he said to the crowd, "He was just about to leave us all here. If Aunt Yoon hadn't stepped in, probably none of us would have been able to walk out. This matter can't just be left alone. Meng Hang, he must die." Last night, posting a quest in the Dark Pavilion had cost him all his savings. He knew that it was now impossible for him to get the Dark Grid Killer to strike again with his own manpower, so he had to unite all the people in front of him to deal with Meng Hang. Yellow Hair, who had almost died at Meng Hang's hands just now, was the first to agree. "I agree with what Yi Xiao said. I agree." The person who spoke was Hua Qiu. His current feelings towards Meng Hang were extremely complicated, with fear and even more jealousy. What made Meng Hang, a mole from a third-tier city, possess such terrifying strength? By what right could they crush and make them Imperial Capital Celestial Pride? Seeing that two people had already made their attitudes clear, the others also chimed in. "Yeah, this can't be over so easily. If Meng Hang doesn't die, all of us in this circle in the Imperial Capital will lose face." Now Meng Hang was like a fishbone in their throats, making it difficult for them. "But how should we deal with him? Mobilize the family forces? Never." Yi Yun hurriedly stopped it. His greatest fear right now was being known by his family, so of course it was impossible for him to agree to use his family's power. "We're just going to have to figure out how to get rid of him on our own, and we're going to have to make this thing look good. So what do we do?" someone asked. Yi Yun said with a wry smile, "I have the Dark Pavilion's Darknet here, and the assassin who assassinated Meng Hang yesterday was from the Darknet. It's a pity that with the funds I have at hand, the assassin I hired isn't strong enough to take out Meng Hang, so now we need everyone to work together, take out their savings, and post a mission on the Darknet again. As long as the bounty is enough, I'm sure even a Huan-class assassin can be hired." Everyone's faces changed when they heard the word Darknet. The Darknet, as the most mysterious assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom, has never been a dragon, and I didn't think that Yi Yun actually had a dark grid of the Darknet. That's not right. The Dark Pavilion never stops until the mission is completed. Since their assassination yesterday was unsuccessful, they should send another assassin to assassinate Meng Hang again, and there's no need for us to issue another mission, one of them said suspiciously. Hearing this, the corner of Yi Yun's mouth twitched. At the mention of it, he felt even more stifled. The Dark Cabinet will continue to hunt on the premise that the person who issued the quest has not confirmed that the quest is complete. But Meng Hang didn't know what tactics he used and actually made me mistakenly think he was dead. So I've clicked to confirm the completion of the mission. The Dark Cabinet won't recognize the quest as unfinished in this situation, so we can only reissue the quest. It dawned on the crowd. Without further delay, they came together in one of Yellow Hair's private villas to discuss specific matters. I have to say that this group of rich second generation is really rich. A few people took out their own private money and counted, actually came up with more than 200 million. Yi Yun looked at the huge amount of money in front of him, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Meng Hang, this time I'll see if you die. After saying that, he directly logged into the Darknet and once again released a mission with a bounty of 200 million. After Meng Hang returned to the villa, he opened the Darknet and browsed. He dared to confirm that those rich kids would definitely go back to the Darknet to post missions without seeing their coffins. Boy, this is the dark web. The fat man next to him stared at the Darknet with a curious look on his face. He had been longing for this legendary site for a long time, but unfortunately he had never found it. It's like the kind of site that single men often visit in the dead of night. I'm sure everyone has heard of this site, but there are always people who can't find the URL and are scratching their hearts out. Well, gets it. Good people get it. As expected, a mission to assassinate him was refreshed on the darknet in no time. When he saw that the bounty was $200 million, his eyes went straight. Boy, these dudes are actually so rich. I'd have to tie them up otherwise. The fat man who was engrossed in browsing the darknet heard him say that and broke out in a cold sweat. With his understanding of manhwa, he really dared to do it. Meng, stop it. This is the imperial capital. It's those great clans that want to make a move to exterminate a person. They would have to do it privately and secretly. Otherwise the Dragon Kingdom won't let them go. Seeing Fatty's nervous appearance, Manhwa could only say with a dry smile, just kidding, just kidding. How could I do something like that when I'm such an honorable man? The fat man's mouth twitched as he sneered. And I don't know who just tried to tie me up on my first day here. Just then, Manhwa's eyes lit up and realized that the mission to assassinate himself had already been taken. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said to Fatty, Fatty, send more bodyguards to patrol the entrance tonight. But if you do realize something is wrong, you don't have to raise your voice to warn them. How nice of me to simply remove the man then. Manhwa shook his head. That would be so fake. Fatty said somewhat breathlessly, I say Meng, do you count this as fishing to enforce the law? And at the same time as the mission was released, in a hidden cave in a mountain range outside of the imperial capital, a sweet-looking loli with blonde curls and a black gothic loli costume was eating a lollipop while looking at the darknet on her computer. Her petite body sat on a stool, her two small white legs swaying back and forth, and in her hand she held a puppet with empty eyes that was extremely bizarre. If one looked closely one would realize that what was sitting beneath her was not a chair at all, but a living breathing human being. If it wasn't for the slight rise and fall of the body due to panting, it would be as if it really looked like a dead thing. The man's appearance, however, was extremely horrific, with his eyes and mouth sewn shut with stitches, and he lay motionless on the ground. Lori looked at the computer, licked the lollipop in her hand, and said to an unseen figure in the darkness behind her, see, yesterday's assassination mission was a miss, and that punk actually told the target of the mission called Meng hang his account number on the darknet. Today that employer issued another $200 million bounty for us to assassinate him again. I'm a bit moved by the $200 million bounty. Or else let's go for a walk and do this quest by the way. People are going crazy suffocating in this cave. The little lowly bodhisattva's big eyes stared at the silhouette in the darkness and said in a milky voice. The figure in the darkness gave her a favored look, but shook his head. It's out of order. If none of the 12 earth branches have accomplished their task, only then will the 10 heavenly branches step in. Let Z go this time. If he misses again, it won't be too late for the two of us to strike again. After obtaining our Dark Court's darknet account, even if no one issues a mission, that kid must die. Disappointed, Lori touched the motionless, dead-like man underneath her and lamented, Z, that kid's strength is average, but his abilities are extremely suitable for assassination. With him out there, it looks like I won't be able to get out again this time. What a shame. People haven't changed their toys in ages. Hearing this, the man underneath her trembled involuntarily as if he had thought of something horrible. Feeling the shaking coming from underneath her, the originally sweet and cute blonde loli's face suddenly became eerily grim. Why don't you listen? Why are you moving? Don't you know that stools don't move? As soon as the words left his mouth, the man unexpectedly just exploded alive, splattering blood all over the room. The waning moon is like a hook. A dark cloud covered the moon again, making the night especially gloomy. For some reason, there were an unusually large number of crows in the trees tonight, with a few ominous chirps every now and then. It made the night seem even more eerie. A figure with a masked face appeared not far from the fat man's villa. The man glanced at the raven in the tree, and with a hefty grin, muttered grimly to himself, "The crows report morning. A good sign. Looks like someone is going to die tonight." He looked at the dozens of people patrolling the villa's entrance in turn and couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile. "You guys think that you can spot me with just these losers?" After saying that, his figure unexpectedly blended into the shadows of the ground in a bizarre manner. Manhwa lay in bed tossing and turning, looking at my watch. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Just when Manhwa thought that the Dark Pavilion killer was still a bit self-aware and wouldn't come back to assassinate himself in such a situation where he had already spooked the snakes, the doomed crow in the tree spotted the killer's silhouette. The corner of Manhwa's mouth lifted slightly, sighing with emotion that the people of the Dark Pavilion had really done right by themselves by putting a few extra crows outside on sentry duty tonight, and had actually come. Nor did he teleport the person to the god's mighty space, but immediately closed his eyes and waited for the killer to come. The room was incredibly dark and out of reach. A black shadow just slowly crawled out from the ground and wordlessly stood in front of Manhwa's bed. Z looks at Meng Hang, who was huffing and puffing on the bed, and the corner of his mouth hooks into a cruel smile. He didn't become an assassin to earn money, but simply because he liked it. He liked to see his targets pierced through their bodies without a sound. The warm blood was so sweet it made him linger. Ka-ching! The sound of a dagger piercing through the body and nailing the bedpan rang out. That's dead? The sun was a bit unresponsive. A person who could take out the of the 12 heavenly deities actually died in his own hands so easily. While he was confident in his assassination abilities, he also expected it to be more work this time. Seeing as has had so many mission successes lately, he's drifted a bit, letting people pick up on his trail, and that's what caused him to slip up. And just as he was a bit dazed, an extremely impatient voice rang in his ears, causing him to feel only a coldness from his tailbone, straight to the back of his head. Meng Hang was lying on the bed, realizing that after the dagger had stabbed into his body, the killer in front of him was actually frothing here, which made him extremely impatient to wait. I say, dude, you're not nearly as professional as the last one. Don't you know how to pull out the murder weapon when it runs out? Z stared blankly at the dagger in his hand. It was indeed stuck in the chest of this teenager in front of him. Who's that talking? The next moment he finally realized something was wrong. The teenager in front of him didn't have a trace of blood flowing out even though his body was pierced through. Z finally reacted at this point, his figure storming back, pulling away from Meng Hang. Meng Hang stood up from the bed without haste and looked at the black shadow in front of him and said indifferently, "Are you the assassin who came to kill me today? I wonder what means you have. Don't let me down." Z narrowed her eyes and looked coldly at the teenager in front of her, saying, "It's no wonder, died at your hands. There's something odd about you indeed, but alas, you must die here today." Don't look at his surface expressionless. In fact, his heart has long been in waves. Meng Hang's abilities were truly odd and made him extremely fearful, so he came up and used his own bottom card. I only saw Z clasp his hands together and let out a low gulp. Shadow kill. Countless spikes formed from shadows quietly formed behind Meng Hang and quickly stabbed at him, and Meng Hang remained frozen in place as if he hadn't noticed. The spikes formed by the black shadows in the next moment stabbed into Meng Hang's body without any suspense, directly stabbing him into a sieve. And at that moment, in the house next to Meng Hang's, Fatty and Master Jashan were pressing their ears against the wall, eavesdropping on the commotion on this side. Hearing the commotion coming from Meng Hang's room, Fatty finally couldn't sit still and wanted to go forward to help. Monk Daishan hurriedly pulled the fat man and asked, "What do you want? What else can I do to help Meng?" Of course. Monk Daishan shook his head helplessly and continued, "What help would you be if you went to a fight of their caliber? Besides, it's not like you don't know the tactics of that brat Meng Hang. It's already good enough if he doesn't scare that assassin to death. You'll only be helping if you go." Hearing him say that, the fat man sat down on the bed disheveled. He had always thought that he was a genius as well, but ever since he met Meng Hang, he felt more and more that he was too weak. Seeing Meng Hang, whose entire body was pierced through, Z sneered, "You can't be too proud to be a man. And don't underestimate anyone's psychic abilities. When a man is proud, he loses himself, and thus makes a great and irreparable mistake." "Oh, I think that's a good point you're making. Then I likewise give you this." Meng Hang, who had already been stabbed like a hedgehog, suddenly opened his mouth to speak at that moment. Z looked at Meng Hang with eyes wide open, as if he was seeing a ghost. He looked at Meng Hang, who was acting like nothing, and asked in horror, "Being stabbed through the body by shadow kill and nothing happens to you. Are you a human or a ghost? If I were a ghost, would I need you to kill me?" Meng Hang said teasingly. Z, who had the heart to joke with him at this point, "If you always walk by the river, there is no such thing as a wet shoe." Usually he was the one who teased others when doing quests, but he didn't expect to be teased by the kid in front of him today. The bottom line was that he was still powerless to do anything about it, and hadn't even been able to see what kind of psychic ability his opponent had. Meng Hang pulled his long knife out and slashed at the killer, and just then, the bizarre scene happened again. Under the moonlight, Meng Hang's shadow cast on the ground actually stood up quietly. Meng Hang, who had just raised the knife up, suddenly realized that his entire body could not move. Skimming backwards with his afterglow, he was shocked to find his shadow actually hugging him from behind. "Crap! Bull!" He couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Seeing Meng Hang finally unable to move, Z quietly sighed in relief. In fact, this supernatural ability of his was a godly skill that could only be dreamed of for an assassin. Wherever there is light there is shadow, and wherever there is shadow it can appear and control it to kill the mission target silently. He didn't know how many existences that were even higher than his realm had somehow died in his hands like this, but he didn't expect to meet Meng Hang, the monster, today. Looking at the realm, it was clear that he was only in the late empty stage, but his weird supernatural ability of physical damage immunity, surprisingly, Even magic damage was immune. How can this be a fight? Does kryptonite even exist in this world? Is the difference between a commoner player and a RMB player that big? In fact, the move to control Meng Hang was originally one of his killer moves. The ability to control an opponent's shadow without them realizing it, thus killing the target. Isn't it ironic to be killed by your own shadow? Originally this was an offensive skill that Z was extremely proud of, but now it had been forced by Meng Hang to harden into a control skill. In fact, he didn't want to, but against Meng Hang's bizarre supernormal ability, he could only do the initial underhanded thing. In the next second, Z merged with the darkness, and when his figure reappeared, he was already in a shadowed place dozens of meters away from the villa. That's right, he controlled Meng Hang, not to attack but to escape. He knew that with his own strength, he would not be able to do any harm to the boy in front of him, so he chose to run away. What about the target? If the sky falls, there's a taller one to hold it. Let's leave this kid to the 10 Heavenly Dipper to get a headache. There's no way he's going to put his life on the line for the mission anyway. Meng Hang looked at the killer who disappeared in front of his eyes in shock. I didn't expect this killer to be so decisive, running away when he said he would, without a bit of hesitation. And just as the Slayer escaped, the shadow that had bound him released its hold on him and returned to the ground once more. Meng Hang came to the window and looked at the escaping figure in the darkness with a cold smile. Come and go as you please. You think this is an amusement park? You still have to buy tickets for the amusement park, so you can leave something behind too. The kaleidoscope sharing wheel in his eyes turned slightly, directly twisting the killer's entire right arm off. As for why it was the right arm, that was of course because Z's space ring was worn on the right hand. The son, who escaped the villa, was relieved to see that Meng Hang did not chase him out, but in the next second, he suddenly felt a drilling pain coming from his right arm. Subconsciously, he felt toward his right hand, but touched an empty one. He looked down at his right arm in some disbelief, followed by a mournful howl from the street. Where's my arm? After screaming, the sub realized his outburst, covered the wound at his broken arm, and disappeared into the shadows once more. At this point, as an assassin, the mentality he had cultivated over the years of not panicking when things went wrong had long since fallen apart. He always felt that Meng Hang was standing in a corner somewhere, toying with him like a cat catching a mouse. Unfortunately, his own space ring along with his right arm strangely disappeared into thin air, and the liaison with the dark grid distribution disappeared as a result. There was no way for him to alert C and D of the kid's abnormality. Just as Sun was running desperately, he didn't notice a crow with blood-colored pupils in the sky, gazing at him coldly. Seeing that the killer had escaped, Meng Hang lazily stretched his back and lay down on the bed to continue sleeping. He had no intention of tackling this killer. With Meng Hang's small-mindedness, how could he let people come to his door and sneak up on him every day? There is one again and again, not again and again. It is also his turn to Meng Hang Shangren's home to sit guests. Day 2. A wretched figure ran through the forest, his head still fidgeting from side to side from time to time. It was the son who was injured by Meng Hang last night. After a night of healing, the wound on his right arm had stopped bleeding, but unfortunately, his right arm could never recover. It was only after a night of heart-stopping fear and certainty that Meng Hang really hadn't followed him that he decided to go to the rudder to report the matter. The Dark Pavilion's home base is not in a particular city, but in an ancient battlefield at their disposal. The imperial capital was just a rudder, and the ones currently managing this rudder were the C and D, who ranked 3rd and 4th among the 10 heavenly deities. After going around in circles, Z finally came to a hidden cave entrance. The son, who came to the cave entrance, didn't rush in, but shouted loudly from outside. The 12 earthly branches, Z, seeks an audience with the 2 lords, and C, who was meditating inside, frowned slightly and said, "It's Z's voice. What's he doing here if he's not going on a quest?" Ding, who was eating a lollipop, didn't care about that and shouted excitedly, "The heavenly king covers the earth." The corner of the mouth of Z, who heard this code word outside, twitched slightly. It was a shame, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Whoever said it was the nickname that Ding Sama came up with. Thinking of this lord's methods, even he couldn't help but shiver slightly as he hurriedly returned. Chickens with mushrooms. In an instant, the surroundings began to change radically. What was originally just a humble cave entrance had instantly turned into a luxuriously decorated 2-story attic. The doors opened and a tall man came bounding out, leading a little lowly in a gothic dress. Seeing the duo that came out, Z hurriedly knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings to the 2 lords." C asked with a serious face, "What brings you here?" Z didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly returned. "My subordinate failed in his mission last night. That kid is extremely eccentric. I have specially come to report it to the 2 lords." "Oh, something odd?" The Z, who originally had a serious face and wanted to ask something more, suddenly furrowed his brows and said coldly to the Z in front of him, "Were you followed when you arrived?" Sun replied with conviction, "Impossible. I've been careful all the way here. If I didn't have this much vigilance, I wouldn't be the head of the 12 earthly branches." C asked coldly, pointing to a certain tree behind him. "Not being followed. Then what?" Hearing C say that, Z's face also changed, and he hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see a tree not far from him. A crow with blood-red pupils was staring at him coldly. Exactly the kind of crows we saw in front of the villa last night. "Impossible. When did this beast follow us?" Z exclaimed with some disbelief. With a face as gloomy as water, C used his big hands like iron hoops to ruthlessly choke Z's neck and lifted him up. Being choked by him like that, Z began to roll her eyes on the spot, her hands desperately trying to break the large hand that was choking her neck, her legs stomping about. But no matter how much he resisted, the giant hand was as motionless as a vice. Z struggled to open his mouth, trying to explain something, but the choking sensation came over him like an ocean wave, preventing him from making a single sound. "You deserve to die for leaking the location of the branch." After C coldly said these words, his left hand transformed into a palm blade, directly penetrating his heart. Pulling his palm out, he expressionlessly shook off the warm blood on his hand and tossed Sun's body aside like trash. He then stopped caring about him and looked at the raven in the tree. "Since you're already here, come out bright and early." Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the villa, Manhwa, who had seen the scene just now clearly by virtue of the shared vision of the Earl Crow, smiled with interest. Worthy of being the Dark Pavilion, killing one's own people is also so ruthless and merciless. In the next second, Manhwa's body disappeared into the room, and when he reappeared, he was already standing not far from the two Darknet killers. C frowned at the bizarre appearance he saw. "Kid, your power is stealth?" Then he denied himself and shook his head again. "It's not stealth. There were spatial fluctuations when you appeared. You're a rare spatial ability." Manhwa did not answer the question of the big man in front of him, but instead looked at the little girl he was leading next to him. "You Darknet are also too heartless, actually employing child laborers and not even sparing such a small child." Hearing Manhwa say this, the little lowly like a porcelain doll instantly had tears in her eyes and stared at him helplessly, as if she had finally grasped a life-saving straw. "Big brother, help me." The little lowly let out a cry that broke the hearts of all adults, drew out her little hand held by C, and ignoring the puppet that fell to the ground, she opened her arms and lunged towards Manhwa. Seeing Lori break away from herself and run towards the other party, C raised an eyebrow, but didn't stop it, just coldly watched it all. Just as the little lowly was about to fly and jump into Manhwa's arms, a cold light flashed, and her body was instantly separated from her corpse. The little lowly's petite body collapsed helplessly in front of Manhwa, and her head rolled on the ground twice before coming to a stop on her back. Manhwa could even see the flash of incredulity that surfaced on her delicate and innocent face. Manhwa looked at the corpses on the ground speechlessly, seriously suspecting that this little lowly was out of her mind. "She can't really think that I'm actually going to believe that she's a naive and innocent child just based on that one tirade she just made." Only the next moment Manhwa realized the end. There wasn't a trace of blood coming out of Lori's separated corpse on the ground. In the next moment, Manhwa's forehead veins rippled as a wave of anger directly filled his chest. He realized that the little girl was actually just an empty shell. Her internal organs had been emptied out long ago, and she had been made into a doll of this appearance by some unknown means. Looking at the little girl's innocent face, even Manhwa, who could also be called a murderer without blinking an eye, did not believe that there was such a cruel person in the world who would actually use such brutal means to deal with a child. "Din, this routine of yours doesn't seem to work well with this teenager." C saw the little lowly die a horrible death at Manhwa's feet. Not only did she not get angry, but instead she gave a somewhat gloating smile and said to the air around her, "Asshole, asshole, how dare you destroy my favorite toy? I'm going to whip you little brute and make a mannequin out of you." A voice like that of a night lord came from the field. The sharp, astringent voice was like fingernails scratching on a blackboard, causing Manhwa to get goosebumps. Manhwa looked around and was surprised to find that the wooden doll that had fallen to the ground next to the big man had stood up on its own at some point. The puppet's originally empty eyes were now staring at Manhwa with incomparable malice. It turns out that this puppet is the Ding, who was ranked 4th in the Dark Pavilion's 10 heavenly deities. Manhwa stared at the puppet with a morose gaze and asked, "Did you make this child like this?" Hearing him talk about his masterpiece, the puppet turned smug. "Ha ha ha ha. This is the most outstanding work I've ever made after spending countless means. Back then I was careful to slice open her blown skin a little bit and remove all the internal organs inside." "Right, that's right." At this point, the puppet's eyes became even more frenzied as if he had remembered something. "Right when I slashed her stomach, She actually told me she was in pain and begged me to leave her alone. Except that the more she begs for mercy and the more pained the expression on her face, the more excited I get. Hearing this, Manhang no longer wanted to hear anymore. Looking at the puppet had been like looking at a dead person. Beasts like you can die. Just before he could finish, the puppet in the distance actually started laughing madly. Ha ha ha, it should be that you kids can die. What do you think I'm telling you all this for? Just as the puppet's words fell, the headless corpse at Manghang's feet actually moved. The originally white skin had become, at some point, as dry as tree bark. The soft little hand also grows a greenish glowing nails, which are known to be highly poisonous at a glance. The headless little girl, who looked like an evil ghost, took advantage of Manghang's out-of-concentration moment to mercilessly pierce her sharp claws through his heart. Puppet, Ding, saw that the sneak attack was successful and laughed maniacally in triumph there. Ha ha ha, don't you worry kid, I won't let you die so easily. That little brute's nails have a nerve-paralyzing toxin on them. It won't kill you, but it will make you unable to move your whole body. I'll make you watch as your stomach is cut open, your insides taken out one by me, and then your death in agony. Noisy, Manghang, who really couldn't listen any longer, directly unleashed his divine might and teleported her entire body into the divine might space. Manhang intended to deal with the burly man in front of him first. As for a pervert like Puppet, it's a bit too cheap to let her die so easily. Perverts have to be dealt with in a perverted way. C stood beside D with old-fashioned indifference, listening to her chillingly torturous ways. He had been a little uncomfortable at first, but the two had been paired together for so long that he had gotten a little used to it. Just then, the spiteful voice beside him came to an abrupt end. C didn't react at first, thinking she was saying she was tired of taking a mid-session break. But after a few more seconds and still no one spoke, he sensed something was wrong and glanced to his side. It was that one look that scared him so much he almost stared out of his eyes. Where are the people? Is it haunted? How can a good man die just like that? He quickly looked over to Manghang's side, where the evil spirit personified by the little girl had fallen motionless on the ground due to the loss of control. And that kid named Manhang was actually standing unharmed and was looking at himself coldly. Kid, where did Din go? Did you mess up? In the face of the big man's questioning, Manhang did not answer positively, but sneered. She's been standing next to you the whole time and you don't even know where he's been. So how would I know? Humph. Toast to toast. In a moment, I'll let you feel the horrors of the Dark Court's interrogation of its enemies. Saying that, with a force under his feet, the ground directly sank with a loud bang, and the strong wind generated surprisingly made the trees in the vicinity of tens of meters uproot. The strength of a fifth-order ability user was as terrifying as it was. Speaking of which, Manhang was also cheap. He wanted to feel just how big the difference in strength between him and a fifth-ranked ability user was without using divine might. In just an instant, C arrived in front of Manhang and, with a punch, blasted out. The power of this punch was so great that it even caused the surrounding space to be vaguely distorted. Manhang didn't dodge, and similarly handed out a fist. He actually wanted to rely on the pure physical strength of the late empty rank to resist the full force of a Huan-ranked ability user's strike. In the next second, the two fists collided together with a loud bang, blowing the surrounding trees rustling and flocks of frightened birds flying into the air. And not far from them, there were two people, a man and a woman, traveling fast through the woods. The middle-aged man leading the front asked a short-haired girl in the back, Peach, are you sure you found a fourth-ranked god nurturing grass around here? The short-haired girl nodded with certainty. Yes, it's in that neighborhood. It's just that at that time, there was also a fourth-ranked ocelot snake guarding the vicinity of the soul nurturing grass. On my own I'm no match for that beast. That's why I went back to ask the captain for your help. With your mid-U rank strength, Captain, I'm sure it will be easy to deal with that beast. Being complimented somewhat by the short-haired girl, the middle-aged man smiled smugly. That's right, it's just an early fourth-stage ocelot. I'm still sure I can take it down. And just as the two of them were talking, a deafening ringing sound came, followed by a powerful and incomparable hurricane. The two were completely unprepared, and were directly overturned to the ground by this hurricane. They looked in fear at the direction from which the sound had come, not understanding what was happening there. It was still the middle-aged man who spoke first who reacted the fastest, his face instantly changing wildly as he shouted, Run! This is the kind of power that can only be generated by a fifth-ranked demonic beast battle. If we hesitate a little longer, it's the aftermath of their battle that can crush us. Hearing him say that, the short-haired woman also instantly understood the severity of the matter, and without saying a word, she turned her head and fled outside the forest. The two who were desperately trying to escape both had bitter faces. No one expected to actually stumble upon two fifth-ranked demonic beasts fighting here. As Manghang's fist collided with C's, he only felt an unparalleled force coming from his hand. In the next second, He flew uncontrollably backwards for tens of meters, smashing through an unknown number of giant trees in the sky before finally landing. It took a while for Manhang to slow down and stagger to his feet. The right arm drooped down feebly, seemingly due to that collision just now, which had directly broken the arm. Seeing Manhang's incomparably miserable appearance at this moment, C couldn't help but sneer and open his mouth to mock. Insouciant thing. You, a late empty stage ability, dared to take my full force strike hard. You really don't know how to write the word death. But you kid does have a bit of strength. Even if a U-ranked ability person receives this blow from me, they will have to explode on the spot. You are actually only seriously injured. On account of you being such a genius, now I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where, went and I'll give you a hard time. At this time, the system also really couldn't look at it anymore and said helplessly, boy, I really don't know what you think. Obviously so many means are not used, and you have to rely on the power of your own flesh to fight hard with others. Isn't this a lantern in a cesspool? Looking for shit? Manhang looked at his miserable appearance and really wanted to slap himself. He had been going too well lately and had created an illusion that Huanqian ability users were nothing more than that, and that even if he didn't use his supernatural abilities and relied on his physical strength alone, he would still be able to compete with them. But today, C gave him a solid lesson and blasted the arrogance in his heart to smithereens. Just then, Manhang only felt a cool energy traveling throughout his body. The original severe pain in his body also slowly disappeared, and his arm, which was already somewhat deformed, slowly returned to its original shape. This was exactly where the Jumono cells in his body came into play. Originally, C, who felt that he had already grasped the entire situation, couldn't help but change wildly when he saw that Manhang, who was already seriously injured, had actually recovered most of his injuries in a short period of time. What kind of powers does this kid have? Even the wood-type powers, which are known for their healing abilities, can't possibly have such a fast recovery. Knowing that it was too late, C didn't continue to talk nonsense, and his body disappeared into place, once again blasting away at Manhang. Seeing C coming at him again, Manhang, who had learned his lesson, didn't dare to resist with his body this time. He clapped his hands together and yelled, "The art of shooting what comes. No, Kazuna Pungent Ro no Jutsu." A huge wooden shield shaped like a fanged stern ghost suddenly appeared in front of Manhang. C's eyes narrowed at the sight of the shield, and he thought to himself that it was just as he expected. This kid still had wood powers in him. Although his wood system powers were different, the wood system was still wood, unique in healing, but unfortunately used as a defense. It was simply unbearable. "Kid, you don't think you can block my attack with this broken shield of yours?" C said dismissively. At the same time, his figure had arrived in front of the shield and slammed his fist down. Boom! There was a deafening thud. C only felt a huge counterforce coming from the shield, causing him to take 2 uncontrollable steps back. He shook off his somewhat numb right hand with an ugly expression. In his senses, this shield was simply too sturdy to be true. It didn't look like wood at all. Instead, it looked like it was made of gold and iron, and it was incredibly strong. Manhang crossed over to the top of the shield in one step and looked down at C with a smile. "Well, this broken shield of mine is pretty sturdy, isn't it?" At this time, C's expression had become grave. He finally knew how the previous few killers had fallen into this kid's hands. "Kid, join us in the Dark Pavilion. I can recommend you to the Pavilion Master when the time comes. I'm sure that with this ability of yours, you'll definitely make a good living in the Dark Cabinet. When the time comes, money, women, whenever you want them, are not in the picture." Manhang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard that he actually wanted to recruit himself. "It's fine if you want me to join. You've got to show something to show for it." Hearing Manhang say this, C's face was pleased, thinking that there was really room for discussion. This kid's abilities are truly bizarre. If we can really recruit him into the Dark Pavilion, I believe that the Pavilion Master will be greatly satisfied. Maybe at that time, the Pavilion Master will even reward me for having raised a meritorious recommendation. Thinking about this, C couldn't help but get a little excited. "That's fine. As long as your conditions aren't too much, I can agree to them." Manhang nodded and pretended to think carefully for a while before saying, Good talk. You guys invited me. You have to give me some kind of initiation fee. Add to that the fact that these 2 assassinations of yours have taken a great toll on my spirit, and there is a spiritual compensation to be made to me as well. It's not too much to give me a few $billion when you total it up like that, is it? By the way, there's the most important thing. I've got my eye on that what's-his-name loft master of yours, so tell him to give up that seat for me. Originally, the C, who was still somewhat elated, heard him say this, and his face immediately sank. "Boy, you're messing with me, aren't you?" Manhang also stopped joking and his face then sank. "Nonsense, just fucking with you. You guys step on the horse and pretend that I'm made of clay, saying that you'll send someone to assassinate me and then assassinate me. And now you're saying that you want to recruit me and then you're recruiting me. Early fucking thought what? See, I didn't fucking know you were such a pervert. Manhang also stopped talking nonsense with him and clapped his hands together once again, shouting, Kazuna, Kiryu no Jutsu. A huge wooden dragon broke out of the ground and opened its mouth to bite towards C. The wooden dragon was more than 10 meters long, and although C was tall, it was like an ant compared to the wooden dragon. Feeling the terrifying oppression coming from the wooden dragon, C's face was hard to see, and he said fiercely through clenched teeth, Kid, I'm the third-ranked C of the 10 heavenly deities of the Dark Pavilion. Don't underestimate me. Only white crystal and bones were seen precipitating out of his skin on his body and quickly wrapping his entire body in them. That wasn't all. The bones continued to climb upwards like vines, twisting together and finally forming a giant around 10 meters tall and wearing skeletal armor. The transformed C seemed to have an endless bottom, looking at the wood dragon that was getting closer and closer and said coldly, I told you not to underestimate me. Bone gun. His huge right hand stretched out, and his Mori white bones twisted together to form a huge bone lance. In the next second, the bone lance and the wooden dragon collided together, and this time, instead of a deafening ringing sound, a sharp buzzing sound was produced. Although the wooden dragon was sturdy and incomparable, C's bone lance wasn't a vegetarian either, and a dragon and a bone lance were frozen with each other like this. Standing in the distance, Manhang raised his eyebrows, not realizing that this big man actually had such a crushing tactic. It's useless. My wooden dragon isn't really made of wood. It can't be shattered by your mere bone gun, Manhang said indifferently. He was still very confident in Pillar Cell. Ha! C laughed, and the huge bone gun in his right hand actually began to rotate at high speed. The two sides, which were originally still at a standstill, had a sea change in a matter of moments. With the tremendous power generated by the high-speed rotation, the bone gun directly drilled through the wooden dragon's head and continued to drill towards the wooden dragon's body with this power. It didn't take long for the 10-meter-long wooden dragon to turn into wood shavings that floated in the air. Manhang, who saw this scene, looked embarrassed and quenched two mouthfuls lightly. Blah blah blah. It's really true that you can't be too pretentious, and pretending is struck by lightning. That punch in the face came too soon. See, one hit and no nonsense. Countless bone spikes appeared from behind him, plunging straight into the place where Manhang stood. In an instant hundreds of bone spikes directly stabbed the place where Manhang was standing with smoke and dust, and earth and rocks crumbled. It took several seconds before C stopped his attack. He looked at the forest in front of him, which was nearly 100 meters in circumference, had already been destroyed, and the ground was even bombarded and shattered inch by inch, so he couldn't help but show his smug face and let out a cold laugh. Kid, this time, even if the god of heaven comes, he won't be able to save you. It was just that his complacent color had just surfaced, and the next moment it froze on his face. In the smoke that hadn't dissipated yet, Manhang's faint voice came out. As expected of an expert among the 10 heavenly deities, there are indeed two tricks. I just like to do unto others as they do unto me. Since you're driving Gouda with me, I'll play along. There was a loud boom. A light blue energy shot straight up into the sky. The next moment, C only saw a huge skeleton covered in light blue flames appear in front of him. And at that moment, Manhang was wrapped up in the huge skeleton, looking at him coldly. Inside the forest, the duo who were originally running at breakneck speeds felt the earth-shattering roar and couldn't help but stop and turn their heads to look. Only when they turned back, they were completely dumbfounded and froze in place. The scene in front of them scared them so much that they almost sat on their asses. The originally dense forest behind them was now in ruins, and on the far side of them, there was a white giant that was almost 10 meters tall, and a hole that was about 30 meters tall with blue flames all over it confronting each other. The short-haired girl's face was pale beyond belief, unable to believe the scene in front of her, stuttering to the middle-aged man beside her. Yes, Captain. Is this the strength of a fifth-ranked demonic beast? The middle-aged man was also stunned by the scene at this time. He was only a U-ranked ability user, although he was also an unrivaled expert. But how rare were fifth-ranked demonic beasts and Huan-ranked ability users? And he naturally didn't expect the power generated by the fifth-ranked demonic beasts to actually be so great. So he could only answer vaguely. It's right. The ability of a fifth-ranked demonic beast is just so terrifying. Only in the next moment, his pupils shrunk slightly and he let out a cry of shock. No, that's not a demonic beast. As a U-rank powerhouse, his eyesight was not comparable to that of a visually enhanced ability, but it was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. He hadn't noticed anything unusual at first glance. Only at the second glance he suddenly noticed something unusual. There seems to be a person standing inside that blue skeleton giant. That's right. That's why the middle-aged man exclaimed out in such shock. The short-haired girl's eyes lit up when she heard that this was actually a battle between Huan-ranked ability users. One must know that an existence of this level could rarely be seen normally, let alone put up a fight. If I could record the footage of these two striking out, posting it online would definitely be a hit. She thought so and darted out her cell phone and tapped the camera to start filming. Manhang looked at just this condensed version of his own Susanoo somewhat helplessly, so he asked the system, "Brother Unicorn, the same are all obtaining pillar cells. Others next door have already 10,000 meters of Buddha set of Suzaku, how come I'm only 30 meters here? It's the same system, where are you worse than others?" As soon as the system heard this, it became furious. "Put your motherfucking ass down. I haven't even said you're bad, and you're actually relying on me instead. You don't even look at what realm you are in yourself. While the pillar cells can provide tons of mental power, you're just a little piece of crap in the late spatial stage. What kind of bike are you asking me for here when you haven't even developed 30% of the capacity of a Yugo cell?" Being disliked so much by the system, Dreamhaven could only laugh dryly. "Look at you. I didn't just say a few more words. Why are you still in a hurry? I've noticed you've been grumpier lately. Did those 2 days come and go? Fuck you. I'm a male. No, I'm a man." See, looked at the blue skeleton in front of him, which was much more massive than himself, and his eyes almost glazed over. He, a great master of the Huan rank, could only transform into 10 meters high. Why did that kid on the opposite side, who was only at the late stage of the empty rank, actually reach this height with his divine ability? Is there any justice in this world? See, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and eventually my eyes started to get bloodshot. Kid, it's not that the avatar's body is big and powerful, only to see an old monk silhouette clad in robes, but with only dead bones left in his entire body, actually appear behind him in a flash. As the shadow dissipated, a ghostly bone knife appeared in C's hand. Buddha Bone Underworld Slash. He let out an explosive cry with the bone knife in his hand, and chopped out with all his strength. The sky above C began to darken with clouds, and there were actually countless ghostly whistles coming from all around. This slash unexpectedly caused a heavenly phenomenon, as if it was destroying the world. Although Momoko, who was videoing with her cell phone, was 100 meters away from him, the aura of the slash was so regal that it made her feel like she was suddenly in an underworld prison. It was as if she saw the image of 100 ghosts walking at night and evil spirits hissing. The middle-aged man next to him was also shocked by the slash, but after all, he was a U-ranked ability user and quickly reacted. Seeing Peach, who was frozen in a daze beside him, he burst out, "Wake up!" The sound was like a bell, and it instantly cleared Peach's mind. She was on her knees, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. "It's horrible. It's horrible. It's as if I'd been taken into hell by this blade, with countless evil spirits splitting me up." Though Peach's whole body was trembling and his teeth were clacking up and down, he still aimed his cell phone at the center of the battlefield. She had a feeling that once she posted this video online, it would cause quite a ripple. C slashed out, an ebony black blade light instantly chopping on top of Susanoo. With an earth-shattering bang, the blade light dissipated. That's right, the slash that had caused the heavenly nature dissipated without a sound, leaving just a crack in one of the bones of the Susanoo. Manhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The aura of that blade just now had actually shocked him somewhat as well. Luckily, Susanoo's reputation for prowess was true to its name, and it wasn't easily shattered by the slash. The duo in the distance stared blankly at the dissipating blade awnings, and there was a look of confusion in their eyes. This heaven-destroying slash is just gone? C, who had thrown a blow with all his might, half-kneeled on the ground, jaw dropped as he looked at the tall skeleton that hadn't done anything at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Manhang didn't care about his surprise as a light blue longsword was generated out of thin air in his hand. Just as he wanted to slash out, the system's voice appeared in his mind. "Iron, is it me that's unworthy?" This sultry voice disgusted Manhang and gave him goosebumps. "Brother Tuanzi, just tell me where I've wronged you. Don't give me the whole thing. I'm a little overwhelmed by it." "Ro, then tell me why you never used the life-snatching 13 blades invented by Lao Tzu again, except for the one time you performed it in the mountain range," the system asked angrily. Manhang was a bit speechless, not realizing that the system was having a little temper tantrum over this. From Cloud Water City to the imperial capital, Manhang can be said to be, with the kaleidoscope writing wheel and the pillar thin all the way to crush. Naturally forget this move to the back of the mind. In order to appease the system, Manhang hastened to comfort it. The sword technique created by Brother Unity has never been seen before or since, so I'm not trying to use it as a pressure point. Since you said that today, I'll use another move. After saying that, he took control of his Susanoo and swung the long sword in his hand. Manhang surprisingly tried to use the sword technique in the state of Susanoo. How many acacia one night stands? The ends of the earth are not long. Second blade. Broken heart. As the words fell, the wind rose. Gale. A great wind rises and clouds fly. The leaves were rustling in the distance, blowing the cell phone in Peach's hand a little unsteadily. A blinding light rose at first, like a flying dragon, like water rippling, like a fire tree, like a snake, roaming all over the place, like an eagle, flying and soaring, like a snow lotus blooming in the wind, like a bright moon shining brightly. Wherever the blade light passed, a black ripple was left in the air. It was the combination of blade intent and divine might that produced the spatial crack. Brain rumbled, feeling that overriding killing intent. Legs hit a cold shiver, and goosebumps popped up all over his body. He still had the foresight to know that this blade was simply something he could block. With the force of his feet, his huge body was not the least bit bulky, turning into a stump and flashing to the side. At the same time, the blade light also chopped at this time. Could avoid this strike, only to still be touched by the black ripples behind him. LOL. With a crunching sound, the white bones covering the outside of his face were touched by the black ripples, and they actually easily crumbled open with an opening. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead. The white bone armor on his outside was comparable to gold essence, and was incredibly sturdy. Even an expert of the same rank wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy his own bone armor. It's the same hand that got him to where he is now, but I never thought that today, the armor that I had been so proud of would actually be destroyed so easily. At the same time he was relieved. The aftermath of the wave had such power, and if he had really taken this blade hard just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Manhang wasn't surprised to see the slash dodged, but instead smiled wistfully. Divine might. The blade light that had been flying into the distance suddenly disappeared into the air. In the god's mighty space, Ding was looking at his unfamiliar surroundings in confusion, his empty eyes full of shock and doubt. She had clearly been proudly bragging about her means just now, so how did she come here in a trance? Is there anyone, no matter who you are, if you dare to get me here, I will definitely make you beg for your life and death. Just then, a bright light appeared in the dimly lit divine might space. Din blushed, thinking that the threat he had just made had worked, and that he was going to put himself out. However, in the next second, she saw that it was actually a blade light containing terror that was chopping towards her. Din trembled with fear, and his short body slumped directly to the ground. The blade light swept past her body and disappeared without a sound into the god's mighty space, where it became dim once again. Seeing the light of the blade disappear, the puppet-bodied Ding slowly sat up and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although the author doesn't know if puppets sweat or not, just as was secretly rejoicing, a flash of blade light noiselessly appeared beside him, surprisingly less than half a meter away. What the hell? It came out of nowhere. He only had time to think of these two words before his huge body was split in two, and with a plop he fell to the ground without another sound. At this time, the blade light went unabated and flew straight towards a mountain peak in the distance. In the next second, the huge mountain peak was passed by everything, and only then did the blade light fly into the sky and disappear. And that mountain peak, like a mirror, turned into two halves. Hiss! Peach and the middle-aged man who were filming with their cell phones sucked in their breath, both shocked by the power of that blue skeleton's slash. Brother Unicorn, should I say no? You do have something with this set of swordsmanship. Seeing that the fifth-ranked had been easily resolved by a single slash, Manhang smacked his lips and said to the system, "That's for sure. And it doesn't depend on who created the sword technique." The system smugly returned. "Ha!" Manhang let out a light eep and skimmed towards somewhere in the distance, exactly where Peach and the middle-aged man were. Seeing the huge blue skeleton looking towards their side, both of them had their legs weakened and almost fell to the ground. "Run!" The middle-aged man let out a low cry of horror, tugged the short-haired girl and turned his head to run. Although the other party was not a demonic beast, who knew if this big daddy would be in a bad mood and chop up the two of them with a single slash as well? He didn't want his life in someone else's hands. When Manhang saw that it was actually two humans, he didn't make much of it. He still had important things to do. After resolving there was still waiting for him in the god's mighty space. Wait, iron. Just as Manhang was about to enter the divine might space, the system hurriedly stopped him. "I said, Brother Unicorn, what's wrong again? I've also used the 13 knives of life snatching. What other instructions do you have?" Tai Z. "Look, by killing this you rank expert. You've saved up quite a few killing points. Isn't it possible to exchange them for something?" the system said fawningly, and Manhang even heard a hint of eagerness in his words. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "You're not in a hurry to use my points to play mahjong, are you?" Upon hearing this, the system was in a hurry. What words? What words? I'm doing this for your own good, adding another strength with you, and you actually think that of me?" Manhang shook his head helplessly and opened the killing space. Once he looked at the kill points, he was shocked himself. Without realizing it, Manhang had already saved more than 50,000 points. He roughly calculated that he had gained 25,000 points from killing that 5th order bone demon in the first place, and had spent 5,000 points, leaving him with a total of 20,000. In the past 2 days, he had solved another assassin who had assassinated him and gained a total of 2,500 points. Now that he had killed this Huan-ranked killer, he had gained another 25,000 points. Together with the demonic beasts killed in the Cloudwater Mountain range, the sum of the forest added up to a surprising 50,000 points saved. My dear Lord Host, this little store is fully stocked. What do you think you need to order? Manhang only felt a chill. He could think of the system's look of impatience. As far as redeeming points for anything, that goes without saying. Manhang had thought about it long ago, and that was the Weasel God's Kaleidoscope sharing Wilite moon reading. When Manhang first saw the Skunkus moon reading on Kakashi for the first time, he was shocked and impressed. He didn't think that he would actually be able to use this cool and dangling move one day. And it's still the Eternal Kaleidoscope Writer's Eye with no side effects. Brother Unicorn, redeem Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan moon reading. Okay, tie. Points are instantly zeroed out. Manhang only felt a hot current flow through his eyes and knew that the exchange had been completed. Thinking of Din's cruelty towards the little girl, he smiled cruelly. Playing pervert with yourself? Let's see which one of us is perverted then. When he said that, space distorted and he came into the divine might space. Din, trembling on the ground, did not dare to move. Just now that knife will be her guts are almost scared through. Manhang came to the divine might space just in time to see her lying on the ground, pouting. An arm made of wood covered his head and shivered there. He was a bit speechless. Wasn't it just that he had been teleported here? Was it necessary to be scared like this? Hey, what are you doing? Din was startled by the sudden sound and peeked up in the direction it came from. Once he saw that the person was actually the kid from earlier, he immediately regained his confidence. Standing up quickly, she crossed her arms with one hand and pointed at Manhang with the other. Boy, you must be the one who got me into this hellhole. I don't care what tactics you've used. Now release me immediately, or I'll skin you, dismember you, and split you into 5 pieces. Although her words were incomparably vicious, paired with that height of only a few dozen centimeters, they were incredibly comical, causing Manhang to not be able to help but lift the corners of his mouth. You don't even have your mannequin anymore, and you still have the audacity to run wild with me. Manhang sneered. Hearing him say that, Ding's eyes were eerie and he smiled wryly. You don't think that I, the 4th-ranked Ding among the 10 heavenly deities, would only have that little tactic? Do you? Ha! Are all of you Dark Pavilion people so good at bragging? What's his name? Said the same thing just now. Now, before the words were finished, Manhang stiffened and froze in place. He found his hand actually lifting uncontrollably and gradually choking himself. When did I get hit? Manhang was a bit surprised in his heart. Seeing Manhang get hit, Ding laughed out loud in triumph. Ha ha ha, kid, though I don't know how you managed to dodge that fatal blow from my doll, but you're now my next doll, and I'm going to treat you right. But now you're going to tell me the way out of here. Manhang tried to control his body with his mind and found that it was still ineffective. So he stopped trying and instead looked at Ding with interest. Is this your real psychic ability? Puppet faculty ability to turn mental energy into silk and attach it to the target so that it is under your control. Seeing that Manhang had detected his supernatural ability so quickly, Ding was first startled, followed by a sneer. It's a little late to react now, isn't it? Not too late. Not at all. Manhang uttered these words slyly, and the labeling of the divine might kaleidoscope sharing wheel in his eyes changed, transforming into a moon reading. With a flash of red in his eyes, the hooks in his pupils turned and looked into Din's eyes. Monthly readings are unleashed. Ding shuddered. She only felt that her surroundings had suddenly turned into endless darkness, and Manhang's figure in front of her was engulfed in darkness. This endless darkness seemed to devour all perception, and even the threads of spiritual energy she had left behind on Manhang were nowhere to be seen, causing her heart to flutter. Little kid, I see you. No tricks. Just then, a pair of eyes with blood-colored pupils slowly opened in the darkness in front of her, looking at her as if she were looking at a dead person. This was followed by the second eye opening, the third, and the fourth. In just the blink of an eye, countless eyes opened in this endless darkness, staring densely at Ding. These eyes then began to exchange positions, swapping faster and faster, causing a sense of vertigo in Din as he watched, followed by unconsciousness. Din slowly opened her eyes. A blood-colored world came into her eyes. Countless clouds in the sky drifted by quickly with a flow that was different from the normal world. Where is this again? She was a little confused and tried to move herself. In the next second, Her pupils contracted rapidly as she realized that she was actually tied to a cross without even realizing it. There was also that eccentric black-robed youth standing right in front of him. Din tried to use his psychic powers to control him, but found that the spiritual power seemed to sink like a stone into the sea, without the slightest response. However, she was worthy of being an expert of the Huan rank and instantly made a guess. Hey, kid, I fell for your illusion, didn't I? I didn't think you'd be able to get me trapped without even realizing it. I'll admit you've got something. Unfortunately, the drawbacks of illusions are also obvious. As soon as the person being cast notices that he or she is under an illusion, just allow himself or herself to experience severe pain, then he or she can break out of the illusion. Kid, you're still a bit young to play illusionist for me. Din finished those words, smiled triumphantly, and bit down on the tip of his tongue without hesitation. A drilling pain hit her, and not only did she not show a color of pain, she was instead enjoying herself extraordinarily. How wonderful pain is. I'll make you feel that beauty too after I'm out of the illusion in a while. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The atmosphere grew awkward. Din looked around incredulously and realized that he was actually still in the illusion. What the hell kind of powers do you have? Can we just stick to the rules? She's having a nervous breakdown. Inexplicably transported into that space, and then inexplicably almost decapitated by a sudden blade light. And now again, inexplicably struck by an illusion. The key thing was that there was no way to break this illusion. It made her feel a sense of powerlessness, as if she couldn't escape from this bizarre youth in front of her even after jumping around so much. Seeing this pervert in front of him finally start to panic, Manhwang's smile gradually perverted. GGG, it's no use. In this world, all factors including time, place, and quality are under my control. Even if only 1 second has passed in the outside world, 3 days and 3 nights have passed in this world. So even if you could instantly undo my illusion, it would still be useless. So, from now on, you're going to savor the next 72 hours here. Yo. With that said, a dagger appeared in Manhwang's hand and without hesitation, stabbed at Ding's weak body. At this moment, Manhwang was dressed in a black robe, and his entire body exuded a gloomy and cold aura, combined with the blood-red eyes that were wide open and the sickly smile. Whoever looked at him thought he was one of those fictional villains, and it's the kind of villain that's so extremely perverted that he won't survive an episode. That's right. Manhwang's heart was filled with murderous intent after hearing about that little girl's miserable death, but he felt that it would simply be redemption for her if he just simply snapped her neck with divine might. The only way to deal with perverts was to use even more perverted methods, so at this moment, he was transformed into a complete and utter pervert. Although Din was a puppet body, she existed with 5 senses, so the stab came and she could clearly feel the pain coming from her body. A cry of pain came, followed not by a miserable plea for mercy, but by a sickly, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, this feels so wonderful. Ding stared at Manhwang, excitement all in his eyes. Quickly give me another cut. This feeling of pain mixed with fear is just wonderful. How long has it been since I've experienced this? Manhwang held the dagger and looked at her somewhat speechlessly, his face in a state of confusion. How is this not the same picture as one would like? Shouldn't she be hissing in pain and then begging for mercy and terror? It's true that the world of perverts doesn't understand. Then a hint of madness appeared in Manhwang's eyes. Then we'll both see who can be perverted to the end. Another dagger was plunged into Din's body. I don't know how much time had passed, and even Manhwang didn't know how many times he had stabbed himself. At this time, Ding was also not as crazy as he was at the very beginning, and his will sank, but there was still disdain in her eyes. Hey, kid, don't you dare change your tricks. That's not going to work on me. Hearing her say that, Manhwang sneered, and without replying, stabbed in again. It has been stabbed more times than I know how many times, but the pain doesn't diminish just because you get used to it. When Din once again slowed down from the pain, he did not have the same expression he had before, but instead, he froze, for she found herself still firmly tied to the cross, but not far away. A puppet identical to himself was also tied to the cross. The black-robed kid, on the other hand, was holding a dagger and looking coldly at the puppet that looked exactly like himself. Don't you just love letting people watch themselves get dissected? Then you enjoy this gift I've prepared for you, too. Just as Ding was fuming, Manhwang's voice actually rang in her ears. It couldn't help but make her shiver and her eyes grow a little fearful. Faced with this bizarre scene, she was really starting to get scared. Ha, kid, with this tactic you want to scare me, Ding colorfully said to Manhwang beside him. Ha, the Manhwang beside her didn't say anything, but the one in the distance, who was holding a dagger, turned his head and gave her a wry smile, then slowly plunged the dagger slowly into the body of the puppet that looked exactly like himself. 2 identical cries of anguish came. After the scream, the 2 puppets looked across the floor at themselves in horror. Din realizes that both puppets are actually themselves, and that when one of the selves is injured, the other will feel the pain just as much. The 2 manghangs walked up to each of the 2 puppets, and each once again plunged their daggers into Din's body bit by bit, and moved them up and down. Throughout the moon reading space, even more miserable sounds once again came from the entire space. She realized that both of her selves were injured at the same time, producing pain that actually stacked. When Din opened her eyes again, the scene in front of her made her several times mad. Manghang was still standing in front of her with the dagger, while in the distance from one identical self actually turned into 2. At the same time, there were still 2 manghai standing in front of them. This time the 3 manghangs didn't have any nonsense and stabbed the dagger into her body. The tripled pain caused Ding to let out an even more miserable cry. Little beast, kill me if you can. The sky was rolling with clouds, setting off the incomparable silence of the place, except for the mournful cries that came from time to time, breaking the harmonious atmosphere of the place. Again, I don't know how much time had passed, but a dense number of Ding had appeared in the moon reading space. She was no longer as rampant as she had been at the beginning at this point, and she looked at Manghang, who was standing in front of her, with a shriveled expression. Since thousands of Ding had already appeared, each of Manghang's slashes would now cause her to feel the pain of thousands of slashes. Seeing the knife that Manghang handed over again, she winced and finally couldn't bear it and cried out in tears. Big brother. Nope. Grandpa. Dad. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit on you. I shouldn't have threatened you like that. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm just asking you to give me a break. Don't. I haven't had my fun yet. How can you beg for mercy? It's only been 24 hours now, and you still got 48 hours to enjoy yourself. So stop yelling and save your strength. The corner of Manghang's mouth hooked up slightly as he smiled. With this smile, he revealed all of his white teeth, and coupled with his current grim aura, he was like a demon in Ding's eyes at this moment. Looking at the knife that Manghang slowly handed over, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably and her lips trembled. A miserable howl once again resounded through this space. A total of 72 hours, or 3 days and 3 nights, had passed in moon reading space, but only 1 second had passed in reality space. When Manghang exited from the illusion, he only saw Ding's entire body curled up, convulsing uncontrollably. His eyes also became gray, and he no longer had his previous rampant look. His mouth just kept murmuring, "Kill me, kill me." Manghang moved around and realized that the threads of mental energy attached to his opponent had disappeared, so he drew his long sword and walked towards Ding. Only after looking at her current miserable appearance did Manghang nod in satisfaction. What a way to deal with evil and perverts. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, he stopped talking nonsense with her and chopped off his head with a single slash. With the matter settled, Manghang wanted to return to real space, but the next second he froze in place. He slowly turned his head and realized that the head, which had been separated from the body and rolled to the side, was actually mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." This scene directly stunned Manghang as well. Crap, what the hell is this? Could it be that this isn't her true form either? That's not right. If it wasn't the main body, how could it have hit my moon reading? He carefully made his way to Din's head and slowly crouched down, nudging his hand across her face. Hey, what the hell are you? Being hit by Manghang's point, her round head shook twice before Ding reacted from her near-collapsed spirit, and seeing Manghang still standing in front of her, she begged for forgiveness in horror. Brother, big brother, you kill me. Hearing her say that, Manghang also scratched his head helplessly. I killed Ah. The key is not to kill Ah. Hearing Manghang say this, Ding was obviously stunned as well. He then skimmed the lower half of his body with his eyes, which widened instantly. Crap, I'm not even dead like this. Manghang was a bit puzzled by her words and asked curiously, aren't you the one who made yourself look like this? Why does it feel like you're more surprised than I am? Bullshit, are you kid brain dead? How bored am I to remodel myself into this hell? Say that again? Manghang grinned and smiled at her. Upon seeing him like this, Ding subconsciously remembered that just now he had also stabbed a knife into his body with this kind of harmless expression, and immediately his whole body trembled and did not dare to make another move. My lord, you don't know, I actually possessed a human body in the first place, but I ran into an old pervert once while doing a quest. I was no match for him, and instead of killing me after he subdued me, he pulled out my soul and put it inside this puppet as his plaything. It's a good thing I escaped one time when he was careless. Manghang's eyes widened in surprise. There's actually someone with the ability to control souls? That person is playing a pretty sick game too. The corner of Din's mouth twitched. Thinking on perversity, who else has the perversity you just played with? Of course, those were words she only dared to think in her mind right now. The world is so big that there are all kinds of supernormal abilities. It's just that there are a lot of weird ones that we haven't heard of. Like your powers? I've never heard of them. Saying this, a bitter smile appeared on Ding's stiff face. Manhang nodded, recognizing her words. And he can hear the fat man said. This year's high school freshman. There is a pair of twins were called what Black and White Invincible, is known by virtue of the hook soul. After learning about her experience, Manhang rubbed his chin and thought about what to do with her. Manhang muttered to himself. It's impossible to kill her. Or else just leave her like this in the divine might space to see if she can starve to death? Din panicked at that. If this was left here, she wouldn't starve to death, but she would suffer the pain of starvation. Add to that the endless loneliness, and it can be worse than death. So she begged for mercy in a hurry. Sir Meng, I beg you, don't leave me here by myself. Oh, so what do you think I'm taking you out for? Manhang asked with interest. Din's mind raced, thinking for a moment before he said, Gonzi, if you destroy the Dark Pavilion's branch in the imperial capital, the pavilion master won't spare you. As a Ding of the 10 heavenly deities, I am extremely knowledgeable about the Dark Court's assassination techniques, so I can stand sentry for your son at night when the time comes. You've been thinking about this for so long, and this is the worst idea you've come up with? Manhang said disdainfully. You think I would be afraid of your Dark Pavilion's retaliation? As soon as Ding heard this, he also instantly realized that this might be good for others, but it wouldn't be useful for this little pervert in front of him. The Dark Cabinet had twice sent assassins to assassinate Manhang, and in the end, not only did he let them kill him back, but he also followed the trail to find the Dark Cabinet's base camp in the imperial capital. If this matter was known to the outside world, the reputation of the Dark Pavilion would be considered ruined. Seeing that Ding had nothing more to say, Manhang stood up and turned his head away. Since you're at the point where you have nothing more to say, you're on your own here. I'll go back and catch up on my sleep. I was up all night trying to follow you guys. When he finished, he stretched and yawned. As soon as Ding saw Manhang say leave, his face changed wildly and he said in a hurry, wait, I also know the location of the Dark Pavilion's lair. If you want to go, I can take you there. Manhang paused in his footsteps as Ding's words piqued his interest. When the day came when he was in the mood, or if the Dark Pavilion really dared to send people to assassinate him again, then he could really go to the Dark Pavilion's lair as a guest. Manhang squatted down again, fiddled with Ding's puppet head with his hand, and said, that's a good offer, but you're down to one head now, and I can't carry you around in my pocket everywhere I go. Seeing Manhang come around, Ding hurriedly said in a flattering manner, don't bother with this matter, Your Excellency. After saying that, the body that had been unmoving actually jumped up nimbly and bumbled over to his head. Picking the head up, there were threads of spiritual energy sticking out of the severed portion that had been cut off by Manhang, connecting the upper and lower parts together again. Having done so, the puppet moved his head twice. Smugly. Done. Manhang, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded, lamenting the eccentricity of her psychic abilities. Then his face turned cold again and he said seriously to Ding, though I agree to let you off the hook and take you with me, but if I find out in the future that you've killed innocents indiscriminately and made puppets out of people in such a cruel way, you'll stay here for the rest of your life. Hearing the eerie chill in Manhang's words and knowing that he wasn't joking, Ding hastily nodded. Don't worry, my lord. In the future, Ding will absolutely be at your disposal. Manhang shook his head and said, that's a really ugly name you have. Better change it. This, Ding, doesn't matter. Her real name had been forgotten long ago when she joined the Dark Pavilion, and the name, Din, was still acquired when she climbed step by step to this position. To her, a name is just a code word. Please, sir, give me a name. Manhang rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, or you can call me AI Lo. Lo as in Lori. After Din heard this, countless black lines drifted across his forehead. Gonzi, even if you like lowly that much, you don't have to give me a name like this. Is it that obvious? What do you say? You can call Ro then. It's easy to remember. This time, Din didn't say anything more and just nodded. After settling her matter, Manhang searched around in the divine might space again, finally finding the right hand that had twisted Z off and taking the space ring off of it. Ro's eyes narrowed at the sight of the arm. At this point, she finally knew why Z had broken an arm when she arrived, and she also probably knew the usage of this supernatural ability of Manhang. Knowing what she knew, she thought about the experience of spending seconds in that illusion and finally winced, not daring to venture out. Manhang excitedly accepted this space ring and put it together with the space ring he found from C before he was satisfied and took Luo out of the divine might space. Manhang had already marked his room long ago, so when he stepped out of the divine might space, he came directly to his bedroom. Fearing that Fatty and Master Deshawn were worried, He went directly to the living room to greet the two of them. Both of them were relieved to see Meng Hang walk out of the room. But the two of them weren't too surprised that Meng Hang had walked out of the room in a mysterious manner. After all, they were already used to Meng Hang's terrifying spatial powers. When Fatty saw the puppet on Meng Hang's shoulder, he couldn't help but stare. The puppet had hollow eyes and a mouth sewn together with thread, making it look extraordinarily creepy. Fatty couldn't help but joke. "I say, Meng, what trash can did you pick up this puppet from? You're a big old man and you actually like this stuff. But its eerie drawing style is quite similar to your grim aura." Hearing the fat man say this, the already grumpy Luo instantly quit, standing on Meng Hang's shoulders, crossing her arms and pointing at him to curse. "Fat ass, you're the one who picked it up from the trash. Your whole family picked it up from the trash. If I don't skin you today, I'll be sorry for the title of 10 heavenly deities." With that, his right hand began to maneuver nimbly against the fat man. Fatty, who was in a daze from the puppet's sudden speech, suddenly felt his whole body get out of control. The index and middle fingers of his right hand were actually digging towards his eyes. Just as Ro was excitedly watching this scene, the temperature of the entire room suddenly plummeted, and Meng Hang's morose and incomparable voice rang out beside her. "Dogs can't change their ways. Have you forgotten what I just told you?" Ro's whole body stiffened and the movement of her hand stopped. The fat man also followed with a lightening of his whole body, paralyzed on the ground, and asked Meng Hang in horror, pointing at Luo, "Brother Meng, where did you get this puppet?" He was going to say monster, but he was afraid that the word monster would piss off Ro again, so he immediately changed his words to mannequin. Meng Hang smiled apologetically, and the temperature of the entire room returned to normal once again. "I forgot to tell you guys, this is Ding, who is ranked 4th among the 10 heavenly deities of the Dark Pavilion. For some reason I took her under my wing. Now you can call her Ro." "The Ding of the 10 heavenly deities of the Dark Pavilion?" Monk Daishan jumped up with an ow when he heard Meng Hang say that. Although the Dark Pavilion was mysterious and incomparable, the name of the 10 heavenly deities was still circulated outside. "Don't tell me she's the Jadin, who legend has it likes to refine living people alive into puppets and is known as the Bloody Puppeteer." "Stinking monk, I didn't expect you to have some insight." Before Meng Hang could say anything, Luo first replied with a smug smile. Meng Hang glanced at her lightly, and just that glance scared her into silence, not daring to speak again. Hiss! The rightful owner had personally admitted it, and both Dushan and Fatty sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at Meng Hang incredulously. Dae-sun couldn't help but ask, "I say, Meng, why have you brought this great god back?" Meng Hang shrugged helplessly. "I would have liked to finish her off once and for all with a knife too, but this guy was really weird and didn't die even after I cut his head off, so I brought her back to the caretaker." The fat man looked at Ro in horror, still reeling from the inexplicable control he had just been given. "How nice of you to put her in that space of yours then. What if in the middle of the night she gets aggressive and really makes puppets out of the 3 of us alive?" Hearing the fat man's words, Ro wanted to have another attack, but when he met Meng Hang's cold eyes, his face collapsed, and then he jumped off Meng Hang's body and came to Fatty's side with his ass. Don't look at her. She was only a few dozen centimeters tall, but her body shape was extraordinarily flexible, and with one jump she jumped onto Fatty's shoulders. When Fatty saw that this old devil actually ran into himself, he stiffened and didn't dare to move. After Luo came to Fatty, she gently knocked on his shoulder with her small fist, and said in an extremely flattering and attentive manner, "This Fatty brother, don't let the mail send me back to that space. Will you? People knock your back every day. If you're still not satisfied, tell me what type of women you like, and I'll go to the street in 2 days to find 2 to make into puppets to serve you exclusively." At this moment, Fatty only felt like he was on pins and needles, being climbed on the shoulders by such a bogeyman. The whole person was not good. He straightened up, his whole body in a cold sweat, and showed a smile that was worse than a cry, and said, "How dare I trouble you to give me a back rub? Just now I was just joking, casually speaking, and Meng wouldn't take it seriously enough to send it in for you. You tell me." Mongoose. He desperately winked at Meng Hang, praying that Meng Hang would hurry up and get rid of this little ancestor. Meng Hang looked at the fat man in such a sorry state, and could not bear to low tease him again, said with a smile, "Okay Ro, come back. I'm not going to send you back now, but whether or not I do so later depends on what you do then." Hearing that Meng Hang wasn't going to send himself back, Luo Dun was overjoyed. He patted the fat man's shoulder and said that he counted on you to know what you were talking about, and then did a backflip and landed firmly back on Meng Hang's shoulder, attentively pounding up his shoulder for him. The first thing Peaches, who escaped the tiger in the mountains, did when she returned to the city was to upload the video she had shot to various online platforms. It even comes with an extremely catchy headline. An unprecedented battle between two Huan rank experts on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Don't miss it if you walk by. The four words Huan rank expert instantly caused a hot discussion on the internet. Knowing that usually it is rare to see Huan rank experts, let alone seeing them strike. The video shows a small giant in white armor staring at a blue skeleton twice his height, while the forest within 100 meters of them has been reduced to rubble. Is this the power of a Huan rank expert striking out? If the two of them were to fight within the city, a small portion of this imperial capital would be reduced to rubble. To put it mildly, someone commented under the video, Huan rank experts, terrifying as they are. Even through the screen I could feel the grueling battle at that time. Is this something that I, an Earth-ranked ability user, should be looking at? Harlot, how dare you destroy my Dao heart? Just as the audience was talking, the giant in white bone armor in the video swung out his sword, and the sky was actually covered in dark clouds, and it was as if they all heard 10,000 ghosts roaring at the same time. This comment all paused for almost a minute, and then countless comments poured in. Crap, that was something, I almost peed myself on the spot. It's horrible, it's too horrible. With that slash, it was as if my heart and soul were taken away from me through the screen. I can't imagine what would happen if I were there. And what is that blue skeleton again? Receiving such a terrifying blow actually did nothing. Say, do we have any Huan rank experts with this kind of supernatural ability in the imperial capital? Well, who knows? It could be one of those big guys who are hidden from the world. It's a shame the video is too far away to see the likeness of the figure in the blue skull. At the Imperial City Protectorate officials, is it one of our Imperial City's hidden bigwigs? Hey, do you guys feel that this blue skeleton is a bit similar to that 100-meter giant that beheaded the red blood demon python in Cloudwater City before? Quickly pull to put. They stay too, although both are surrounded by blue flames. But in the beginning that one was 100 meters tall, with a mighty armor and wings at the back. Look at this one again. The whole body is just a skeleton frame. Although it's also awesome, it's still too far apart. The video came to an end. And after they saw that the blue skeleton not only instantly killed the opposite ability user with a single slash, but also clipped the distant mountain, they completely boiled over. Crap, this is too awesome. What the fuck is this blade technique? I'm going to go and worship the master. A master. This is a real master. The video quickly exploded on the internet, and the Imperial City's city guard was the first to arrive at the scene by virtue of its location in the video. Leading the way was a tall, lean-faced woman, followed by 4 members of her team. When they saw the mess at the scene, they all looked shocked, although from the video also saw the scene of the tragic battle, but how the video is not as big as the impact of seeing with their own eyes. A young man with an inch head swallowed hard before addressing the lean woman. Captain, when did such 2 great Buddhas come to our imperial capital? And we actually didn't notice them at all. The lean woman's face was also extremely ugly. She had always been very proud in her heart for reaching the U-rank realm at the age of 25. But today, seeing the destructive power generated by the battle between the 2 Huan-ranked powerhouses, he realized that he was still a frog at the bottom of the well. Let's not talk about the useless ones. Let's go check if there are any survivors in the neighborhood first. When the crowd came to the center of the battlefield and saw the corpses that had been chopped in two, they all fell silent. The fact that a Huan-ranked expert fell just like that made them feel a little unreal. Killing an opponent in one move. What realm is the other party in the end? The lean woman said incredulously. A few people went to check out the attic some more, and basically had confirmed that this was the stronghold of the famous Dark Pavilion in the imperial capital. The woman took out her cell phone and skillfully pressed a certain phone number to call it. City Lord. It has been ascertained that it was a certain expert who clashed with C of the Dark Pavilion, and C has been killed on the spot. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before he said, "Is there anyone else alive in the neighborhood?" "No more." "Well, you bring someone back first. The city has been on heightened alert lately, and I have a feeling the imperial capital is going to be unsettled lately." "Understood, City Master," the woman replied cleanly, and her expression became incredibly solemn. An official description of the battle was also released on the internet after the moat had finished searching. To wit, a mysterious master has struck out against the Dark Cabinet, destroying the Dark Cabinet's stronghold in the imperial capital, and asking the general public not to be alarmed. Yi Yun, Yellow Hair, and the others who had been paying attention to Meng Hang's movements were looking at each other in the villa at this time. "The Dark Court was destroyed?" Yellow Hair asked, shivering. "It couldn't have been Meng Hang who made the move to extinguish it, could it?" The other man also said with a pale face. "Fart, that was a hand from a Huan-ranked ability person. With him being a kid who just finished his exams, how could he have such strength?" Yi Yun said with a gloomy face. "So is it possible that it was someone behind him who made the move?" "Ha!" Yi Yun sneered with disdain in his eyes. "With him being a redneck from a third-rate city? Cloudwater City City Lord is only a U-ranked ability person. What makes him have a Huan-ranked expert to protect him? The one who spoke this time was Hua Qiu. He had personally been to Yunshui City and naturally knew what the situation was like there. It can only be said that this brat has a great life, and the Dark Pavilion has suffered a sudden change of heart and has no time to take care of him. So do we need to find someone else? Yellow Hair didn't say any more, just made a neck-wiping motion with his hand. Yi Yun thought for a moment and shook his head. That kid, as long as he's in the imperial capital, he won't be able to run away. School is about to start. Let's wait for the new students to report and then study how to deal with him. Zhao Shanbian was sipping tea comfortably in his room, not knowing if it was an illusion or not. He felt that ever since the little son of a bitch Meng Hang had left, Yunshui City had all become subdued. With nothing else to do, he picked up his cell phone and started surfing the web. The first headline on the hot list made his eyes light up. A war between Huan rank experts? The location is still in the imperial capital. It seems that the imperial capital has not been quiet lately. He nodded in excitedly, realizing that this level of striking was something even he rarely saw. But only in the next second, a mouthful of tea spewed out when he saw the azure-colored tall skeleton. Zhao Shanbian's eyes widened as he stared at the skeleton. When he fought with the Red Blood Demon King, he had seen Meng Hang use his Susanoo. From the very beginning of the skeleton to the entire process of finally donning his armor. So he dared to confirm 100% that this blue skeleton in the video was definitely Meng Hang. As for the white giant on the opposite side, he also had a guess that it should be the legendary Dark Pavilion's third-ranked. See, how does this kid manage to cause so much trouble everywhere he goes? And how did this mess with the dark cabinet again? Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Meng Hang. Meng Hang, who was sitting in the living room chatting with the crowd in one way or another, had a phone in his pocket that suddenly rang, and took it out with some curiosity to take a look. Seeing the note on the phone next to Zhao San, he raised an eyebrow, not understanding how this old boy could suddenly think of calling himself. Just after the phone was connected, the other end resounded with Zhao Sanbian's bead-blasted roar. Brat, were you a troublemaker in your last life? Can you stop it for me? You just arrived in the imperial capital not 2 days ago. Why are you messing with the dark net again? Although your kid's strength is perverted, the gang from the Dark Pavilion are all proficient in assassination and killing without blinking an eye. Listening to the chattering next to Zhao San, Meng Hang was somewhat helpless and grateful at the same time. He understood that Fatty Zhao was worried about him and that was why he was so agitated. Well, Lao Zhao, haven't I already taken care of the other side here? What do you know? Hearing Meng Hang say this, not only did Zhao Shanbian not subside, but he became even more angry. Do you have any idea who that was that you killed? I know. Isn't he the third-ranked, of the 10 heavenly stems of the Dark Pavilion? Meng Hang replied indifferently. No? The tone of Zhao Sanbian's voice on the other end of the phone rose a few points. That's a Huan rank expert. Do you know how many Huan ranked abilities there are in the Dragon Kingdom now? The bottom line is that legend has it that C and D have never been Jiao without Meng, and Meng without Jiao. Although I don't know why these two are separated today, but you kid will have to live your life with your heart on your chest every day in the future. Ding is a murderous pervert who likes to torture people in various ways before finally making them into puppets. I'd rather it be, Ding, that you tackle first, than later on when you're being targeted by such a pervert down the road. Luo, who was sitting on Meng Hang's shoulder, heard the conversation between the two of them clearly, and his face became incredibly ugly as he hurriedly yelled, My lord, don't listen to this kid's full of shit. Since I have already submitted to your excellency, I will absolutely be devoted to you and will not have second thoughts. Then he came up to the phone and said sorrowfully to Zhao Sanpang, Kid, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with my family's son, but if you ever slander me like that in front of my family's son again, when I find you, I'll chop you up at one point and feed you to the dogs. Zhao Sanpang choked on the sudden voice and was silent for a long time before asking cautiously, Meng kid, which one was the one who spoke just now? It's that murderous pervert you were talking about. Meng Hang returned with some embarrassment. She called you a male? Submissive? Ha ha ha. Meng I suddenly realized that I have something else to do, so I'll leave you alone After saying that, he hung up the phone in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Sampang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and couldn't stop murmuring, Pervert, this kid is a pervert. He actually took the famous, Ding, under his wing. Thanks to me worrying for him. Hearing the phone hurriedly hung up, the two of them, Fatty and Daishan, who had been silent at the side, both revealed gloating expressions, especially Fatty, whose mouth corners were almost grinning up to his ears. They didn't know who was on the other side, but they could all think of the look of defeat on the other end of the phone, and that made them a lot more comfortable. Meng Hang returned to the house and suddenly remembered something and looked wistfully at Ro. Luo was stared at by his eyes and trembled, thinking that Meng Hang had a murderous heart towards himself because of the harsh words he had just said. forcing out a smile. My lord, my lord. Just now my little one was just joking with that man. He's a friend of His Excellency's. How could I possibly make a move against him? Meng Hang shook his head, narrowed his eyes at Luo and said, it's not about that. So what else is going on? I've explained everything that should be explained to the prince word for word, Rose said with some trepidation. Why don't I see your space ring? Originally being stared at by Meng Hang, her legs had already begun to tremble, and when she heard Meng Hang say this, her face immediately became odd. She had been secretly glad that Meng Hang had taken those two people's space rings and forgotten about her own, but she didn't expect to suddenly remember now. Ro kept her head down, nodding the index fingers of both hands one at a time, contemplating how she could stonewall the, cut the crap and get it out or I'll send you back there again. Meng Hang bent down and said viciously to Ro, it's like a villain bullying innocent children. Luo's large eyes instantly became teary. Not daring to hesitate any longer, she opened a dark cabinet from somewhere in her body and obediently handed it to Meng Hang. Holy shit, there's this operation. Meng Hang's eyes widened, not realizing that she had actually made a small organ on her body, specifically to put the space ring. Luo looked pitifully at Meng Hang as he took his spatial ring away without hesitation and said, Gongzi, this is my savings for so many years, leave me some more or less. Aha, yes. Although he nodded his head repeatedly, he didn't even listen to Ro's words, and instead opened the 3 rings he obtained this time with an excited face. Meng Hang summed up the total. 3 people ring in the property added up to a total of only about 200 million. Although it is a huge sum of money, but and his heart expectations are still a lot worse. He couldn't help but skim his lips and say to Ro, who was already in a state of raw disbelief, you guys are at least 2 great masters of the Huan rank, plus a U rank master. How come you only have so much money in total? The corner of Ro's mouth twitched when she heard him say that. Gongzi, we need spirit to cultivate too. Okay, and at our level, the essence cores needed to move up a level are astronomical, which if it weren't for the fact that we haven't had the time to exchange them into essence cores lately, you wouldn't even have those right now. Besides, it's $200 million. You a little trash of the late empty stage. No, late stage of the empty rank expert. 200 million are enough for you to absorb half a year. You can directly pile up to the late stage of the U rank for you. Okay, this is still not satisfied? Meng Hang shook his head awkwardly after hearing her explanation and went out to call Fatty out. Fatty, please do me a favor. Hey, Meng, what are you talking about? With the relationship between the two of us, there's no need to talk about begging or not begging. Meng Hang smiled and said, it's not really a big deal. It's just that I have 200 million in cash in my hand right now, and I want you to help me exchange it for essence cores. How much? Fatty suddenly stared at Meng Hang with wide eyes, incredulously. Meng, did you go rob a bank? Just after he finished speaking, he reacted with a look of envy. Horses don't get fat without night grass. Your speed of earning money by killing and seizing treasures makes me, the young master of the Heavenly Mansion merchant house, red in the eyes. I'm already thinking about whether or not I'm going to mess with some big power as well and make some money. Of course, Fatty was joking. He still has self-awareness. Meng Hang kills people who are at least U-ranked Abelites. In his place, the grave grass is 2 feet high. An hour later, Meng Hang was in his room with both eyes glowing as he looked at the 2,000 essence cores piled up on the ground. Not caring that Ro was still around, he activated the great self-breathing technique and took a deep breath. In an instant, the aura from the ground's essence cores filled out, surging into Meng Hang's nose like a dragon sucking up water. The aura transformed into spiritual energy and surged into Meng Hang's spiritual energy world, and the spiritual energy that was just a small pond in general instantly turned into a lake. He also naturally advanced to the early stage of the U rank. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, he was just in time to see Luo's eyes on the verge of glaring out, looking at him with her mouth wide open. Why? What's wrong? Meng Hang asked somewhat oddly. This is how you usually practice? Luo looked at Meng Hang as if she had seen a ghost. The speed of absorbing essence cores is the higher the realm the faster the speed of absorption, and there is a limit to the amount that can be absorbed per day. She was a Huan-ranked ability user. She could only absorb a few hundred pills a day, and she still had to absorb them 24 hours a day without interruption, and her brain couldn't bear it if there were more. In all the time she had lived, she had never heard of anyone who could absorb so many essence cores in one breath and then still have nothing happen to them. The most crucial thing is that you're only in the early U rank when you can push an ordinary ability to the late U rank realm with 2,000 fucking essence cores in your stomach? If it wasn't for the fact that his strength didn't allow it right now, Ro really wanted to cut his brain open to see if there was a black hole inside. Gongzi, tell me honestly, are you the reincarnation of some 1,000-year-old monster? That's why you're so perverted? Meng Hang, you're the old monster. Your whole family is an old monster. In the middle of the night, Meng Hang didn't watch out for Luo, lying on the bed with his back to her and whistling. Ro, who was pretending to sleep on the floor, narrowed her eyes, a grim color flashing from them. She'd been maintaining this state of celestial warfare for hours. Ever since Meng Hang had fallen asleep, two voices had been arguing in her head. Kill him while he's asleep. Now is the best time. Just kill this little pervert and you can regain your freedom, maybe even figure out his secret. A voice spoke maliciously, only to have another voice soon come out to stop it. Don't be stupid. The boy is a shrewd one. How could he have put you in the room without a shred of defense? He's obviously testing you. As long as you dare to make a move at this point, he'll throw you back into that space, or worse yet, make you feel that horrible illusion again. Ro winced at the thought. In the end, it was the fear of Meng Hang that won out, allowing her to push down the killing intent in her heart and close her eyes, unwillingly falling asleep. She didn't notice that as she closed her eyes, a raven with blood-red eyes in the tree outside the window actually had a hint of humanized teasing in its eyes. Early the next morning, the three men and a puppet ate the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper. Meng Hang's trio ate while oddly looking at Luo, who was gorging on her meal. Don't understand why she, a puppet, even needs to eat. Luo was really impatient with the three of them staring at her in the end, and threw the spoon in her hand, and didn't dare to be angry at Meng Hang, but could only shout angrily at the other two. Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? You've been looking at me all morning while I was eating dinner. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Fatty. Dushan and the two of them were frightened and hastily averted their eyes. Fatty digressed in order to ease the embarrassment and said to Meng Hang, Meng, I'm starting school in 2 days. It's no good for you to stay so day to day. Do you have any plans? Meng Hang was first stunned, then asked with some confusion. It's only a few days after the high school entrance exams and school is about to start. Shouldn't there normally be 2 more months of vacation? The words were just finished, and this time it was his turn to be stared at like a monster by the three. Luo stared at Meng Hang somewhat strangely and said, Sometimes it really seems like you don't seem like a person from this world who even knows that kind of common sense. 2 months of yellow flowers. The demon race on that side of the first line of heaven can always be watching intently. So how can the Dragon Kingdom territory be so lax and still allow students to take a 2-month vacation? Meng Hang nodded indistinctly, then said to Fatty, You don't have to worry about me. You'll do well in school when the time comes, and maybe you'll even meet me then. What? You're going to get into Imperial University too? I told you that your kid has been lying to me. With your strength, how could there be no universities that want it? Meng Hang smiled without saying anything and just lowered his head to eat. In the afternoon, Meng Hang said hello to Fatty and took Ro to the city center by taxi. Against the blistering sun, the Lo on his shoulder said breathlessly, Sir, isn't it good for us to stay inside in this weather? Why do we have to come out? If you can't, you go on through. I'll take a cab back myself. Meng Hang gave him a look without a good reason. Do you take me for a fool? With you being a great master of the Huan rank, you've already been free from cold and heat for a long time, so don't pretend to be pitiful with me here. If people let you go back on your own, I'd still be able to find you? Seeing that Meng Hang didn't fall for it, Luo skimmed her lips and stopped talking. Just then, Meng Hang's eyes lit up and he walked straight into the middle of a small, inconspicuous store. The small store was only about 10 square feet, cold and quiet, and inside, a young girl in her 20s sat on a stool, drowsy. Is this place open, please? The sudden voice startled the little girl and she stood up in a hurry. By getting up so violently, it toppled the stool right over. The little girl hurriedly picked up the stool and saw that it was a young man who, although handsome, was dressed in a black robe, plus an incomparably bizarre puppet stayed on his shoulder, making his aura extraordinarily grim. The little girl took 2 steps backward in some fear before apologizing. I'm really sorry. I squinted for a while because I didn't have any customers all day. I don't know what kind of banners you want customized. Upon hearing that it was actually a place to make banners, Luo on Meng Hang's shoulder asked with some curiosity, My lord, what are you doing making banners with nothing to do? Meng Hang hadn't even waited to reply, only to hear a plopping sound, and the little girl had already sat on her butt on the ground. Her face was white as paper, her lips trembling as she stared at Ro in horror. Monster! Monster! Wood! The puppet actually spoke. Meng Hang gave a reproachful look at Luo, blaming her for scaring the other little girl. Don't talk if you look like that. Look at how you scare people. A self-satisfied and kind smile followed. Just he does not smile, okay? This smile reveals a mouthful of sincere white teeth. Not only does not appear to be kind, but more eerie, directly to the little girl scared to cry. Brother, don't kill me. I really don't have any money. Meng Hang's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he looked embarrassed and somewhat at a loss for words. Ha ha ha, and said I look scary. You're not even more scary. You directly scare people to tears. Ro sat on his shoulders, gloating, clapping her hands and laughing. After a good explanation from Meng Hang, the little girl believed that he was here to make the banner and stood up with a lot of faith. I wonder what you'd like to put on the banner. The corner of Meng Hang's mouth picked up a trace of arc, and he said in a nonchalant manner, "Fist fight North Hills Imperial University. Kick the South Seas Mordor University." What? The girl thought she hadn't heard clearly, and looked at Meng Hang with some confusion and some shock. Fist fight North Hills Imperial University. Kick the South Seas Mordor University. Meng Hang could only repeat it again. The girl had a face of Omega Omega. Her mouth opened wide, looking at him as if she was looking at a monster. Even Luo was Sigma, staring at Meng Hang, wondering if he had taken the wrong medication today. Both of them had their mouths wide open, looking at Meng Hang for a long time without words. It was a long time before the girl stumbled. "Guest, if you are not sincere about making banners, don't joke with me here." Seeing that she didn't believe it and didn't talk nonsense, Meng Hang directly took out 1,000 yuan from his space ring and handed it to her. "I'll pick it up tomorrow afternoon. Can I make it?" The girl held the money in her hand and nodded with a confused look on her face. On the way back, Luo still hadn't reacted from the shock a bit and asked Meng Hang with some difficulty in accepting it. "What are you doing with this banner, my lord? What do you think?" Meng Hang asked rhetorically. You don't think you want to?" Luo thought of something and stared at Meng Hang incredulously, as if trying to find an answer on his face. Meng Hang smiled slightly and nodded. "Are you out of your mind? From ancient times to the present day, only that person would dare to do this. You're actually following the example of others blocking the doors of the Imperial Capital University. The Imperial Capital University is full of demons, and any one of them is an existence that crushes their peers." No. Hearing her say that, Meng Hang hurriedly explained. "Who?" Ro let out a long breath. "Scared me to death. I thought that you, Gongzi, were going to block the gates of someone else's Imperial University." I'm not just going to block the gates of the Imperial Capital University. I'm going to block the gates of the 4 major academic institutions. Ro no longer knew how to describe the mood at this point. Blocking the 4 major schools? Do you think people are cats and dogs who say they can be blocked? My lord, I advise you to think twice. Meng Hang smiled confidently and said lightly, "Could it be that with your son's strength? Isn't he invincible at the same level? With you? Hey, yeah." Ro was about to open her mouth to taunt, but suddenly reacted. She was so shocked by this thing Meng Hang was about to do that her brain was a bit confused. Just thinking about how powerful the 4 great academies were, subconsciously ignoring how perverted Meng Hang was. It was only when he heard Meng Hang say this that he reacted. This kid had resolved a Huan rank powerhouse by virtue of his empty rank realm, and he had also subdued a Huan rank powerhouse at the same time. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, which one could do it at the same age as Meng Hang? Duke, block the fucker. Thinking about this, Ro's expression instantly changed from shock to gloating. She was originally the Lord of Heaven and Earth, and she was naturally excited to have this kind of hilarity. "By the way, don't tell Fatty and the others about this matter when you go back first. I'm afraid of scaring them," Meng Hang reminded. Had, got it. Gongs. Luo rubbed her hands together excitedly. She was now looking forward to what Fatty's expression would be when he saw Meng Hang blocking the school gates at the entrance of the Imperial Capital University. Longer with a book, shorter without one. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Meng Hang didn't go out again except after going out to get the banner back, but instead cultivated in the house with his legs crossed. Defy the enemy strategically, but emphasize the enemy tactically. Although he thought he wouldn't be inferior to any of his peers, he still had to put his body and mind into a perfect state to meet the challenge. At the end of the day, both Deshawn and Fatty couldn't stand to watch and forced their way into Meng Hang's room. "Meng kid, why have you been acting like a big girl lately? Staying out of doors?" Monk Daishan asked first. Haven't you guys heard that there are lewd men molesting girls in the neighborhood in the past 2 days? I'm afraid to go out these days." Meng Hang returned. "What's it to you to molest a girl? You're not a girl. What are you afraid of?" The fat man who had let Meng Hang speak in some confusion interjected and asked. "I'm afraid of being recognized." The duo walked in with a huff, and walked out of Meng Hang's room again with a shit-eating expression on their faces. Luo stood to the side, staring at Meng Hang with a face of adoration. "Good lord, you're a real dog, my lord." Early that morning, Fatty woke up early. The usual scruffy image was swept away. Instead, he changed into a customized leisure suit. This sudden cross-dressing made the crowd in the villa light up. Ro was the first to speak up. "I say boy, can it? People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. You're instantly human with this change of clothes." Fatty also hemmed and hawed and said proudly, "That's of course. How can I say that I'm also the young master of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company? On such a momentous day, of course I can't bring shame to the family." Ro nodded approvingly. This look makes me want to make a puppet out of you even more. And by the way, I can blackmail your family for a fortune. Fatty has been living with Luo for the past few days, and has gradually learned that as long as Meng Hang is around, she just dares to move her lips, so she is gradually no longer as fearful of her as she was in the beginning. Worthy of being master and servant, talking the same way. He glanced at Ro, then at Meng Hang, and said without a trace of anger. Then looking at his watch, he said, "It's getting late, and there's an entrance ceremony today, so I'll leave first." Right. Just as he walked out the door, the fat man turned back and said, "School just started. I need to familiarize myself with the school first, so I may not be able to return for the last few days. Stay here in peace, and don't ever be polite to me. Don't worry, Sifu and I. It's such a nice place and it doesn't cost anything. I won't leave even if you kick me out." Monk Daishan said. "Hey, that's good." Fatty waved his hand and assuredly got into the Rolls Royce that had been waiting outside for a long time, and rushed towards the Imperial Capital University. Seeing that the fat man had already left, Ro couldn't hold back her inner excitement and pushed Meng Hang's shoulder, saying excitedly, Duke, that fatty is gone. Can't we go too?" Meng Hang shook his head, not seeing any apprehension at all that he was going to plug the topmost academy in the Dragon Kingdom. "What's the hurry? It's only the first day of school, so someone might not be here yet. Let's wait a few more days, when the freshmen are basically all here." "How many days do we have to wait?" Ro lowered her head in disappointment and disinterest. "It's coming up. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Although Meng Hang had a bland face, the glint in his eyes revealed his inner thoughts. Monk Daishan, who was listening to the conversation between these two, became more and more confused the more he listened, and in the end, he really couldn't help but ask, "What just started school? 2 more days? Master Meng, didn't you say you were disqualified from the college entrance exam? Is this a good place to find a place to go to college?" Meng Hang has not yet spoken, held back for so many days, simply suffocated to go crazy. Luo finally found a vent, excitedly said to the good old monk, "What do you know? With my son's strength, which university is qualified to accept him? He's going to be just like Zhao Shanha back then, going straight to block the doors of the Imperial Capital University. Beat those so-called his heavenly pride who can't lift their heads. Ahem, it's the 4 great schools, not Imperial University." Meng Hang coughed lightly and corrected himself in a feigned manner. "Good man. I didn't realize you were quite vain," Ro thought with some contempt in her heart. Monk Daishan was flabbergasted in place. He didn't listen to a single word of what Meng Hang and Luo said afterward, and only that one sentence echoed in his mind. Blocking the doors of the 4 great academies. Blocking the doors of the 4 great academies. Only after a long time did Meng Hang see him frozen in place and not moving did he shake his hand in front of his eyes. Master, are you alright?" What? You're going to block the doors of Imperial University?" It was only after being called by Meng Hang a few times that he reacted from the shock and screamed at once. Ro saw the look on his face and almost didn't cry. "Do you know what I've been through the last few days? Do you understand what it's like to want to tell and show off to someone? But you just have to hold it in." Daishan naturally did not know what was in Luo's heart now. Of course, at this time, even if he knew, he did not care. His face was nothing but shock at this point. If Meng Hang hadn't lied to him, then this would be a major event that would shock the nation. No one has dared to do that in how many years? "Meng kid, are you sure?" Meng Hang didn't speak, just nodded firmly. Daisan let out a long sigh and looked up to the sky. "I never thought I could witness the birth of a legend." Meng Hang was a little embarrassed by his words. "Master, you're talking a bit too much. It's not that exaggerated. You don't understand. You don't know how much Zhao Shanha shocked and affected the Dragon Kingdom back then. Having learned from the past, your challenge this time will only bring more attention to it. If you really succeed, you'll be even more honorable than Zhao Shanha was back then." But, with that said, Deshan was silent for a moment before continuing. "But if you don't make it, you'll be laughed at by the whole country, and you won't even be able to turn over a new leaf for the rest of your life. And back then, Scholar Ni Hao also said that this year's new students are different from the past, with many demons, not something that can be compared to the past. Therefore, Monastery Master Meng, you have to be mentally prepared." Meng Hang smiled confidently and said, 100 barges are competing for 1,000 sails, and it's time to ride the waves. Only a strong opponent can keep me climbing upward." At the same time, an aura of disdain swept through the entire villa. Ha. Yes. Monk Daishanin stroked his palm and laughed. Imperial University. As a 1,000-year-old university, Imperial Capital University did not know how many strong people had come out from here. Most of the strongest people who came out from here went to the first line of heaven, fought against the demon race, and made great achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. So I don't know when it started, But the Imperial University became one of the 4 top institutions, a dream place for every student. The sun was shining brightly, and the sunlight poured over the dense figures at the entrance of the Imperial University. Today was the most bustling day of the year at the Imperial Capital University, where the prideful people from all over the place converged. The main entrance was bustling, and every new student looked at the 4 big words Imperial University with excited eyes. Hey, Mom, can you hear me? I've arrived at the Imperial University. Don't you know? The gate of the Imperial University is bigger than the gate of our village. It's spectacular. A teenager with a dark, rustic face and a woven bag on his back said. Humph, dirt bag. The pristine teenager had just hung up the phone when a teenager with flashy clothes next to him said disdainfully, Are you talking about me? The pristine teenager's eyebrows stood on end as he looked towards the teenager who had spoken out to taunt him. I told you. Why, dirtbag? For a country bumpkin like you to be able to get into God's capital university. Being an alumnus with you really dropped the ball for me, the brocade-clothed boy said disdainfully. Dog-eyed. The pristine teenager was furious, and with a stomp of his foot, the stone bricks under his feet tumbled up, instantly transforming into an earth dragon that bit at the brocade-clothed teenager. S-ranked Earth System supernatural ability. The crowd gasped. The brocade-clothed young man raised an eyebrow, but there was no panic visible on his face. Ice barrier. A shield made of cold ice appeared out of thin air. Compared to the remaining members of the lifeless sect that Meng Hang had stumbled upon back then, although they were both ice barriers with ice-based powers, the ice barrier of the teenager in front of him was not something he could compare to. The earth dragon hit the top of the ice barrier with a deafening thud. In the next moment, earth debris flew, and the earth dragon dissipated and fell to the ground, making a mess of the otherwise tidy ground around it. The ice barrier also shattered inch by inch due to the tremendous impact it suffered, turning into ice shards that fell to the ground and then disappeared. Another S-rank ice-type psychic ability. The surrounding people sucked in a cool breath, lamenting that it was worthy of being Imperial Capital University. With 2 random freshmen striking out, they were 2 geniuses with S-class alien abilities. The crowd watched and gathered to applaud and cheer for the duo. Boy, that little white boy is dog-eared. Fuck him. Some of them fought for the rustic teenager and shouted at the top of their lungs. Sun Yon, fuck this country bumpkin down. We can't lose the face of our Imperial Capital people. There were also people who knew the brocade boy well and cheered him on. The sophomore seniors who were at the entrance for the entrance ceremony for the new students didn't stop them, but instead looked at this side with interest. Hey, not to my surprise, it's dry again this year. A lean young man in a suit said to a girl with glasses next to him. What's there to be proud of? Isn't this something that happens every year for freshman enrollment? And I'd be surprised if there wasn't a ruckus this year. The girl with the glasses said calmly. Which one of them do you think will win? No guesses. I'm not going to guess with 2 brats who haven't even grown their hair yet. Don't say that. There are at least 2 geniuses with S-class powers. S-class psychic ability can be considered a genius in our Imperial Capital University? Just when the crowd had already blocked the main entrance of the university tightly, a boy in a gorgeous dress, with a polished white face that was coldly handsome with clear-cut angles, thick eyebrows, high nose, and absolutely beautiful lips, all of which flaunted nobility and elegance, walked over. Seeing that the entrance was like a food market in chaos, he frowned. Quiet.